A fun graduation trip that promised to be an unforgettable holiday suddenly turned into something terrible. The huge liner on which the students were enjoying the trip found itself at the mercy of a fierce storm. The captain's voice is heard ordering passengers to leave the deck as quickly as possible. Panic breaks out on board, and the students, overcome with fear, rush from side to side, hurrying to find shelter in their cabins. In this chaotic environment, the young man suddenly heard an unfamiliar voice in his head, which informed him that he had successfully received the rookie package. Confused by what was happening, the guy could not understand what was happening to him. Believing that perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination, he began to feel a stream of strange and incomprehensible knowledge pouring into his mind. The virtual system informs the young man that there are coconut fruits in front of him, and detailed information about the plant's height, its structure, and its biological value appears on the virtual screen. The guy suddenly grabs a poisonous snake and sharply strikes it against a tree, saving a girl who was nearby and in danger. The young man always listened to his teacher's advice and chose exactly the same model that his teacher used. The boy cuts through the thick walls of a coconut and reflects on the fact that he made the right choice in deciding to buy the same knife that his teacher had. The young man thanks the lifebuoy that is next to him. It was this that helped him survive. He believed that there was no one on this island except him, and that it was completely uninhabited. But after some time, he noticed a girl in the nearby thickets. Young people are sitting around a fire. A guy is trying to boil water with a plastic bottle, using all the available means in these conditions. A large group of students has gathered on the huge deck of a tourist liner, and a loud voice announces that the school's best student is about to confess his love to the school goddess named Helen. The young man, with sincere feelings, kneels before the girl and gives her a huge bouquet of beautiful roses. The people around them begin to loudly applaud and encourage Helen to give her consent, supporting the romantic moment. The students whisper quietly among themselves, discussing the guy and saying that he is a promising young man, possessing not only beauty and talent, but also a high level of academic achievement, which is reflected in his large scholarship. The protagonist is slightly off to the side, intently watching a talk show about survival in the wild, completely immersed in what is happening on the screen. The guy finishes watching another episode of a talk show. At some point, he yawns and stretches a little. Suddenly, raindrops start falling on his face, which surprises him, because just recently the weather was clear, and nothing foreshadowed a change. The weather is changing at an astonishing rate. The sky is covered with dark storm clouds. The captain's voice is heard over the loudspeaker, announcing that the ship has entered a storm zone and that everyone needs to leave the deck as quickly as possible. Panic breaks out among the students on deck, and they try to escape to their cabins as quickly as possible, hoping that it is safe. The protagonist holds tightly to the fence, realizing that the situation is becoming increasingly serious, as the storm is constantly intensifying and threatening their lives. The guy believes that it is too late to seek refuge in the cabins, and decides to try to get to the lifebuoys, which seem to him to be his only chance of survival. The young man's classmates try to stop him, demanding that he obey the captain's order and immediately go to his cabin. The protagonist ignores such comments and continues to slowly move towards the life preserver, noticing a luxurious bouquet of roses abandoned on the deck, forgotten in the rush. Finally, despite the strong rocking, the young man manages to reach the life preserver, which he grabs tightly, feeling at least some hope of salvation. At this moment, a huge wave with incredible force capsizes the ship, and it begins to quickly sink to the bottom. The young man loses consciousness, and the last thing he hears is an unfamiliar voice informing him that the survival system has been activated. The young man is washed ashore, lying unconscious, while the virtual system reports that the newbie's data packages have been successfully downloaded and asks if he wishes to activate them for further action. The boy regains consciousness and suddenly opens his eyes. He's overcome with deep shock not only because of the shipwreck, but also because of the incomprehensible dream that remains in his memory. The young man looks around the coastline, noticing the traces of the recent disaster, and thanks fate for the fact that he remained alive and was able to avoid the fate of most of the passengers. The protagonist sits leaning against a large palm tree, trying to dry his wet clothes in the warm tropical sun, and carefully examines the life preserver that helped him stay alive. The young man is certain that there are no signs of life on this island. He considers it completely uninhabited and hopes that the search and rescue team will definitely find him within 5 days. His attention is drawn to loud thuds hitting the ground, and the boy realizes that these are coconuts falling from the trees, which makes him feel an unprecedented sense of relief and joy. This gives him hope, as there are quite a lot of coconut trees growing on the island, the fruits of which could help him survive until rescuers arrive. He begins to open the thick coconut husks with a camp knife, remembering with gratitude his teacher who recommended this reliable tool to him. However, he soon discovers that the coconuts are old and contain significantly less coconut milk than he expected, so he will need at least 5 coconuts to meet his basic needs for one day. He remembers some system in his visions. At that moment, a holographic screen instantly appears in front of him, which greets its owner. In surprise, the guy spits coconut milk out of his mouth and begins to choke, clearly shocked by what is happening. The system calmly informs the young man about the opportunity to open the newcomer's package, inviting him to do so immediately. The guy, overcoming his amazement, decides to accept the system's offer and decisively presses on the holographic screen, hoping to understand what is happening. The system congratulates the young man and informs him that he is receiving knowledge called ordinary plants and ordinary animals, which raises even more questions for him. Suddenly, bright flashes of energy flare up around the guy, which begin to instantly introduce this information into his mind, causing him to experience strange sensations. The protagonist doesn't fully believe that what's happening is real. At times, it seems to him that it's all just a figment of his imagination, caused by stress and overload. However, he feels that he has instantly received a huge amount of strange knowledge that suddenly filled his mind. A holographic screen appears in front of the young man, informing him that he is holding coconut fruits and begins to provide extensive information about the plant, including its beneficial and practical properties. An unexpectedly loud cry coming from the nearby thicket distracts the young man from his thoughts and makes him wary. This is extremely stressful for the guy, as he was sure that the island was uninhabited, but now it has become clear that there is someone else here. He instantly reacts to the cry, feeling acute anxiety, and begins to run towards the thicket from where the sounds were coming. Making his way through the dense bushes, the guy pushes aside the thick branches. Finally, he sees in front of him a girl who is half naked sitting on the sand and screaming loudly, clearly frightened by something. The young man immediately recognizes her. It is Helen, the best student at the university, the same one who was the center of attention on the deck of the liner. He notices a poisonous snake slowly approaching the girl, and the system immediately tells him what kind of reptile it is, providing all the necessary encyclopedic information to understand the threat. Helen is clearly very frightened, her voice trembling with fear. She begs the young man to save her from the poisonous snake that is rapidly approaching her. At the very moment when the snake pounces on the girl, the guy manages to grab it, not allowing the reptile to reach its target. The next second, he neutralizes her by hitting her against the trunk of a tree that grew nearby. Helen's voice trembles. She tries to talk to the young man. The guy turns away and suggests that she first get dressed to feel more comfortable. Realizing that she is in an extremely awkward situation, Helen tries to calm down and collect her thoughts to explain everything that is happening. She finally reveals that she decided to hide behind the trees to take off and dry her wet clothes, and could not even imagine that something like this could happen to her. Helen watches the young man who is busy collecting coconuts and realizes that he is a good guy who saved her life at a critical moment. She considers herself to be a rather beautiful and attractive girl, and she is very outraged by the fact that the guy left so quickly and does not even look in her direction, as if her presence means nothing. Deciding not to ignore this, the girl begins to slowly approach the guy, intending to start a conversation with him and express her gratitude. Approaching him, Helen thanks the guy for saving her and gives her name, hoping for further communication. He calmly answers her that he already knows who she is and introduces himself, saying that his name is Chin. Helen suddenly becomes hysterical, grabs the young man's hands tightly and tearfully says that she feels like a failure, because they both found themselves in the same plight after the shipwreck. After some time, Chin manages to calm the girl down with patience and compassion, and gives her coconut milk to drink to bring her back to her senses. The guy asks Helen if she has any things that can be used to contact the outside world, such as a phone, a walkie-talkie, or something similar that could help in this situation. Chin learns that the girl had no useful items when she washed ashore and found herself in the same situation as himself, with no means of communication. Helen tries to cheer him up, saying that their situation is not that dire, because a shipwreck is an emergency event, and after such a major incident, rescue teams are always sent out to search for survivors, which gives her hope for rescue in the near future. The guy is surprised by the girl's positive attitude because they found themselves in extremely difficult circumstances, and reactions like Helen's are quite rare in such circumstances. Chine decides to support her confidence. He agrees with her thoughts and adds that perhaps rescue teams are already on the way and will reach them soon. The girl recalls a recent encounter with a snake, and at that moment, the voice of a young man is heard, who suggests making a fire to scare away insects and snakes, because at night, the danger can only increase. The young men head to the coast, hoping to find something useful to start a fire, and spend a whole hour wandering through the sand dunes and among the rocks. But despite all their efforts, they still do not find anything suitable for starting a fire. Chin, looking out at the horizon, can't help but feel like they're in a place that has almost no trace of human activity, as if the island is completely isolated from the rest of the world. Meanwhile, Helen notices an empty plastic bottle in the overheated coastal sand. Disappointment flashes across her face, as she was hoping to find at least some valuable liquid in the bottle that could be useful to them. She's about to throw away the unnecessary item, but Chin notices her intention and quickly asks the girl not to do it. Helen asks the guy with doubt what could be so useful in this empty bottle, because in her opinion, it is absolutely useless in their situation. Chin confidently answers that she will see everything herself, and that this bottle can serve for them. He explains that he plans to use the bottle to start a fire, and recalls a method he saw on a survival TV show. The guy fills a bottle with water and uses it as a lens to focus the sun's rays. To his surprise and delight, the method turned out to be effective, and the refracted rays of the sun were able to light a fire, which became their first major success on the island. As evening gradually approaches, darkness thickens over the island, while the young people sit around the fire, enjoying the warmth and feeling relatively safe. Helen anxiously asks the boy how long he thinks it will be before rescuers find them. She's very worried about the thought that they might die of hunger before help is provided. Chan understands that he needs to cheer the girl up, because in a survival situation, the most important thing is to maintain a positive attitude, because if you are depressed, you will already be half dead. He confidently says that rescue operations usually last several days, and the maximum time they might have to spend on the island is 1 week. He also adds that there is no need to worry about food, as the beach is full of coconut palms, and even if they drink only coconut milk, they can last for a whole week. After finishing his speech, Chin takes out the killed snake, causing surprise in Helen, who immediately asks what he plans to do with it. Chin replies with a smile that she will soon see everything for herself, and begins to deftly dismember the snake, showing off her skills. Helen doesn't even want to think about the fact that the guy is going to fry this snake for dinner. The disgust is clearly visible on her face. Chin doesn't see any problem with this, and asks Helen directly why she is so surprised. Because they will be eating meat for dinner, and this should make her happy, since food in such conditions is a real gift. Helen categorically refuses to eat such food, declaring that she will not try snake meat even if she is threatened with starvation. Chin does not share her disgust and decides that if she is so squeamish, she can continue to starve, since he does not intend to persuade her. Chin calmly begins to eat his portion of snake, deliberately telling the girl how crispy and delicious the meat turned out, trying to make her envious. Helen is very hungry, but she resolutely turns away, trying to show her disdain for such food with her outward appearance, despite her growing desire to eat. Chin continues to eat his portion with pleasure and loudly talks about how delicious it is, how he likes the texture and smell of the meat. He wants to provoke the girl. Helen can't take it anymore and demands that he immediately stop behaving like this. However, a moment later, she takes the skewer with her portion and says that the guy still persuaded her to try it. After eating the first piece, Helen suddenly realized that the fried snake was not so bad. Its smell turned out to be quite pleasant, and the taste was quite appetizing and tender. Chin considers it lucky that they came across a red snake today, otherwise they would have to go hungry tonight. At that moment, the guy's thoughts switch to the virtual system, and a holographic screen instantly appears before his eyes, informing him that the owner has lit a fire and receives 100 points for it. Helen notices the strange movements that Chin makes in the air and asks worriedly what is happening to him. His behavior seems suspicious to her. Chin, not wanting to explain that he sees something strange, quickly replies that he just got an insect under his shirt. Chin understands that only he can see the system's holographic screens and is not going to tell the girl about it yet, preferring to keep his new abilities a secret. The young man reflects on the fact that people are unpredictable by nature, and he only spent a day with Helen and still has no idea what kind of person she is. If he tells her about the system, she might think he's crazy or tell someone else, which could get him into trouble. Chin decides that as long as Helen can't see the system's holographic screens, he shouldn't worry about his secret being discovered. He enters the main menu of the system, where he finds information that the owner will be rewarded with survival points for his efforts, and these points can later be exchanged for items in the virtual store. Chin enters the store and notices that there are many products available, but they are all quite expensive. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a strange lot called True Love in the Wild. This item has no description and only a name, but Chin believes that this skill could be very useful in their current situation. He notices that everything in the system store is expensive, and the cheapest item costs 2,000 points, while he only has 100 in his account, so he can't afford anything yet. Chin is thinking about the fact that there is no task list on the main page, and because of this, he does not know how else he can earn points to use the system's features. He speculates that coconuts will keep them alive until rescuers arrive, but the fruit contains only carbohydrates and no protein, which could prove problematic in the long run. The young man decides that the next day they should split up and try to collect fish and shrimp washed ashore during low tide to supplement their diet. Despite fatigue and severe stress, Chin cannot fall asleep. Getting up from his seat, he carefully looks at the girl who is sleeping peacefully nearby. Chaya notices how peacefully Helen sleeps and comes to the conclusion that she must not be afraid of him. Otherwise, she would not have been able to fall asleep so quickly next to him. The young man looks up at the brightly shining moon and decides that they will definitely discuss all their plans tomorrow. The young man's sleep did not last long. He suddenly woke up and instantly opened his eyes. Chin was very cold, and he couldn't understand why the temperature had dropped so suddenly and it had become so cold. He watches as Helen continues to sleep, but is shaking all over from the cold, and he understands that this is very bad for her. The guy decides to wake her up so that she does not freeze. Chin carefully approaches the girl and begins to gently shake her shoulder so as not to frighten her. He immediately feels that Helen's body is cold to the touch, but the girl is so tired and nervous during the day that her reaction to the world around her is now dulled. Suddenly, she wakes up and starts screaming loudly, frightened, asking the young man what he is doing and why he is trying to touch her. Chin is surprised by the girl's violent reaction. He tries to calm her down, explaining that he had no bad intentions. Helen continues to loudly express her indignation, stating that she thought he was a good person and is now extremely disappointed with his behavior. Chin informs her that he only wanted to warn her about the coming cold, as the temperature had dropped sharply and it had become dangerous for both of them. He suggests that the girl immediately come closer to the fire to warm up if she does not want to get hypothermia and suffer serious consequences. As the young men sit around the fire, trying to warm themselves up, Chin notices how big the temperature difference is between day and night on this island, which makes him uneasy. He thinks about how they need to come up with something to survive the cold nights, as they don't have enough clothing to cope with such sudden changes in weather. Helen asks what's going on here, wondering how it was that it was warm and comfortable during the day. But now the island is enveloped in such a bitter cold, as if they were in a completely different place. Chin expresses his concern that if the situation does not change, there is a possibility of freezing to death. He suggests hugging each other to maintain warmth and survive this cold night. But Helen categorically rejects his offer, not wanting to engage in such close physical contact, despite the current circumstances. The young people continue to sit in complete silence around the small fire, trying to warm up on the cold night, but it turns out to be not so easy. Helen feels that even despite the fire, her hands and feet are still cold, almost numb, and she has difficulty keeping warm. She looks at Chin carefully, realizing that maybe they really should hug to keep warm and get through the night, but she's held back by the fact that she has never been this close to a guy before. Finally, collecting her thoughts, Helen stands up resolutely and tells the young man that they must do this if they want to stay alive. She insistently asks Chin to close her eyes and not look in her direction so that it would be easier for her to cope with the situation. Chin looks at Helen with great surprise. He asks the girl why she's going to undress. Helen explains that in one TV series she saw people taking off their clothes to keep warm and protect themselves from the cold in extreme conditions. Chin tells the girl that their situation is different, and if they had too much clothing, it might interfere with heat transfer, but their clothing is too thin and there is no need to take it off. He reassures the girl, assuring her that he will simply hug her to warm her up. Helen is tense and clearly embarrassed, but gradually she begins to feel her body warming up. She becomes much warmer and more comfortable. She slowly relaxes, her eyes close, and soon she falls into a deep sleep, feeling safe. A new sunny day dawns. Helen wakes up in a good mood and tells the guy that it's already morning. The young people gaze intently at the beautiful sunrise that paints the sky with vibrant colors, and they are both overcome by the feeling that, despite the difficulties, this moment is beautiful in its own way. Suddenly, Chin enthusiastically rushes to the shoreline, seeing that the tide has gone out, and invites Helen to go with him to collect washed-up shrimp and crabs that could become their breakfast. Helen agrees, and they begin to explore the coastal area. Suddenly, the girl screams loudly in pain. One of the crabs has grabbed her hand tightly. She panics and asks Chin to immediately come to her and help. Chin, not distracted from his task, suggests that the girl use the stone to free herself from the crab's grip. Helen finds a sharp stone nearby and hits the crab's hard shell with it as hard as she can, getting rid of it. She proudly boasts of her success and tells the guy that she has succeeded, happily watching the collected crabs and realizing that a hearty breakfast awaits them. Using his camp knife, the young man deftly opens the shellfish, preparing them for cooking. Helen, watching the process, asks why Chin throws away the shells, since there is still a lot of meat left in them that could be used. Chin smiles and asks the girl not to be greedy, explaining that she won't be able to eat too many crabs anyway, and it's better not to take risks. He says that crab meat has specific properties, and if she eats too much, she may get indigestion, which is something they should avoid. The young people finish breakfast. Chin informs them that they cannot stay in their old place tonight. He suggests going into the forest to build a shelter and protect themselves from the cold night wind. Helen is not very happy with this proposal, but Chin reminds her of last night and the low temperature. Helen asks why they need to go into the forest. Can't they build a shelter on the beach where they are already accustomed? Chin explains that the forest contains more building material, which will be needed to build a reliable shelter, as well as a better chance of finding additional food, which is extremely important for them now. He asks the girl to finish breakfast as quickly as possible, since they still need to get some liquid and hit the road. Chin looks at a large coconut tree, at the top of which is a cluster of coconuts that can provide them with enough liquid for the next day. Chin begins to take off his belt. Helen, seeing this, covers her face with her hands in surprise, not understanding what exactly the guy is going to do. Using a belt, Chin quickly constructs a device and explains to the girl that he saw it in one of the travel shows. The method he is going to use for climbing trees is called a two-legged rope. The principle is that the rope increases the friction between your feet and the tree trunk, as if your feet were sticking to the tree, making climbing much easier. After a few minutes, Chin realizes that climbing the palm tree was much more difficult than he initially thought. Despite all the difficulties, he manages to reach the top of the tree. He asks Helen to move to a safe distance to avoid possible injuries when he starts cutting coconuts. He carefully begins cutting the fruit with his camp knife, trying to do it as quickly as possible. Helen tries the milk from one of the freshly cut coconuts and notices that it is different from what they have had before. It is fresher, and these fruits contain twice as much liquid, which is certainly good news. Chin pours the coconut milk into a plastic bottle to make it easier to carry, and tells the girl that they are now ready to set out and begin searching for materials to build a shelter. Chiwon notices that Helen is carrying several coconuts with her and, surprised, asks her why she decided to take them with her. Considering that they have already collected the liquid, Helen replies that they are short of liquid, and she does not intend to abandon the coconuts, since any supply, no matter how small, can be very useful. The guy tells Helen that too much coconut milk can be harmful, as the girl can experience vomiting and diarrhea if she drinks it in excess. This information convinces Helen, and she decides to throw the extra fruit on the ground, realizing that it is better not to risk her health. The young men slowly begin to enter the nearby forest, preparing to search for a suitable place to hide. Before heading into the jungle, Chin lays out an SOS message using stones on the beach, hoping rescuers will notice the signal while they are away. Chin used to be fascinated by survival TV shows and always thought that living in the wild could be an exciting and interesting adventure. But now he dreams of returning to his cozy room and lying down on the soft sofa. The guy looks around carefully, feeling that he can't shake the feeling that many evil eyes are watching him from all the dark corners of the forest, which causes internal unrest. Chin hands the bottle of coconut milk to Helen, who greedily quenches her thirst, feeling her health improve with each sip. After this, she hands the bottle back to the guy, but insistently asks him to drink more carefully and not to touch the neck with his lips. Chinin hears Helen ask him what exactly they are going to look for in this forest. She notes that the guy is looking around carefully, as if he's clearly trying to find something important. Chin replies that yesterday's snake belonged to the annularis family, and such snakes usually live near freshwater bodies and crawl away from them in search of prey. Helen guesses that the guy means the presence of a freshwater reservoir nearby, and Chin sarcastically remarks that she has excellent analytical skills. The young man draws her attention to the trampled grass ahead, pointing out that there are broken branches of bushes visible on this path, as well as on other bushes in this direction, which, in his opinion, indicates an animal trail leading to a watering hole. Helen is very surprised by the young man's knowledge, believing that she is very lucky to be with an experienced person on a desert island, where knowledge of nature can save lives. But a moment later, the girl's mood changes when she realizes that Chin is constantly teasing her, using his knowledge for small jokes. She asks the guy how he knows so much about the wild and surviving in it, because his knowledge is truly impressive. Chin smiles and explains that he always wanted to travel and challenge himself in extreme wilderness conditions, but all his knowledge came from watching TV and learning from the internet at home. Chin realizes that the forest is larger than he originally thought and believes that if they don't find a water source by noon, they'll have to start a fire to save time later. Suddenly, the young people stop. Helen reports that she hears some strange sound, which attracts her attention. Chin listens carefully and happily realizes what the sound is. His face lights up with a smile. He takes the girl by the hand and invites her to follow him as quickly as possible. The guy is confident in his guesses. After some time, they come out into a clearing and see a fast stream of fresh water in front of them, which becomes a real victory for them. The young people are genuinely happy, congratulating each other on their important find, knowing that they will now have access to drinking water. Chin considers this a great success because they found water before noon and now they will not die of thirst. Helen scoops water from the stream into her palms but doesn't dare drink it. She reports that this water is unsafe to drink as it may contain a lot of bacteria, which can lead to serious health problems. The young people continue on their way. Helen wonders why they didn't decide to pitch a tent near the water, since it would have been much more convenient than going further into the jungle. Chin finds a flat, open area and explains to the girl that if they set up the shelter near the water, they might encounter wild animals that come to drink, and it would be too dangerous for them. The guy then hands Helen a knife, saying that he will now start making a fire and look for suitable trees to build a shelter. Helen heads into the nearby thicket in search of large leaves that will be needed to build a shelter, hoping to quickly find the necessary materials. The jungle is always very humid, and because of this, trees are not always suitable for starting a fire. But despite this, Chin manages to find some dry wood to use as fuel. He recalls seeing many thin trees along the way that would be ideal for building a shelter. The young man recalls once seeing a TV program that showed how to make stone axes for survival. He selects the desired piece of stone and begins to sharpen it, hitting it against another stone, hoping to make something suitable. After some time, he finds himself with a fairly sharp stone tool in his hands. Chin realizes that he doesn't have much time to make a full-fledged axe, so he decides to act faster. Using a sharpened stone, Chin manages to cut down several thin trees which are suitable for building a hut. This work turned out to be quite labor-intensive. The young man had to spend about half an hour to cut down one tree. During the entire daylight hours, Chin managed to cut down only 9 trees. He thinks it's time to return to camp. After tying the felled trees together with a vine, Chin slung them over his shoulder and slowly walked back to the camp. Coming out into an open clearing, he hears Helen's voice, who says that she is glad to see him and that his long absence has already made her begin to worry. The girl shows him the huge leaves of the banana tree and proudly asks him to look at what she has found, hoping that her efforts will also be useful. Helen reports that she took the smallest leaves and that there are huge banana forests nearby. Chin reports that they currently have very little building material. The guy says that for now, they will build a small tent to survive the cold night. Helen asks Chin how they will attach the banana leaves to the overall structure. Chin says that he will make some load-bearing rods and will sharpen the felled trees for this purpose. After this, the young man uses a stone to drive the sharpened rods into the ground. After tying everything together with strong vines, Chin covers the structure with several layers of large banana leaves. Helen says that this design does not at all look like a nice and warm house. Chin tells the girl that they had very little time and materials, but this structure will help them survive the night. It will protect them from the wind, and the heat from the fire will go towards them. At this point, the guy receives a message from the virtual system, which informs him that he received 1,000 points for building a disgusting tent. Helen continues to talk to the young man and express her dissatisfaction to him, not noticing that a holographic screen of the system has appeared in front of him. Chin thinks that this is too much. Besides the girl, even the system thinks his work is disgusting. Helen stops her speech and looks closely at the young man standing next to her. Using an empty plastic bottle, young people boil water they collect from a stream to disinfect it and make it drinkable. Chin asks the girl not to rush, as he is very worried that she might burn herself with hot water if she drinks it too quickly. Helen quenches her thirst and then hands the bottle to the guy, once again insistently demanding that he not touch the neck with his lips. Khan believes that they have solved the heat problem and begins to think about how to provide themselves with food, because so far they only have coconuts and seafood, and they need to think about additional food sources. The guy continues to think about providing food and looks closely at the girl, who is vigorously waving her arms. Qian decides that tomorrow they will go to the banana grove to explore it and find something useful for their further survival. At this moment, a huge mosquito lands on the young man's hand. Helen delivers a strong blow to Chin's arm, trying to drive away a mosquito. Helen sees that the guy is very unhappy with her behavior and asks the young man for forgiveness for such a strong blow. Chin begins to get seriously worried as more and more mosquitoes appear around them. He remembers hearing that in the jungle they can be poisonous, and even one bite can leave a swelling on the skin. Realizing that the mosquitoes are a real threat, Helen becomes nervous and asks Chin to help her immediately as she begins to panic. Chin cups his hands and produces a thin, drawn-out whistle, which partially helps, and most of the mosquitoes fly away from Helen. The guy then takes a branch of a freshly picked bush and begins to brush off the remaining insects. After this, he decides to throw branches into the fire to create thick smoke. Soon, a dense layer of smoke forms around the tent, which very effectively repels jungle mosquitoes. Chin asks the girl to be patient, noting that breathing smoke is, of course, harmful, but it is the only way to drive away the insects that they have at the moment. The guy is happy with the design of his hut, as its wall successfully repels the wind, and the young people begin to feel warmth instead of the cold breeze coming from the ocean, which helps them feel more comfortable. Unlike the beach, the forest can be home to a lot of wild animals, so Chin suggests that Helen take turns keeping watch at night. However, he suddenly notices that the girl does not hear him at all. She is so tired that she fell asleep sitting upright. The young man carefully approaches Helen and gently places her in a cozy spot at the base of the hut, trying not to wake her. He realizes that he will have to be on duty alone tonight, and in order to keep himself busy, he decides to make a rope from tree bark, which could prove useful for their survival. The next morning dawns and the early sun begins to illuminate the dense forest, awakening all living things, including the birds, which begin to sing loudly, welcoming the new day. Helen wakes up to the sounds of the morning birds, stretches and feels that she has slept well and has not suffered from the cold that night, which she is very glad about. She notices a strong rope near the fire and asks Chin how he made it, clearly amazed at his skill. At this moment, an irritated and sleep-deprived Chin turns to her, clearly angry at her. He is deeply upset that he was on duty all night alone, and angrily tells the girl that she will have to be on duty tonight. Helen apologizes for her actions yesterday, explaining that she was very tired and does not remember how she fell asleep last night, but sincerely regrets leaving him alone. Chin also apologizes for his behavior, admitting that he lost his temper and asks Helen for forgiveness. He informs her that she will not have to be on duty alone at night, as he plans to switch places and organize the duty schedule so that everything is fair. The young people are at a stream with fresh water. Chin asks Helen where exactly she saw the banana grove. The girl points her hand to the east and says that while the guy was busy building a tent, she walked along the stream and came across this grove. Young people head to a banana grove, hoping to find something useful there. Along the way, they encounter a thicket of berry bushes. At this point, a virtual system provides the young man with a wealth of useful information about this plant, helping him understand its value. Chin picks a few berries from a bush and offers Helen to try them, telling her that these berries appear from April to May, are very good for the kidneys, help with colds, and even neutralize the effects of alcohol. Helen asks how tasty these berries are. Chin smiles and invites her to try them herself to see how they taste. Helen tries the berries that Chin offered her and immediately winces. The girl can hardly contain her emotions. She clenches her fists tightly and dissatisfiedly reports that the berries turned out to be too sour. The guy throws out the remaining berries, explaining that these are April raspberries, and it's perfectly normal that they are still sour now since the ripening season has not yet begun. After some time, the young people reach a banana grove where a wild banana belonging to the Musa species grows. The system informs Chin of detailed information about this plant and its possible uses, which allows him to better understand what they are dealing with. Helen says that the fruits look unappetizing and very green, to which Chin replies that he doesn't know whether they are ripe or not, but he is sure of one thing: they don't have any other choice yet. Chin realizes that the rope he made is not strong enough to support his weight, so he ties a rock to it to use it to pick the fruit. With a deft throw, Chin hurls his device towards a huge cluster of wild bananas, hoping to successfully knock it down. He then orders Helen to immediately move away to a safe distance to avoid possible injury. The rope Chin threw caught a huge banana blossom and became firmly attached, allowing him to begin pulling. Chin pulls the makeshift rope and begins to pull it towards him, using all his strength to pluck the fruits. However, the bunch of wild bananas clings to the tree quite tightly, and the young man is unable to pick it right away. Chin applies even more force. After a while, a loud crack is heard. A huge bunch of bananas, along with the leaves growing nearby, falls right on the young man. Helen rushes to him with concern and begins to carefully clear away the rubble, trying to free Chin. The girl believes that the guy is not seriously injured, since the banana leaves are quite soft. Suddenly, Chin's hand appears from behind the mountains of leaves, holding a plucked banana. The guy offers Helen to try it. Helen, frowning, tells the young man that she doesn't like that he constantly tests new food and its toxicity on her, as if she were a guinea pig. Realizing that the girl is unhappy, Chin decides to try the wild banana himself to dispel her doubts. Chin smiles and says that he wasn't trying to use her, but just wanted to act like a gentleman. After which he bites into the fruit, he immediately tells Helen that the taste of the banana leaves much to be desired. It is too hard and not sweet at all. Helen suggests that this banana is probably just not ripe yet and suggests trying another one to make sure. Chin explains that it's not a matter of whether the banana is ripe or not. He explains that this type of banana tree has not yet gone through the mutation process, and its fruits contain a huge number of seeds, which makes them inedible for humans. Chin throws away the remains of the banana and says that there is nothing tasty in them, and if you are hungry, you should eat meat. Helen tells the guy that she doesn't understand his jokes at all, to which Chin replies that he is not joking at all. They really can eat meat grown with the help of a banana tree. The girl thinks that the young man is simply making fun of her, but Chin asks her to come closer and see everything for herself. Chin holds out a banana leaf with a large larva on it and explains that this is the meat he meant. Helen looks at the insect in surprise and asks if they can really be eaten and how tasty it can be. Chin is very surprised by her reaction, finding it quite unusual, as she remains very calm in a situation that would shock many. The young men set up a brazier over a fire and begin roasting the larvae. Chin explains that while the larvae may not be the tastiest, they contain 6 times more protein than beef, making them extremely nutritious and healthy. After some time, Chin announces that the larvae are ready and can begin eating them. Much to the young man's surprise, Helen isn't at all fussy and begins to sample the larvae without much disgust. She reports that they taste quite good and are reminiscent of lobster paste, which leaves Chin even more surprised. Helen laughs loudly and tells the guy that these maggots are much tastier and better than the horrible snake meat she ate before. Chin tells the girl that he is very surprised by her reaction, because he thought that she would be scared of banana worms. But her reaction was completely opposite and unexpectedly positive. Helen explains that she has tried many different shellfish and strange animals in her life, so the larvae were not something unusual for her. And besides, she is currently experiencing a strong feeling of hunger and does not intend to be capricious or refuse food. Helen is surprised to see Chin cut up their only plastic bottle and asks why he did that, as it was an important item for them. The guy replies that he is going to use the bottle to catch fish, which surprises Helen as she did not expect such a use. Chin says that earlier he noticed a lot of fish swimming in the mouth of the stream, and he believes that with the help of this bottle, they will be able to easily catch small fish, which will significantly diversify their diet. The girl is very surprised and asks the young man how exactly a cut bottle can help them catch fish, since she does not understand his idea. Chan explains the design of his trap. The bottle's entrance serves as a kind of tunnel through which small fish can swim in with the flow of water, but it will be difficult for them to get out because of the small opening and the constant oncoming flow of water. The guy adds with a smile that he can explain it even more simply. It's easy to swim into a bottle, but difficult to swim out. Helen is still worried about the destroyed bottle because it was an important item for storing water. She asks how they will drink water now. Chin calmly informs that in this case they will use coconut halves, which can serve as excellent improvised bowls. He adds that the coconut shell can burn in a fire, and he intends to warm the liquid by throwing hot stones into it. He believes that after several such repetitions, the water can boil. Khan suggests finding a suitable place near the stream to set up the trap so they can continue their business while the fish are being caught. The girl asks why he decided to set the trap in this particular place and not near their camp. Chin explains that the area is shady, and in such conditions, water lettuce grows well, under which a large number of fish usually hide, making it a good place for fishing. Helen suddenly breaks away from his explanations and asks if he smells that strange smell she noticed. Chin actually starts to smell a strong odor after Helen points it out. It seems familiar to him, but the guy can't remember what it is. He asks the girl to wait for him. Helen comes out into a large open clearing and points out to the guy the grass growing there, telling him that it is from this that the strong smell comes. At this point, the system informs the young man that the plant is mint, a member of the genus of plants in the Lamium family, and that its leaves contain an oil that can spread through the air and repel insects. Chin is very happy with this find. Realizing that mint can be an excellent remedy against annoying insects, the guy wants to take some of the plants with him to plant them around the camp to repel blood-sucking insects. Helen expresses her extreme dislike of blood-sucking insects and enthusiastically begins to prepare as much mint as possible, telling the guy that they need to take as much of it as possible. Chin asks Helen to stop and explains that the amount of plants they have will be enough to protect their camp, and that there is no point in taking too many. The young men return to their camp and make a furrow around it, carefully planting mint bushes to create a natural barrier against insects. Chin thinks that today is their really lucky day. He didn't expect that they would find mint and be able to successfully get rid of dangerous insects. The guy suggests that Helen take advantage of the moment to rest a little and recuperate while she has the opportunity, and adds that a little later they will go to the sea for coconuts. At this moment, a holographic system screen suddenly appears in front of the young man, informing him that 200 points have been credited to his account for making a stone axe. Chin holds his stone axe in his hands and is surprised to realize that he has already received 2 rewards from the system in one day, which makes him happy. However, he still doesn't understand what specific tasks award points for, and decides that perhaps if he keeps making survival tools, he can earn even more points. Helen watches Chin closely, not understanding why he is so genuinely happy and why he is looking at the stone axe so intently. But she doesn't ask any unnecessary questions. Young people come to the beach and are confronted with a view of a large number of broken coconuts lying under one of the palm trees. Kyan notices that there is clearly some creature living on the island that is eating their supplies and doing it much more efficiently than he is. Helen suggests that perhaps they are not alone here and that someone else may be on the island. But Chin refutes her guesses, pointing to a torn coconut shell and explaining that it is unlikely that a person did this, since such a thing cannot be done with ordinary physical force. Helen begins to experience intense fear, assuming that it could be a tiger or a lion, which makes her feel insecure. Chin tries to calm the girl, saying that her fears are in vain, since such predators are unlikely to eat coconuts, which means their presence here is unlikely. Koya notices a large footprint in the sand and realizes that it was left by a coconut eater. Helen says that she had previously heard about the existence of giant coconut crabs. Chin confirms these guesses. He says that there are only traces around that belong to a coconut crab. The young people decide to find the coconut crab and begin to follow its trail. Helen reports that the crab's trail breaks off and is no longer visible. Chin raises his head and looks closely at a nearby palm tree. The virtual system informs the young man that the coconut crab is a species of land hermit crab that can grow up to 1 meter in length and is considered the largest land arthropod in the world. Helen carefully examines the arthropod. licks her lips appetizingly, and says that the crab weighs several kilograms. Helen intends to eat a huge crab but doesn't know how to get to it. The young men hide behind a nearby palm tree and wait for the moment when the crab descends to the ground. Helen asks Chin to hurry, as she believes the crab will now climb the next tree. Chin tells her not to worry, assuring her that the arthropod won't go anywhere and won't be able to just leave after eating all their coconuts. Helen is obsessed with the idea that she needs to catch and eat a huge, delicious crab as quickly as possible. Coconut crabs have powerful jaws, making cracking open a tough nut as easy as peeling a banana. Chin's appearance takes on a terrifying look as he slowly approaches the huge coconut crab that is lurking on the ground. Chin takes the opened coconut from the crab. The guy praises him and says that he is doing a good job and suggests that he continue to open other nuts. He carefully examines the arthropod and is surprised by its strange habits. Usually such crabs are afraid of bright daylight and come out only at night. Chin snatches another cracked nut from the crab's claws and is very surprised at how quickly the crab can handle the coconuts. The arthropod, sensing that its prey has been taken away, becomes angry and reacts aggressively, trying to grab the guy with its powerful claws. Chin playfully jumps away from his blows and, with a grin, invites the crab to try to catch it. He then tells the crab that it is time for payback for stealing their coconuts. The young man pins the huge crab to the ground and ties it up with his rope. Helen, a little behind Chin, asks him to go slower, saying that it is hard for her to keep up with him. The guy replies that they need to hurry since the sun will soon begin to set, and they may not have time to return before dark. Helen collapses on the sand, announcing that she is tired and cannot go on anymore because the coconuts she is carrying are too heavy. Chin understands her condition and suggests making a short stop so that she can rest and regain her strength. He looks at the evening low tide and feels regret that it will soon get dark. He would like to have time to catch even more living creatures. At this point, Helen begins to cry, her eyes full of despair. She reports that the third day is already ending, and the rescue teams still have not shown up. Helen's reaction deeply hurts the young man, and he is about to say something to lift her spirits and restore her confidence. However, before he can think of anything, Helen pulls herself together, slaps her cheeks with her palms, and resolutely orders herself to pull herself together. After this, she says that they should not be upset, because she is sure that they will not be abandoned on this desert island. The girl reminds them that rescuers may arrive later, perhaps in a week, as Chin said, and then lifts the heavy coconuts and says that they need to move on before the sun sets. Chin is plunged into heavy thoughts, realizing that 3 days have flown by unnoticed, and begins to worry that if they are not found in a week, then rescuers will most likely stop searching. The young men check their trap and find 3 small fish in it. The young man says that there are a lot of fish in this river, and he never thought that with the help of such a simple device he would only catch fish. He begins to cut up the caught fish and asks Helen to return to camp, saying that he will catch up with her a little later. This time, the guy decided to use fish guts as bait instead of banana worms. He believes that this will attract larger fish than before. A holographic system screen appears in front of Chin, informing him that the fishing task has been completed and he has received 500 points. This news pleases the young man, because now he has 2,000 points in his account, and this is enough to visit the system store and perhaps get something really useful. He returns to the camp and sees Helen trying to make something out of stones. The guy asks what exactly she has in mind. Helen replies that the coconut crab turned out to be quite large, so she's going to build a larger stove. After some time, the young people light a fire and begin to prepare dinner, consisting of a coconut crab and 3 small fish. Helen reports that she really enjoys the food. The crab meat is very nutritious and has a sweet, coconut-like taste. The girl says that today is the first time she has eaten a full meal and does not feel hungry. Chin goes to bed and asks him to wake her up at midnight so that they can switch places. Night falls. It becomes very dark around. Helen feels fear and constantly feeds it with her thoughts that some wild animals might attack them. Suddenly, Chin grabs her sharply. The girl did not expect this and lets out a loud scream. Helen turns sharply and begins to clumsily swing the stone axe, screaming loudly. She reports that the young man scared her a lot and asks her not to do that, after which she asks him why he got up so early, since she had not yet intended to wake him up. Chin says that he can't sleep. He invites the girl to go to bed and intends to take her place. Helen asks the young man if he is really rested. She understands that the guy is going to be on duty for the 2nd night in a row, because yesterday she slept all night and was not on duty. Chin says that everything is fine. He wants Helen to get enough sleep and not smash his head with an axe one day in her sleep. Chin throws some wood on the fire and decides that now is the time to visit the system's virtual store. There is peace all around. Only the light smoke from the fire slowly rises high into the air, dissolving into the dense treetops. Chin heats up the water, carefully places hot stones from the fire into a cup made from half a coconut, and disinfects it with mint leaves. The young man believes that as long as there is the ability to boil water, there is no need to worry about bacteria and possible risks. He finds mint leaves not only healthy but also very tasty, and they help him stay alert. Suddenly he hears Helen talking in her sleep, the girl constantly calling for help, repeating that they are in trouble on a desert island. Tears appear on her face. She hopes that the rescuers will not abandon them and will definitely come to their aid. Chin always thought that Helen was an optimist by nature, but now he thinks that he may have been wrong in his assessment of her. The girl often behaves positively, but probably hides her fears and weaknesses behind it. The guy comes to the conclusion that the crash at sea was a test beyond her capabilities, and in order not to lose heart and give up, Helen constantly encouraged herself. He believes that Helen subconsciously expects rescuers to show up and find them in a week, and this belief helps her move forward. But if no one comes after 7 days, her belief may collapse, and then she will lose the will to live. Chin believes that there is no time for such thoughts now. He needs to focus on pressing problems. The guy goes to the menu of the virtual store and is going to see what he can exchange his points for. 2,000 points is enough to get various knowledge packs, such as the Wilderness First Aid Encyclopedia or the Wildlife Encyclopedia. Chin doesn't know what to choose. He wants to get all the available knowledge packages, but he can only choose one. On a desert island, tools are scarce and the boy has very few options for crafting them, so he chooses a package called an Encyclopedia of Field Crafts. Suddenly, bright energy waves flare up around the young man, and the virtual system informs him that the package download has begun. This knowledge pack lives up to its name, as it contains a variety of useful skills, such as making bows or mastering pottery. He even has knowledge of how to create paper, and the boy understands that with these skills he can survive on a desert island for many years. The system informs the young man that a special service called the Wheel of Fortune has been activated, which allows him to randomly receive a valuable item or skill, the cost of which is 1,000 points per spin. For your first purchase in the Chin System store, you receive 1 free spin of the reel. The guy is happy that there are no empty sectors on the wheel, which means he will definitely get some kind of prize. Chin spins the wheel and lands on the cheetah speed sector. A young man saw this skill in the store a few days ago and it was worth 10,000 points, so Chin thinks he's hit the jackpot. The virtual system asks whether he wants to use this skill right now or leave it for later. Chin decides that he doesn't need to use this ability at the moment and leaves the cheetah speed for later. Morning comes. Helen slowly wakes up, she lazily rubs her eyes, and gets ready to meet a new day. Suddenly, the girl realizes that she is alone. Helen begins to turn her head in different directions, hoping to see Chin nearby. A moment later, he appears in the camp. The guy wishes her good morning and says that he brought freshly caught fish for breakfast. Helen's voice is heard asking the guy to be sure to warn her next time he leaves so that she doesn't worry. Chin explains that the girl was fast asleep and he didn't want to wake her up so as not to disturb her sleep. Helen says that she will be away for a short while and asks the guy to wait for her and under no circumstances to approach the area downriver. Chin reminds the girl not to forget to bury everything so that the smell does not attract wild animals and does not pollute the water. Helen reacts emotionally to his words and says that she just wanted to wash herself. Chin is left alone, sitting by the fire and eating fried fish, wondering why Helen reacted so strongly to his remark. He understands that it is important for girls to take care of themselves while on this desert island. Helen has never been able to wash herself properly. She simply hasn't had the opportunity. And besides, she is a little shy, so she only dared to say this now when she could no longer stand the inconvenience. Chin himself hasn't had the opportunity to wash properly for a long time, and now he's beginning to realize that his body is emitting an unpleasant odor. Chin informs the girl of his intention to look around in search of something useful and asks her to warn him when she returns. During his short journey, Chin discovers a tree with many tinder fungi growing on it, which catches his attention. The system informs him that these mushrooms can live on tree trunks for years. They have the property of thinning the blood, but unfortunately are not edible, although they can be used to start a fire. Chin is excited about the new knowledge, as the system helps him distinguish whether mushrooms are edible or not, and finding the tinder fungi gives him the idea to try to find mushrooms suitable for food. Chin finds a large number of berries, but unfortunately, most of them are outside the information package provided by the system, and therefore it is unknown whether they are edible or not. The boy suddenly stops exploring the area when he hears a strange sound coming from the nearby bushes, which makes him wary. Chin hides behind a tree, and after a while he sees a huge, plump hare running out into the clearing. The young man receives information that the speed of a hare in the jungle reaches about 70 kilometers per hour, which makes pursuit almost impossible. Chin decides that he can stun the animal by throwing his axe at it, and promptly throws it in the direction of the hare. The guy misses, and not wanting to lose his prey, rushes forward, hoping to grab the animal while it is confused. The hare, deftly maneuvering and developing incredible speed, quickly disappears into the forest thicket. Chin falls to the ground, feeling disappointed, and admits to himself that he always thought catching a hare was difficult, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult in reality. Chin decides to return to camp, believing that enough time has passed and Helen has already completed her water procedures. After some time moving through the forest, the young man stops. Realizing that he is lost, he cannot remember in which direction the camp is. This makes him uneasy. He was lucky that the morning dew had moistened the ground and left his footprints on it. Otherwise, the boy would not have been able to find his way back to camp. Chin returns to camp and is very surprised by the girl's absence, wondering why she hasn't returned yet. He is indignant that her bathing takes so long. Suddenly, Chin turns around after hearing Helen's loud scream coming from the river, causing him to take immediate action. The guy rushes to the river and quickly finds the girl. He immediately asks if everything is okay with her and what happened. Helen is clearly frightened. Fear completely paralyzes her. She begs for help and says that there is a snake next to her. Chin immediately dives into the water, creating a lot of splashes around himself. Chin shows the girl the eel he caught and asks her to calm down. The guy explains that it is not a snake at all, but an ordinary rice eel, harmless to her. Chin leaves the girl on the shore and decides to go back to the camp to wait for her there. The system provides Chin with detailed information about the rice eel, noting that they have a fleshy structure, have no bones, and are therefore quite tasty, and that these creatures live primarily in shallow rivers and flooded fields. Chin considers the morning a success, as they are now provided with food for the whole day, and this gives him confidence. Helen dresses slowly, feeling ashamed, hoping that Chin didn't see anything wrong during the incident by the river. The girl returns to the camp, where she is met by Chin, who immediately asks about her well-being. Helen assures that she has already calmed down and feels much better. She understands that Chin was there all this time and was ready to protect her if necessary. Suddenly, Helen's mood changes dramatically, feeling inexplicably irritated. She asks why Chin is looking at her like that. Chin replies that the thing is that she is beautiful and looks quite attractive. Helen's face flushed scarlet at Chin's words. Her gaze was full of surprise, and she herself remained completely silent, not knowing what to answer. Helen turns sharply and quickly leaves the clearing, announcing on the way that she is returning to the camp. She does not want to show her embarrassment and confusion. Helen doesn't understand why her reaction to Chin's compliment was so strong, because she has received compliments from men many times before, but never before did it cause such a thrill. Chin smiles at the girl after she leaves. He himself did not expect to say such words to her. His feelings were expressed spontaneously. Although rice eels do not live in groups, Chin doubts that the one found earlier was alone. He decides to return to the river to try his luck and catch another eel. The boy finds damp soil near the river, knowing full well that eels dig holes in such places, creating secluded nests for themselves. After some time, Chin discovers an inconspicuous hole near the water that the eel could use for habitation. Knowing that the hole has two exits, one at the top and the other leading straight into the water, Chin decides to block the one that leads to the river to prevent the eel from escaping. Using clay and wet earth, he closes the bottom exit so that the eel cannot escape and swim away when he starts fishing. Chin realizes that catching eels with bare hands is not safe, as other, more dangerous creatures may live in such burrows. He decides to weave together some long stalks of grass to carefully lower into the hole. Realizing that such an activity requires special care, since snakes, unable to dig their own holes, often occupy those dug by eels and can pose a threat. Chin had a similar experience when he accidentally caught a water snake instead of an eel when he stuck his hand into a hole in elementary school. He was very lucky that the snake turned out to be non-venomous, which left a lasting impression on him for life. The system reports that the best time to catch eels is in the summer, when their mating season begins, and they often emerge from their burrows and release a lot of water bubbles, making them easier to spot. Chin carefully lowers a bunch of grass into the hole to find out what is actually living there, an eel or a snake. A moment later, something inside grabs the grass and begins to yank it sharply, which gives the guy a surge of adrenaline. With a sharp movement, Chin pulls out the improvised rope and happily realizes that he has managed to catch an eel. This is another success. Helen happily examines the catch, genuinely surprised that the guy was able to catch a few more rice eels. Chin says with a smile that it wasn't that easy. He had to work hard and put in effort to find and catch the eels. But he is happy with the result, because now they are provided with food. Helen wonders what they will do with the catch, because if they fry all the eels at once, they won't be able to eat them all in one go and they might spoil. Chin says they will smoke the eels to preserve their meat longer, which will give them the freedom to eat in the coming days. He starts a fire and constructs a simple smoking rack, explaining that the process will only take 3 to 4 hours. As they don't need to store the meat for long, they plan to eat it within the next few days. Helen, feeling the need to be helpful, asks Chin if there is anything she can do to help, admitting that she is often left out and feels awkward. She notes that Chin is always busy, and she also wants to contribute to their shared survival. Chin smiles and replies that he will teach her how to weave ropes from tree bark, and once she masters this skill, she will become responsible for making ropes in their camp. Chin also announces that he is going to the river and asks Helen to heat the stone slab for their upcoming dinner to speed up the cooking process. With the help of the trap, he manages to catch only 2 or 3 small fish, no more than 5 or 6 a day, which he considers insufficient to provide stable food for both of them. He decides that the best solution is to build a dam to preserve the caught fish. In the coming days, they will feed on eel meat, while simultaneously accumulating fish in a man-made pool to ensure a steady supply of food. Chin believes that they are already provided with food for the next 3 days, and begins to think about improving their housing in case the rains begin. After this, he turns the trap over and releases the caught fish into a small artificial pool. Helen is very hungry during the day and is looking forward to finally having dinner. Her stomach is growling with hunger. Chin turns over pieces of eel on a hot stone slab, informing Helen that dinner will be ready in a few minutes. For the final touch, Chin decides to add some wild berries to the dish to give the eel a special touch. The berries fall with a quiet hiss onto the hot stone slab, infusing the rice eel with a wonderful forest aroma, awakening the appetite and giving the dish a special sophistication. Helen takes a hot piece of eel from the stone slab and slowly begins to taste it, chewing carefully and enjoying every moment. The oily aroma of smoke and the slight acidity of raspberries combine beautifully, balancing each other out. Each piece, soaked in sweet and sour juice, melts on her tongue, causing genuine delight. Chin takes great satisfaction in watching Helen enjoy the dinner he prepared, and is glad that his culinary efforts are appreciated. Holding a smoldering tinder fungus in his hand, the boy is about to return to the clearing where he saw the hare and hopes that his hunt will bring him luck. The morning dew had erased all traces, but the young man had prudently made marks on the trees so that he could easily find his way to the clearing. Chin is confident that this is his chance to provide the camp with meat, because since they built the shelter, he has not gone hunting, and now he feels the need to replenish supplies. The fish and eels are almost gone, and it is time to take care of food again. The action moves forward 2 days ago. Helen curiously asks Chin why he took apart their shed. Chin replies that the old shed was too small and unreliable, and he decided to build a more spacious and stable structure that would be more comfortable and safer. Throughout the day, they worked hard together to improve their design. The new canopy turned out much better than the previous one. It became larger and protected them more reliably from rain and wind. Chin is going to follow the path the hare took, hoping to track him down. He only has a few hours until the tinder fungus smolders and keeps the fire going. He speculates that hares likely do not migrate long distances, but prefer to stay in one place because the jungle is rich in vegetation and they have no need to search for food in other parts of the forest. In practice, it turned out that finding a hare hole was not as easy as he expected. After some time, The young man finally manages to find a hole located next to an old tree, which becomes a real find for him. The virtual system tells Chin that hares usually have 3 exits from their burrows, so the one he found is far from the only one. Before smoking out a hare, Chin carefully seals all escape routes to prevent the animal from escaping. The young man finds 5 exits from the hole, 3 of which he carefully blocked, leaving only 2. In one, he will put tinder fungus to smoke out the animal, and at the other he will watch for the hare. Using a smoldering tinder fungus, Chin lights a small fire so that the smoke fills the hare's hole and forces the animal to come out. The young man takes up a position at one of the burrow's exits, and all he can do is wait until the hare jumps out to freedom, driven away by the smoke. After a while, a large hare bursts out of the hole at great speed, forcing Chin to react instantly and try to grab it. The young man's reaction does not fail him. He suddenly grabs the animal. The next moment, a small hare appears in his hands, flailing about in panic. A few seconds later, other little bunnies start running out of a nearby hole, and Chin realizes that he has accidentally found a whole family. Wild hares rarely live in large colonies, but it turned out that quite a large family lived here. Chin puts out the fire and very carefully tries to look inside the hare hole. Inside the hole, Chin finds 3 little rabbits huddled in a corner, clearly frightened by what is happening, trembling with fear. Even though most of the older and larger hares managed to escape, Chin still had a good catch today and he was quite pleased. Returning to camp, the boy does not hide his joy and boasts about his catch. Helen takes one of the bunnies in her arms, gently hugging it, and begins to play with it. Chin looks at this with a grin and reminds Helen that the hares are not toys, but they're food. He's going down to the river to cut them up for cooking. Helen, looking at these little creatures, says that they are too cute to eat and begs Chin not to do it. She suggests not rushing into this decision, arguing that the bunnies are too bony and skinny to eat, and suggests fattening them up and waiting until they grow up and gain weight, and then deciding their fate. Chin agrees with Helen's proposal, admitting that there will be very little meat from these small hares now. He says that they will eat the only large hare and leave the rest and take care of them. Helen gently hugs the bunny, asks him for forgiveness, and whispers that they really have no choice. She did everything she could to delay their fate. Chin begins to carefully butcher a large hare, taking into account that the meat of a wild animal has a strong smell, so it is important to thoroughly drain the blood and remove the skin. He notices that the fur of wild hares is much coarser than that of domestic rabbits and decides to save the skin, planning to use it in the future. Helen says that she doesn't like rabbit meat at all, as it's too smelly, to which Chin suggests that she eat fried fish and leave all the meat to him. He understands her, since he himself notices that the meat of fried hare really has a disgusting smell, and even after careful processing, he was unable to get rid of this stench. Chin looks at the happy Helen and asks her why she looks so happy and asks her to share information. Helen smiles and announces that tomorrow is the 7th and final day of their stay on the island. The girl says that they will finally be able to leave the island, and that this is a great reason to rejoice. Chin looks at the smiling Helen and feels surprised by her naive thoughts, because their situation is far from joyful. After some time, Helen notices strange devices in Chin's hands and, coming closer, asks what he is doing. Chin calmly replies that he wants to make fire. Helen, in surprise, points to the already burning fire nearby. She says that they already have a fire and does not understand why Chin is doing this. Chin explains that he wants to learn a new skill because the more he knows and can do, the better for their survival, especially if one of those dark days comes. Having received a new package of knowledge from the system, the guy mastered 5 different ways of starting a fire, and although the most productive is using a flywheel, he decided to try the technique with a wooden bow. He begins to work diligently with the new device, quickly mastering the technique. Soon, due to intense friction, a light smoke appears. Chin picks up the smoldering moss in his hands and begins to carefully fan the flames with his light breath. A minute later, a new fire is already blazing at his feet. Helen, watching this process, experiences sincere childish joy and cannot help but praise him for this new skill. The next morning, the young people prepare to leave their camp. Helen tenderly says goodbye to the little hares and asks them to behave well. Chin looks at the girl and reflects on the fact that she is still confident that rescuers will definitely arrive for them on exactly the 7th day. He understands that she lives in her own world, and he becomes increasingly concerned about how she will perceive reality if their expectations are not met. Helen settles down on the shore and eagerly awaits the arrival of rescuers, greatly surprised by their absence and assuming that they just need to wait a little longer. Chin realizes that they will most likely be forced to spend the night on the beach, so he decides to prepare in advance, gather firewood and some coconuts to provide them with minimal comfort. Yesterday, Chin learned a new fire-making technique and decided to try it out in real-life conditions today. Helen begins to shiver from cold and excitement. Her voice sounds worried when she asks why the rescuers are taking so long when it is almost dark. She begins to wonder if she's miscalculated, and perhaps it's only day 6. But then comes the terrifying thought that maybe the rescuers have simply forgotten about them. Chin, sensing the girl's anxiety, doesn't know how to start this conversation, how to choose the words to tell her the bitter truth and not completely shatter her hopes. But he doesn't have time to utter a single word, because Helen suddenly grabs his hand tightly, her eyes full of fear and despair. She becomes hysterical. Tears stream down her face. She screams that she doesn't want to die here in this abandoned place, her voice full of pain and fear. In a state of hysteria, Helen demands that Chin tell her that none of this is true and that they will definitely be saved, her condition worsening with each passing second. Chin understands that there is no other way to stop her panic and decides to take a sharp step. He hits her on the cheek with his palm, hoping to bring her back to reality. It works. Helen instantly calms down. She looks at him stunned, asking why he hit her, her voice now quiet and full of bewilderment. Chin tells Helen that she needs to look at things realistically, no matter how painful it is, and accept the truth. Helen, unable to contain her emotions, hugs the young man and begins to cry loudly, her voice trembling when she says that the rescuers will not come for them and will never take them away from here. The realization of this causes deep pain. Chin tries to calm her down and quietly says that it's okay if the rescuers don't come. He's still there and won't abandon her, and everything will be fine, no matter how hard it is for them now. Night falls on the island. Young people sit by the fire, silently watching the ocean spread out before them. Silence fills the space around them, as if they were left alone in this world. It's early morning. Chin is suddenly woken up by a powerful blow to the face. Stunned, he asks what's wrong and why she did it. Helen defiantly reports that yesterday he hit her and she decided to return the debt by playing by the same rules. But after that, she suddenly begins to thank him for yesterday, admitting that his support helped her get through difficult moments. Her words sound sincere. Chin tries to control himself. Helen's behavior and reaction seem strange to him. Helen points to the ocean, noting that the time should have been low tide, but it hasn't, and the water level remains the same. Chin says that low tides do not always occur at the same time, and the difference between them can be as much as several hours compared to the previous day. He reminds them that 7 days have passed since they found themselves on the island, and now they will have to wait for low tide for about 3 more hours. After opening the coconut with a knife, the guy suggests waiting a bit and enjoying the coconut milk. Helen is surprised at how quickly the whole week has flown by and thoughtfully begins a conversation about the rescuers, asking whether they will come for them or not. Chia notices that the girl is starting to come to her senses a little after yesterday, as she can now calmly discuss such topics without falling into despair. Helen reports that she knows that if someone is listed as missing, then after 2 weeks of searching, they are officially declared dead. Chin agrees that their prospects do not look bright. If rescuers do not find them within a month, search efforts will likely be scaled back, and in the worst case, stopped altogether. Helen listens to him and sighs, thinking that in this situation, Chin could have said something more encouraging, because support is so important now. She has almost resigned herself to the idea that rescuers may never find them, and in that case suggests building a boat so that they can try to sail away from the island themselves. At this moment, Chin suddenly turns around, his gaze focused. He begins to peer very closely into the ocean. The guy notices Helen's gaze and asks why she is looking at him so intently. He says that the water has already receded and suggests going in search of food. After some time, they return to the camp. Chin is surprised to find that the young hares tried to escape. They partially gnawed through the cage, trying to get free. He understands that they returned just in time, because if they had delayed for a couple more hours, the hares would have already managed to escape. Chin asks Helen to keep an eye on the hares to prevent them from escaping while he lights a fire to cook. Helen, meanwhile, finishes preparing dinner and informs Chin that everything is ready and they can start eating. Chin, busy building a new cage for the rabbits, asks her to start eating without him, as he wants to finish the job and make sure the rabbits can't escape anymore. He also asks Helen not to throw away the clamshells, as they might come in handy, to which the girl asks in surprise how these shells could be useful. Chin believes that the seafood they collected today will last for about 2 days, and in the coming days the low tide will be mostly at midday, so they will be able to replenish their supplies later. He reflects on how lucky they are that they don't have seafood allergies, as it is now their main food source, although such food is only a temporary solution and they need to find more permanent food sources. Chin says he's very tired and needs a good night's sleep, so he asks Helen to wake him up at midnight so he can go on duty. Helen realizes that Chin barely slept last night because of her, and she feels grateful for that. Chin suddenly opens his eyes and realizes that it is already morning, although he expected to wake up at midnight. Still a little sleepy, he asks Helen why she didn't wake him up as he asked. The girl explains that he was sleeping so soundly that she didn't want to disturb him, and she decided to give him the opportunity to get a full night's sleep to restore his strength. Chin sees that Helen looks very tired. He understands that she also needs rest. The guy asks her to stay in the camp today and just rest, emphasizing that she does not need to do anything. Chin sets out from camp, knowing that low tide will be around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, but first he intends to try to find other food sources to diversify their diet. However, finding something edible turns out to be a difficult task. Chin has been wandering through the forest for more than 2 hours, and all he manages to find are unknown berries that could be dangerous. Judging by the position of the sun, it must be around 9 in the morning now. He begins to wonder how far he has gone from the beach, and whether it is time to return so as not to miss the moment of low tide. Suddenly Chin freezes. Hearing a very familiar sound, he listens carefully. The young man begins to guess what this unfamiliar noise is and understands where it is coming from. The guy immediately rushes towards the familiar sound and soon discovers that there are huge bamboo thickets on this island. This is a real discovery for him. Using his stone axe, he begins to chop down young bamboo trunks, hoping to use them for a variety of useful purposes. Bamboo is considered a multifunctional plant in nature, and Chin understands that with its help, the tools and equipment from a survival kit will no longer be something unattainable. However, chopping bamboo turns out to be much more difficult than he thought. After each blow of the axe on the trunk, the entire plant shakes and sways, which significantly reduces the force of the blow, and a noticeable recoil occurs, which complicates the task. After several hours of hard work, Chin decides that he needs to take a break, as he can hardly feel his hands anymore. The guy collects straight young bamboo trunks and counts the time he spent in this forest. Although the bamboo harvest was successful, he feels that he has lost too much time and now needs to return to camp as quickly as possible. Upon his return, Helen meets him at the camp, her face lighting up with joy when she sees Chin back safe and sound, and tells him that she had been waiting for him, preparing fish for him to help him regain his strength after a long day of work. Helen suggests starting dinner as quickly as possible because the fish is already starting to get cold. Chin takes his portion and is surprised to find that some of the fish has turned to charcoal, clearly overcooked. The girl notices his confusion and asks what's wrong, why he isn't eating, to which Chin replies that the fish is too hot and he should wait a little while for it to cool down. Helen sincerely hopes that Chin will like her fried fish and is looking forward to his reaction. The young man chews and swallows a small piece with difficulty, saying that it is very tasty, and tries to look sincere so as not to offend the girl. Helen is very pleased with the compliment and decides to try the fish herself, believing that if he liked it, then she too will be able to enjoy the result of her efforts. However, a second later she spits out the fried fish in disgust. Chin smiles faintly, watching her reaction, realizing that she also felt this unpleasant taste. Helen says that all the fish is burnt and bitter and inedible, and then sincerely apologizes for wasting the food. Chin, trying to calm her down, says that everything is fine and asks her not to say that, adding that only a small part of the fish was burnt, and next time she can cook it better if she is a little more careful. Chin asks Helen to stop torturing herself and stop eating the burnt fish, suggesting she try the oysters they collected instead. However, Helen is stubborn and claims she likes the fish, although it is obvious she is just trying not to disappoint him. Chin, smiling, once again asks her to calm down and not force herself to eat something that she doesn't like, because food should bring joy, not be torture. The boy begins to make a new fish trap using a young bamboo stalk and his stone axe, hoping that the new tackle will increase their catch. Chin says that Helen also has a task and points to the remaining bamboo. He asks her to cut off a section of bamboo, peel it, make holes in it, and insert a string to make a water bottle. Helen looks at him seriously and asks him not to be shy about asking her for help, adding that if they want to survive on this island, they must help each other and share responsibilities equally. Kin replies that he appreciates her support, but asks her not to push too hard and to be careful not to accidentally cut herself. Making a new fishing trap requires careful attention to detail and involves several steps. First, Chin cuts one of the bamboo stalks lengthwise, giving it a shape reminiscent of an opening flower. This will be the base for the future trap. He then cuts another bamboo stalk into strips of equal width and begins to weave them around the first one, creating a strong and flexible basket-like structure. He then uses the remaining bamboo strips to create a funnel at the top that will prevent the caught fish from escaping, thus ensuring the effectiveness of the structure. After some time, a notification arrives in his virtual account. The system informs him that 500 points have been awarded for the successful creation of a new fish trap, which gives him a feeling of satisfaction for the work done. Helen and Chin sit by the fire, silently looking at the fire and watching as the flames illuminate the clearing. Helen shows Chin her water bottle, which she made from a bamboo stalk. Chin sincerely praises her for her diligent and thoughtful work, and he notes with admiration that her idea to make ears for the rope turned out to be very practical and convenient. They both appreciate bamboo as an excellent building material and decide that tomorrow it is worth returning to the bamboo grove to cut down a few more trunks. Helen says that she does not intend to be a burden and that her help in this matter will be very useful. Chin wants to discuss an important issue with the girl. Previously, he tried not to burden her too much, fearing for her mental state. But now that she's clearly back to normal, he admits that having his hands free would definitely be a good thing. Helen notes that the bamboo thickets are simply enormous, with no end in sight. The couple spends more than 2 hours on the road, and now, feeling tired, they decide to take a break and rest a little to recuperate. Helen likes the bamboo grove, finding it a pleasant place, and suggests moving the camp as it contains many useful materials and the space seems more cozy and peaceful. However, Chin is against such a proposal. He believes that food is more important for them now, and moving the camp without thinking everything through carefully is unwise. He hands the girl his camp knife and asks her to start searching for bamboo shoots, as they agreed the previous night. Chin reminds her that the journey back to the camp will take a long time, so whether Helen finds the escapees or not, he asks her to return here by noon. Despite the fact that the bamboo grove is huge, finding young shoots turns out to be quite difficult. Helen doesn't give up, and after some time she still manages to find a small number of young shoots. She decides that it is better to choose smaller shoots, since the adults are too heavy and will be difficult to carry to the camp. Looking at the results of her work, Helen feels great satisfaction. It seems to her that these shoots should last for a long time. Suddenly, the girl tenses up when she starts hearing strange sounds that are clearly approaching her. A moment later, she notices a wild boar appearing in a clearing a few dozen meters away from her, which makes her heart beat faster. Helen tries to pull herself together and stay calm, desperately trying not to scream so as not to attract the attention of the dangerous animal. She decides that the best option would be to leave the clearing as quickly and quietly as possible and immediately report her observation to Chin, as wild animals could pose a serious threat to their safety. Helen runs up to Chin, her eyes wide with fear and her breath caught in her throat, as she begins to excitedly talk about a pack of wild boars she just saw. Chin asks Helen if she is sure that she saw wild boars and if she confused them with something else. Helen reports with certainty that they were definitely wild boars. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they were moving straight in their direction. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Chin grabs the girl by the hand and tells her that they need to get out of here as quickly as possible to avoid putting themselves in danger. The guy says that wild boars, although not predators, can cause serious injury, so you need to leave the bamboo grove as quickly as possible without risking running into angry animals. However, their plans are ruined when they find themselves at the exit of the bamboo grove and see that their way is cut off. The leader of the pack, a large boar, is standing there. Chin, examining the animal, wonders where these boars came from, because they weren't here just now. The sudden appearance of the animals seems strange to him. He suggests that the flock could have come down from the mountains. The system reports that wild boars are known for their ferocious nature and have an extremely wild character. They have very few enemies in the wild, which explains their confidence and aggressive behavior. Chin asks Helen to be quiet and try to leave as quietly as possible without attracting the animal's attention. since the boars have not yet shown any obvious aggression. Suddenly, the huge leader, having smelled the scent of people, makes loud sounds, his nostrils flare, and his gaze becomes wary. The boar roars loudly and rushes at them, forcing the young people to run away. The whole pack rushes after the leader, their hooves loudly pounding the ground. Chin understands that the situation is serious. These animals are too fast, and in just a couple of minutes they will catch up with them if nothing is done. Helen, barely breathing, reports that she can no longer run. Her strength is running out. Despair overwhelms her. She thinks about whether this is really her end and feels how panic is taking over her more and more. Looking at Chin, she suddenly realized that she couldn't be a burden to him. If she stayed, the guy would be able to save himself. With difficulty pulling her hand away, Helen screams at Chin to leave her and save himself, because she has absolutely no strength to continue running. Chin turns around. He clearly has no intention of leaving her. Anger and determination are visible in his eyes. The guy will not allow her to stay and become a victim. The wild boars continue to pursue the young men, gradually reducing the distance between them, their hooves thumping dully, increasing the young men's sense of fear. Chin realizes that since escaping is impossible, he will have to fight the animals to protect both himself and Helen. He raises his stone axe and, gathering all his strength, begins to shout loudly at the aggressive animals, hoping to scare them away. Surprisingly, this tactic is successful, and the leader of the boar pack stops and freezes in place. Chin recalls the words of a hunter from talk show, who once said that in a pack of boars, no one is willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others, and therefore, when frightened, they can easily run away. The young man decides to take advantage of this knowledge. He continues to shout loudly and confidently walks towards the animals, his movements full of determination. He swings his axe, believing that he is only one step away from victory, and this confidence gives him courage. Chin decides to throw his stone axe straight into the flock, hoping that this will finally scare the boars away and force them to retreat. As it turns out, the tactic really works. The huge animals turn sharply and disappear into the nearby thickets, not wanting to take any risks. Helen approaches Chin, her eyes full of worry. She asks if he is hurt, to which Chin replies that he is fine and she does not need to worry. Chin informs Helen that the herd of boars may return soon, so now is not the time for talking and they must return to camp as quickly as possible. Chin picks up the axe, glad it hasn't broken, but suddenly freezes in place, noticing the pack leader standing motionless in front of him. A huge boar stands right in front of him, not moving and breathing heavily. Chin notices a deep wound on his leg from which blood is flowing heavily. He realizes that it was this wound that prevented the animal from escaping with the others. Chin understands that wounded animals can be extremely dangerous. Fear and pain cause them to act in a state of panic, and they can only become more aggressive when they feel threatened. If a boar feels cornered, it may charge at an enemy in a state of frantic desperation. Chin shouts loudly at the animal, ordering it to go away, and then throws a stone axe towards it, aiming for the head. The blow is not strong enough to cause serious harm to the boar, and instead of running away, the boar begins to roar loudly and charges at Chin with fury. Chin realizes that he needs to divert the boar's attention to himself in order to save Helen, and orders her to return to camp immediately. The guy begins to lead the boar further and further, trying to take him away from the place where the girl remained. He risks his own safety to save her. Finally, Chin loudly orders Helen to return to camp immediately and not to hesitate, because every moment could be decisive. He sees the boar persistently pursuing him and understands that the time has come to use one of his spare skills to win this dangerous confrontation. Chin activates the virtual screen and quickly selects the feature called Cheetah Run, which he won earlier on the Wheel of Fortune. In the blink of an eye, the virtual system activates the skill, stating that it will last for 1 day. The boar pursues him with all his might, but the distance between them quickly increases, and the young man manages to break away, leaving the pursuer behind. Chin finds this skill incredibly useful, but immediately notices that it takes a huge amount of energy in a short time, draining his strength. After a few minutes of running, Chin begins to realize that his body is no longer capable of continuing to run. A terrible fatigue grips his muscles, and his breathing becomes intermittent. The Cheetah Run skill is designed to last for 1 day, but Chin's physical capabilities clearly do not allow him to continue for that long. He was only able to maintain the speed for 3 minutes. Thanks to this incredible dash, he managed to get several kilometers away from the boar. The huge boar continues to pursue, his leg wound seeming to only fuel his aggression, making him even more dangerous and uncontrollable. Chin watches as an enraged animal appears at the edge of the forest, notices him, and increases its speed. Chin runs to the nearest tree and tries to climb it as quickly as possible, hoping to hide from the boar and be out of its reach. The guy hopes that the boar won't notice him, because these animals have very poor eyesight, and in the dense foliage of the tree he can remain unnoticed. The boar appears in a clearing next to a tree and begins to slowly walk around, clearly looking for the person who, in his opinion, is still nearby. Despite poor eyesight, the boar has an excellent sense of smell and quickly detected the human scent. Chin considers the boar a worthy opponent. Even though it was wounded, the animal pursued him for several kilometers and did not give up, continuing its hunt, which earns the guy's respect. He hopes that he is now safe, because these animals are completely unable to climb trees, and he will be able to hold out here for quite a long time. But the next second, the tree he was sitting on was suddenly shaken by a powerful blow, and it made Chin's heart stop. The boar, full of rage, begins to tear apart the tree's root system and deliver powerful blows with his skull, clearly intending to fell the tree and get his target. The tree begins to wobble violently. Chin remembers the story of an old man from the village, who once said that boars are capable of felling a tree with their blows. He always considered this an exaggeration of old tales. But now, observing what is happening, he understands that it is quite possible. Chin realizes that if the boar continues its attacks, the tree will not last even half an hour, which puts him in a very dangerous position. Suddenly, the boar stops attacking, turns around, and slowly moves away from the tree. Apparently, fatigue and the severe wound on its leg have finally taken their toll, and the animal is no longer able to continue its attacks. Chin assesses the situation and thinks that the animal weighs about 200 kilograms, and if he manages to kill it, they will be able to salt the meat and provide themselves with food for at least several months. Chin sees that the boar is barely moving its legs and thinks that the animal has reached its limit, after which he decides to take advantage of the situation and jumps out of the tree. Even though the boar is wounded, Chin knows he must act with caution, as wild creatures on the brink of death tend to attack with particular force. The boar notices that the man has jumped out of the tree. He turns around and begins to approach the guy at great speed, clearly intending to attack. Chin waits for the right moment, and when the boar approaches the required distance, he sharply dodges to the side and strikes with a knife. At great speed, the wild animal crashes into a tree and loses consciousness, falling heavily to the ground. Chin looks at the huge carcass of the boar and realizes that he needs to gather his strength to finish what he started. After some time, the animal begins to come to its senses and tries to get to its feet, which forces the guy to act quickly. Chin realizes this is his last chance and jumps onto the boar, plunging the knife up to the hilt into its skull. The boar lets out a terrible roar and suddenly jumps to his feet. Chin, having received a powerful blow, flies to the side. Chin realizes that the forest animal has incredibly thick skin and powerful bones, and his knife strike, even with full force, was unable to finish off the boar. Ultimately, after a short fight, the young man wins and, exhausted, falls next to the animal's corpse. The virtual system informs him that he received 2,000 points for killing the boar. Chin begins to think about Helen, wondering if she made it to camp safe and sound. The boar turns out to be too heavy to carry back to camp in one go, so the boy decides to cut it up and carry it in pieces. The sun is already beginning to set. The young man decides to hide the boar's body so that other predators do not find it, and to return for it the next day. Chin understands that wild animals usually have an excellent sense of smell, and despite his best efforts to hide the boar, there is a high chance that predators will discover it. Helen thinks that they need to hurry. She breaks off a small piece of the stone to make a stone axe, which can be useful for her defense. After breaking off this piece, she ties it to a stick with a rope, creating a primitive but reliable weapon for self-defense. After this, Helen tears a piece of fabric from the hem of her dress, preparing to use it for the upcoming sortie. Helen takes out some of the ashes left from the fire and carefully places them on a torn piece of cloth, ready to use it in case of an encounter with boars. The girl decides that if boars appear on her way, she will throw ashes in their eyes and try to escape. The girl is greatly surprised by the voice of Chin, who suddenly appears nearby and asks for forgiveness for depriving her of the opportunity to fight the boars. Helen looks up and sees Chin in front of her, smiling silently and looking at her intently. She rushes to the young man and asks if he's okay and if he was injured during the dangerous battle. Helen hugs the guy. Tears are streaming down her face. She can't hold back, expressing all her feelings. The girl says that she is incredibly glad that nothing happened to him. Helen admits that she was afraid that the guy would be killed by wild boars and she would never see him again. Helen asks Chin why he is all wet and suggests that perhaps the guy fell into the water. Chin takes off his wet clothes and, avoiding details, says that it is a long story. Helen feels extremely uncomfortable watching the young man undress right in front of her and turns away so as not to look. She suggests that he put his clothes by the fire so that they can dry before nightfall. Otherwise, Chin risks catching a cold in the cold. Chin, smiling slightly, replies that he has a lot of interesting news, and he will definitely share it later, but for now he needs to rest. At this point, Helen decides to turn to him again to offer to cook food. She instantly freezes in place as she sees Chin's pants fall off. Thanks to the new bamboo fish trap, the young people now have enough fish to meet their food needs and feel that their situation has improved a little. Chin reports that he managed to kill the boar that was chasing him and that he hid the carcass in a bamboo grove. He plans to return there tomorrow to collect the meat. Helen, hearing this, is very surprised. It is hard for her to believe that Chin was able to cope with such a huge and aggressive animal. Her admiration is mixed with anxiety. She realizes that he will have to go into the dangerous bamboo grove again and begins to become visibly worried, fearing for his safety. Chin, noticing her anxiety, says that he killed the boar, most likely by pure chance, and that in such circumstances it is not worth taking unnecessary risks. He believes that for better understanding, it is worth telling her one old parable that can help to understand his point of view. Once upon a time, there lived a small family whose father was a fisherman, but one day the harsh sea took him away. To protect her son, the mother forbade him from going near the sea, hoping to keep him safe. But the child did not listen to his mother's instructions and often went to sea with other adults from the village. Years later, a large tidal wave washed over the village and the mother and son nearly drowned. When the mother could no longer stay afloat, the son swam to her and saved her. Helen, having heard this parable, says that she knows it and understands the meaning that Chin is trying to convey. She understands that avoiding danger does not lead to survival, which is why the son from the parable learned to swim, despite his mother's prohibitions. The girl realizes that Chin wants to be like that son who is not afraid of difficulties and actively copes with the challenges of fate. Instead of avoiding them, Chin adds that if they really want to survive on this island, they must learn to cope with all the difficulties. Chin intends to make a bow from bamboo to kill the boars. He believes that the only threat on this desert island is these animals. If he has a bow, he will be able to destroy the boars, securing the camp. The next morning comes. Chin is going to the bamboo grove. Before leaving, he asks Helen to check the fish trap and not to burn the fish, as happened last time. Chin remembers that his Cheetah Run card is still valid until noon, and decides to take advantage of this to get to the bamboo grove as quickly as possible. Having reached the grove, he finds the carcass of a boar and notices that predators have found it during the night and partially eaten it. However, Chin believes that everything is not so bad. They were lucky that the animals did not eat the entire carcass, leaving the fillet part. The boy decides that he needs to remove the hard skin of the boar, as it can be used to create a rug or something like a blanket that can help on cold nights. He carefully examines the wounds left by unknown predators and wonders who it could have been, since wounds 3 centimeters deep could only have been inflicted by very strong and dangerous animals. Chin cuts off 4 legs, each weighing over 10 kilograms, and thinks that this meat will last them a long time. He understands that his strength is limited and that he cannot carry all the meat and materials alone. But he does not want to take Helen with him, fearing for her safety. Helen is in the camp. She found a strong and large fish bone, which she sharpens with a stone to make a needle. After some time, she manages to make a fairly strong and sharp tool that can be useful for sewing or creating other necessary things. Suddenly, Chin quietly sneaks up on the girl and says that her needle turned out pretty good, which really scares her. Helen screams in surprise and pricks her finger. Her mood worsens, and she angrily asks him never to do that again. A little later, Helen notices 4 large boar legs that Chin brought with him. Her eyes light up with a bright fire. She understands that soon they will finally be able to eat their fill of meat. A feeling of joy fills her. Chin believes that if they use the boar meat sparingly, They can stretch it out for half a month or maybe longer, which will significantly improve their situation on the island. Helen, looking closely at the meat, asks what the white part that looks like fat is called. Keen explains that it is boar fat, and later they can melt it down to make butter, which they can use for cooking or other purposes. Helen expresses doubt about this, as they do not have suitable containers, and asks how they will store it. Chin, smiling, says that in that case they just need to make dishes, and invites the girl to play with clay to create something useful. Chin begins to mix the clay and says that he will now show Helen how to make the necessary utensils with it. The clay that is located near their camp is very oily and is perfect for pottery. The Field Crafts Pack, which was purchased from the online store, describes 6 methods of working with clay. Chin decides to use one of them. Depending on the purpose of the item, you need to roll the clay into ropes of varying lengths so that they can then be used to create dishes. Chin coils the strands around the base he has previously made, layering them one on top of the other to form the walls of the future vessel. He says he knows many other ways to work with clay, but most of them require a pottery wheel, which is too complicated for beginners and not suitable for their conditions. Chin shows his creation to Helen and says that it is almost ready. All that remains is to give it its final shape. Helen can't help but burst out laughing, noticing that his pottery resembles a huge pile of excrement, which greatly offends Chin, who reacts nervously to her statement and angrily throws the clay aside. He explains that the clay is very soft, and that is why it took on such a strange shape during sculpting. The guy invites Helen to try creating something herself, using the information he just told her, so that she can feel how difficult it is. Chien decides to make a small cup and begins to work hard on its shape. After some time, he carefully examines his creation and finds it quite successful. He believes that he has made the perfect cup and thinks that there is nothing difficult in creating tableware. Chin boasts about himself as he shows Helen his bowl, adding that skill comes with experience. Helen reports that she has made quite a lot of dishes, but she is still not very happy with the quality of her products. Chin looks at the cups the girl has made and cannot hide his surprise. They have a perfect shape, as if they were made by a real master. He sincerely praises Helen for her work and suggests that she try to create something more useful than bowls, such as a pot. Chin takes the bowls out to dry and then asks Helen to make a medium-sized pot that will be easier to fire. Chin takes a bamboo stick and begins to dig a hole for the future oven, realizing that although it is possible to fire clay products directly over a fire, it is better to do this in a kiln. Quite quickly, he manages to dig a hole of the required depth, which will become the basis for their future oven, and begins to create a structure for firing clay products. In this pit, Chin strengthens the walls to make the kiln more secure, and then installs the kiln itself above it, giving it the shape of a box. Time flew by while they were working, and as the day gradually came to an end, Chin realized that they would only be able to continue what they had started tomorrow. The young men are enjoying their dinner. The boy feels that their situation is getting better. Thanks to the new trap, there is enough fish for a day or even more, and they also have several large pieces of boar meat. Helen notices that Chin is smiling silently and asks him to share his thoughts, wanting to know what exactly made him so happy. Chin replies that he was thinking about some unimportant nonsense and doesn't even remember what exactly made him laugh, trying not to show his true thoughts. Chin puts on the t-shirt that Helen made for him and thinks to himself that he is smiling simply because they are still alive, and that is already a great reason to be happy. He carefully examines the neat and strong stitching with which Helen repaired the t-shirt and realizes that a girl who can sew so well is a rarity these days. Helen tells them that they need to take care of their clothes because they don't have any spare ones, and sooner or later they will all become unusable. Even despite her efforts to fix them, she worries that no matter how hard she tries, her skills may at some point become useless and they will be left without any clothes at all. Chin, seeing her anxiety, asks her not to worry and assures Helen that soon they will have the opportunity to change their clothes and their life will change for the better. He tries to speak confidently to instill hope in the girl. Chin, wanting to keep his teeth in order, uses a twig to clean them. Helen is very surprised by this method of oral care, especially the use of ash instead of toothpaste. Chine explains that this method is effective because the ash contains alkali or potassium hydroxide, which helps remove plaque, so wood ash can be used to clean teeth. Helen admits that this method is quite complicated and unusual for her, but agrees that it is better than nothing. The young people begin loading the kiln, preparing the clay pieces for the next stage of their creation. Helen wonders how long the firing process will take, hoping it won't be too long. Chin informs her that, judging by the size of the pots and dishes, the firing will take at least 5 hours, and they will have to be patient to wait for the result. Pottery is not a simple matter. It is necessary to carefully monitor the temperature, otherwise cracks and chips will appear on the finished product, which can make it unsuitable for use. Chin insists on making several spare pots so that you won't be left with nothing if some of them crack. He asks Helen to sit at the kiln and maintain a constant fire temperature to ensure a proper firing process and minimize the risk of defects. After 5 hours, the firing process was completed, and to the great disappointment of the young men, about 60% of all the bowls had cracked, which was an unpleasant surprise. Chin considers this a bad result and is determined to come up with another way to increase the success rate next time. He begins to think about different options that could help make clay products more durable. Helen asks what kind of pot it is and why it looks different. Chin replies that he used a special ceramic making technique and mixed ceramic powder into the clay to make it stronger. Chin tells Helen that it is his turn to be on duty. But the girl is so engrossed in her work that she does not want to go to bed and decides to finish the last pot, demonstrating her perseverance. Chin believes she has a certain innate talent for the craft, as she quickly learns new skills and displays extraordinary dexterity. After the last firing, only 2 cups broke, and compared to the first time, the results are significantly improved, which confirms the effectiveness of the new method. The guy believes that if they can maintain the right temperature throughout the entire firing, there will be significantly less waste, and by the end of the day, they will have enough usable dishes. The next morning comes and Helen asks why Chin adds water to the pot of boar fat. Chin replies that adding water will produce more fat, and the water will also prevent it from burning, ensuring a more efficient rendering process. He suggests that while the fat is being rendered, the girl crush the collected shells into powder for use later. Helen asks why this is being done and is very surprised to learn that the young man is going to make soap. She doesn't hide her joy, because if they succeed, they will be able to wash themselves properly. The guy explains that if you mix boar fat and lye, a process called saponification begins, which allows you to create soap. Helen reports that she heard similar things in chemistry classes, but never thought that she would ever have to apply this knowledge in practice. Young people begin to finely grind the shells, the powder of which contains calcium carbonate, which is necessary for the creation of alkali. When heated over a fire, this powder changes its structure and turns into calcium oxide, which they intend to use in their production. Helen accidentally inhaled toxic fumes because when calcium carbonate is heated, it releases carbon dioxide, which is highly undesirable to inhale due to its potential health hazards. The guy believes that there is no reason to worry. Since the concentration of toxic gas is very small, he's going to continue the process and quench the oxide in water to obtain calcium hydroxide. Having obtained regular potassium from the ash, the young people add it to the composition to continue the experiment and create the necessary mixture. Potassium is an alkaline element, and so when mixed with fat, it creates soap, which is their ultimate goal. Chin thinks that there is no medicine on this island, and if they get sick, they might die. So they need to make soap to kill germs and reduce the risk of illness. The girl smells the melted boar fat and says that it smells delicious. It attracts her attention with its appetizing aroma. Chin says that he has boar cracklings in his cup and adds that the girl is unlikely to want to eat them, implying their specific taste. He says that pork lovers enjoy this type of food, but if a person does not eat this type of meat, then he will find it quite unpleasant to consume this product. The guy pours the resulting mixture into a large bowl to cool and harden, thus completing the soap-making process. Chin intends to go to the banana grove before evening to collect some leaves. He believes that they need to prepare for the rain. The sky is covered with dark, heavy clouds, and a strong storm is moving towards the island. The boy prepares for a heavy downpour, using a bamboo stick to dig a ditch around the shelter to drain the water. He thinks they were lucky they managed to build a canopy. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to hide from the rain. For making dishes and soap, the young man received several thousand more points in his virtual account. He opens the holographic screen and checks his balance. Helen notices that the guy is behaving rather strangely. He's moving his hand in front of him in an unusual way. The girl finds this behavior rather strange, but does not dare to ask about it, preferring not to interfere. She touches yesterday's soap and sees that it lathers quite well, but if she uses it to wash her hair, it will become a little dry. China hands the girl a comb that he made himself and says that she will most likely like such a thing. Chin urges Helen to hide the boar skin and meat as soon as possible, as it could rain at any moment and ruin their supplies. The guy plans to start making a bow. He carefully examines the cut bamboo and comes to the conclusion that the material is of acceptable quality and not too wet for working. Knowing that bows are divided into two classes, heavy and light, Chin decides to make a heavy bow, since only with it can one effectively hunt wild boar. Since the bamboo he found turned out to be not very strong, the guy decides to make a composite bow. He carefully cuts the necessary plates and secures them to give them the desired shape. Chin didn't expect that making the bow would be such a long process, and after spending a lot of time creating just two elements, he realizes that he will hardly be able to finish it before tomorrow. Huge clouds gather over the island. It becomes gloomy. The air is filled with the sounds of rolling thunder, foreshadowing a storm. Helen is clearly nervous and tells the guy that she thinks it's going to rain heavily soon, judging by the darkening sky. Tryon decides to immediately hide the meat and soap in the pots and cover them with lids to protect them from the approaching rain. Having finished hiding their valuable supplies, they take refuge in their shelter, preparing to face the approaching heavy rain. Helen asks how long the rain will last. The guy replies that it might be heavier than they expect and might pour for a whole day. Chin suddenly wakes up from his sleep, hearing that in addition to the sound of rain, there are some strange sounds that alarm him. He is suddenly overcome with anxiety. He instantly realizes who these strange sounds in the night might belong to. The guy urgently wakes Helen up, shaking her by the shoulders, and asks her to wake up immediately, saying that danger is approaching. Helen suddenly wakes up and asks what's going on. Chin replies that he doesn't have time to explain and that the canopy needs to be dismantled immediately. The girl is very confused and continues to ask what happened. The young man replies that he is not sure, but they are probably in danger. They run to the nearest tree. Chin helps Helen climb it to hide from the possible threat. Helen is still perplexed and continues asking questions, but the guy insistently asks her to shut up immediately and remain silent. Suddenly, a huge deer runs out into the clearing where their camp was located, followed by a large flock of hares. Helen says the guy scared her to death because they are just relatively harmless animals. Chin's instincts didn't fail him. Following the deer, a huge pack of enraged wild boars runs out into the clearing. The girl is very surprised and begins to get nervous. Chin covers her mouth, not allowing her to make a sound so that the enraged boars do not notice their presence. Chin counts about 20 large boars and reassures the girl, saying that they should not be afraid, since these animals will not be able to climb the tree. The young men were incredibly lucky that it started to rain, which washed away the scent, and now the boars are unable to smell them. Several boars fall near a tree. The guy cannot understand whether they are dead or pretending, as the previous boar did. Koya notices that there are strange wounds on the animals' bodies and wonders who could have inflicted them. The temperature is starting to drop sharply, and if it continues like this, young people could become very cold and catch a cold. Chin realizes that he needs to do something instead of just sitting and waiting for the boars to leave. He intends to throw his boot at them to scare them off, and if the animals run away, they will be able to get down. The guy hopes this method will work, otherwise he will have to go down and fight them. The kick of the boot attracts the attention of the wild animals, and they instantly jump to their feet. Surprisingly, this tactic worked. The wild boars, frightened by the boot's throw, ran away from the clearing. Helen says that these animals looked scared and wonders what could have scared them so much. The girl is afraid of heights and does not dare to jump from the tree down. Chin asks her to act decisively and says that he will catch her. Chin says there is no need to be afraid because the girl is only a few meters high. Helen slips on a slippery branch and falls screaming towards the guy. Chin fails to hold the girl and stay on his feet. He falls. Helen lands on top of him and gets a bump on his forehead. The young people are rebuilding their camp. Helen believes that putting up the shelter was the right decision, as otherwise the boars would have trampled everything. Helen approaches the cage with the young hares. The girl is very glad that they are safe and sound. She looks at the remains of the soap that the guy is holding in his hands and feels disappointed, because they didn't really use this soap and it turned into mush. All the firewood in the camp was wet. The guy hopes that it will dry quickly in the sun. Chin approaches the girl and demands that she take off her wet clothes, which greatly frightens Helen. Chin informs the girl that she needs to dry her clothes immediately to avoid getting sick. Chin watches how much the water level in the stream has risen. He thinks it was right that they didn't make camp here, as it would have been washed away. The fish trap he had made from rocks was flooded. But the new trap, fortunately, was intact. The guy decides that he needs to wash himself and wash his clothes with the remaining soap. The young men dry their clothes and warm themselves by the fire. Helen asks if the boars will be able to return again. Chin believes that they need to be prepared for this, so they need to continue to take shifts at night. He believes that they need to make a bow and arrow as soon as possible so that they can defend themselves instead of running away every time. The guy ties two parts of the bow together with a rope and begins to rotate one of them, trying to make them press tightly against each other and form a strong structure. He then ties the bow pieces together tightly and then reinforces them with another piece of bamboo for added strength and durability. To make the bowstring, Chin uses strong boar sinew, which he plans to dry in the sun beforehand to ensure it retains its elasticity and strength. The guy thinks he has done a great job. The string does not break and the bow is not deformed, which means it is almost ready for use. The best material for making arrows is the deciduous abelia tree, but it doesn't grow here, so the guy has to use whatever is at hand. The wood blanks are very wet, so they need to be thoroughly dried over a fire to make them stronger and lighter. There are two ways to make arrowheads. The first is to fire the ends of the blanks and then sharpen them to a sharp point. The second method is to sharpen a stone and then stick it into the shaft of the arrow and tie it tightly, ensuring the strength of the structure. The second method requires more effort. Chin first plans to make 3 arrows with a stone tip and compare their power, and if there is no big difference, he will use wooden arrows. The virtual system informs him that 2,000 points have been credited to his account for making a bow and arrow, which pleasantly surprises him. Chin counts his points and realizes that he already has more than 11,000 in total, which allows him to buy an expensive skill pack. He had already tried a skill called Cheetah Speed once, and it saved his life. But this skill is too tightly tied to endurance, and he cannot use it for long. A cheetah's speed is of little use if he ever encounters something like wild boars again. They are strong and can easily track prey by scent, so the guy needs a skill that gives him strength to be able to fight the boar. However, the physical strength skill can only work in one-on-one combat. If a guy comes across a herd of wild boars, a couple of blows clearly won't help him. Chin believes that with his new bamboo bow, he can compensate for his lack of physical strength, so the super speed skill is still the optimal choice for him. After much deliberation, Chin finally chooses the cheetah skill, and the system congratulates the young man on his successful purchase. The young man hears the mechanical voice of the system, which informs him that the physical transformation has begun. Chin begins to feel very strange feelings. He realizes that every cell in his body is filled with new strength and energy. The next day, the young people continue to put their camp in order after the unexpected invasion of wild boars, trying to restore everything that was destroyed. After the boar raid, most of their belongings were completely destroyed and became unusable in the future. Having gained experience, the young people again made ceramic dishes. Now their skills in this business had improved significantly, and within 2 days they already had a set of the most essential household utensils. On the 3rd day after the overnight rain, Chin finally found time to practice shooting with his new bamboo bow. The guy had never fired a weapon like this before, so his accuracy left much to be desired. However, after a whole day of hard training, he began to get better, far from perfect, but good enough to shoot a boar. Chin moves through the forest, the dense foliage above him blocking the sunlight, and although the rain fell 3 days ago, the soil has still not had time to dry out properly. The boy notices unusual flowers. Small tadpoles are swimming inside them, which surprises him. He wonders how they got there and realizes that very soon these tadpoles will turn into little frogs. Chin realizes that, judging by the number of tadpoles, a frog most likely laid its eggs here. The thought occurs to him that the world is huge and there is still much unexplored in it. He sees for the first time tadpoles surviving in a flower. Even though Chin first encountered wild boars in a bamboo grove, he still returns there to gather fresh bamboo shoots. He is distracted from this activity by strange sounds. The boy freezes in place and listens intently, trying to determine their source. He recognizes the sound and realizes that it most likely belongs to the pheasants that live in these areas. Chin follows the sound and indeed sees a huge number of pheasants in the bamboo clearing. The young man has never seen this species before and admires their beautiful plumage. He draws his bowstring and thinks that they will have excellent fresh pheasant soup for lunch today. However, the arrow fired from the bow flies past the pheasant without causing it any harm. The guy suddenly realizes that hitting a moving target is much more difficult than hitting a stationary target. The pheasants show no fear, even though the guy continues to shoot at them. Chin fires almost all of his arrows, but fails to hit the birds, so he decides he needs to get a little closer. Coming even closer to the birds, he pulls the bowstring and thinks that at this distance he will most likely hit the target. Chin manages to aim accurately and hit the fast-moving pheasant. The system reports that a reward of 200 points has been received for successfully killing a wild pheasant. Chin begins to get excited and continues shooting at the birds, but after a while he notices that he has run out of arrows. This does not upset him at all, since he has already managed to shoot several birds and believes that this will be enough for a tasty dinner. Chin emerges from cover and slowly approaches the birds to collect his trophies. Chin asks the girl if she's ready to enjoy the treat and says that he will now lift the lid. The surrounding space is filled with the aroma of rich soup. Helen cannot contain her emotions and says that she is delighted with the smell. The girl blows on the hot soup, carefully cooling it, and then begins to slowly taste it, enjoying the taste. She says this pheasant soup is the best food she has tasted in a long time. Helen experiences great pleasure. She feels the rich taste of pheasant meat. It pairs perfectly with the fresh and slightly tart aroma of young bamboo. All these flavor notes intertwine and seem to dance on her tongue. Pheasant meat contains little fat. They are not very meaty, but meat without fat is much tastier. The guy says it's a pity they don't have salt, otherwise their soup would be much tastier. Helen completely agrees with him. She says that if you add a little salt to this soup, it will probably drive her crazy. Helen laments the lack of salt to enhance the taste of their food and replenish the essential minerals their bodies require to function properly. Chin is very surprised by the girl's limitations. He finds it ironic that she calls herself a student when it never even occurred to her that salt could be extracted from seawater. The guy tells her that tomorrow they will go to the beach and collect the necessary amount of salt to solve this problem. As the next morning dawns, Chin and Helen leave their camp and head to the beach, ready for a new challenge. Helen notes that seawater will take a long time to boil and suggests going for a walk and looking for something useful so as not to waste time. Chin says that the girl can go on the search alone, as he is going to make a sundial to tell the exact time and organize their daily routine more efficiently. Helen doesn't understand how this is possible, because they don't have tools and they can't even build a normal house. This makes her doubt his plan. The guy kneads the clay, makes a layer out of it, and gives it the shape of a square. After this, he uses a rope to split this regular quadrilateral along the diagonals. He then draws a circle on it, which will be divided into sectors depending on the position of the sun during the day. In total, there are 3 types of sundials: equatorial, vertical, and horizontal, each with its own characteristics. The girl learns that the difference between them lies in the division angles, which is already clear from their name. In equatorial watches, the gnomon is perpendicular to the surface of the dial, and the watch itself is set at an angle. Equatorial sundials are the only ones in which the divisions of the dial are equal to each other, which makes them unique among other types. Using a rope, they mark the hour marks on the dial, and they do not need any measuring instruments for this, as they use simple geometric principles. This watch is a little different from the usual one. Instead of 12 divisions on the dial, there are 24, since the sun rotates 360 degrees in 24 hours. The girl asks how they will install the gnomon perpendicularly and how to determine the correct angle for tilting the base of the clock without special tools. Chin reports that they have no need to use a sextant, as it only measures the angular distance between the sun and the horizon at a specific point, which is completely unnecessary for them now. The starting point will be a specific hour by which they will be able to tell the time accurately. This is noon, when the shadows are the shortest. The preparations are complete, and now the young people only need to wait for the moment when the shadow from the bamboo stick disappears. The sea salt is still a little damp, but Chin decides to stop heating it. Otherwise, it might burn and become unusable. He comes to the conclusion that the best way to dry it is to leave it in direct sunlight to dry naturally. The yield of salt was very good, but it contains a lot of impurities and sand, and in order for the prepared salt to become suitable for food, some more work needs to be done. After cleaning, there will be much less salt, so the guy is going to put another pot of seawater to evaporate. Helen reports that the shadow from the bamboo stick on the clock has disappeared, meaning it is noon. Using pieces of bamboo, Chin positions the sundial horizontally to ensure accurate measurements. After evaporation, raw salt is formed. It is not recommended to eat this salt because it contains dirt, sand, and other impurities that are harmful to the body. Armed with this knowledge, the young men returned to their camp, intending to filter the salt and make it safe for consumption. First, the raw salt must be thoroughly rinsed in clean water to remove major contaminants and sand particles. The most important step in salt production is purification, so the guy makes a homemade filter for effective filtration. He places various filter elements, such as coarse and fine sand, pebbles, and charcoal, in several layers in a bamboo glass. The guy believes that if they had activated carbon, they could produce higher quality salt, purifying it more efficiently and quickly. Unfortunately, purifying salt water with a homemade filter takes a very long time, and they can only patiently wait for the process to complete. The sundial the young men brought to their camp shows that it is 6 o'clock in the evening. Helen is on top of her game, reporting that this pheasant soup is absolutely delicious and exceeds all her expectations. Chinese cuisine is famous for its variety of seasonings, condiments, and culinary recipes, but one of the main ingredients, the most important seasoning, is salt. Helen completely agrees with this statement, because even a pinch of salt can dramatically improve the taste of a dish, making it richer and more enjoyable. The girl begins to count the number of days they spent on the island, and realizes that almost a whole month has flown by unnoticed. She reminds the guy that he wanted to make a boat and asks what kind they will build. Chin believes that in order to cross the sea, they at least need a good fishing boat, but first they need to improve their living conditions on the island. Helen suggests upgrading their shelter and building a more durable structure, like a bamboo or wooden house, so they won't have to hide if wild animals suddenly attack again. The guy agrees that the girl is right. Since they were caught in the rain, he thinks that living under a simple wooden shed is unsafe and it is worth looking for another housing option. Chin is going to find a new place for the camp. They have solved the problem with food and work organization, and now is the best time to move to a more convenient and safe place. The guy has been searching for the best place for a camp for 4 days now, but he still hasn't found anything worthwhile. Chin emerges into a wide clearing, bathed in the bright morning sun, and hopes that he has finally found a suitable place for a new camp. Considering the location to be quite good, he notes that the clearing is separated from the surrounding forest, has a wide view, and is also very spacious, making it an ideal place for a camp. Examining the clearing in more detail, Chin discovers a nearby rock with a large cave in it that attracts his attention. The guy is afraid that some wild animal might live in this cave. First, he intends to get rid of it to make the place safe. He launches an arrow into the cave and hears a sound. The arrow hits the wall. The guy assumes that the cave is empty. Chin is thinking that this cave is spacious, and if nothing leaks in it, then it is possible to live in it. His thoughts are interrupted by a loud crunch. The guy looks at his feet. On the floor, he discovers a large number of bones. This cave clearly has its owner, and judging by the size of the skeletons, the owner of the cave is definitely a predatory animal. Chin senses the movement of air and manages to dodge the fatal blow at the last moment. The huge bear tried to hit the young man on the head with its powerful paw. The guy dodges the predator's attacks and instantly activates a skill called cheetah speed. This allows him to move very quickly to a safe distance. Chin realizes that a huge panda lives in the cave. The beast tries to catch up with the young man, but he fails to do so because the guy uses the cheetah's speed skill. Chin tries to distract the bear and confuse him by throwing a bamboo bottle in his direction. This trick works. The panda stops its pursuit. It is interested in the strange bamboo product. A moment later, the huge bear bites the bottle with its powerful jaws. The panda stands up on its hind legs, raises its front paws into the air, and lets out a loud roar. After the predator lunges at the young man again, Chin realizes that he won't be able to defeat the beast in a direct confrontation and first needs to gain a safe distance. The panda runs into the nearby forest where Chin is hiding, quickly turning her head from side to side in hopes of finding the young man. Chin pulls back the bowstring and thinks that the panda has a much worse sense of smell than the boar's, because she still hasn't found him by scent. Chin sees that the giant panda really hasn't sensed his presence and is standing right next to the tree where he hid. The young man cannot believe that he has to kill the panda, but he has no other choice, as he needs to take possession of this cave. He mentally asks the sacred animal for forgiveness and shoots his arrow at it, hoping that this will solve the problem. The arrow hits the animal's back, but does not cause any harm, as the panda has very thick skin. Chin quickly realizes that he won't be able to hit the bear and stop it with wooden arrows. So he jumps out of the tree and, activating the cheetah speed skill, moves away from the panda, realizing that she's not very fast and he can escape using super speed. This time, Chin decides to use a stone-tipped arrow to hit the animal more effectively. The arrow pierces the panda's huge head. It rises up on its hind legs and roars loudly in pain, showing its rage. However, the stone-tipped arrow did not cause critical damage to the animal, but only made it even more angry. The panda quickly locates Chin and lunges at him, striking him repeatedly with its massive paw. Chin mentally thanks the system for granting him the skill of cheetah speed, realizing that if he hadn't been able to escape, any blow from the panda would have broken him in half. The cheetah's skill wears off and Chin returns to camp. Helen suggests leaving the animal alone and finding another place to live, as the panda is a national treasure and besides, it's not that easy to destroy, since even an arrow with a stone tip didn't harm it. Chin believes that this specimen may not be a national treasure, as it looked different and was completely unlike common pandas. The guy asks the girl not to worry. He is not going to do anything he is not sure of, and besides, he can always run away from the panda if he cannot cope with her. Chin plans to use a metal arrowhead made from his belt buckle. There will only be 2 arrows, and to avoid losing them, he plans to tie a rope to the arrow so that after firing it can be pulled back. Iron begins to melt at a temperature of approximately 1,500 degrees Celsius, but burning wood can only provide about 700 degrees, so it is impossible to melt iron on an ordinary fire. Chin intends to make an air pump to continuously pump air into the furnace, so that the temperature inside the furnace can rise to 1,500 degrees and melt the iron. The operating principle of an air pump is based on drawing in and pushing out air. It resembles a syringe and allows air to be supplied to the firebox directly during firing, increasing combustion efficiency. After some time, the young man uses clay and bamboo wood to make a simple fan for his metal smelting needs. It consists of a casing and an axis with blades. It is a very simple and inexpensive design that does not require complex materials or tools. While Chin is busy making a fan, Helen is making clay molds for arrowheads. The girl watches carefully as Chin removes his belt buckle and thinks that very soon they will be left without clothes. Chin says that the girl has too high an opinion of herself and she doesn't need to worry too much about it. Everything is ready for smelting the metal. The young men light a large clay oven to begin the process and obtain the necessary materials. They have been turning the drive of the homemade fan for a long time now, and Helen reports that she no longer has the strength to continue turning it. The guy asks the girl to be patient a little longer and continue spinning, since the metal is already starting to melt and will soon be ready. Helen reports that she has no strength left at all, after which she throws down the drive and falls to the ground from exhaustion. Chin is delighted with the clay molds the girl made. They are very detailed and precise, which impresses him greatly. With just one knife, she was able to make such symmetrical and perfect molds that the guy thinks he should ask her for help making things more often. The arrowhead making process is complete, and now all that remains is to sharpen them to a perfect edge so they are ready for use. The guy says the tips look perfect and promises to thank the girl by preparing a special dinner for her tonight. The system informs the guy that 1,000 points have been credited to his account for making metal arrowheads, which makes him very happy. Chin continues sharpening the tips and accidentally cuts himself, after which he decides that they are now more than sharp enough. He deeply regrets that they no longer have iron to make additional arrows. If he had a dozen of such arrows and super speed, he could easily defeat a giant panda. Having made a sundial and evaporated the salt, the guy received another 4,700 points from the system, significantly increasing his balance. He thinks he needs to make a new purchase in the virtual store and is going to buy a pack called Wild Animal Encyclopedia. Suddenly, a system prompt appears offering to purchase the Animal Encyclopedia along with the Wild Animal Training Pack for only 4,500 points at a discount. The guy decides that this is a very good offer and agrees almost immediately, and the data starts loading immediately. He intends to see what the Wild Animal Training Package, which was a bonus add-on with the purchase, includes. This information contains descriptions of combat techniques that will help you defeat a wild animal and become the king of beasts. The demonstration begins with a kangaroo who has close combat skills. The instructions say that if a kangaroo kicks you with both hind legs, leaning on its tail, at that moment you need to carefully dive under its body. Once you find yourself under the kangaroo, immediately hit it in the genitals with your hands, after which the kangaroo will be defeated. Behemoths have a large body and a large mouth. It is unlikely that you will be able to defeat one in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, when you meet a hippopotamus, distract it and go behind its back. Without wasting time, dive under it before it has time to realize it. Once you are underneath the hippopotamus, kick it in the genitals with all your might. By doing this, you will cause the hippopotamus unbearable pain. It will become numb and fall to the ground. Hit it in the genitals until the hippopotamus is defeated. Gorillas are among the strongest animals in the wild, with powerful bodies and incredibly powerful strikes, but they are not that difficult to deal with. First, you need to tease the gorilla enough to make it angry and lose concentration. At this point, you need to quickly dive under her body and aim at her with the AK-47 assault rifle. The explosive bullets will do the rest of the work, and after that, the gorilla will be defeated. Chin is in a state of shock after reading this instruction. He absolutely does not understand who could write such nonsense, and believes that the author himself should be shot for this absurd advice. The guy is extremely upset and disappointed. He realizes that he wasted a huge number of points on useless information, which he considers complete nonsense. The next morning comes. Helen lazily crawls out of the tent, rubbing her eyes. Chin wishes her good morning and informs her that the hot soup is ready. The girl wonders how dangerous and huge the panda is. The guy is very worried about her and sternly warns her not to even think about approaching the cave. He realizes that in case of danger, he will only be able to escape from the beast alone, and if he takes the girl with him, they both risk dying. Helen praises the young man for his delicious morning soup and notes that his culinary skills are getting better and better each time. Chin approaches the panda's cave and reflects on the fact that he only has 2 metal arrows, so he is going to tie them securely so as not to lose them if he misses. To begin with, he plans to use a wooden arrow to check whether the panda is in the cave or not. After the shot, there was no reaction. Chin decides that the cave is empty. He thinks about where the panda could have gone and assumes that she is in the forest looking for food. Chin plans to take a good position and start watching for the panda's return in order to catch her off guard and implement his plan. While he has free time, the guy decides to study the encyclopedia and find more detailed information about this animal in order to better understand its habits and weaknesses. However, he fails to do this because after a few minutes he notices a huge animal approaching the cave. The virtual system reports that pandas first appeared in the late Miocene, about 8 million years ago, and the panda's first predatory ancestors lived in humid forests. Chin is amazed at how ancient this bear is, and is impressed that these animals have not evolved much over many millions of years. When pandas first appeared on Earth, they were carnivores. But due to natural selection and changing habitats, their diet has changed dramatically over time. The system reports that it is possible to tame ancient pandas by changing their diet from meat to bamboo and asparagus. If the process is successful, it will be tameable within a month or 2. Taming wild pandas is quite an interesting activity, and the guy thinks it's worth a try. Chin considers the training manual he bought completely useless, so he decides to start wearing the animal out psychologically. The guy hopes that the arrow will be able to damage the animal's limbs. In this case, the panda will not have the opportunity to hunt, and this is the only way to change its diet. An arrow with a metal tip hits the panda's left shoulder blade, causing her severe pain but not stopping her completely. The guy deftly uses the rope and pulls his metal-tipped arrow back, preparing for the next shot. After this, he jumps down from the tree and activates his cheetah speed skill. He continues his fast run and thinks that under no circumstances should he shorten the distance. Otherwise, the huge animal will simply tear him to pieces. Chin thinks the moment has come for the next shot. He turns sharply and fires an arrow at the running bear. The shot is accurate. The arrow hits the animal in the right front shoulder blade, inflicting another wound. This scheme works successfully, but the method of pulling the arrow requires a lot of concentration and takes a lot of strength from the guy. Over the past few days, the boy has already left 6 wounds on the giant panda's body, and he believes that if he continues like this, even the ancient creature will not be able to withstand this, and he will be able to tame it. The next day, the hunt continues. The panda continues to receive minor wounds and is unable to catch up with the young man. On the 3rd day, Chin takes hold of the bear's hind legs to make it as still as possible and reduce its speed. The 4th day of training arrives. Chin sees that the cave is empty. The guy wonders where the panda could be. At that very moment, a huge bear quietly approaches the young man, preparing for a surprise attack. At the last moment, Chin notices the presence of a huge panda behind him. The guy activates the cheetah speed skill and only thanks to it saves his life. He is amazed by the skills of the ancient predator, especially the fact that the bear decided to ambush him, demonstrating its cunning. Chin gains the necessary distance and shoots at the bear again, hoping to stop it. The giant panda has a good intelligence. She figured out how the arrows work and begins to fight back. Chin sadly realizes that he has lost one of his iron arrows and decides that training should end for today. Walking through the forest in the pouring rain, Chin reflects on the fact that he only has one arrow left, and if the panda breaks it, he will be lost. His attention is drawn to a small young frog sitting on a huge leaf in the rain, which arouses his interest. The system knowledge package informs us that this reptile is called a blue poison dart frog, and that its bright blue skin produces a poison that repels potential predators and can paralyze prey. The boy realizes he's found a way out. He's going to use poison to cause muscle paralysis and respiratory arrest in the giant panda. He just needs to find the right concentration so the poisoning doesn't lead to death. Chin understands why he saw tadpoles in the leaves before. Frogs deliberately lay their eggs in them. The boy takes out a wooden arrow and with a well-aimed blow impales a poisonous frog on it, hoping to use its venom. The information package states that the Indians made poisoned arrows that were capable of killing even large animals, using the venom of these frogs. Chin doesn't intend to kill the panda, but the boy understands that the poison of one frog will clearly not be enough, and begins to turn his head from side to side in search of other individuals. The guy looks at the sky and realizes that the rain is getting heavier. He decides to return to the camp since the girl is completely alone there. He finds Helen in a tent and notices that the girl has a strange appearance. The guy worriedly asks if she is sick. Helen hugs the young man tightly and says that she is very glad that the guy came home unharmed. Chin understands that the girl is very afraid since last time and thinks that she is afraid of being left alone on a desert island. Chin apologizes to the girl for making her worry and tells her that everything will be fine. Helen says that she is not afraid for herself, but is worried about her boyfriend. She is worried that something bad might happen to him. The girl looks at the brightly colored frog strung on a wooden arrow with curiosity and some concern, and asks Chin what it all means. Khan explains to her that it is a blue poison dart frog, a very poisonous frog, and the brighter its skin, the more powerful and toxic the poison it secretes. The guy says that he intends to try to extract the poison from this frog and use it to deal with the giant panda, which has become a serious threat to them. The next day, Chin lights a fire and begins drying the blue poison dart frog over the fire, hoping to extract the poison from it. He's not entirely sure his plan will succeed, but he figures it's worth a try, and it's still better than risking his only arrow against the panda. Bubbles begin to appear on the frog's skin. The guy explains that this is water evaporating, not poison, so you need to wait a little longer for the process to complete. The girl notices that the frog has turned very black and has started to emit an unpleasant odor. Chin replies that a sufficient concentration of poison has accumulated under its skin right now. Chin carefully applies poison to his arrows, believing that this will be enough, because the panda is already wounded, and even a small dose of poison can play a decisive role. The girl tells Chin that she has fulfilled his request and hands him the herbal balls she has prepared from the plants she has collected. She is genuinely perplexed as to why he needs these grass balls and how he plans to use them in the fight against the giant panda. He explains that these grass balls will be very useful to him in the final fight with the bear, as they will play an important role in his plan. Chin approaches the cave and notices that there are no fresh tracks around, meaning that the panda has not gone outside and is probably still inside its den. He lights grass balls on fire, intending to throw them into the cave to create smoke and thus smoke the huge bear out. Chin throws smoldering grass balls into the cave, and soon thick smoke begins to pour out of the entrance, filling the entire space inside. A moment later, a wounded and very angry giant panda runs out of the cave, ready to pounce on the offender. The panda immediately pounces on the young man, but he is sure that due to the wounds it received and the fact that it inhaled carbon dioxide, the bear's strength will soon leave it. A sly smile appears on Chin's face as he activates his cheetah speed skill and invites the panda to join the race. The panda, not having a good sense of smell, cannot detect the guy who is hiding very close, taking advantage of her weakness. Chin believes that the long chase must have worn the bear out. The panda is no longer roaring as loudly and its movements have noticeably slowed down. He decides that the time has come for the panda to finally taste the poison arrow, hoping to end their confrontation. Arrows with stone tips are not as sharp as metal ones, and therefore this arrow was unable to penetrate deeply into the animal's body, causing only a superficial wound. Chin thinks that this is not a bad thing, because if too much poison gets into the bear's body, it can die, and the guy is trying to avoid this, wanting only to immobilize the animal. The boy is surprised to realize that the poison is somehow not working. The huge bear notices the young man and rushes at him with fury, ready to attack and strike. Using the cheetah speed skill, Chin quickly moves around the panda and continues to fire poison arrows at it, trying to wear the animal down. Despite the fact that quite a few arrows have already hit the bear, it is still standing on its feet and continues to resist, demonstrating incredible endurance. Chin can't understand why the poison doesn't work, because the panda should have already stopped moving and started choking. The guy suggests that the amount of poison is not enough and the arrows are too dull for the poison to penetrate the skin. Another poisonous arrow hits the bear, which only angers him even more, increasing the beast's rage and making him even more dangerous and aggressive than before. Chin believes that he chose the wrong tactic and should have immediately used the metal-tipped arrow to deliver the decisive blow and disable the bear. Chin watches as the bear quickly approaches him. Only a few meters left before the collision, and there is almost no time left to think. At this moment, the giant panda lets out a loud roar and falls to the ground unconscious, having exhausted all its strength in the final dash and unable to reach its goal. Chin believes that the bear put all its strength into the last attack. Apparently, it felt the poison starting to work, and therefore used everything in this final dash. The young man intends to observe how long the panda remains in this state in order to understand how effective the poison is and how long its effects last. After an hour, the huge bear's body begins to move slowly, showing signs of awakening from the poison's effects, but the animal is still weak and unsteady. 2 hours later, the giant panda tries to get to her feet, but her coordination is impaired and she doesn't understand anything at all, as if she's in a fog. After 3 hours, the animal manages to get back on its feet, but its movements are still difficult and it cannot move as before, remaining weak and disoriented. Chin carefully calculates the amount of poison needed to disable the panda without causing fatal damage. He reports that today, if nothing unforeseen happens, he will be able to deal with the panda and move forward with his plans. The guy intends to change the huge bear's diet. He wants the animal to switch to fish and bamboo shoots, which will make it easier to tame. After some time, he cautiously approaches the cave in which the huge animal lives and prepares for the upcoming fight. The panda has taken a strange position at the entrance to the cave, and the guy wonders what this is connected with and why she is sleeping right at the entrance. He realizes that the animal has run out of strength and has lost consciousness, having failed to crawl just a few meters to its shelter. Chin stuffs young bamboo shoots into the fish and thinks that modern pandas are not stupid because of evolution. It seems they were like this from the very beginning. He throws a bamboo-stuffed fish towards the bear and orders him to wake up and eat. The fish hits the panda and wakes it up. The bear jumps to its paws and begins to growl loudly, expressing its irritation. Chin believes the poison is still active because the animal has not yet attacked him. The panda notices a discarded fish next to him and completely switches his attention to it, forgetting about the guy. With great pleasure, the bear picks up the fish and begins to greedily eat it, enjoying the unexpected treat. Chin believes that although the panda may look stupid, it is a strong animal and, once tamed, can help people survive on the island. The young man shows the bear a bundle of fish that he is holding in his hands. This clearly whets the animal's appetite and attracts its attention. The panda pounces on the treat and begins to greedily devour the offered fish, becoming less and less aggressive. Having had his fill, the bear becomes less aggressive, and Chin begins to think about what to call this animal, which could become his ally. Coming up with a nickname for an animal turns out to be difficult, even if they themselves do not understand the meaning of their name. After a few repetitions, they begin to respond to it. Meanwhile, the panda has had his fill and lies down on his back, falling into a deep sleep. The animal's calm reaction greatly surprises Chin, who calls the bear Humbug and suddenly realizes that this will be his nickname, which in Chinese will sound like Hampy. The young people are sitting around the fire, enjoying the prepared soup. Helen smiles and asks Chin how things are going with the panda. Chin believes that at this rate, fully taming Hampy will take about 2 months, and is willing to devote the necessary time and effort to it. Helen thinks the guy gave the panda a very strange name and asks how many weeks it will take for the animal to respond to it. Helen wonders whether the young man expects her to praise him for his actions and doesn't know how to react to this. Chin asks the girl to wait a little. He wants the panda to get used to people, and later he is going to show the bear to Helen. The guy notices that Helen is not eating at all and looks very bad. The girl is holding her stomach with her hands and does not answer his questions. Chin assumes that the girl has started her period and asks her about it directly, wanting to help her. Helen becomes very irritated and rudely tells the guy that it is none of his business, thereby confirming his guess. She loudly shouts at the young man and asks him to shut up immediately, thereby expressing her displeasure. Helen's mood has been noticeably worsening lately, partly because she's about to get her period, and partly because she doesn't know how to cope with it on this island. Chain has never had a girlfriend, but he is well aware of women's physiological cycles and understands what is going on. He asks Helen how soon they will start. The girl replies that she has no idea, but it feels like it will be soon. A woman's monthly cycle usually lasts 28 days. Helen's period should have started 2 days ago, but she only started feeling it now. The guy thinks that it is because the girl did not sleep well, or maybe for some other reason. He thinks that tomorrow he should try to make a paper. Helen was very surprised by such a proposal. She could not even imagine that paper could be made under such conditions. Shin reports that this will not be a material that is available in civilization. Its quality will be worse than the paper they are used to. He explains that paper first appeared during the Second Han Dynasty, but back then it was too rough and of poor quality to even write on. Over time, its quality improved, but the process at that time took a lot of time. It was necessary to split the plant material into fibers, wash it, and then soak it in alkali. After this, it was necessary to clean the raw material, grind it, and grind the fibers into a pulp to obtain a homogeneous mass. Most of the time was spent making paper powder. Before making paper, workers soaked the plant material in water and waited until microorganisms decomposed it into a mush. Then they collected this porridge, ground it into paper powder, and then dried it on special frames in the sun. The next morning, Helen is awakened by the terrible smell that permeates their camp, which makes her feel very disgusted. The girl comes out of the tent and asks the young man where the stench is coming from and what is in the pot he is holding in his hands. The guy's answer greatly surprises Helen, and she is amazed to learn that the pot he is holding contains human urine. Helen makes the necessary frames for paper production and admits that she has never heard of urine being used in the process. Chin explains that he plans to improve the technology to make paper easier and faster using the materials available to him. The guy looks closely at the frames that Helen made and is once again convinced that the girl is very capable of doing some work. Chin holds a homemade clay pipe and explains that modern technology typically uses sodium hydroxide because it can remove resins and lignin from plants, helping to produce the fibers needed for paper powder. He explains that the main component of urine is urea. You need to let the urine settle and then heat it until ammonia is obtained, after which calcium carbonate from shell powder is added to the mixture and water is added. Helen is very surprised by the young man's knowledge, because he was able to figure out how to obtain sodium hydroxide on a desert island. The guy asks Helen to be careful and pour water into the system very carefully so as not to disrupt the chemical reaction. The reaction of calcium oxide and urea leads to the formation of ammonium bicarbonate. The guy adds sodium chloride to the solution, which leads to the formation of ammonium chloride, as a result of which a white precipitate of sodium bicarbonate falls out. The sodium bicarbonate obtained by heating must be poured with lime water and mixed well to complete the process. The main component of lime is calcium oxide, which when mixed with water produces calcium hydroxide, and the reaction of sodium carbonate and calcium hydroxide produces a solution of sodium hydroxide and a white precipitate of calcium carbonate. Helen reports that the technology is too complicated. If they had electricity, they could get sodium hydroxide from salt water using simple electrolysis. Chin decides to play a joke on the girl and says that next time they will definitely do the same, tying the knife to a bamboo stick and waiting for lightning to strike it. After a short rest, the young people head into the forest to collect grass growing near the camp, which will serve as raw material for paper. After soaking the grass for a couple of hours in a sodium hydroxide solution, the lignin and cell walls dissolved, leaving only pure cellulose, which is needed for making paper. They then washed the raw material again in the river to remove any unwanted impurities, leaving behind a white substance ready for further processing. After this, the young people poured clean water over the resulting paper powder, creating the basis for the future paper material. The frames turned out to be too large, so I had to pour the mixture into a larger container and begin filtering the liquid through the frames. Even though it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is very hot, and the paper is very thin and dries quickly. So at this rate, the young people will have their first batch by evening. The system informs you that 1,000 points are credited to your account for producing paper, which becomes a pleasant bonus. Without bleaching, the paper turned out a little yellow, and it is also thicker and much rougher. But it has good strength, and it is not so easy to tear it. You need to apply force to do this. Chin says these are certainly not industrial hygiene products, but they are much better than nothing, and he can be proud of his achievement. Helen asks the guy to change the subject and not talk about such things while eating, considering it inappropriate during a meal. The girl considers the guy to be a very talented person, because he was able to make paper on this uninhabited island. This impresses her. She asks where he learned detailed information about papermaking and technology. Chin replies that he was very attentive in chemistry class. It took the young people 3 whole days to make the paper. Chin hasn't visited the panda for a long time and goes to her, wanting to know how she is feeling. Chin tries to get to the cave as quickly as possible. He is clearly interested in how the bear feels after their last meeting. Approaching the cave, Chin sees that a huge panda has occupied the entrance and is sleeping carefree. Hearing a person, Hampy jumps up on his paws and begins to growl quietly, warily watching the approaching guest. The huge bear notices the fish in the young man's hands. His mood instantly changes, and aggression is replaced by curiosity. Hampy takes on a friendly appearance, looking closely at the guy and licking his lips, expressing his desire to receive a treat. Chin believes that after 3 days without proper food, the panda must be very hungry, and now it's worth trying to teach her some commands. He throws Hampy a large fish, and despite his enormous weight and clumsiness, the panda deftly catches the treat, demonstrating his dexterity. Using this training method, the boy hopes to tame the bear within the next 2 months. He tells the panda that he needs to return to the river and says goodbye to her until tomorrow. Chin walks slowly along the river. The guy thinks that in such unstable places as this bank, wild ginger should grow and hopes to find it. His search proves successful, and after some time he finds the required plant. The system confirms that this is indeed common ginger, a member of the ginger family, a perennial herbaceous plant over 40 centimeters tall, whose rhizome is edible. Ginger has long been used by people for its healing properties. Its root helps reduce fatigue, improve immunity, and is widely used in folk medicine for the prevention and treatment of various diseases. Helen is in a tent and refuses to go outside. She's completely out of sorts, and severe pain in her abdomen is causing her significant suffering. The guy asks her if her periods are always so painful, since the girls in his class never experienced such torment. Helen replies that this is the first time she has experienced such severe pain, and that she has never been in such pain before. Chin asks what methods she usually uses to reduce pain and feel better. She says that she used to always apply a heating pad to her stomach and then drink eggnog with cane sugar. Chin says he doesn't have all of that, but he can offer a bottle of hot water and freshly brewed ginger tea. Helen happily accepts a cup of ginger tea from his hands and asks the guy where he got fresh ginger. Chin replies that he accidentally bumped into him on the way back to camp and decided to collect some. Helen notices that the guy's pants are wet and smeared with river mud. She understands that he was specifically looking for ginger for her. The girl drinks a cup of ginger tea with great pleasure. Helen feels how she feels noticeably better and the pain subsides. Chin tells the girl that wild animals usually don't accept food from strangers, but when they are very hungry, they don't care anymore. The man reports that he restricted the panda's ability to move, depriving it of the ability to find food on its own, and when the panda began to starve, he began feeding it a mixture of fish and bamboo shoots in a 1-to-1 ratio. This method may seem cruel, but it is very effective in achieving the goal. Over time, he reduced the amount of fish in his diet, increasing the proportion of bamboo shoots. A month later, the panda could already eat a mixture that contained 9 parts young bamboo shoots and only 1 part fish. Now the bear perceives Chin as his friend. The guy hands him fresh bamboo shoots and says that he brought them especially for him. Occasionally, the young man treats the panda to small fish, for which it allows him to scratch its back. After 2 months of intensive training, the predator has completely transformed into a herbivore, changing its eating habits under the influence of the young man. Chin admits that prehistoric pandas were omnivores, but believes that archaeologists who claim that pandas were carnivores are mistaken. The boy realizes that he has made bamboo the only food the panda will eat, but that doesn't mean she can't switch to something else in the future. The system informs the young man that he has successfully changed the panda's eating habits and has received the seal of beast training for this. This seal allows the owner to mark their pet animal and create a connection with it. This connection allows the owner to know the psychological state of the animal and establish contact with it. In addition, the training seal also allows the owner to know for sure whether the animal is capable of showing aggression and attacking its owner, thus providing additional safety. Chin immediately approaches the panda and activates the beast training seal, seeking to establish a deeper connection with it and understand its psychological state. He points his hand forward. Magical energy begins to flow around him, surrounding everything with glowing streams. Much to Chin's surprise, absolutely nothing happens. No visions, sensations, or anything like that. However, after some time, the seal starts to work. The guy receives a message that his pet is a little sick and hungry. He pats the giant panda on the withers and tells her that from now on her name is Hampy and that he is her master. Taming the panda took a long time. The boy is delighted with his own triumph. Immediately upon returning to camp, he shares his achievements with Helen, who asks if she can see the bear soon. The next day, the young people head to the cave to see Hampy, and the guy reminds them that before feeding the panda, they must call it by name. He asks the girl to be extremely careful, since a wild animal is still wild and can become nervous when strangers appear nearby. Despite her fear, Helen bravely stepped towards the bear and carefully fed him. The food was a great way to help Helen and the panda bond, and after just a week, Helen and Hampy are getting along great. Hampy was an aggressive bear and could attack anyone who tried to approach him, but now the animal does not show aggression unless he is deliberately provoked. The bamboo trap continues to successfully supply young people with ample amounts of fish. Helen asks the guy why he carries the fish, tying it up in a very strange way. He reports that it is half a day's journey from their camp, and if the fish is tied in this way, it can remain alive for at least 10 hours. The young people are in their camp and are collecting their small belongings and useful items in large baskets. The girl asks what to do with the large flat stone slab. The guy suggests leaving it here, believing that they will be able to find the right flat stone in a new place. Leaving her first camp, Helen says that only now did she realize how much she would miss this place. She looks back sadly at their first camp, remembering all the moments spent there. The guy asks the girl not to be nostalgic and to hurry. The fire that has kept them warm through many cold nights gradually dies down, and the young people, along with the panda, begin to disappear into the darkening forest. Arriving at the new location, the young people first lit a fire. The system informed the guy that 3,000 points had been credited to his account for setting up the new camp. Helen says that this clearing offers an excellent view of the starry sky. She observes the Milky Way and admires its beauty. Chin says that even in the city, he often looked at the starry sky, and despite the fact that artificial light obscures the sky, he still saw many stars. Although he admits that compared to his childhood, the air has become much worse now, the weather has changed, and in addition, the city has expanded, interfering with observation with its artificial light. Chin says that he is tired and is going to go to bed. Helen thinks that now they do not need to take turns on duty because they have a reliable guard, and now they can sleep together. Chin is very surprised by the phrase sleeping together. Helen does not understand what surprised the guy so much. Chin takes the girl's words literally and believes that Helen wants to become his girlfriend. Helen says it was just a play on words, and that's not what she meant at all. She's trying to explain the misunderstanding. Chin gets very close to the girl. Helen tells the guy that he has a rich imagination and that he has thought up a lot of things. She asks the young man not to tease her and to stop behaving in this way. The guy says that if there is no answer, then there is no answer, which irritates Helen. He asks to remove the remaining uneaten fried fish. Helen feels a little irritated and angry, not wanting to talk anymore. On the second day after moving to the new camp, the young people dug up clay in a clearing near the camp. The current amount of pottery was not enough to meet their needs, so they needed to make more. Riding on Hampy, Chin sets out on a foray, asking the girl to help him prepare new dishes during his absence. Chin carefully examines the river that flows near their new camp. Unfortunately, it turns out to be wide, but shallow, and the largest fish here are the size of a finger, which is impossible to get enough of. In addition, in this area there is no suitable place to set a trap. After some time, the guy discovers a section of the river with deeper water. He thinks that this place is quite suitable. There is a lot of aquatic vegetation here, and at first glance you can tell that these are ideal conditions for fish. The young people are amazed at how strong the panda is, and they believe that with such speed they could gather enough bamboo in one day to build a kitchen. The panda gets distracted from collecting bamboo and starts eating young shoots. for which she receives a light slap on the head. The guy reminds her that work comes first, food comes later. After heating over a fire, bamboo temporarily becomes soft and pliable. Using this property, you can give it any shape. The young people spent the entire day building a new bamboo kitchen, putting all their skill and effort into the work. Helen suggests covering the outer walls of the house with a layer of clay to give it greater strength. But the guy doesn't support this idea, believing that if it rains, the water will wash away the clay, and all the dirt will flow straight into their kitchen. The young people worked tirelessly all week and finally completed the construction of their new kitchen. For his work, Chin received a large number of points, which were awarded for successfully creating a bamboo ladder, a bamboo bed, and other useful items. Chin suggests Helen take a short walk and explore the surrounding area around the camp to take a break from work and enjoy nature. He takes the girl to a new river, and Helen notices that the water here is much calmer and cleaner than in the previous place. Chin reflects on how times are changing. When they first arrived on the island, food and shelter were the main issues for them, but now they don't have to worry about that anymore. And the girl even allows herself to frolic carefree in the water. Suddenly, Helen screams loudly, grabs her leg, and reports that she stepped on something very hard. The girl takes an unusual stone out of the water and assumes that it is rock crystal. She hands over the stone to Chin, who tells her it is quartz, one of the components that can be used to make glass. Chin carefully examines the stone and explains that it is not rock crystal, although it is also a type of quartz, but it is distinguished by a very high degree of purity. Helen is a little upset, as the guy informs her that her find is just an ordinary stone, and her hopes for something unusual were not realized. Chin suggested going further upstream, explaining that the river became deeper there and the trees along the banks grew denser, forming a thick green wall. The guy noticed a majestic tree, which, in his opinion, is several hundred years old. The system reports that it is a three-spined Helidia, whose wood is excellent for carpentry, and the fruits can be used as shampoo due to the saponins they contain. The girl was also familiar with this tree. She says that she heard that its fruits can be used to wash clothes. Chin confirms her words. He reports that if you add coconut and ginger to the decoction, then the Helidia beans will make an excellent shampoo. Helen looks at the huge thorns on the tree trunk. She thinks that climbing such a plant would be almost impossible. She understands the threat and tells the guy that he shouldn't do it. Since the tree is too tall and all covered in sharp thorns, she clearly doesn't want to put the young man in danger. Chin is only encouraging this. He wants to collect beans to make a good shampoo for the girl. The nearest branches are at least 3 meters from the ground. The guy intends to use the cheetah speed skill. He activates the skill and pushes off the ground sharply, jumping high into the air, much to Helen's surprise. She asks the guy not to take risks and pitifully begs him to give up this activity and just go downstairs. Chin asks the girl to bring a large bamboo basket to collect the plant's beans. Helen feels very uncomfortable that the guy is putting himself in danger because of her. Chin realizes that he needs to climb higher. The bean pods are only on the top branches. The tree has thick, strong branches, and climbing it is much easier than climbing the bare trunk of the coconut palm. He ties a rope around himself for safety. The guy thinks that the rope will prevent him from falling. Quite quickly, he reaches the upper branches and begins to chop down the tree's fruits with a stone axe. Suddenly, he stops his work because he notices a small clearing nearby in which familiar plants grow, which arouse his interest. The boy climbs down from the tree. Helen approaches him with a basket full to the brim of beans and asks him to see how many they have collected. He tells the girl that this amount will be enough to make shampoo, and there will even be some left over for food. Chin points out that she can sacrifice food and use all the pods to make shampoo, suggesting that the girl make her own choice. The boy pets the giant panda and tells her that it's time to move on and not stay in one place for too long. Chin says he will make a decision later, after they examine the clearing where the sugar cane that caught their attention is growing. The young people quickly reach a clearing of sugar cane, and the girl is surprised by how large the thickets are and how big the plant itself is. Helen looks longingly at the plant that can be used to obtain fast carbohydrates, but the guy is alarmed by the fact that the reed grows in a very strange way. He notices that the reeds are planted in a square, and that the plantings are also surrounded by a narrow strip of land, which looks unnatural for wild plants. Helen reports that she has never seen this type of sugarcane before and asks if it is edible. The girl begins to reach her hand towards the plant. The young man intends to warn her. However, he doesn't manage to stop her, and the girl cuts her finger on razor-sharp sugarcane leaves, causing a wound on her hand. The boy, armed with a stone axe, begins to chop down the plants, wondering how the girl could have thought of touching the razor-sharp leaves with her bare hands and putting herself in danger. With precise and confident blows of his stone axe, Chin deftly cuts down tall sugarcane stalks at the very base, demonstrating his strength and skill. He carefully examines the dark purple stalk and understands that brown sugar can be obtained from such cane. Light cane is much less common, and the sugar from it is white. The young people, along with a giant panda, begin to happily gnaw on the hard, sturdy stalks of sugarcane, savoring its natural sweetness. Helen notes that the taste of this plant is very unusual. It is simultaneously too sweet and slightly sour, which she did not expect at all, and this surprises her. It's April now, and it's not the season for sugarcane, as the stalks reach their sweetest point at a certain time. But the boy still intends to take some of the plant back to camp to try making sugar. Galidia pods, which are the fruit of the tree, contain 9 essential amino acids and a complex of vitamins, and they also have very high nutritional value. But peeling these beans is not an easy task. First, you need to dry the pods, then carefully remove the black shell to get to the white beans inside. This process is not only time-consuming, but also quite unpleasant for your fingers. After some time, they manage to prepare a sufficient quantity of beans, after which Chin cooks porridge from these fruits, hoping that he will get a nutritious and tasty lunch. Helen truly enjoys the food. The bean porridge turned out delicious, tender, and sweet, exceeding all her expectations. The girl is a little upset that they have very few of these beans. From a huge basket, they only got about 1.5 kilograms of porridge. The guy says that he used some of the fruits to make shampoo. The pods need to be soaked for at least a day, so they won't be ready until tomorrow. While he has free time, Chin begins to grind sugarcane stalks in an attempt to obtain sugar. This task turns out to be very labor-intensive. He thinks about the need to cut the sugarcane smaller to make the process easier. After some time, Chin processes all the plants, obtaining the required amount of juice from the cane for further use. Before proceeding with the production, the cane juice must be very carefully strained to remove all possible impurities. The guy is distracted from his studies by Helen. The girl, in an elated mood, comes into the kitchen and asks the young man to look at what she brought. She talks about how in the morning they decided to take a walk with the panda and found a very interesting place. Then she holds out a large basket filled to the brim with mushrooms, her eyes shining with joy. The guy sincerely praises the girl and gently strokes her head. Helen considers herself a winner because she spent half a day to pick a whole basket of mushrooms. Suddenly, the young man's mood changes. He begins to carefully examine the mushrooms in the basket. His face becomes serious. Above, there is a huge number of death caps, a deadly poisonous mushroom of the Amanati family. The fruiting body of the mushroom contains amatoxin and phallotoxin, which destroy the liver and lead to death. Following them in the basket, there is a dense layer of red fly agarics. They are also quite toxic and inedible, and pose a serious health hazard. Upon closer inspection, Chin notices small psilocybin mushrooms, which are part of a group of hallucinogenic mushrooms that can cause dangerous psychic effects. However, the basket also contains useful edible mushrooms, one of them, chanterelles, which are rich in carotene, vitamin D, and useful elements. Their flesh is dense, but fragile, with a pleasant smell and taste. Helen is visibly upset. After sorting the edible mushrooms, only a third of the basket remains, which leaves her feeling disappointed. Chin asks the girl to collect some mint for him, telling her to choose large, fresh leaves, paying attention to their quality. The girl learns that mint is not needed for making shampoo or food. The guy is going to make toothpaste, which arouses her genuine curiosity. He explains that by mixing coconut oil, mint extract, and baking soda in the right proportions, you can make an excellent toothpaste that is both healthy and natural. Meanwhile, the sugarcane juice has thickened greatly and now needs to be cooled to continue the sugar-making process. Chin asks how many Halidia fruits they have left. The girl answers that there is very little. They decide to use them as rationally as possible. The strong aroma of fresh ginger wafts through the kitchen. The guy adds fresh, hot ginger to the mixture and reports that it prevents hair loss, stimulates hair growth, reduces itching, and strengthens hair follicles. He is going to heat the mixture, stirring it constantly, and asks the girl to chop up some coconut pulp in order to supplement the recipe with the necessary ingredients. Turning coconut milk into coconut oil will take about an hour and a half. during which time the young people can do something else. They are going to boil chopped mint leaves under a closed lid. Steam from the mint water will rise, condense in the bamboo tube, and flow into the bottle to form a concentrated extract. The girl watches carefully as the concentrated mint oil flows into the bottle, realizing that this extract can effectively protect against mosquitoes. The young people continue to work with the base, mixing Halidia infusion and coconut oil in a 1-to-1 ratio, creating the base for the future shampoo. Chin mixes the mixture very carefully and pours it into small cups, ensuring the uniformity and quality of the mixture. The guy says that the shampoo needs to sit for a while, and then tomorrow you can wash your hair with it. Helen looks closely at the homemade shampoo. She understands that the night will last a very long time waiting to wash her hair, and she eagerly awaits the morning. Night falls, the young people go to bed. At the entrance to the cave, guarding their peace, a huge panda snores peacefully. The guy is very tired today and immediately falls into a deep sleep, enjoying a well-deserved rest. Suddenly he wakes up and jumps up from his bamboo bed. Something has disturbed his sleep. Xia woke up to hear the girl talking incoherently in her sleep about clean, shiny, and soft hair. Soon Helen herself wakes up and realizes that she was awakened by heavy rain, which gradually turns into a powerful downpour. The young people notice that something is wrong with the giant panda. The animal is clearly worried about something. Hampy stands at the entrance to the cave. The panda becomes visibly nervous and begins to growl into the darkness. The girl tries to calm the animal by gently stroking it. Chin does not understand why the panda reacts this way. He touches the animal and activates the training seal that the system gave him earlier. The magical seal immediately takes effect, and in a split second, the boy knows what the animal is thinking and feeling. A stream of vivid images and sensations that a panda experiences falls upon him. He realizes that she is worried about a herd of wild boars that are clearly approaching their cave. Sheen asks the girl to be careful and prepare for a possible attack. He is not entirely sure, but believes that a pack of boars may attack them again in the near future. He advises Helen to stay inside the cave if the pack appears, saying that she will be safe if she does. Chin watches the panda closely and notices that Hampy is still not calm. He decides not to ignore this behavior and thinks that animals can sense danger much better than humans. The ferocious wild boars, having sensed the scent of people, are getting closer and closer to the cave. Hampy runs outside, stands on his hind legs, and lets out a loud roar. The guy tries to calm the huge bear and asks him to come back inside. But he doesn't listen and rushes to attack the wild boars that are already at the entrance. The boars are extremely aggressive and begin to slowly surround Hampy. Taking advantage of the moment, one of the most active boars sneaks up on the panda from behind and strikes with its snout. The other boars join in his attack, and together they begin to strike Hampy. The young man considers the panda's behavior to be a reckless act. The bear rushes straight at the herd, not realizing that they can overwhelm him with their numbers. The first boar scouts are joined by other animals. The boars become more numerous, and they form a tight circle around the panda. Chin realizes that Hampy has attracted all the boars' attention, and they haven't noticed him yet. From the depths of the pack, the leader of the boars emerges, his eyes blazing with rage. He roars loudly and slowly approaches Hampy, preparing for the decisive confrontation. Hampy rises up on its hind legs, towering above the ground, and prepares to repel the attack of enraged predators, demonstrating its strength and determination. It opens its mouth wide and lets out a loud, deafening cry that echoes through the night, causing the hearts of its opponents to clench in fear. A moment later, Hampy, without a second's hesitation, rushes into the attack and boldly bites the leader of the boars, showing unexpected courage and determination. Meanwhile, another animal from the pack quickly rushes to the aid of its leader and tries to attack Hampy from behind, hoping to catch him off guard. Suddenly, Chin comes to the rescue. The guy accurately shoots his bow and hits the boar, thereby saving Hampy from a dangerous attack from behind. Chin realizes that he has used his last metal arrow and realizes that he now only has poisoned arrows left. A bow shot stops the herd, and the boy wonders how quickly the poison will affect smaller animals. The frog poison that his arrows are impregnated with works great on wild boars. The wounded animal instantly loses consciousness and falls to the ground. Chin quickly counts his remaining arrows and realizes that he only has 4 poisoned arrows left, and each one must be used wisely. He pulls the bowstring and realizes that he has no right to make a mistake. He needs to hit the target for sure because every arrow is worth its weight in gold. Qin hits another boar with a well-aimed shot, but he has significantly fewer arrows than the aggressive animals attacking them. One of the boars notices a young man standing nearby in the bushes and realizes that the threat comes from him and not from Hampy. The boars turn sharply and start running towards the bushes where the guy is, deciding to eliminate the real threat. Qin realizes he has been spotted and panics as he tries to decide what to do next to save himself and his friends. Qin realizes that the only way to help Hampy is to distract the boars and lead them away, so he decides to risk himself to give the panda a chance to escape the encirclement. Qin attracts the pack's attention and begins to run away from the cave, hoping that the boars will follow him and leave Hampy alone. Qin realizes that he needs to increase his speed because the distance between him and the animals pursuing him is inexorably decreasing, and they are about to catch up with him. The enraged boars are getting closer and closer. Qin clearly hears the dull clatter of their hooves and a wild growl that echoes throughout the area. The boy activates his cheetah speed skill, believing that it will help him escape the chase and increase the gap between himself and the animals. A pack of wild boars rushes through the night forest, breaking and destroying everything that gets in their way, turning the forest thicket into chaos. Qin climbs a tall tree. The guy thinks that he is lucky, since the rain washed away his scent, and the boars will not be able to find him by his tracks. He is very worried about the panda and believes that it is necessary to return to the cave as quickly as possible to help Hampy in a dangerous situation. Not all the boars rushed in pursuit of the boy. Some of them remained near the cave and continued to attack the panda, giving her no respite. Hampy screams loudly and waves his huge paws, but this has no effect on the boars, who wait for the right moment to rush into a decisive attack. Hampy delivers a series of powerful blows, and this finally has an effect on the animals. They run away in fear, realizing the enemy's strength. Qin tries to stop the panda and orders her not to chase the fleeing opponents in order to avoid further danger. The boy strokes Hampy's head and tells him that he is a worthy protector and has greatly pleased him with his courage and strength. Qin looks at the huge number of defeated wild boars and thinks that the panda is still a predator that is not worth messing around with. The young men bring the boar carcasses into their kitchen, and the boy thinks that the panda has a very good sense of smell. She sensed the boar's approach in advance and thus saved them from a sudden attack. He believes it was a reflex the animal developed over time and is grateful to the panda for its vigilance and protection. The girl recalls that the previous attack also occurred during the rain, and she suggests that boars become violent during precipitation, and the panda eventually got used to this behavior. She believes that the connection between boars and rain is very strange, but it is noticeable and worth paying attention to. Qin says that butchering the carcasses of 4 boars will take a very long time, and suggests putting it off until tomorrow. But now he is going to go to the forest to collect fresh bamboo shoots. He looks at the sleeping panda and thinks that it needs to be rewarded for its bravery yesterday. And besides, it wouldn't hurt for them to diversify their menu since eating meat all the time isn't very healthy. At the edge of the forest, he finds very few young shoots, and the boy realizes that he needs to go deeper into the forest to collect enough food for the panda. Gradually, Qin moves further and further away from the camp, entering a deep bamboo forest, where a special atmosphere of peace and quiet reigns. The young man is very tense about the surrounding silence. He wonders if it is really that quiet here, or if he is just winding himself up because of the tension. Suddenly, he notices a heavily compacted track in the grass in front of him. The guy thinks that it is unlikely that there is a road roller in the jungle. This track makes him puzzled. The young man becomes curious about who this trail might belong to and where it leads. His intuition tells him that it might be something unusual. He understands that curiosity often leads to no good, but he still follows the trail slowly, stepping carefully and listening to every sound. After some time, he begins to hear very strange sounds. He does not understand who could be making them, and this causes him internal unrest. Suddenly, the guy stops. What he sees causes him great shock and makes his heart beat faster. A few dozen meters away is the Titanoboa, the largest snake that ever lived on the planet. An ancestor of modern anacondas that became extinct in the mid-Paleocene, 58 million years ago. He understands that he has no chance of dealing with a reptile that is several tens of meters long and can weigh more than a ton. And this realization fills him with fear. A huge snake notices the young man, rises high into the air and begins to hiss loudly, fixing its cold gaze on him. Qin tries his best to break away. He finds this island quite strange, because it is inhabited by many creatures that have long since become extinct or evolved in the outside world. Suddenly, the system's knowledge package is activated, informing the young man that the Titanoboa was an incredibly fast snake and that it was practically impossible to escape, but that there were ways to escape. The system's instructions explain that if you encounter this snake, you should not try to run away. Instead, you should face it head-on. When the Titanoboa notices you, it will open its mouth wide, giving you a chance to jump into its mouth. All snakes and most reptiles do not chew their food, so you don't have to worry about it tearing you apart with its powerful jaws. You just need to slip down its throat and then into its stomach. Once you reach its stomach, use your knife to cut open its insides and kill the snake, completing the rescue process. Reading this instruction leaves Chin more shocked than the encounter with the snake itself. Astonished by the system's strange approach, Chin curses loudly, condemning the so-called help of the system, and continues his run in the hope of breaking away and moving to a safe distance. The boy knows that snakes use their tongues and receptors to detect movement and determine the location of their victims, but he doubts that he will be able to hide while running away. Suddenly, the guy notices that there is a deep ravine ahead of him, which makes him think about his next step. Without much thought, he jumps down, trying to escape the snake chasing him. Chin presses himself against the wall of the ravine and raises his head. He sees a huge snake head appearing above him. The huge snake temporarily loses sight of the young man and slowly turns its head from side to side, looking for its prey. Chin considers himself lucky that he came across a ravine in which he could hide, since snakes have limited vision and she would not be able to spot him right away. The boy regrets that he used up all his poisoned arrows yesterday, although he has doubts whether such a quantity of poison will be able to affect such a huge snake. He intends to use the Encyclopedia of Wild Animals to find some solution to this deadly situation and save his life. Chin is extremely frustrated. The system gives him no other options but to jump straight into the snake's mouth. He understands that the probability of success is minimal and that this action will most likely lead to his death. The next second, the snake stops and the guy realizes that it has caught his scent. He grips his camping knife tightly in his hands, realizing he has no other choice. Chin decides to climb onto the snake's body and approach its heart to try to deliver the finishing blow. He rises to a height of at least 3 meters and strikes the thick scales of the reptile with his knife. The snake lets out a terrible hiss and begins to move even faster, becoming enraged by this sudden attack. Chin realizes that his knife is too short to reach the snake's heart, and all his efforts may be in vain. He holds on to her body with all his might to keep from falling, but suddenly the reptile stops. He guesses that if he stays on the snake's scruff, it won't be able to see him, even if it smells him. As the huge snake continues to move deep into the thicket, Chin comes to the conclusion that he has little time to think of another way to deal with it. Continuing his journey on the snake, Chin realizes that it is simply impossible to kill this huge creature with a short knife. He is amazed by the power that the snake demonstrates. It does not stop for a second and has been moving without stopping for more than an hour. Chin intends to choose the right moment to quietly jump off the snake and try to escape. Soon, the snake crawls out into the clearing, and the guy is instantly hit in the nose by a terrible smell that is almost impossible to bear. He immediately notices a huge pile of manure nearby, presumably left by wild boars. After a moment, Chin notices that the snake has started to move much faster and is accelerating, as if it is overcome with excitement. The reason for this turns out to be a boar that is nearby, which attracted the attention of the reptile. The huge snake opens its mouth and makes a lightning-fast lunge towards the boar, not paying attention to the man sitting on its neck. Chin realizes that this is his chance to escape, and taking advantage of the moment when the snake is engrossed in its prey, he carefully jumps off its neck. He begins to move away unnoticed, trying to get as far as possible to a safe distance so that he can then break into a fast run. Titanoboa grabs the boar with its huge teeth and begins to squeeze its body with force. Soon, a terrible crunch of breaking bones is heard. The snake throws the boar high into the air, at which point Chin suddenly realizes why the boars he saw earlier had so many strange wounds and deep scars on their skins. The next moment, the huge reptile squeezes its victim and begins to slowly strangle it. Chin couldn't get too far and regretfully realizes that the fight ended faster than he expected. The young man trips and falls into a puddle, hoping that he has managed to move to a safe enough distance so that the snake will not be able to smell him. He thinks that with the onset of darkness, other dangers may appear, and he is too weak to fight, so he intends to hide as quickly as possible. Chin activates the system screen, He doesn't have enough points to buy skills, but he hopes to get some useful bonuses or test items. The system offers to play the Wheel of Fortune, announcing the cost of 1,000 points per move, which makes him think twice about his choice. The guy notices that there are empty sectors on the Wheel of Fortune, which means that if he spends his last points, he might not get anything. However, despite the risk, he decides to try his luck and agrees to spin the wheel. The virtual system informs the young man that he has received the seal of the beast slave, which makes him think. Suddenly, the guy notices a flock of wild boars nearby. He hopes that they won't notice him. However, his hopes are not justified. He sees how the animals begin to slowly approach the place where he is hiding. He tries not to move and hopes that the boars do not realize that he is hiding among the bamboo thickets. A huge wild boar with blazing eyes filled with rage heads straight towards the bamboo thicket where Chin is hiding. The boar finds the young man and stands there for a while, not daring to attack. Chin decides to use the old method again, which had already brought him success once. The guy raises his hands high up and starts shouting loudly at the boar, hoping that this will scare him and make him retreat. However, this time the technique didn't work. The boar wasn't scared at all, but on the contrary became even more irritated and aggressive. Chin decides to run away, but feels his legs begin to numb and burn. He realizes that this is probably due to the frequent use of the cheetah speed skill. The guy continues to run, but feels that very soon his legs may completely fail. Suddenly Chin stops and looks around, trying to figure out where to run as he is completely lost. The guy notices a huge pile of manure nearby, the same one he saw earlier, and realizes that he has no other choice. He can't escape from the angry pack of boars, so he decides to jump into this pile of manure and hide in it. Chin sinks neck-deep into the foul-smelling pile of manure, trying to keep quiet. Soon, a pack of wild boars runs up to the place where the manure is located and stops nearby. The animals look around in confusion in search of their prey. At dusk, boars see practically nothing and rely only on their sense of smell. But now the smell of manure overpowers the human scent. Chin understands that if he sits quietly, the boars will not be able to find him and will be forced to leave. Unfortunately, wild animals do not leave the manure pile and continue to walk around it, sniffing the surrounding area. Chin resists the urge to vomit with all his might, knowing that he must not make any noise. Otherwise, he will reveal his location and attract the attention of predators. As luck would have it, the boars are in no hurry to leave, and to the young man's surprise, they decide to lie down right there, which means he will have to linger in this stinking heap for some time. Chin begins to experience intense heat from the manure, which is due to the buildup of carbon dioxide, preventing the heat from dissipating. The guy understands that if the situation does not change, he may soon overheat and get heat stroke. He feels like he put on several warm-down jackets on a hot summer day. The young man can't feel his arms and legs at all, and he's struggling with all his might to stay conscious. He understands that he must not lose consciousness under any circumstances, otherwise it will mean the end for him. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a bright flame, and he begins to think that due to poisoning and overheating, he is starting to hallucinate. He imagines Helen's voice calling him by name. The guy is sure that these are just illusions, because it is difficult for him to imagine that the girl could find him and come to his aid. Helen actually appears in the clearing, riding on a panda and holding a torch, illuminating the space around her and loudly calling his name. Helen is clearly agitated. She continues waving the torch and desperately calling for the guy. After some time, the girl notices a young man hiding in a huge pile of manure, next to which a large herd of wild boars has settled. She commands the panda to attack the boars without hesitation and swings her stone axe in preparation for the fight. Helen screams loudly and, riding on a panda, fearlessly rushes at the sleeping wild boars without thinking about her own safety. Chin still doesn't believe that what's happening is real and can't believe that the fragile and feminine Helen decided on such a desperate act. The boars, realizing that they cannot cope with stronger opponents, quickly jump to their feet and run into the forest thicket. Helen asks Chin how he feels. The guy replies that thanks to her help he is fine, although he is still very weak. He says that he is too dirty now and the girl should not get too close to him so as not to get dirty. China hasn't moved for a long time. His legs are numb and he can't feel them at all, which makes every step incredibly difficult. The young man starts to fall, but Helen runs up in time and helps him get up, supporting him so that he can stand on his feet. She suggests returning to camp as quickly as possible before the boars return or a new threat arises. because the night forest is full of dangers. Helen notices that the panda has noticed a multitude of young bamboo shoots and has begun to reach for them. The girl asks the animal to be patient, explaining that their main task now is to return to camp. The young men mount the panda, lighting the way with a torch, and begin moving towards the camp. Helen realizes how weak Chin has become and holds his hand close to hers, urging him to hold on tighter and not give up, no matter how hard it is. Despite being very tired, Chin realizes that he is experiencing completely new, unusual sensations, which gives him strength and confidence. The girl realizes that now her dress can only be used as rags. The first thing the young people do is go to the river to wash themselves and their clothes, getting rid of traces of dirt and the terrible smell. Chin, unable to contain his joy, jumps into the clear river water at full speed, creating a multitude of splashes around himself, and feels the long-awaited relief. He gradually calms down and silently thanks fate that they did not encounter another danger on the way to the camp. Helen also needs to wash herself, but she is shy and hides behind the back of the huge panda, preferring to wait a little. The danger has passed, and now they can relax, splashing in the warm river water and enjoying the moment of safety. Returning to camp, Helen feels all the heaviness and tension of the previous night, which immediately affects her condition. She falls asleep almost immediately, exhausted from fatigue. Chin, despite being tired, goes to the kitchen. He's too hungry to sleep and realizes that a small snack will help him regain his strength. The guy walks into the kitchen and suddenly stops, surprised by what he sees in front of him. He sees the carcasses of the wild boars that they had previously brought into the room, partially butchered, which causes him no small amount of amazement. The first thought that comes to Chin's mind is that in their absence, wild animals have gotten into the kitchen and torn apart the carcasses. However, he soon realizes that it was Helen who cut open the carcasses to get the boar fat needed to make torches. Chin imagines the girl's face at that moment. He sits down on a bamboo chair to rest, but suddenly feels a severe pain in his knees. He realizes that he needs to avoid using the cheetah speed skill in the near future. Otherwise, it could lead to irreversible consequences and even the loss of the ability to move. While he is pondering his next steps and coming to his senses, the virtual system suddenly informs him of a reward. For escaping from the giant snake, he receives 7,000 points, which lifts his spirits a little. Chin quietly approaches the sleeping Helen and watches her sleep soundly for a while before quietly informing her that he has made porridge. He puts the bowl on the shelf next to the bed and realizes that the girl is so tired that she doesn't even hear his voice and doesn't react to what's happening around her. The guy sits down next to him, his thoughts involuntarily turning to the events of the previous night. Despite her outward vulnerability, Helen showed incredible strength of character and saved his life. He could never have imagined that such a fragile body contained such a brave soul, capable of such a bold act. Chin admits to himself that he could never have imagined that Helen would risk her life and come to his aid, and this discovery leaves a feeling of gratitude in his heart. The guy lies down on his bed, continuing to think about this, and with these thoughts, he gradually falls into a deep sleep. After some time, the young people wake up and decide to eat a little to replenish their strength. While eating, Chin wonders how Helen was able to find him, since the forest is so big. To the young man's surprise, Helen says that she found him by the huge footprints on the grass, which were visible even in the dark. She doesn't understand his surprise and adds that there was nothing difficult about it. Chin tells the girl that the tracks she saw belonged to an extinct prehistoric reptile. This information greatly shocks Helen. The girl can hardly believe that the titanoboa, a creature that was thought to have become extinct millions of years ago, still exists. She begins to have a panic attack, as the thought that they might be in danger at the camp does not give her peace of mind. A huge snake could attack them at any moment. Chin agrees that the threat does exist, and if the snake wants to find them, they won't have the slightest chance of survival. Helen watches Hampy finish off the last of the young bamboo shoots and asks worriedly how they will get food for the panda. Chin recalls that he encountered a snake when he went deep into the thicket and suggests walking only along the edge of the bamboo forest, hoping that this will help avoid an encounter with the titanoboa. However, the girl continues to feel afraid and does not find this offer too encouraging, because the danger remains real. Suddenly, Chin decides to change the subject and thanks Helen for saving his life. He says this with sincere gratitude, realizing that without her courage, he would not have survived that night. Helen is slightly embarrassed by Chin's words of gratitude. Her cheeks flush slightly, and she looks away. The girl smiles at Chin's gratitude, trying to hide her embarrassment. She claims that they should always help each other, because in such a situation, without trust and support, it is impossible to survive. Since early morning, Chin has been busy cutting up the huge carcasses of 4 wild boars. Today, the guy woke up at noon, and despite the fact that he slept for most of the day, his body still hadn't fully recovered, and his knees hurt even more. Helen helps with cutting up the meat and asks the guy if they can store such a large amount of food. Chin replies that it was extremely difficult to get a wild boar, so he is going to do everything possible to ensure that not a single piece is wasted. He is even going to use the bones to make bone glue. The guy decides to smoke the meat he's harvested well so that he can store it for a long time. Helen asks in surprise if they are really going to leave the meat outside, to which Chin explains that they have no other choice, as there is not enough space in the kitchen for all the food anyway. The next morning comes. Helen's voice is heard in the camp. She loudly calls Chin. The guy slowly comes to his senses and asks in a sleepy voice what is happening and why she is screaming so loudly. Helen is in a state of great excitement and loudly announces that their meat has been stolen. This news greatly surprises Chin. He immediately comes to his senses and tries to understand the current situation. The guy looks closely at the extinguished fire and the remains of the fastenings lying nearby, on which meat was previously smoked. Helen adds that during the night she did not hear any sounds that could indicate the presence of wild animals. Chin carefully examines the scene and says that the meat mount was too big for the beast to carry away, and the beast would have left marks on the ground, but there are none here. Chin finds it very strange that Hampy wasn't alarmed by anything, because an animal living in the wild is always on guard, even when sleeping, and if a predator had appeared, the panda would have noticed it immediately. The guy goes into deep thought and tells Helen that he will have to be on duty tonight to prevent possible threats. Helen, wanting to support the young man, suggests keeping watch according to the old scheme, dividing the night into 2 parts. Chin believes that this is not necessary since he is going to sleep during the day, and this will allow him to stay awake all night without any problems. The young man slept all day. The sun was already beginning to set towards the horizon. Chin gradually wakes up, stretching with pleasure and reporting that he had a good night's sleep. Chin looks around in surprise and asks Helen how long he slept, trying to figure out how much time has passed since he fell asleep. The girl brings him a cup of hot drink and tells him that the sun has almost set and, in her opinion, it is now about 10 o'clock in the evening. Helen adds that there is mint tea in the cup, which will help him wake up faster and get energized to start his shift. Chin lights a fire and begins to cook, reflecting on the fact that they managed to get at least 300 kilograms of meat from the 4 boars, which should be enough for them for the next 6 months. He also thinks that they have skins and guts, and if the skins are processed properly, they can be used to make clothes that will come in handy on cold nights. After pouring himself a serving of meat stew, Chin reflects that he first needs to find out where the meat has disappeared to understand what danger might await them in the future. He hopes that this is not the work of wild animals, because otherwise it does not bode well for them and could become a serious threat. Animals that can sneak into a camp and steal meat without leaving a trace pose a huge threat, as they might not wake up one day. The night flew by unnoticed. Chin does not understand why the thief did not show up today, although he was expecting his return. The guy thinks that if he were a thief, he wouldn't steal from the same place a few hours after the first theft. Chin decides that he will have to stay on duty another night to try to catch the intruder. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a loud scream, which makes him stop his thoughts and become wary. Chin instantly looks up to the sky and sees a golden eagle, one of the most famous birds of prey from the hawk family, the largest eagle, whose body can reach 1 meter in length and a wingspan of up to 2 meters. Having spotted prey, the golden eagle dives rapidly. Its speed can reach 300 kilometers per hour, which makes it an extremely dangerous hunter. The boy knows that golden eagles are among the top 10 most powerful birds of prey and are capable of soaring high in the sky for long periods, looking for prey or gliding at low altitude, trying to catch their prey by surprise. The golden eagle grabs its victim by the head with its claws and instantly kills it, but this time its prey is not an animal, but dried boar meat lying near the fire. The system informs Chin that golden eagles are used in Kazakhstan as hunting birds and guarding flocks of sheep due to their skills. There are 2 ways to tame a golden eagle. First, by raising it from birth and befriending it. In order to exhaust him and break his will, Chin decides to use the second method and tame the bird by attrition, not allowing the golden eagle to sleep until it has no strength left to resist. During breakfast, Helen learns that the meat was stolen by a golden eagle, a very large one at that. This greatly surprises her and causes a feeling of alarm. Now that the girl understands why there were no traces left at the scene of the theft, she suggests smoking the remaining meat and storing it in secure clay pots to avoid a recurrence of such situations. Chin agrees and says that Helen can start serving the meat, but asks that she leave him one portion. Helen curiously asks why this is necessary. The guy says that he is going to catch a golden eagle and tame it. For this, he needs to leave the meat outside so as not to arouse the bird's suspicion and lure it into a trap. Chin constructs a rudimentary trap consisting of a bamboo pole, a knot, and meat bait, which he plans to use to catch a golden eagle. He tells Helen that he saw a man catch a deer using a similar trap, and therefore he is sure that it will definitely work on a bird of prey. Having built this trap, Chin decides to test its operation and press on it to make sure that the mechanism functions as it should. However, the wooden lock on the trap is triggered even by the slightest touch, and the wooden base hits the guy hard in the face. Chin holds his nose, feeling the pain from the blow, and comes to the conclusion that the trap needs to be improved. He decides to use the panda to adjust the pressure on the trap. The guy believes that Hampy can help in this matter. Helen is worried about the animal, believing that the trap might hurt it. But the young man tells her not to worry, as he believes the panda's skin is thick enough to protect it. Hampy, misunderstanding Chin's intentions, instead of carefully adjusting the pressure on the base, hits it with all his might, causing even more problems as he completely breaks the trap. Chin sighs in frustration, realizing that he will have to tinker a little to properly set up the trap and make it more reliable. Helen asks how today's shift went. Chin replies that the golden eagle never showed up today, which puzzled him a little. Helen has doubts that the bird of prey will fly back, but the guy confidently tells her that the golden eagle enjoyed their delicious meat for 2 days in a row, and sooner or later he will definitely return for another portion. At that moment, a loud cry is heard in the sky, and the young people notice how, with its huge wings spread, a powerful bird soars majestically above their camp. Chin instantly realizes that he needs to focus, as the predator is most likely about to take the prey again, and this is their chance. With its excellent eyesight, the golden eagle immediately notices the huge fish lying in the trap. He resolutely rushes down at great speed, digging his powerful claws into the bait. A moment later, the trap is triggered, tightening the noose on the eagle's paw, and at the same moment, Chin's satisfied voice is heard, smiling as he informs Helen that the thief has finally been caught. Helen asks the guy what they should do next. Chin replies that they need to wait a little for the bird to calm down and come to terms with its captivity. He believes that approaching an aggressive golden eagle now is extremely dangerous, because it has not only sharp talons, but also a deadly beak, and with the slightest carelessness, the bird can easily attack and even peck out eyes. Meanwhile, the bird is trying to chew through the thick rope and free itself. Chin decides not to interfere with it and gives it time to expend its strength until it is completely exhausted. Helen, watching what is happening, is very surprised by the size of the predator and says that she has never seen a golden eagle so close before. Its power and size impress her. A curious panda cautiously approaches the bird. Strangely enough, the golden eagle, which usually knows no fear, looks frightened by the approach of a huge bear. Chin agrees with Helen, admitting that she is right. The golden eagle really was much larger than he initially imagined, which makes their success even more impressive. Chin begins to worry about a strange thought. The eels he caught earlier turned out to be much larger than usual. The panda and titanoboa also exceeded the sizes described by the system. This is already the 4th case when animals either do not match the known descriptions or are much larger than expected. Helen wonders why in some countries the golden eagle is called the golden eagle, when its color is actually gray-brown. Chin smiles and thanks the girl for her statement, saying that he really likes the name Gray Eagle. Helen guesses that the guy wants to give the bird this name because he finds it appropriate and symbolic. Chin says he thinks the name sounds pretty good and is fitting for the majestic predator. He points his finger at a huge golden eagle and solemnly declares that from today on his name will be Gray Eagle. The bird is clearly outraged by this attitude. Not only is it in captivity from which it cannot escape, but it has also received a strange nickname. Helen, with some doubt, asks the young man how he is going to tame the Gray Eagle. She is not sure that the taming process will be as successful as with the panda. Chin reveals that he has a slightly different plan. after which he activates the trainer seal he previously received from the system. However, after a few seconds, the boy is surprised to realize that the trainer's seal is not activating for some reason. Suddenly, a virtual system screen appears in front of him, on which a message appears that he will be able to use this seal only after he has successfully tamed the animal. Helen tries not to ask unnecessary questions, but she's very surprised why Chin is pointing his index finger in the air in front of him, as if he is interacting with something. Chin says that they will definitely tame this powerful bird, although it will take a lot of effort. He explains that the essence of his plan is to break the eagle's wild instincts and make him acknowledge their supremacy, no matter how long it takes. They will eventually succeed, but to do so they must maintain constant eye contact with the bird and keep it awake until it complies. Chin understands that to successfully tame the eagle, he will need Helen's help, since if he does it alone, the eagle will have no chance to rest. He explains to the girl that the task is actually not difficult. They just need to take turns watching the bird and not allowing it to rest and regain its strength. China heads to the cave and tells Helen that he's going to bed, and the guy asks her to take over the day shift of watching the golden eagle. The first day of training begins. The gray eagle feels quite cheerful, demonstrating all his power and is not going to give up. The bird is still full of strength and desperately resists. At some point, taking advantage of the girl's distraction, it begins to chew through the rope that holds its leg. Helen, noticing this, suddenly strikes the ground with a long bamboo stick, which frightens the bird and makes it stop trying to escape. The girl firmly tells the eagle not to try to be impudent and assures him that she is watching him closely and will under no circumstances allow him to escape. When night falls, Chin takes over duty. He watches the bird and tries not to waste time. The guy begins to make a toothbrush using improvised means. China worked all night on his work, making a toothbrush, and now he feels tired. His eyes are sore. The system informs him that for successfully making a toothbrush, he is awarded 200 points, which lifts his spirits a little. Showing his new toothbrush to the bird, the boy playfully asks what the gray eagle thinks of the quality of the tool. In response, the golden eagle demonstratively turns away, showing that it does not intend to make contact with the person and shows no interest in him. The next morning comes. The bird is no longer as active as before. Fatigue makes itself felt, and it tries to sleep. At this moment, a panda sneaks up on the golden eagle and wakes it up with a loud roar, causing the eagle to recoil in horror. Helen is near the animals, holding a boar skin in her hands, and is going to sew something useful for the young man. Chin comes on duty. Checking the bone glue, he realizes that it is ready and can be used. Meanwhile, the panda warmed herself by the fire and fell asleep, which is why Chin gives her a light blow to the head with a spoon, ordering her not to sleep and to keep a close eye on the golden eagle. He believes that Hampy should actively participate in the taming process and be useful, and not allow herself to relax. Hampy instantly approaches the bird. She roars loudly and does not allow her to sleep, causing her even more fear and leaving no chance for sleep. Meanwhile, it is becoming noticeably warmer. The sun is rising higher and higher, and a new day awaits the young people. Burkett hasn't slept for several days and now looks extremely exhausted. His eyes are red from fatigue and lack of sleep, and every movement is very difficult for him. Gathering all its last strength, the bird screams loudly and makes a last desperate attempt to escape, but the rope tying its leg holds it in place. Chin, watching the bird closely, asks the gray eagle if he is tired of resisting, and promises to let him go if he starts to make contact. Burkett stares at the young man, and gradually the realization appears in his eyes that no amount of effort will lead to freedom. After some time, the huge bird resigns itself to its position and completely stops any resistance. Chin realizes that now is the best time to try using the trainer's seal. The guy activates the seal and, reaching out to the gray eagle, feels how bright streams of energy begin to flare up around them. The system congratulates him on successfully taming the golden eagle and adds 5,000 points to his account, which becomes an excellent reward for all his efforts. The system informs him that the bird is very hungry and exhausted. At this moment, Chin forms a close telepathic connection with the golden eagle, and vivid images begin to fill his mind, showing the world through the eyes of the mighty bird. Chin sees numerous hunting scenes involving the gray eagle, flights over wild spaces, swift attacks on prey, and unimaginable freedom. After some time, the visions change, and he sees a young golden eagle chick that is stuck among the rocks and needs help. A huge bird, freed from its shackles, hovers over the young people's camp, And at that moment, the contented voice of Helen is heard, who, full of joy, says that she is delighted with their common victory. The girl admits that she didn't expect that they would be able to tame such a huge and freedom-loving bird, and is delighted that everything went even faster than they initially expected. Chin tells the girl that the bird is a little excited about her chick. Helen is surprised and asks how he knew about it. Realizing that he can't reveal the truth about the telepathic connection, the guy decides to get out of this situation by saying that this is just his guess, based on his knowledge of the golden eagle mating season, which occurs in the spring and summer when they hatch their chicks. Helen is delighted by this news and offers to bring the chick to camp to raise it herself, which she believes will be a wonderful opportunity to strengthen their relationship with the gray eagle. A gray eagle lands on the leather glove that is on Chin's hand and spreads its mighty wings. Chin, looking at the bird, tells Helen that he is going to go in search of the chick soon, and tomorrow they will begin exploring the rocks in the hope of finding the nest. Helen, looking at the bird, cannot hide her delight and admiration. She says that the gray eagle is incredibly beautiful and graceful. The girl decides to try to touch the bird, but the golden eagle reacts sharply to her actions, rushing at her. Helen is very surprised and even a little upset. She does not understand why the bird does not allow her to touch its feathers, because they tamed it together. Chan explains that the bird chose him as its master, and adds to himself that this is due to the training seal he used, and that there could be no other outcome, since Helen does not have access to the system like he does. Helen does not give up and tries to find a common language with the gray eagle. She takes 2 large fish and approaches the bird, hoping to treat it. To her surprise, the irritated bird does not accept her as its owner and responds with aggressive behavior, which forces the girl to retreat. The young people decided to take a rest for one day to fully recover their strength, and the next day they got up early to set off on their journey. Thanks to the trainer's seal, Chin learned that a golden eagle chick had fallen from its nest and was now trying to survive, sitting in a narrow mountain crevice from which it could not escape without help. For the night, the young people set up a temporary camp, and Chin learns that the gray eagle has repeatedly tried to save its chick, but each time its large size prevented it from squeezing into the crevice. Meanwhile, Helen has prepared a meat stew from boar meat and invites the young man to dinner. At dinner, the girl asks the guy how they intend to find a small chick in such a huge forest. Chin, smiling slightly, explains that he knows approximately the location of the nest, and it all depends on their speed. They are currently moving at a speed of about 4 kilometers per hour, which, in his opinion, is too slow. In a whole day, they have only been able to cover 30 kilometers, which is completely insufficient to quickly reach their goal. Helen shares her thoughts about the mysterious island. She believes that it is quite large, and she finds it unclear why no one has found them yet, because such a large island should have been inhabited by people long ago. Helen asks what the young man is thinking about. Chin replies that he is thinking about what they would do if they suddenly came across wild animals. After dinner, the young people add more wood to the fire, then cover themselves with boar skins and try to sleep, hoping for a peaceful night. Suddenly, Chin wakes up to hear Hampy, who is next to him, start to growl loudly. The girl asks why the animal is acting so strangely, to which Chin suggests that the panda may have felt threatened. Hampy continues to stare into the darkness, growling tensely. After a moment, many eyes begin to sparkle brightly in the bushes. A moment later, a pack of wild wolves emerges from the bushes, and Helen's loud cry, filled with fear and anxiety, is heard. Chin, containing his own excitement, orders the girl to immediately hide behind Hampy and press herself against a tree. He explains that, most likely, the wolves will not dare to thoughtlessly attack the huge bear. Chin asks Hampy to remain calm and under no circumstances to rush at the wolves first, as any sudden aggression could lead to an immediate attack. He understands that they are in serious trouble, because unlike wild boars, wolves hunt in packs and have a sharper mind. Chin realizes that if the panda takes a step to the side, the wolves will immediately attack them. And besides, the gray eagle is unlikely to be able to help, since he has poor vision in the dark, which makes him useless in these conditions. One of the wolves gets too close to the fire and immediately jumps back from the flames in horror. This gives Chin a clue. Fire is their main trump card in this situation. He asks Helen to light a torch to scare away the predators. Helen admits that she was so scared that she completely forgot that wolves are afraid of fire, which could have helped scare them off earlier. Chin loudly demands that the wolves leave and throws a burning torch in their direction. This causes several animals to instantly jump aside. Realizing that he needs to continue the psychological pressure, he orders Hampy to roar as loudly as possible to completely intimidate his enemies. The giant panda stands up on its hind legs and lets out a loud, wild roar that echoes throughout the area, shattering the silence of the night. Chin thinks they were lucky that the wolves got scared and ran away. But given their cunning, the guy believes that the animals could be somewhere nearby watching them. Fortunately, the wolves did not try to approach their camp again that night, and as soon as dawn broke, the young people immediately continued on their way. Helen notices with obvious relief that they have finally escaped the dense jungle. She has the feeling that they have entered a completely different world. She asks Chin what happened to the gray eagle and why the bird is acting so agitated. Chin explains that the eagle's nest must be somewhere nearby, and perhaps the bird is eager to finally see its chick. The guy watches as a huge golden eagle circles above the forest. It heads towards the nearest mountain range, thereby letting him know where its nest is. The young people, together with the panda, begin a slow climb up the slopes of the nearby mountains. Chin constantly helps Helen, supporting her and persistently reminding her to be extremely careful to avoid possible injuries. Helen admits that the mountain is too steep and she is very tired. She asks the guy to give her a break. Chin agrees to her request. He leaves the girl with the panda and decides to continue the journey alone, hoping to reach his destination faster this way. Chin carefully begins to climb up the steep cliff, as the path has ended and this is now the only way to reach the nest. Suddenly his foot slips, but he manages to grab the ledge with his hand in time. At that moment, the guy realizes that even a second of hesitation could have cost him his life. After overcoming many difficulties and spending all his strength, Chin finally reaches the top of the cliff. He instantly falls to the ground, trying to catch his breath and recover. Chin looks around and sees the forest spread out below. This view captivates him so much that the guy feels as if he has arrived at the top of the world, from where everything seems small and insignificant. He carefully examines the surrounding mountains, and after a moment, his gaze stops on one of them. There's an extinct volcano nearby, its slopes already overgrown with trees. The guy reflects on the fact that it's unlikely to become active anytime soon, and that there might be useful materials in the area. Thoughts about the island's rich ecosystem are suddenly interrupted by the loud cry of a golden eagle nearby. Chin sincerely apologizes to Gray Eagle and reminds him that he remembers why they came here. The golden eagle chick ended up on a very steep slope, and without special equipment, the guy had practically no chance of reaching it. However, he came up with a good plan. He tied a loop at the end of the rope and carefully lowered it into the mountain crevice. With the help of the trainer's seal, he was able to communicate with the golden eagle for a while. He only needed to convince the bird to fly up to the chick and ask it to grab the rope so that Chin could easily pull the chick out. The young man's plan was successful, and after some time he was able to free the chick from captivity, feeling a great sense of relief. Chin is amazed by the size of the birds, because even a golden eagle chick looks impressively large and massive. Chin carefully takes the chick into his arms, signaling to the gray eagle that it is time to return back to camp. Going down turned out to be much more difficult and dangerous than going up. Every step required extreme caution and precision. Chin could hardly see where to place his feet, and every movement was associated with the risk of falling down. After some time, with great effort, he manages to get down to the ground. After this ordeal, the guy comes to the conclusion that he will never do something like this again for any amount of money. Chin, looking around, is surprised to find that at the base of the mountain there is neither the girl nor the panda, who were supposed to remain in place. Sometime later, he notices a note left by Helen in the sand, in which she says that she went to explore the nearby area in search of useful resources. The guy, tired from the long climb, decides to stay put and rest until the girl returns. After a while, Helen returns to the parking lot and says that she thinks it's going to rain. Chin agrees with her concerns, noting that the weather in this area is extremely unpredictable, and suggests that they leave as soon as possible, as a heavy downpour could cause a landslide, which would pose a mortal danger to them. His words are suddenly interrupted by Helen, who suddenly freezes, her eyes filling with excitement. She screams loudly, calling on the guy to immediately look at something that shocked her so much. Surprised, Chin turned sharply in the direction Helen pointed, and a moment later noticed a plane flying in the sky. The guy immediately noticed that thick smoke was coming from the plane's engine, and instantly realized that something was clearly wrong with the plane. The young people, realizing the seriousness of the situation, immediately headed towards the supposed landing site of the plane. Helen says that they had not yet heard the sound of an explosion. Chin begins to think about how an airplane could appear on a desert island and feels a strong emotion. He understands perfectly well that Helen also experienced similar feelings. Having reached the edge of the mountain plateau, they saw that the path ended in a cliff, and they simply had no way to move forward straight. Chayan decided to stop to calm his nerves and carefully consider his next steps, realizing the importance of each action. He drew a map on the ground, a stone representing their current location, an X marking the supposed crash site, and an O indicating their camp. Chin informs Helen that their current food supply is enough for the two of them to get back to camp. But if they decide to make a detour to the crash site, there won't be enough food for the return trip. The girl suggests going back to their camp, taking enough supplies, and then going in search of the plane. Chin believes that in this case they will lose a lot of time. He suggests that they split up and go searching himself, while Helen and the panda return to camp. Chin expresses his doubts about the girl being able to return to the camp on her own, to which Helen reacts sharply, considering these words to be a lack of trust in her abilities and strength. Meanwhile, it quickly gets dark. The young people set up camp and light a fire. Helen asks to keep the gray eagle chick with her. She plays with the little bird and thinks about what name to give it, trying to choose something special and meaningful. The guy suggests naming the chick Little Eagle, which causes a negative reaction from the girl, as she considers this name not original enough. Helen informs him that the guy already has his own bird, and that the chick will belong only to her. After which she declares that she will not allow anyone to call her pet stupid names. The next morning, Helen tells the guy that she found a large amount of resin and asks if they will need it in the future. Chin replies that this is a fortunate find, as pine resin can be effectively used to create torches, which will significantly facilitate their movement in the dark. After a while, the young people split up, and the guy, left alone, uses the cheetah's speed skill every hour for a short time to reach the plane crash site as quickly as possible. He hopes that the speed will help him get there before sunset. Until midday, he makes very rapid progress, but soon wet ground appears under his feet, which surprises him, since the weather has not changed and there has been no rain. He decides to scout out the area and sends a gray eagle ahead to find out what happened. As a huge golden eagle rises high into the air, the young man activates his trainer skill, allowing him to synchronize his vision with the gray eagles. After a moment, he begins to receive images in his brain and sees a large amount of water, but cannot understand what exactly is in front of him, a river or a lake. Chin realizes that he has no choice but to go forward to see this obstacle for himself and determine how it can be overcome. After some time, a large amount of fog appears in the air. The guy comes out to the edge of the swamp. He thinks about the best way to get around it. It will take more time, but it will be much safer for him. Chin spends several hours trying to find a way around the swamp, but his efforts are unsuccessful. He is forced to admit that there is no safe passage to be found, and that attempts to bypass the swamp will only increase the wasted time. He has absolutely no desire to move through the swamp, but he understands that he has no other choice. The guy must continue on his way, despite all the dangers and difficulties. While searching, he notices the many mosquitoes in the area, their bites causing intense itching. The guy understands that if he starts scratching his skin, he could get an infection. Chin decides to start moving forward right now before it gets dark, since staying overnight in such a place is unsafe. Stagnant water is an ideal breeding ground for bacteria, and if he gets wet or, God forbid, swallows some of this water, he will immediately contract some kind of infection. The sun is at its zenith. The swamp is covered by dense foliage of trees, creating a greenhouse effect inside, which is why the guy doesn't have enough air and it becomes unbearably hot, which greatly complicates movement and orientation. His attention is drawn to strange-looking green vines that begin to move in an unusual way, as if coming to life in this hot and humid place. A moment later, the guy realizes that these vines are not actually plants, but a huge snake, which suddenly rushes at him, opening its mouth. Chin manages to react in time, and at the last split second, he strikes the attacking snake with his bamboo bottle, using it as a weapon in this critical situation. The next moment, a gray eagle comes to his aid, swiftly descending from above and grabbing the snake with its powerful claws. Thanks to the system's encyclopedia, the guy learns that it was a viper, a very dangerous creature that secretes deadly poison, and he was really lucky that he managed to fight off its attack. The snake was green and looked exactly like a liana. hiding among the dense vegetation of the swamp. After a while, he comes out onto relatively firm ground and, breathing a sigh of relief, thinks that he will finally be able to use the cheetah's agility skill again to get to his goal faster. His speed increases noticeably, and the guy believes that if he continues moving just as fast, he will be able to reach the crash site before dark. However, his plans are not destined to come true, and he again loses the solid ground under his feet, which makes him feel despair. With horror, Chin realizes that he has fallen into a quagmire, a shaky place in the swamp covered with bright green grass and moss, where walking is extremely dangerous and fraught with serious consequences for life. The quagmire begins to slowly suck him in, working in the same way as quicksand in the desert. The more he moves, the faster it sinks, causing him to stop and become completely still. He realizes that he can't move until he finds something to grab onto, and he freezes, limiting his movements to slow down the speed of his descent. The boy commands the gray eagle to find a long stick as quickly as possible that could help him get out of this dangerous trap, and hopes that his faithful companion will not let him down at this critical moment. Chin believes that he still has a little time and hopes that he can escape from this deadly trap by relying on his skills and the help of the eagle. After some time, a huge golden eagle flies up to him and drops a stick. The boy immediately asks the eagle to find even longer sticks and continue bringing them to him, because the longer and stronger the structure, the higher his chances of survival. Chin reflects on the fact that the quagmire, like quicksand, is not a Newtonian fluid, and finds a solution. He begins to tie the sticks he brought into a single structure that will help him get out. After some time, he manages to create something resembling a ladder. The guy tries to minimize his movements because when at rest, the quagmire behaves like a solid surface. But with a sudden change in pressure or impact, it turns into a viscous and treacherous medium that can suck him in. He begins to gradually climb up the ladder, trying to change the force of pressure on the surface so that the liquid becomes solid again and allows him to climb up. With great effort, Chin manages to get out of the quagmire and find himself on a makeshift ladder that supports his weight and helps him avoid total submersion. Moving very carefully so as not to cause unnecessary vibrations, he slowly moves toward the solid area, realizing the seriousness of his situation. Having freed himself from the quagmire, the boy realizes that he has spent almost all his energy fighting for survival, and realizes that a whole day has already passed, and he is still far from the place where the plane crashed. He remembers a TV series called Condor Heroes that he had seen earlier, where the villain's leader found an interesting way to overcome quicksand, and this thought suddenly inspires him to take further action and gives him hope that something similar might be useful in his current situation. Chin intends to select 8 of the driest and strongest poles from his design that will be suitable for providing stability. After this, he begins to tie them together in such a way that they form something like skis, which can distribute his weight over the surface of the swamp, preventing him from sinking too deep. Using a rope, he firmly ties this structure to his legs and tests its strength, hoping that it will withstand his weight and not fail at the most crucial moment. The increased support area and even weight distribution allows it to begin to slide across the surface of the quagmire, making it possible to slowly move forward and overcome the dangerous swamp. After several hours of difficult progress, he notices that the swamp is beginning to end, and the long-awaited place where the plane crashed appears ahead. The aircraft suffered serious damage during the hard landing, but the pilot miraculously survived and is still inside the cockpit. The girl in the cockpit gradually comes to, experiencing a severe headache and trying to figure out where she is and what happened. The last thing she remembers is encountering a powerful storm, after which the plane lost control and she was thrown into dangerous turbulence, causing her to crash. She thanks the gods that she miraculously managed to find a place to land before the plane completely lost control. Carefully examining the plane's engine, the girl realizes that repairing it in field conditions is practically impossible. Looking around, she remembers seeing a similar swamp while traveling in South America, and these memories help her better understand where she might be. The girl is not sure that people can live in such a remote place, but she still starts screaming loudly and calling for help, hoping that someone will hear her. A moment later, she realizes that this is stupid. It is unlikely that there could be people in this remote area. She decides not to waste her energy in vain because they might be needed later. Trying to calm down and pull herself together, she begins to think about her next course of action, trying to maintain a cool head despite the dangerous situation that has developed. She realizes that the sun is already setting and night will soon fall, so she decides to stay in the cabin for the night as this seems to be the safest option in her situation. Suddenly, the oppressive silence is broken by a human voice. The girl shudders in surprise, trying to understand who it could be. At the edge of the clearing near the plane stands Chin. The guy shouts loudly, asking if anyone is nearby, hoping that he can find one of the crew. He reflects on the fact that not much time has passed since the plane crashed, and if the crew members are injured, he still has a chance to help them and save them. A young man contacts a gray eagle telepathically to learn more about the situation, and the eagle informs him that a large white bird is very close. Chin follows the golden eagle and quickly reaches the clearing where the crashed plane is located. Chin carefully pushes aside the bushes, carefully examining the surrounding area for any signs of the crew's presence. He approaches the plane and looks into the cockpit but finds no one inside. Looking around, he sees that there are no traces of blood, which allows him to conclude that the crew members are probably alive. The instrument panel catches his attention. Looking at it, the guy is surprised. The plane looks completely new, but the model is so old that it is not even equipped with a communication device. This seems very unusual. Suddenly, the young man turns around sharply, hearing a human voice. He sees a girl running towards him, shouting something loudly in English, her face expressing panic. The girl is very scared. She screams in English and asks the guy to save himself immediately, saying that crocodiles live here. Chin understands why the girl is so scared when she sees a huge pack of crocodiles behind her, chasing her at incredible speed. He realizes that fighting crocodiles on land is useless. Their numerical superiority and aggression create a huge threat, so he asks the girl to hurry and get into the cockpit of the plane as quickly as possible, which can provide at least some protection. Chin reaches forward to help the girl get inside faster. The girl clings to his hand and, with all her strength, quickly jumps into the cabin. Behind her, she hears the loud chattering of the crocodile's teeth as they almost grab her. The female pilot trips and falls into the cockpit with a crash, accidentally knocking over the boy. Chin is overcome with strong emotions. He did not expect to see such a beautiful girl as a pilot, and this moment distracts him from the impending threat. The pilot, speaking in English and with concern in his voice, tries to explain to the boy that the number of crocodiles is growing and that they have already surrounded the plane, coming dangerously close to the hull. The guy doesn't speak English, but he immediately understands what the girl wants to say. Huge reptiles surround the crashed plane and begin to hit it with their bodies and tails. Chin is surprised by how aggressive the reptiles are. They continue to attack the plane, and the guy realizes that it's unlikely he'll be able to simply wait until the crocodiles leave. He fires an arrow at the most active crocodile, but the stone arrows are not strong enough to pierce the reptile's thick skin. Chin understands that he needs to aim carefully and hit the crocodile's eyes. The next shot is inaccurate. The arrow hits the crocodile in the forehead without causing any significant damage, which only makes him even more angry. Chin realizes that the reptile's eyes are a very complex, small, and moving target, making them very difficult to hit. The crocodiles continue to deal powerful blows to the plane's body, and the guy realizes that he hasn't injured any of them, but only made them even more angry. He thinks that they only have 15 minutes left before the wild reptiles will tear the plane to pieces. Chin activates the virtual screen. He understands that without the help of the system, he cannot cope with this situation. He hasn't made any purchases in the last few days, and his account has accumulated over 12,000 points, which should be enough to buy new skills. But he doesn't know which one to choose, because each of them is only useful in a certain situation. The female pilot takes out a bottle and a lighter, announcing that she is going to burn the aggressive crocodiles. The guy tries to stop her, asking her not to do this, because the flammable liquid can be used more effectively in another situation. Although Chin does not know the English that the girl speaks, he gestures for her to give him the lighter. The girl hands over the lighter, and Chin believes that his broken English did help, as he managed to prevent the waste of valuable alcohol reserves. In the virtual store, the guy chooses a package called Marksman's Blessing, not knowing exactly what the skill means, but figuring that, judging by the name, it must be related to improving accuracy. The system congratulates the young man on acquiring a new skill and informs him that it has been successfully activated. However, Chin is very surprised as he doesn't feel any changes, unlike the cheetah speed skill, which immediately changed his perception and state. The female pilot urges him on, telling him that the crocodiles are already trying to jump into the cockpit, and they have very little time left to figure out a way to fight them off. Chin, in broken English, assures her that he will deal with the situation and asks her not to worry, trying to calm the girl down and show that he is in control of the situation. The guy generously coats the tips of his arrows with resin to make them incendiary, and then uses a lighter to set them on fire. He begins aiming his bow at the nearby crocodiles and realizes what the new skill, Archer's Blessing, is, and a shooter-like interface appears in front of him, with various stats and data. He sees a variety of parameters, such as a scale showing the direction and required bow draw weight, as well as tools for determining wind strength and shot angle, which helps him aim accurately. Chin adjusts all the parameters to the optimal level according to the interface indications and then releases the bowstring. The arrow quickly travels the distance to the nearest crocodile and hits it right in the eye, proving the effectiveness of the new skill. Chin continues to use his marksman's blessing skill, aiming and hitting the remaining crocodiles, becoming more confident in his accuracy with each arrow. The female pilot lights the stone arrows and hands them to the young man to help him fight the predators. With well-aimed shots, the guy manages to wound more than a dozen aggressive reptiles, which gradually weakens their pressure and forces them to retreat. After some time, Chin surveys the battlefield and realizes that they have won. The remaining crocodiles decided to leave, abandoning the plane and not making any more attempts to attack. The girl joyfully raises her hands up and screams loudly, expressing her joy. She calls Chin her hero and smiles at him gratefully. The female pilot introduces herself to the young man, saying that her name is Jessica. She asks if the guy knows Korean or Japanese, because his English leaves much to be desired, and it is difficult for her to understand him. Chin asks the girl if she has a cell phone. Despite the language barrier, Jessica understands what he is asking and replies that there is no point in a phone here, since there is no phone line. Chin regrets that his English is too bad and realizes that communication is very difficult, which is why they cannot exchange information properly. Jessica hands the young man a can of food and gestures for him to eat it. She takes out a camp can opener and deftly opens the can, showing that the food is fit for consumption. The guy looks at the expiration date on the canned goods and is very surprised by the date. He thinks it's a mistake, because according to the date, these canned goods are almost 100 years old. Jessica notices that the guy is hesitant and tries to find out what is wrong. She gestures that it is stewed meat and it is quite edible, so he should try it. Chin decides to try the stew, and it turns out that it is good and tasty, which makes him think that perhaps there was a mistake in the date on the can, and the product is not expired at all. The guy notices how Jessica starts to yawn. He understands that she is very tired. After all the stress she has experienced, she needs rest. Chin decides that wild animals are unlikely to get into the plane's cabin, so he can spend the night there without fear for his safety. He can't fall asleep for a long time, looking at the bright night sky, enjoying its beauty. The guy listens to the rare sounds of insects that occasionally interrupt the surrounding silence. The next morning comes. The guy opens his eyes and is surprised to find that Jessica is not around. This makes him feel uneasy and wonder where she could have disappeared to while he was sleeping. A girl approaches the airplane cabin and greets a guy, wishing him good morning. He sees that the girl is about to prepare breakfast and carefully examines her travel bag, which turns out to contain many useful things, including an iron pot and a metal glass. China hands her some dried boar meat and tells her that the boar broth will be much tastier and more nutritious than just boiling water. After they ate the rich broth, the young people felt a surge of strength and were restored. Jessica had many questions, but the guy only knew the most basic words in English, which is why he practically did not understand what she was trying to tell him. Despite this, Chin managed to draw a map to explain his story to the girl, and Jessica, having learned that there were other people on the island, happily accepted his invitation to go to the camp. Jessica stops abruptly and tells the guy that a huge, aggressive golden eagle is circling above them, which fills her with fear. Chin makes a loud whistle, trying to attract the bird's attention. Jessica panics and asks him to immediately hide in a shelter, afraid that the bird might attack. A moment later, she is greatly surprised to learn that the golden eagle circling above them is a tame bird belonging to Chin. After some time, they begin to be enveloped in a dense fog, which quickly limits visibility and makes movement more dangerous. Chin realizes that the gray eagle will not be able to help them in these conditions, and warns Jessica that they need to be very careful. Jessica asks the guy to stop and rest for a bit, saying that she is starting to feel very weak and needs to catch her breath before moving on. They sit down on the ground. The girl takes out her travel glass to drink some water. Meanwhile, Chin wonders where such a dense fog could have come from at midday and when it will finally clear, as it is becoming very difficult to continue on in such conditions. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a strong blow and instantly turns towards the girl to understand what happened. He sees that Jessica has fallen on the grass and is lying unconscious. This causes him great anxiety because he does not understand what happened to her. Feeling suddenly weak, Chin grabs his head, trying to stay on his feet. He realizes that his strength is leaving him, and he too begins to lose consciousness. The guy falls to the ground and at the last moment manages to cover his mouth with his hands, realizing that it's all about this strange fog, which probably contains some kind of substance that causes loss of consciousness. The guy crawls up to Jessica and tries to ask in broken English if she's okay. He tries to wake her up. The poisonous fog clears a little. Chin sees that Jessica is still unconscious, but her condition is stable, which brings him some relief, and he himself begins to feel a little better. He takes out the lighter Jessica gave him earlier from his pocket and decides to use it to understand the nature of the poisonous fog and find out what is going on. Chin lights a lighter and, using his aim skill, throws it at a nearby hummock, hoping it will give him the information he needs. The hummock he threw the lighter into instantly explodes, and Chin immediately understands the cause of the poisonous fog. The methane that is released in this place in large quantities is to blame for everything. It caused their poisoning and loss of consciousness. The guy reflects on the fact that methane is lighter than air. When he and Jessica were closer to the ground, it became easier to breathe, since most of the gas rose to the surface. He understands that rummaging through other people's things is wrong, but he has no other choice, because he needs to find a way to save his lives. Chin opens the girl's travel bag in search of something useful that could help in this critical situation. Jessica's duffel bag turns out to be full of useful items, including a good first aid kit, a battery, a metal spoon, and even a tent, which might come in handy if they need to set up shelter. The boy opens the medicine cabinet but quickly realizes that he can't figure out the names of the medications, as they are all written in English, which he doesn't know well enough to understand which medications might be helpful. Chin takes the battery into his hands and realizes that with its help he can save himself and Jessica if he quickly finds a way to produce oxygen. First, he needs to fill the bamboo plant with clean water, and then use a syringe and IV tubing to create a system for delivering oxygen. It connects the pencil lead to the cathode of the power source and covers the body of the syringe by attaching a tube to it. Chin then connects an iron spoon to the anode to form a closed circuit underwater, then places the spoon and lead into a bamboo tube filled with water and turns on the power to the battery. When exposed to electricity, the water in the bamboo tube begins to decompose, a process known as electrolysis that results in the formation of oxygen at the cathode. Chin carefully guides the IV tube to Jessica's face to give her fresh oxygen, hoping it will help her come to her senses. After a while, the girl begins to slowly regain consciousness. She quietly moans and takes her first deep breaths, which brings relief to the guy because his plan worked. Jessica suddenly stands up sharply and, looking at Chin in surprise, asks what happened to her and why she lost consciousness so suddenly. She clearly doesn't understand what caused her condition. The guy tries to explain that they were poisoned by methane, which is emitted in large quantities in this area. Chin suggests leaving this place as quickly as possible and suggests breathing oxygen from a tube in turn so that both can remain conscious. The young people need to hurry, as the battery charge they use to obtain oxygen will soon run out. Having looked around carefully, they realize that only one last push remains for salvation, and they decide to move as quickly as possible. After some time, they finally leave the deadly clearing and, having moved to a safe distance, try to catch their breath, feeling incredible relief. Jessica coughs and says with surprise that she never expected the jungle to hide such deadly places. When Jessica and Chin emerged from the swamp, it was already late afternoon, and the young people, weakened by the effects of the biogas, decided to find a suitable place to rest and continue their return to camp the next day. Helen screams loudly, accusing the raccoons of being sneaky thieves, and laments the fact that the little animals managed to get into the kitchen and steal a supply of fresh fish. The girl carefully examines the barrel of fish and, with irritation, realizes that the raccoons have stolen most of their supplies. She decides to make a stronger and more secure lid out of bamboo to prevent further attempts at theft. The golden eagle chick starts screaming loudly, attracting her attention. Helen tries to calm him down, telling him that the raccoons didn't steal all the fish and that he has enough for dinner. She feeds the little golden eagle chick the remaining fish and tenderly asks him to eat well so that he grows big and strong, because they still have many challenges to overcome together. The girl is very worried about Chin, because 3 days have already passed, and the guy still has not returned to the camp. This makes Helen think that something bad could have happened to him. Helen decides that if the guy doesn't return to camp by tomorrow, she will go looking for him, because she can't sit still and wait any longer. Her thoughts are interrupted by a golden eagle chick, which begins to vigorously flap its wings and tries to take off. Helen comes out of the kitchen and sees a golden eagle soaring over the camp. She realizes that Chin has finally returned. A few seconds later, Chin actually emerges from the forest thicket greeting her, which makes her feel relieved and happy. Helen immediately notices that the guy did not come alone. Next to him stands a beautiful stranger who greets her with a smile. Chin jokingly asks Helen if she missed him and was worried, since he was gone for 3 whole days, and she should be worried. Chin then introduces Jessica, explaining that she is the pilot of the plane that crashed. Chin also reveals that the girl is a foreigner and admits that with his level of English, it was very difficult for him to understand her. Jessica approaches Helen and begins to introduce herself and talk to the girl in surprisingly good Chinese, which causes great surprise to Chin, who had not previously known that she spoke Chinese. The guy, shocked by this turn of events, asks Jessica why she didn't tell him about it earlier, because it could have made their communication much easier. The girl replies with a smile that Chin was trying to speak to her in English the whole time, and she simply didn't understand where he was from and what language was best to use for communication. Chin realizes the absurdity of the situation and laughs, realizing how ridiculously he suffered. Night falls, the tamed pets fall fast asleep in the cave, and the young people continue their conversation, sharing their stories and experiences. Chin tells Jessica how they ended up on this uninhabited island and the difficulties they had to face in the process of survival. In turn, he learns that Jessica is a paleontologist from the United States, and she often travels around the world, participating in various excavations and studying ancient animal species. Jessica recently learned that a new species of fossilized animal had been discovered on an island in the South Pacific, and she was so excited by the news that she immediately hopped on a plane and headed to the excavation site to see the discovery for herself. Chin speculates that based on the girl's story about her flight and the route of their cruise ship, one can roughly understand where this uninhabited island is located. Helen confidently tells Jessica that sooner or later they will be able to build a boat and sail away from here, because they already have experience in survival, and now they have only strengthened their skills. Jessica shares her joy with the young people, expressing her surprise that ancient pandas still exist, as they were previously thought to be extinct, and she suggests that there may be other amazing creatures on the island that are unknown to the world. Jessica looks at Hampy with shining eyes, and the young men begin to suspect that she is so captivated that she might even want to dissect the animal for scientific study. Jessica, admiring what she saw, declares that the existence of such animals is incredible news that could become the greatest discovery of the 20th century, her eyes literally shining with excitement. Helen laughs loudly and corrects the girl, saying that if this is a discovery, it will be the greatest of the 21st century, because it is the 21st century that is in effect. Jessica's answer greatly surprises the young people, as she confidently states that the 21st century is still more than 70 years away, which causes confusion and even more questions. Jessica explains that perhaps the young people are Chinese and that is why they use their national calendar, which is why there is a misunderstanding, which surprises them even more and makes them think about her words. The girl asks them for forgiveness if her words offended or angered them, and emphasizes that she had no malicious intent. She was just trying to understand the situation. Chin begins to speculate that Jessica is probably so fascinated by paleontology that she barely pays attention to history and real events, because her claims about the 20th century seem completely ridiculous. In his opinion, it cannot be the 20th century now in any calendar, international or Chinese. Jessica, in turn, categorically asserts that she did not fall into a coma and assures that the year is now 1927. Her words shock the young people. They listen to Jessica in silence, not understanding what to answer her, because everything she says sounds incredible and inexplicable. Chin begins to think that Jessica is unlikely to be lying, because her plane really does resemble 20th century models, and he also remembers the dates on the canned goods, which had strange dates, a coincidence that makes him think seriously. Chin asks Jessica to answer his question honestly. He asks what year AD it is. Jessica answers with complete confidence that it is now 1927. The girl continues the conversation and asks the guy what year he thinks it is, hoping to understand what is going on. The young people's answer greatly surprises Jessica. She doesn't understand how they could be from the future. Her brain tries to comprehend this fantastic information. Chin asks the next question and asks Jessica what happened to her before the crash. The girl recalls that she took off from Los Angeles heading for the island, but soon a thunderstorm suddenly began, and then literally a second later a strong storm broke out, which disrupted the control of the plane and led to an emergency landing. Helen is surprised to hear this and says that before their cruise ship sank and they ended up on this island, they also found themselves in the middle of a strong storm. Chin comes to the conclusion that the storm may have been some kind of hole in space and time, like the Bermuda Triangle, through which they ended up on this island, which would explain the time discrepancies. Young people are immersed in deep thoughts about space and time, and they begin to worry about what year it really is and where exactly they are. After a while, Chin suggests putting these thoughts aside for now, as they are currently unable to find answers to all these questions. He believes that in the current situation, their main goal is survival, and they need to focus on pressing matters. However, Jessica continues to reflect on what is happening, and during the conversation, she learns that a huge titanoboa lives on the island. She recalls that this giant snake lived in the tropical forests of the Paleocene era, when forest conditions were very different from today, and speculates that environmental changes may have forced Titanoboa to evolve to survive in new conditions. Helen adds that the animals on the island are very sensitive to precipitation. A huge snake crawled out of the bamboo thickets during a downpour, and wild boars become extremely aggressive when it rains heavily. The young people say that during their stay on the desert island, they experienced 2 terrible downpours, each of which was dangerous due to the behavior of the animals. Jessica begins to speculate about where the Titanoboa might be during dry times, and suggests that it must have some sort of shelter, perhaps a cave or den, as without rain, the temperature conditions might not be suitable for such a large snake. The young men come to the conclusion that the huge snake can only pose a threat during heavy rain, and therefore they are safe now. Helen remembers that Chin and Jessica have just returned from a long and grueling hike, so she suggests that they go to bed and get some rest, while she decides to keep watch at night to ensure the camp's safety. Jessica looks closely at the young people and suddenly asks if they are a couple, her gaze full of curiosity and interest. Her words cause an immediate reaction in the young people. They both blush brightly and begin to feel embarrassed, not knowing what to answer to such an unexpected question. Jessica asks Helen a direct question whether she has any plans for Chin, which baffles the girl and causes her obvious confusion. Helen asks a counter-question why Jessica is even interested in this. Her behavior seems rather unexpected and too bold. Jessica openly states that if Chin is not Helen's boyfriend, then they can safely go to bed together, which shocks Helen even more. Jessica smiles and says she admires Chin's resilience and talent in the swamps, and she was also very impressed by the makeshift oxygen generator he created to save their lives. Chin feels that Helen reacts strongly to this communication between him and Jessica, and her tension becomes noticeable to him. To smooth things over, Chin suggests Jessica take things slow and avoid making hasty decisions, as they are in an extreme situation where emotions can run high. He says that first they should get to know each other as best as possible, and suggests spending more time together, at least a week, to calmly talk and better understand whether they can build some kind of relationship. Helen, judging by her facial expression, is clearly irritated by what is happening. Jessica, with a slight smile, blows Chin a kiss and calls him her hero, adding that they can get to know each other gradually and not rush. Chin remembers that Jessica had a sleeping bag in her travel bag and decides that he will use it today to avoid any awkward situations. He climbs into his sleeping bag and, trying to avoid unnecessary attention, wishes the girls good night, hoping that they will be able to relax and calm down a little. Helen looks closely at the guy. She's surprised by his behavior, since it seems a little strange to her. At this time, Jessica begins to undress, which causes Helen to be confused. She immediately asks the girl what she is doing. Jessica calmly explains that all her clothes are dirty from her adventures, and that she feels more comfortable sleeping without them. Helen thinks that American women are really liberated and understands that their culture is very different from her own. Suddenly, she notices that Chin, who seemed to be asleep, is actually awake and watching them closely, which causes her great irritation and embarrassment. Jessica stands behind Helen and winks at Chin, adding fuel to the fire. Helen begins to openly express her dissatisfaction with the young man's behavior, because it seems to her that he is behaving too disrespectfully in this situation. The animals, who had been sleeping peacefully in the cave, are awakened by the loud screams of Helen, who scolds Chin for spying on them and calls him a pervert. The next morning comes and Chin crawls out of his sleeping bag, trying to stretch his stiff back after a long night. He immediately notices Jessica, who has also just woken up, and greets him, wishing him good morning. At this moment, Helen enters the cave and announces that today will be a beautiful warm day. Helen announces that she has prepared a delicious meat broth and wants to treat Chin to some, but does so with an obvious hint of her displeasure. The girl keeps all the meat and most of the portion for herself, pouring only a little broth into the guy's cup, which clearly demonstrates her attitude towards what happened. Chin, not wanting to escalate the situation, silently accepts the cup and leaves the cave. In order not to aggravate the situation, Jessica decides to ask Helen how the young man offended her and what caused her irritation. Jessica quickly realizes that it's a matter of jealousy and that Helen is clearly not indifferent to Chin. This guess makes her smile, and she decides not to ignite the conflict. Jessica recalls that in China, some families adhere to polygamous traditions. She offers Helen to give up the larger room, believing that this will be fairer and more convenient for everyone. She says that when she was in China, an old grandfather told her about similar traditions. However, Helen, upon hearing the proposal, turns away sharply and flatly refuses to discuss this topic. She is clearly embarrassed. Jessica considers Helen to be a very sweet and shy girl who makes her life too difficult because of her indecisiveness and desire to avoid difficult conversations. After a while, Chin returns to the room and notices that Helen looks upset and depressed. He approaches her and asks what happened, why she is in this state, and how he can help. In response, Helen attacks him aggressively, declaring that she wants a bigger room for herself, her demand sounding like a long-standing grievance. Chin begins to suspect that Jessica must have said something to the girl again, and this provoked Helen's behavior. After everyone had calmed down and rested a bit, the young people gathered together again to discuss their plans for the future. After much discussion and deliberation, they decided to split their plans into two phases in order to act in a more organized and intelligent manner. In the first stage, the young people decided to completely settle in on this uninhabited island and explore it as thoroughly as possible in order to prepare for all possible difficulties. Currently, Chin's skills, along with the tamed animals, allow them to be unafraid of wild boars. But just in case, the guy decided to cut down trees and build a fence to enclose the camp and create additional protection. In addition, Chin wants to catch some baby pigs and raise them in captivity to ensure a stable food source, as winter is coming in a few months and the situation could become much more difficult. The young people decide to focus more effort on exploring the island's territory to find as many resources as possible, including minerals such as iron and copper ore, which could prove very valuable for survival. The second stage of their plan is to build a boat, which is the main goal, but for now they do not think much about it, as they understand that if the first stage fails, all further actions will be pointless. Jessica says that she has a lot of things with her and invites the young people to see what of them might be useful. The girl hands Helen new clothes and says that she bought them right before the flight. She adds that it is quality lingerie that should fit Helen and suggests that she try it on to make sure it fits. Chin is glad that Jessica has excellent iron tools that are much more convenient and practical than the homemade ones he previously used to perform various tasks. The next morning, the boy goes to the bamboo grove to prepare building materials to strengthen the camp and create supplies for the future. Chin pets the giant panda, speaking to her affectionately, and informs her that it is time for them to return to their camp to continue the work they have started. Using the trainer's seal, he sensorily connects with the gray eagle to learn about the situation in the bamboo grove and asks the bird if it is safe there. The images the eagle transmits to him show that there are no traces of the huge snake, and Chin concludes that Jessica was probably correct in her assumptions about the snake's behavior. Chin believes that this part of the bamboo grove is safe and decides to continue his work, heading to the dung heap to test his theory. Using a lighter, the guy lights a piece of wood on fire. The dung heap has been accumulating here for a very long time, and it must contain the materials he needs to create the necessary chemical reactions. His suspicions are confirmed. The fire begins to burn stronger, and he understands that the cause lies in the so-called saltpeter soil, formed from a mixture of manure and limestone. Chin begins to collect this soil in a basket. He intends to extract from it pure potassium nitrate, which he needs to create black powder, and if he succeeds, they will be able to defend themselves from any threat. After the basket is full, Chin decides to leave the area as quickly as possible because wild boars could return here at any moment to wait out the heat, and he doesn't want to risk encountering aggressive animals. The boy returns to camp and sees that during his absence, the girls have built a large clay bath. Jessica asks Chin if he found saltpeter in the bamboo grove, to which he answers in the affirmative, adding that the result of his work was very successful and the catch significantly exceeded his expectations. Chin begins working with the soil, and since he doesn't need the girls' help yet, he suggests that they take a walk and explore the surroundings to get some rest. The next day, the young people begin extracting potassium nitrate, a process broken down into 3 stages. They mix the saltpeter soil with ash in a ratio of 1:8 to ensure maximum efficiency of the subsequent reactions. Next, they pour the soil onto a bamboo mat placed on top of the bamboo trunks and thoroughly soak it with water to wash out the potassium nitrate and get rid of unwanted insoluble calcium and magnesium salts. To achieve proper leaching of wet saltpeter soil, Chin will have to spend a lot of time slowly pouring boiling water over it, which will then flow into the bath. The girls, participating in the process, become noticeably tired. The guy thanks them for their work and explains that the next day they will finish purifying the potassium nitrate, after which they will be able to begin creating black powder. Helen asks how they will use gunpowder since they have no weapons or any equipment for using explosives. Chin asks the girl to take a broader view. He intends to make explosives that they can use for various purposes. Night falls. The young people sit around the fire, discussing everything that happened to them. They find it difficult to believe in the reality of all these space-time transitions that so unexpectedly changed their lives. But the conversation helps them get to know each other better and understand what time each of them lived in. Jessica is very surprised that Chinese spaceships flew to the moon. She remembers her last visit to China, when everyone there walked with long braids, and there was no hint of modern technology. Chin asks Jessica how old she is, but quickly realizes that this question was inappropriate, as asking girls their age is not always polite. Jessica smiles and remembers how she was in China with her father, and how they lived in a huge house that belonged to some minister. The girl says that her father was planning to start a company in China and therefore went there to study the labor market, but found the conditions unsuitable for business, and after a few days they left. The young people come to the conclusion that Jessica is a rich girl, a child from a very rich family, and this explains her ability to travel. After the young men poured water over the saltpeter soil, a large amount of mud formed at the bottom of the clay bath. Before proceeding to the next step, Chin let it settle for 3 days, and then filtered it through cloth several times to purify the solution, after which he poured it into clay pots for subsequent evaporation. The process of evaporating potassium nitrate is practically no different from evaporating ordinary salt, but it is necessary to constantly stir the hot solution so that it does not burn or splash. When the water begins to boil, the solution thickens, and a dense sediment forms at the bottom of the vessel. This is crystallized sodium chloride mixed with potassium chloride and sodium nitrates, which quickly precipitate. Taking advantage of the fact that the solubility of different salts depends on temperature, the girls carefully pour the sodium chloride from the sediment and filter it to obtain a purer solution. The young people filter the solution again and obtain a sufficient amount of pure potassium nitrate, ready for further use. Helen finds this work to be very labor-intensive, as they spent a lot of time and effort, and in the end only got a small handful of the required substance, which leaves her slightly disappointed. After making potassium nitrate, the guy was left with a whole bathtub of filtered nitrate water, commonly called brine. Chin remembers that it can be used as a brine for making tofu. Having worked without a break for a long time, the young people were quite hungry, so they decided to put things aside for a while and went to lunch to recuperate and continue working later. After lunch, they returned to making the ingredients for black powder, and after a while they had enough potassium nitrate powder, coal powder, and sulfur powder. Using a measuring spoon, Chin thoroughly mixes all the ingredients in the required proportions, trying to achieve the best result. Helen asks with interest if the black powder is ready. The guy looks at her with a smile. He lights a lighter and says that now they will check it. He brings the fire to a small pile of gunpowder, which instantly bursts into a bright flame, confirming their success. The girls start jumping for joy, shouting loudly about how great they are and how well they managed to do everything correctly. Chin warns them not to get too excited, reminding them of the ultimate goal of their work, as the real challenge is yet to come. They need to create a working explosive device that will help them defend themselves. There are many options for creating explosives, but they decide to make the simplest bomb using only the materials they have on hand. Jessica dries a section of bamboo over a fire, adding some dry soil and a makeshift wick. Khan explains that the wick is the most difficult part of the device, so it needs to be done correctly. He wraps a small amount of gunpowder in slightly damp paper to prevent the gunpowder from burning too quickly. Chin then begins to fill the bamboo knee in 3 layers. First he puts a layer of dry earth, then he puts in the wick, after which he pours in the gunpowder and fills the remaining space with another layer of earth. He carefully compacts each layer to ensure the structure is dense and secure, and finally covers the bamboo knee with a lid made of bamboo. The girls watch the process closely and notice how confidently Chin creates the explosive device, which raises questions and makes them suspect that this is not the first time the guy has done this kind of work. Chin, seeing their surprised faces, says that he already had experience making firecrackers, which he used in the toilet for pranks. A group of younger schoolchildren sneak up to the toilet and light the fuse of a homemade firecracker. The fuse quickly flares up, and the younger students, wasting no time, throw the homemade bomb into the toilet window. The next moment, a loud bang is heard, which frightens the high school students inside. They run out into the street, loudly scolding the little pranksters for such a daring prank. The happy younger students laugh and try to run away as quickly as possible, because they know that the older students might punish them if they catch up. Chin tells the girls with a satisfied smile about how pleasant memories from his childhood make him nostalgic, and that these moments still make him smile. Helen notices that the guy continues to smile and giggle, and asks what makes him laugh so much, to which Chin replies that he remembered a funny story from his childhood. He then asks the girls to take the animals with them and hide inside the cave while he tests the new explosives, explaining the importance of taking all safety precautions. The girls, along with the animals, head into the cave and watch the preparations for the test from a safe distance, awaiting the result and feeling a little nervous. Chin lights the fuse and, looking back at the girls, warns them not to leave the cave until he gives the signal, as the test could be dangerous. The fuse quickly flares up, and at the right moment the guy abruptly throws the bomb towards the forest. A few seconds later, a powerful explosion is heard, and the birds sitting on the treetops instantly fly into the air, raising a loud cry. Chin smiles contentedly as the virtual system informs him that he has received 5,000 points for successfully making the explosives. Jessica, observing the test, notes that the explosive power was not that great and suggests that there was too little gunpowder in the bomb. Chin explains that the problem is not the quantity of gunpowder, but its quality. Helen suggests that they may not have purified the potassium nitrate well enough, which affected the quality of the final product and its effectiveness. Behind her stands a huge panda, which continues to shake in fear, despite the fact that a long time has passed since the explosion. Kin explains that black powder, even of very good quality, has its limitations. It cannot compare with modern explosives such as RDX, TNT, or HMX, which have much higher power. The guy believes that his bamboo explosive, although it won't kill a large animal, will still create a lot of noise, and if the enemy gets scared, that will already be a significant advantage. That night, the young men decided to make 3 more homemade bombs. Chin reinforced them with a double dose of gunpowder, hoping that this would make the explosion more powerful and effective. A few days later, the young men began to put into action a plan to build defensive structures for the camp. They decided to build a brick wall to create a strong and reliable defense. However, the young people soon realized that under the current conditions, even with several kilns, they would not be able to fire a sufficient number of bricks, and they abandoned the idea as too complicated. Ultimately, it was decided to build a fence around the camp using trees and bamboo, which proved to be a more realistic and quick solution to ensure the camp's security. It was now mid-June, and the intense summer heat was beginning to set in, making outdoor work almost unbearable, especially for Chin, who was constantly toiling in the sun. Working in such heat proved extremely difficult. The boy felt that he was quickly overheating and losing strength, which forced him to look for ways to make life easier in such heat. After one grueling shift, Chin went to the kitchen to quench his thirst and gulped down several cups of water, thinking about how nice it would be to add ice to the water. At this point, a sudden thought occurs to him about the potassium nitrate they had recently purified and that they had quite a lot of it left. Chin recalls that when potassium nitrate dissolves in water, it absorbs a large amount of heat, and by using this property, ice can be made. The more potassium nitrate he adds to the water, the lower the temperature of the solution becomes, and he decides to take advantage of this opportunity. The guy realizes that this won't be a waste of resources, as potassium nitrate can be easily restored after use, making the experiment more worthwhile. Chin decides to try making a refreshing dessert and remembers that they have some berries they recently picked in their supplies, so he starts mashing raspberries and other sweet fruits in a bowl. He drains the remaining water from the pan, leaving only ice, after which the guy intends to add the final touch, pouring berry syrup over it all to give the dessert more flavor. The young man thinks he has made the perfect popsicle and puts a lid on it to protect it from the heat, because the girls are due to arrive soon and he wants to treat them to this refreshing treat. After a while, the girls appear, they greet the young man. Chin thinks that the moment has come to surprise them, hoping that they will like his surprise. Helen hands the guy a bunch of grapes and boasts about her find, happy that she was able to get a delicacy for the common table. Jessica smiles as she recounts how Helen was so eager to show off her find that she literally skipped back to camp, unable to contain her excitement. Chin informs the girls that their merits and efforts should be rewarded and asks them to come to the table to reveal their surprise. He abruptly lifts the lid, revealing a large plate of fruit ice sparkling in the sun, and the girls' expressions instantly change to delight. The girls immediately pounced on the treat because they didn't expect to see something so refreshing and tasty, especially in such unbearable heat. Helen experiences heavenly pleasure from fruit ice. She feels like she is surfing, gliding over the waves and enjoying the coolness. Jessica asks Chin with interest how he did it and suggests that it is some kind of ancient Chinese magic. She's so surprised by the result. Chin, smiling, explains that everything is actually much simpler and it is a matter of chemical reactions. Potassium nitrate, when dissolved in water, absorbs heat, which is what makes it possible to create ice. Jessica praises the guy for his resourcefulness and ingenuity, adding that he is really very smart, which makes him slightly embarrassed. Helen doesn't hear anything around her. She is completely absorbed in devouring the fruit ice. Her attention is completely focused on this treat. To make ice, the young people made several pots that nest inside each other like a nesting doll to create an effective cooling system. To achieve a better cooling effect, they used boar skin. Placing it between the first pot and the main cooling chamber, this helped reduce heat transfer and maintain a low temperature inside. Meanwhile, Jessica wasn't sitting idle either. She spent the entire day picking and crushing grapes to make wine, hoping that it would be a nice addition to their table. The process of making wine turned out to be quite simple. Clean crushed grapes were mixed with sugar in a ratio of 10:3, and then the mixture was tightly sealed in fermentation containers. The vessels must be sealed, because if air gets in, special bacteria will begin to oxidize the ethanol into acetic acid, and the result will be vinegar instead of wine. Jessica happily runs up to Chin and tells him that she has completed the winemaking process, and now all that remains is to wait for the fermentation process to be completed and the wine to be ready. Helen, seeing the guy, asks what he is doing. Chin replies that he is currently making fan blades. This immediately attracts the attention of the girls. They are puzzled by his words and ask again what kind of fan he is making the blades for, since such a device had not previously been discussed in their plans. Kine explains that he intends to make a direct drive fan. He's going to take a long bamboo stick and install blades on one end of it and a tail on the other, which will transmit torque. Jessica, upon learning of his idea, says the method is familiar to her and reminds her of old steam engines that were once used to convert steam energy into mechanical movement. July, the hottest month of summer, is approaching, and Chin is doing everything he can to cope with the heat and create comfortable conditions for himself and his friends. Recently, he has put a lot of effort into making a water-cooled boiler. When the water in the boiler boils, the resulting steam not only rotates the fan, cooling the room, but also passes through the condenser, settles on its walls, and flows back into the water tank, creating a closed cycle, which makes the system very convenient and practical. In addition, young people continue to make fruit ice with berry juice, gradually improving the technology to achieve higher quality and tastier results. This helps them not only combat the heat, but also enjoy pleasant moments in such difficult conditions. Hampy has tasted the delicious fruit ice and is clearly eager to get another serving, as it has become a real salvation for her in the heat. Young people are having fun hiding from the heat in a cave. Helen, enjoying the coolness, says that there is nothing better than an ice lolly and a fan during the terrible heat. The girl wonders how the golden eagle and its chick are feeling in this heat. Chin assures her that there is no reason to worry, since the bird's body temperature is higher than that of humans, and, in his opinion, the birds are now quite comfortable. By evening, the weather begins to change dramatically. Thunder rumbles in the sky, and it becomes covered with dark clouds. Rain begins, which gradually intensifies and turns into a downpour. Helen is starting to get really worried about the fact that they haven't finished building the fence around the camp yet, and now she's wondering what they'll do if the wild boars come running again, like they did last time. A pack of angry boars appears at the edge of the forest, and although the situation seems threatening, the young people are much better prepared than before. Chin has the skills he got from the system. They have a gray eagle, and they have also managed to make bombs, which gives them a significant advantage. Chin observes the situation and reports that a herd of boars is approaching and will soon attack the camp. The guy asks everyone to prepare for defense. Jessica and Chin head to the fence to take up fighting positions. Helen asks them to take her with them, but receives a categorical refusal. A pack of wild boars runs out of the forest and finds itself in an open space. The distance to the camp is reduced to a few dozen meters, and there is very little time left to prepare. Young men take up positions on a wooden fence. Chin, looking out at the rain, says he didn't expect the downpour to be so strong and intense. Chin takes aim with his bow and thinks about how much effort they put into building the camp. He's not going to let the angry animals destroy it. The guy decisively releases the bowstring. The arrow flies forward, hitting the outermost boar in the head, and he falls dead. But the rest of the boars do not stop and continue their movement, dividing into two parts. The boy commands the giant panda and the gray eagle to attack some of the boars that are coming from the left, and the animals immediately carry out his order. A huge golden eagle grabs a running boar with its powerful claws and lifts it into the air, which brings panic to the flock and slows their attack. Hampy roars loudly and fearlessly charges at a group of boars, dealing them powerful blows, driving them away from the camp and reducing their morale. Chin continues to shoot with his bow. Despite the fact that the gray eagle and Hampy were able to push back part of the herd, there are still enough boars on their side that continue to move towards the camp. At this moment, Helen's voice is heard behind Chin, screaming loudly. The girl orders everyone to immediately move aside, as she has a homemade bomb in her hands. The girl runs up to the fence and, gathering all her strength, throws a bomb towards the group of boars, hoping that this will stop their advance. The huge boars stop attacking for a moment and watch in surprise at the strange object flying towards them, not understanding what kind of threat it is. The next moment there is a loud explosion, the sound of which, despite the rain, spreads throughout the area. Wild animals begin to experience terrible fear. They squeal loudly and run in different directions as fast as they can, trying to escape from the unknown danger. Hampy catches up with the dawdling boars and delivers a series of powerful blows with his strong paws, causing the animals to fall. Chin decides that he will not let the boars get away with it and quickly draws his bow to fire another arrow, aiming accurately at one of them. Despite the animal moving at high speed, the arrow flies straight to the target, and the boar falls, making a death sound. The gray eagle completes its attack and grabs the wounded boar, then lifts it high into the air. A huge golden eagle spins a boar in the air and then throws it towards the forest, where it crashes into a tree with a deafening crash. The giant panda and the gray eagle stop pursuing, watching as the remaining boars panic and flee into the forest thicket, escaping the attack and no longer thinking about attacking the camp. Chin looks closely at the battlefield and sees that there are many dead boars left on it, which makes him think about the consequences. He comes to the conclusion that the lifespan of wild boars is not very long, and if they exterminate all the animals now, the population is unlikely to recover anytime soon. Chin understands that it is impossible to mindlessly kill boars, as they are the only source of meat on the island. So he decides to stop further boar hunting and save those that remain in order to maintain balance and provide himself and his friends with food in the future. Having acquired a decent supply of food, the young people turned their attention to fortifying the camp in case of new boar raids on rainy days and completed the construction of their fence. 2 weeks later, everything was ready to face another torrential rain, and now there was no longer any need to fear an invasion of enraged boars, since the fortification was supposed to hold back their onslaught. It seemed like the endless rainy season had begun on the island, and to while away the time and lift their spirits, the young people decided to taste the wine, which, in their opinion, should have been ready by now. The guy opens the lid of the vessel. The room is instantly filled with a very bad smell, and on top of the liquid there is an unpleasant foam cap. The girls, covering their noses with their hands, believe that the wine has gone bad or was prepared incorrectly, because its appearance and smell do not match expectations at all. Chin tries to calm the girls down, explaining that the white foam on the surface is due to the release of carbon dioxide during fermentation, and says that this is completely normal for homemade wine. He says that he intends to filter the liquid, and only then can the wine be considered ready for consumption, without unpleasant impurities. Chin then takes out small cups and begins pouring the wine, offering the girls a taste, hoping that the taste will improve after filtering. However, the girls do not like the taste of the drink at all. They say that they have tried different types of wine before, but none of them were so sour. This makes them disappointed. Chin believes that the liquid needs to be allowed to ferment a little longer, and then the excess acid will disappear. After some time, the guy comes up with a new idea and decides to share it with the girls. He says that they can improve this drink by distilling it and turning it into alcohol to get rid of the acid and get a purer product. Chin explains that ethyl alcohol has a lower boiling point than water and begins to boil at 78 degrees Celsius, which allows it to be separated from water and other impurities. As it is heated, the alcohol begins to evaporate faster, and the resulting alcohol vapors condense on the bamboo tube, cool, and then flow into another vessel. Chin warns that the distillation process is not quick and requires constant attention. So if they start now, they will be able to complete it by evening, achieving the desired result. Jessica asks where Chin got such extensive knowledge in the field of alcohol production. Since he clearly feels confident in this business, Chin replies that the technology is very simple and widely known. Helen brings bamboo sugar and some soda. She asks what they will do with it. Her curiosity does not give her rest. Chin answers the girl that soon she will see everything for herself and asks her to be patient a little. Chin intends to mix alcohol, soda, sugar, and water in the right proportions, and then put the resulting drink in a cooler to give it a pleasant, refreshing taste, suitable for hot weather. The drink, prepared by the young man, cools down quite quickly, and Chin offers the girls to try it, hoping that their tastes will coincide. The girls try the drink and are truly delighted, because the taste is surprisingly familiar. Helen tells Chin that the drink exactly replicates the taste of Zhangli Bao, a Chinese carbonated drink that was as popular as Pepsi and Cola in the 90s. About 2 months passed, and the young people's camp was transformed beyond recognition. They built a food storage facility, a pottery workshop, and a bathroom. The living space and functional areas were perfectly organized, which significantly improved their daily life. Unbeknownst to everyone, summer was drawing to an end, and the days became less hot, and the nights began to bring coolness, which made everyone think about the coming autumn. The gray eagle chick has grown significantly. He has learned to fly, Helen has become very close to him, and now the bird has begun to obey some of her commands. Chin approaches Helen and thanks her for the clothes she sewed for him. The guy says that they fit perfectly and are not tight anywhere. His words make the girl smile. Helen is very pleased to hear such words, because she spent a lot of time and effort on making the clothes. Her fingers are all bandaged due to the many small cuts received while working with thick boar skin. Chin especially thanks the girl for the backpack made of boar hide. It is not only durable, but also very roomy, and can fit both a rope and an axe. Moreover, the backpack is made simply and tastefully, which makes it even more convenient and functional. From that day on, the young men began preparations for the implementation of the second part of the first stage of their plan, aimed at a deeper exploration of the island and the strengthening of their camp. According to the plan, Chin intends to take the panda and the gray eagle with him to find the plane they stumbled upon before the plane crashed, while the girls will survey the unknown territories near the camp to ensure there are no blind spots. The last time the Jessica plane crashed, the Chin didn't have the opportunity to properly explore the area because they were facing a food shortage. This time, the young people prepared thoroughly, stocked up on food for 10 days, and intended to walk around the entire island to study it in detail. Autumn had arrived on the island, and the nights had become windy and cold, so Chin took a tent and a Jessica sleeping bag with him to stay warm and comfortable. The next day, the young man reached the plain. His main goal was the volcano, which he noticed that time from the top of the hill, and now the guy intends to explore it more closely. This plain can be divided into 2 areas, the inner and the outer, with most of the outer area consisting of grassy meadows, while the inner area consists of hills covered with bushes and trees, with a volcano located in the very center. There are a lot of thorny bushes at the foot of the volcano. Chin was lucky that he was wearing thick pants. Otherwise, he would have definitely scratched all his legs making his way through the thickets. The panda that was following him suddenly stops, and Chin can tell from its appearance that it is becoming difficult for the animal to continue climbing, as the slope is getting steeper. Using the trainer's seal, Chin tries to figure out what's bothering the animal. The panda smells a strong odor and begins to show displeasure. After a moment, the guy realizes that it's the smell of sulfur. Chin orders the panda to stay put. The guy doesn't want to put her at risk, and he himself is going to go ahead and check everything. Chin climbs onto a plateau and notices a small body of water emitting mixed gas emissions, most of which are ordinary water vapor, and the rest are carbon dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, and gaseous sulfur dioxide. The guy believes that luck is on his side, because the sulfur that is here will allow him to make even more explosives. The water from geothermal springs usually contains a large amount of heavy metal compounds, which, under certain conditions, interact with rocks and accumulate various useful substances. The guy managed to get his hands on a large piece of galena, but he doesn't have any information about it and understands that he will have to spend points to purchase an encyclopedia of field minerals from the system and understand the properties of this find. After purchasing it, Chin learns that the mineral is a sulfide that forms in volcanic deposits and is almost always found in symbiosis with sphalerite, forming quartz and white lead ores, making it potentially useful. By evening, Chin had set up camp on the hillside and set himself the goal of searching for minerals in the coming days, deciding that exploring the area around the crater could yield many valuable finds. Chin also tried to extract ore from underground, but the soil around the crater turned out to be incredibly hard. The stone pickaxe only withstood a few blows and broke, almost injuring him, which made the guy think about the need for a more durable tool. Mining iron ore turned out to be much more difficult than Chin had expected, as it required an iron pickaxe, which could not be made without ore, creating a vicious cycle. A gray eagle circles in the sky above the boy. Chin, using his connection with the bird, understands that it is carrying a message from Helen. He can't help but envy the huge bird, because the gray eagle covered the distance that took him a whole day in just 1 hour. Helen's idea to use the gray eagle as a carrier pigeon turned out to be surprisingly clever. The girl informs in a note that they are fine and asks Chin to be careful, which evokes warm feelings in the guy. Chin really likes that they think about him and worry about him. Chin puts a cloth mask over his face to protect his respiratory system from the harmful fumes and approaches the poisonous lake. He plunges the hose into the toxic substance, hoping to collect some for later use, but quickly realizes that this is impossible. The concentration of sulfuric acid is too high, and pouring it into a bamboo bottle will not work. The next day, Chin ventures out into the surrounding area in search of other resources that cannot be found in the forest near the camp. But to his disappointment, the vast area of plains turns out to be monotonous and empty. On the morning of the 8th day, Chin decided to take the collected sulfur and minerals back to camp, but because his path no longer started from the volcano, he had to reconsider his route, which made the task somewhat more difficult. Riding a panda, the boy leaves the volcanic plain and, to his regret, again stumbles upon the swamp that had already become a trap for him. Chin thinks that he might have to choose a different path to avoid the risk, remembering how last time with Jessica he almost died here. The time they got to the swamp, the fog was so thick that it was impossible to see anything more than 3 meters away. But now the fog is not as thick as last time. Chin sees that the fog's density changes over time, and the methane concentration is directly related to its density, which allows him to conclude that if the fog is weak, there is no danger to him. He gives the command to the gray eagle and sends it forward to scout the area, as the bird can fly around dangerous areas and give a more accurate idea of what is happening ahead. Through telepathic communication, Chin receives a picture from a huge golden eagle and sees that the visibility ahead is quite good, and the path seems less dangerous than last time. Chin believes that he needs to find out the frequency of the fog's appearance so that next time he can confidently come here for the necessary resources without risking his life. At this moment, the gray eagle tells the guy that he noticed several two-legged animals nearby. This message greatly surprises Chin, because he did not expect to meet anyone in these places. Unfortunately, due to limited visibility, the guy cannot identify the silhouettes and understand who it might be. Chin orders the panda to stay put and gives the command to the gray eagle to immediately lead him towards the people. After activating the cheetah speed, the young man can reach speeds of up to 100 kilometers per hour, meaning that in 3 minutes he can cover 5 kilometers and arrive at the place where the bird noticed strange silhouettes. Chin believes that he needs to proceed very carefully from now on because the fog can change at any moment, which means that going deep into the swamp is too risky. If the fog starts to thicken, the guy intends to use his cheetah skill to quickly escape. After running about 500 meters, Chin notices a group of people ahead of him moving in his direction. A group of armed Vikings quickly moves after a fleeing girl who is desperately trying to hide from her pursuers. There is desperation and determination in her eyes as she struggles to escape from her pursuers. The girl stops abruptly, turns around and takes a fighting stance, pointing her swords towards her opponents, and resolutely prepares for battle. She unleashes a series of powerful blows on the huge Vikings, who struggle to fend off her furious attacks. One of the Vikings tries to grab the girl, but she strikes him with lightning speed and, using her jump, jumps over him. Finding herself behind the mighty warrior, she deals him a powerful blow to the head, and only the presence of a metal helmet saves the man from certain death. The girl performs a few more aerial pirouettes, jumping back to a safe distance to avoid counterattacks from her opponents. The Vikings act extremely cautiously, gradually surrounding the girl and encircling her tightly, leaving no chance for escape. The girl understands that her chances of escape are decreasing with every second. She gathers all her strength to break out of the encirclement, after which she lets out a loud battle cry that echoes across the field. Chin hid behind a tree and watched the strange people fight with great surprise. He saw that the situation was extremely tense and dangerous. The guy doesn't understand what's happening, but he thinks it doesn't look like a setup, since the opponents are aiming for weak points and clearly intend to kill each other, not simulate a fight. Chin looks closely at the girl and decides that he must do everything possible to save her, even if it involves risking his own life. He takes out a clay cup and begins to carefully mix potassium nitrate, sodium bicarbonate, and sugar in the right proportions to create a smoke bomb. The guy intends to choose the right moment to attack the Vikings to give the girl a chance to escape from the encirclement. And soon the system reports that 3,000 points have been credited to his account for successfully making a smoke bomb. Chin aims his bow at powerful warriors and feels very nervous, because this is the first time he has to aim at a living person. Sweat runs down the young man's face from the strain. The desire to save the girl overcomes his fear, and he releases an arrow, aiming not to kill, but only to wound his opponents. The bow shot is accurate. The arrow hits the leg of one of the Vikings, which allows them to break their tight encirclement. The girl immediately takes advantage of the situation, throwing herself into the gap in the ring of warriors to break free and avoid certain death. The Vikings let out loud cries of rage and pain and immediately rush after the girl, not wanting to lose their prey. Chin intends to hold off the Vikings and quickly fires 2 arrows in their direction, hoping to slow their advance and give the girl the opportunity to get to a safe distance. The warriors, having extensive experience in battle, easily deflect the fired arrows with their massive wooden shields. Without wasting any time, the guy lights the fuse of a smoke bomb, intending to delay his pursuers and buy at least a little time for himself and the girl. Meanwhile, the girl runs up to the tree behind which Chin is hiding and looks at him in surprise. She notices the guy performing some manipulations with a strange object, after which he throws it towards the Vikings. The next moment there is a loud explosion, and the forest clearing quickly fills with thick smoke. The stranger freezes in place and stares intently at the billowing thick smoke. Chin orders her to stop staring and immediately flee while the enemies are disoriented. A moment later, the girl turns around and starts running after the young man, realizing that time for making decisions is running out. The smoke gradually clears, and one of the Vikings orders his subordinates to immediately rush in pursuit of the young people. A Viking who has been wounded in the leg is unable to run quickly. He moves his leg slowly and curses loudly in Norwegian. Shiwe notices that his pursuers are getting closer and closer, and realizes that they are strong and skilled fighters, and even with his skills, it will be extremely difficult to confront them in open combat. His gaze falls on the girl's leg. He sees that there is a serious wound on it. The guy concludes that the girl will not be able to run for long at such speed, which means that in a couple of minutes, the Vikings can overtake and capture them both. Chin makes a quick decision. He stops and orders the girl to sit on his back so that he can carry her. This is their only chance to increase speed and escape. The stranger thanks the young man in Arabic and asks him to save himself. She intends to stay and cover his retreat. The girl, showing courage, steps forward, drawing her two combat blades. Chin does not understand Arabic, but from the girl's gestures and facial expressions, he understands her intention to fight the Vikings in order to buy time and allow him to escape. Chin runs up to the girl and abruptly throws her over his shoulder, which greatly surprises her. He activates the cheetah's speed skill, fully aware that with such a weight, it will not last more than 2 minutes. The guy hopes that in this short time, he will be able to break away from his pursuers and hide in a safe place. At this moment, Chin suddenly receives a message from a gray eagle. The bird reports that it sees a very large snake, which immediately alarms the guy. In the clearing where Chin, the girl, and the Vikings pursuing them are, a titanoboa appears at great speed. The warriors pause in their pursuit for a moment, amazed by the sight of a giant snake they have never seen before. Chin, taking advantage of the confusion of his opponents, desperately tries to leave the dangerous place and hopes that the snake will attack the Vikings, and not them. Unfortunately, his hopes are not fulfilled. The boy notices with horror that the titanoboa ignores the large group of men and directs its attention to him and the girl, clearly intending to pursue them. The huge reptile opens its gigantic mouth. Chin realizes that the snake is incredibly fast, which means that in order to save himself, he needs to resort to his skill again. Titanoboa delivers a powerful blow, and at the last split second, the guy manages to jump to the side. The stranger, realizing that she must act decisively, deftly jumps into the air and rushes towards the huge snake. The girl jumps onto the titanoboa's body and begins to run quickly towards the snake's head. Despite the snake being at an angle and its skin being incredibly slippery, the girl successfully reaches its neck and delivers a powerful blow with her sword. The huge monster lets out a wild roar and begins to rush around the clearing in pain, trying to get rid of the enemy who dared to attack it. Due to strong vibrations, the girl is unable to stay on the body of the wounded reptile. She falls down and falls from a great height. The girl doesn't manage to group herself in time and falls to the ground with a crash. Titanoboa opens its terrifying mouth and rushes at the brave stranger, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Using the cheetah's speed skill, the young man manages to run up to the girl at the last second and pull her aside, saving her from certain death. The young people hear the jaws of a huge reptile closing with monstrous force behind them. They fall to the ground. The young man instinctively covers the girl with his body, trying to protect her. A huge snake slowly crawls towards the young people, sticks its tongue out of its mouth, and hisses loudly. The next moment, Chin manages to throw a homemade bomb into the titanoboa's mouth with a well-aimed throw, and a second later, a powerful explosion is heard. The huge snake falls senseless to the ground, and the young man assumes that the snake exploded from the inside and died. The stranger is very surprised by the events that are happening. Chin asks the girl to come to her senses quickly, since they need to immediately leave this dangerous place. The young men rush towards the forest, leaving behind the huge, smoking body of the reptile. They are already running to the edge of the forest when they hear a terrible roar and feel strong vibrations in the ground. The guy turns around and realizes that the huge reptile is still alive. It rises high into the sky and roars loudly. A moment later, the snake notices the young people and rushes in pursuit with incredible speed. The young people try with all their might to run to the nearest forest. The stranger, speaking in Arabic, informs them that all their attempts to resist are pointless, as it is practically impossible to defeat the demonic snake. The young men hid in the bushes, and the huge snake continued to search for them using its thermal sensor located on its snout. However, the snake's mouth is covered in blood. Chin hopes that all of its senses and abilities are now disrupted, which could give them an advantage. Chin believes the time is right and gives orders to his trained gray eagle, hoping to use the bird as a distraction. The huge bird lets out a loud cry and begins to dive at high speed towards the titanoboa. The gray eagle inflicts serious wounds on the giant snake, causing it to stop searching for people and turn its attention entirely to the new threat. The huge golden eagle does not fly far. He continues to provoke the giant reptile, trying to lead it as far away from the young people as possible. Chin adjusts the girl's cloak and informs her that they are now relatively safe and that there is no immediate threat at the moment. Chin takes the girl to the place where the panda is waiting for them. The stranger immediately reacts to the appearance of the huge bear. The girl bravely steps forward, drawing her swords, as she believes that they are facing a wild animal that poses a serious threat. Chin steps forward, claps his hands loudly, after which Hampy calmly lowers himself to the ground, which causes the girl great surprise. because she did not expect that the huge bear would obey the commands of the young man. The panda does not show aggression towards the girl, but looks warily in her direction, assessing her intentions. Chin pets the giant panda, showing that the animal is under control, and tells the stranger that the bear poses no danger to them and is their friend. Suddenly, the girl falls to the ground and begins to bow low, muttering something under her breath in Arabic. Chin exchanges glances with the panda, both of them clearly confused and surprised by the girl's strange reaction. The young man decides to seat the stranger on Hampy to speed up their progress, but the girl experiences a terrible fear that completely paralyzes her. After a while, the guy manages to calm the girl down, convincing her that the panda is safe, and soon they quickly leave the swamp, Chin planning to find a safe place and stop to take a break. Chin takes out his travel bag. There is a deep cut on the girl's arm, and in addition, she has more serious wounds on her thigh that need to be urgently treated and bandaged. A stranger is putting brushwood into a fire, trying to light it the traditional way, and the guy decides to surprise her by taking out a lighter and lighting it, showing how easy it is to start a fire. The unknown girl is in a state of great surprise. She has clearly never seen such a device before and admires the fire magic from the small box. Chin sees the girl taking a burning log from the fire and immediately realizes that she intends to cauterize her wounds to prevent further infection. He asks the stranger not to do this and is going to treat her wounds with antiseptic and bandage them, which will be a more effective and safer method of treatment. The stranger looks at the young man's manipulations with surprise. Chin asks the girl to be patient, warning her that it will hurt a little now. The antiseptic treatment causes the girl severe pain, but she endures it with dignity without showing it. Chin understands that the wound on the girl's leg is much more serious and thinks about how to treat it so as not to frighten her with his actions and at the same time provide the necessary assistance. The guy points to a wound on the girl's leg and tries to explain with gestures that it needs to be bandaged. The stranger lifts the hem of her skirt and shows the young man a wound on her leg. The guy reacts very emotionally to what he sees. Chin tries to calm down, repeating to himself that he just needs to bandage the wound and provide first aid. He pours the remaining antiseptic on the girl's wound and hopes that she will respond appropriately. The girl experiences severe pain, but endures it steadfastly, trying not to scream so as not to show her weakness in front of the guy. After the wound is treated, the stranger's condition improves significantly and she feels relief. Tired from a busy day, the girl falls asleep under a tree, but it becomes very cold, and the guy decides to carry her to the tent. Suddenly, the stranger opens her eyes. She misunderstands the situation and thinks that the young man wants to harass her. The next second, Chin received a strong slap in the face, clearly not expecting such a turn of events. The guy is outraged by the current situation. He tries to explain himself because his intentions were exclusively noble. Meanwhile, the girl does not calm down and suddenly strikes with a sword, which Chin miraculously manages to dodge. The stranger, without giving him time to come to his senses, rushes forward and knocks him to the ground, all the while shouting something in Arabic. A moment later, the girl comes to her senses. She realizes her mistake and falls to her knees, sincerely asking the young man for forgiveness for her behavior. Chin escorts the girl to the tent. He does not hold a grudge against her, as he understands that her actions were reflexive, caused by life in the wild. After some time, the girl's stomach begins to rumble loudly, and she suddenly begins to hit herself on the stomach. Chin asks the stranger to calm down and hands her a handful of smoked boar meat, hoping that it will help satisfy her hunger. The stranger accepts the gift and begins to bow again. The guy asks her to stop behaving this way. Chin offers the girl to sleep in a sleeping bag, but she refuses and, curling up, covers herself with her thick cloak and falls asleep in the corner of the tent. The guy thinks that her coat is warm enough. She didn't freeze that night. The next morning, the young man wakes up from a light blow to the head and immediately hears a scream from outside. Chin quickly runs out of the tent and sees that the girl has entered into a fight with a gray eagle that is circling around her. Chin begs her to stop the fight, desperately trying to explain that the bird is not dangerous. A huge golden eagle lands on the guy's hand, which greatly surprises the girl, since she clearly did not expect such a connection between a person and a bird. Chin praises the brave bird for its courage in the battle the day before, noting its loyalty and courage. Chin tried many ways to establish communication with the girl, but this time everything seemed even more difficult than with Jessica. The guy decided that it would be best to go to camp, where he could continue his attempts at communication in a more comfortable environment. The girls, noticing Chin's approach, come out of the cave and greet the young man, inquiring about his adventures. In general terms, Chin talks about his recent adventures, including a battle with a huge snake, and introduces them to a stranger. Jessica believes that the guy is attracted to a stranger and notes that these are the types of girls that probably suit his taste. The stranger greets the group in Arabic and uses gestures to explain that she considers them sorcerers, which surprises everyone. To her even greater surprise, Jessica suddenly begins to speak to the stranger in her language, explaining that they are not sorcerers and that this is all a misunderstanding. Helen was completely unprepared for Jessica to know Arabic and shares her surprise with Chin, who is also amazed. Jessica, after talking with the stranger, returns to her friends and says that she learned a lot about the girl, which can help them better understand her. She explains that the stranger's name is Honey, and she is a representative of a famous tribe from a country called Yemen. Jessica mentions that the country of Honey was previously under British rule and only gained independence in August of 1939. The Honey tribe was small in number. They settled near oases and were engaged in agriculture. British soldiers set up a garrison nearby and often came to the tribe for water and to buy vegetables. One day, the British soldiers arrived at the oasis as usual, but found that all the settlers had disappeared and the food on the tables remained untouched. Chin suggests that the tribe was also transported through space and time, just like them, and ended up on this island. Jessica tells her friends that she needs to clarify something and starts asking the girl questions in Arabic. Jessica reports that Chin's guess is correct. Honey confirms that her tribe ended up on this island 3 years ago. Later, the young people learn that according to the girl, a year ago another group of people arrived on the island by ship, who, upon landing, immediately attacked the tribe without reason. The young people decide that they need to find and unite with the remaining members of the Honey tribe as soon as possible to act together. Thanks to Jessica's translation, they learned that when the tribe first arrived on the island, its members suffered from a lack of food, and during their search, they came across a strange fog from which no one ever returned. After this incident, the tribe moved along the veil of fog for a whole week until they realized that it crossed the entire island, creating a kind of border. The strange fog remains in the same place almost all the time, disappearing briefly only during the change of seasons, and then reappearing. Chin believes that thanks to this fog, they will be safe for the next 3 months. Jessica tells Chin that Honey believes he is a powerful sorcerer based on what she saw. The girl says that Honey is deeply impressed by the young man's fight with the snake and is also surprised by his ability to use holy water to stop bleeding. Chin asks Jessica to explain to the girl that he is not a sorcerer. He wants to avoid false ideas about himself and not mislead her. Jessica, however, believes that it is not worth doing this yet, since her experience of communicating with ethnic peoples has shown that none of them trust outsiders. But if the girl considers the young man a sorcerer, it will be easier for him to find a common language with the natives. Chin considers this state of affairs unfair to the people, but the girl argues that it is necessary for their common good. Deciding that the sorcerer has accepted her, Honey falls to her knees and begins to bow low, showing her respect. Jessica advises her friends to learn Arabic, noting that she managed to master it in just 2 months and that it is not as difficult as it seems. Chin thinks that this will take too much time and be tiring, so he asks Jessica to be their translator until they find another way to communicate. A little later, the guy remembers the possibility of using the system and goes to the online store to consider purchasing a package called the Encyclopedia of World Languages. After the discussion, everyone went about their business. Helen went to cook dinner, and Chin decided to go to the river to wash himself, since it was the end of autumn outside and the water was still warm, and the girls decided to take over the bathroom. Jessica, as the only person who spoke Arabic, took charge of Honey, trying to establish communication and help her settle into her new surroundings. Jessica notices that on the girl's body, in addition to her fresh wounds, there are many old scars that indicate her difficult past. She carefully washes her wounds, trying to do everything possible to avoid infection. Meanwhile, Helen prepared a sumptuous dinner, including fish, pheasant, and fresh vegetables. The young people praise Helen, telling her that her culinary skills are getting better every day, and admire her ability to cook even in such difficult conditions. Honey is clearly amazed by the amount of food on the table. She hasn't seen such abundance in a long time. Her eyes are filled with surprise and gratitude. The girl tries the offered dishes and realizes that she hasn't eaten anything so delicious for a very long time. Tears come to her eyes as she remembers her fellow tribesmen who are in need and forced to constantly go hungry. For the night, Chin decides to pitch a tent outside near the cave so as not to create any inconvenience for the girls. The girls tried to coax Honey into bed, but she fell asleep in the corner of the cave, clutching the hilts of her war blades, showing her alertness and habit of always being prepared for possible danger. The next day, Jessica organized a small class and began teaching the young people Arabic so they could communicate with Honey and understand each other better. The lessons came to an end. Chin stretched with relief, declaring that classes were finally over because studying was not the easiest pastime for him. Helen asks the guy if he intends to find the Honey tribe, to which Chin replies that first he needs to come up with some kind of gas mask to cross the swamp, but remembering the giant snake, he immediately changes his mind. Chin proposes an alternative solution, to make a raft to sail around the island, and plans to begin harvesting wood for this purpose this afternoon. Using a metal axe, the work proceeds confidently, and in a short period of time, the young man manages to cut down quite a large number of trees. His work is suddenly interrupted by the appearance of Honey, who found him by the sound in the forest and, as it turns out, intends to help him with this task. Honey says something to Chin in his own language, but he doesn't understand anything at all and starts thinking about how he needs to quickly buy an encyclopedia of foreign languages from the system to establish more effective communication. The boy carefully asks the girl if she will be able to work, given her wounds from the previous battle, which causes her great surprise and, perhaps, even slight displeasure. In response, Honey approaches the tree and, to Chin's surprise, begins to vigorously and forcefully chop down the sturdy trunk, demonstrating her determination and strength. The guy is very surprised by the strength that the girl possesses. With just one hand, she was able to cut down a huge tree in a short time. Chin understands that she completed the task much faster than he did, despite the fact that he had a metal axe. In 3 days, the young people managed to cut down the required number of trees, and now the next task is to smelt steel to make nails for building the raft. Helen and Jessica take the panda and set off in search of resources, leaving the young men to smelt the metal. They lit a huge fire above the camp so that the thick smoke would scare away the birds. Pyrite, which is better known as iron disulfide, melts at a temperature of 1,500 degrees, and sulfur impurities are converted into sulfur dioxide with a very sharp and unpleasant odor. Chin, with the help of Honey, spins the blades of a homemade fan to increase the melting temperature in the furnace and reach the level needed to smelt the mineral. After some time, the mineral melts, and the young man carefully removes the molten mass from the oven using tongs. Chin proudly tells the girl that the Iron Age is finally coming to the island, and they are beginning a new stage in their lives. Pyrite is about a quarter iron, so the actual metal yield isn't very high, but it's enough to make nails and start building a raft. The guy thanks the girl for her help and suggests that she take a little rest, as the work was hard, after which he plans to ask her for help in making nails. Despite the language barrier, Chin begins to get used to Honey's company, and in recent days they spend quite a bit of time together, getting to know each other better. The guy remembers that the first time he saw her, the girl looked pale and dirty, but within a couple of days her appearance improved significantly, and now he notes her sweet face and good physique with pleasant proportions. Honey notices that the guy is very often looking at her closely, which does not go unnoticed, and she pays attention to this, which makes the young man a little embarrassed, causing him to blush. In the evening, the young people melted the iron and poured it into the mold that Helen had made the day before. After waiting for the metal to cool, they removed the nail blank. At lunch, the girls told Chin that they had explored almost the entire area around the camp, but had not found anything new. They had noticed thickets of grapes and pineapples which were already in their camp. If they collected more, the fruit would simply spoil. The girls try to figure out how to store fruit for the winter and come to the conclusion that they will need a cellar for storage. But Chin says that he has another idea that he thinks is more suitable. Chin pauses briefly and then announces to the girls that they will be able to preserve fruit. Glass jars are needed for preserving, and to make them, glass is needed, which is made from silicon. So the next day, the young people go to the river to extract this mineral. The river turned out to contain quite a lot of silicon in large transparent crystals, which made the task of collecting and sorting easier. The young people collected all the most suitable ones for making glass. While working, Helen interrupts her friends from their studies and loudly tells them to pay attention to the find in her hand. The young people realize that Helen has found a large, bright nugget of gold, which brings joy and surprise to everyone. Honey doesn't understand why the young people are so happy about this little nugget, and approaches Chin to show him her find. The guy realizes with great surprise that the girl is holding a giant gold nugget in her hands, weighing more than several kilograms. He immediately asks Honey where she found such a huge nugget. The girl silently points her hand towards the river current. Young people are beginning to realize that there may be a gold mine nearby, worth tens of millions of yuan. Pretty quickly, Jessica finds a large diamond and reports that it weighs at least 100 carats, and that such a stone could be worth more than all the gold they have found. The young people are overcome with intense joy, and they begin to think that the island they have landed on is the very fairy tale El Dorado that many have dreamed of, but which no one has ever managed to find. However, the jewels were not as important at the moment as the necessary materials. So after spending the entire morning, the group of young people collected a sufficient amount of silicon and leisurely headed back to camp. Glass requires other materials besides silicon, so Chin crushes and grinds shells into powder to act as a binder and give the glass strength. Glass, being a silicate with an amorphous structure, does not have a specific melting point, but its melting requires a temperature in excess of 800 degrees. And to achieve such a high temperature, it is necessary to use a compressor. While Chin and Honey were busy melting glass, the girls were making tubes through which they would later blow glass products. Chin takes a tube and rolls some molten glass onto it, then tells the girls to watch carefully as he inflates the balloon and gives it its final shape. Honey is truly shocked by what is happening. She is amazed by the very idea that solid stone can become liquid. She once again calls Chin a powerful sorcerer. Chin clarifies that when inflating the tube, the glass must not be allowed to cool down, and it is also important to constantly rotate it so that the circular motion helps evenly distribute the liquid glass. Despite all his efforts, Chin failed to make a proper bottle on his first try, but the system still awarded him 1,500 points for successfully making glass. Chin asks Helen if she would like to try blowing glassware, and the girl happily agrees, wanting to contribute to this work and learn something new. Jessica hands her a homemade pair of tongs so she can shape the neck of the bottle. Chin watches her actions closely, and it becomes clear to him once again that Helen has many hidden talents. She was able to make the neck on the first try, giving the product a neat shape. Helen carefully and deliberately draws out the liquid glass, trying to achieve an almost perfect neck shape. Her actions look very confident. However, the girl believes that her product was not of very high quality, since, in her opinion, she did not rotate the glass evenly. The young people think that Helen underestimates her abilities and begin to praise her, saying that her product looks perfect and that she has done a wonderful job. Chin plans to place the finished glass in water to cool and harden it, and then plans to cut the bottle using the diamond he found. The girls ask the guy to make a rotating table for them, which will make it easier to work with the blanks. Chin promises to help them with this, and begins to think that now he has accumulated enough points to finally purchase an encyclopedia of world languages from the system, which will make communication with Honey much easier. Honey holds a glass bottle in her hands. She has never seen anything like it in her world, and considers young people to be real sorcerers, capable of doing incredible things. China decides to buy a language encyclopedia from the system, thanks to which he begins to instantly understand Honey as if she were speaking Chinese. He decides to pretend that his understanding of Arabic is due to diligent study. The next day, Jessica not only continued teaching the young people Arabic, but also helped stoke the fire in the kiln and learned how to best blow glass for various products. Chin and Honey continued to bring sand and saltpeter soil to the camp to extract potassium nitrate and make explosives. The guy understands that bombs are the most powerful weapon on this island, and he would like to make as many as possible. The problem is that the amount of saltpeter soil in the bamboo forest is limited. During dinner, Chin had an unusual idea. They had mastered the technology of glass production, and now he intended to make a telescope, which could greatly help them in reconnaissance and observation of the surrounding area. Helen makes the assumption that the guy is going to create a Galileo or Kepler system, and begins to talk about how they work and which of them would be more useful. In Galileo's telescope, the objective is a convex collecting lens, and the eyepiece is a concave diverging lens. Its main drawback is a very narrow field of view, which limits observation capabilities. The basis of all modern optics is the Kepler system, in which both the eyepiece and the objective are made of convex lenses, which allows for a significant increase in the field of view, but produces an inverted image, for the correction of which it is necessary to install additional erecting lenses. Helen reports that she is able to make a convex lens, but she needs a rotating mechanism to achieve the desired shape and quality. The next day, Chin makes a round block of clay to create a simple rotating mechanism to assist the girl in her work. Thanks to this mechanism, the young people managed to create an ideal funnel from clay, which served as the basis for future lenses. Helen then carefully polished the surface of this form, using a sheet of bamboo instead of sandpaper, while simultaneously giving the edges of the funnel the desired curvature. The first example of the mold turned out excellent, and 4 more of the same ones remained to be made. Once all the molds were ready, the young people poured liquid glass into them, and after it cooled, they glued the glass blanks together in pairs to create the necessary lenses. All they had to do was adjust the distance between the lenses to achieve the desired focal length. Normally, the focal length of the lens should be greater than the distance between the lenses. Chin, while adjusting the lenses, was amazed by the power of the optical apparatus they had created. It allows one to see even small birds sitting in nearby trees. Helen thinks the image is a bit blurry, but overall it's clear and the magnification is at least 8 times. Honey is very surprised by this device and tells her friends in Arabic that it is a divine eye. Once the desired focal length was set, the telescope was completely ready, and Chin selected suitable bamboo tubes to make a durable housing to protect the lenses. They also had a few magnifying glasses left over, and using them, the young people made magnifying glasses with which they could light a fire. Despite having a lighter, they understood that sooner or later it might break down, and in that case, magnifying glasses would be extremely useful. All preparations were completed, and now the young people were ready to start building the raft. The Encyclopedia of Fieldcrafts described many types of vessels, but most of them were small, like canoes or fishing boats. Chin intends to build a double-hulled raft that will be more stable and comfortable, as the name suggests. This raft will consist of 2 parallel hulls of the same size, fastened at the bottom, which will allow the vessel to have less hydraulic resistance and require less power when moving. Helen is surprised to learn that Jessica, in addition to her skills in flying an airplane, also knows how to navigate sea vessels, which makes her very useful in this project. After they had finished discussing the project, the young people began building the raft. The design turned out to be quite simple and the work progressed quickly. Chinya took on the task of making a small cabin on the raft so that it could protect them from high waves or rain. A week later, the floating craft was completely ready and was successfully launched, and it was time to test it. Honey looks at the starry sky with great curiosity through a telescope, and very quietly thanks the powerful sorcerers for introducing her to such amazing things, the existence of which she did not even suspect. The girl sends a prayer to her god. She turns to her father with a request to wait for them and believes that salvation is already near. She confidently says that the sorcerer will soon come to save everyone. Chin is deep in thought, Helen. Noticing this, asks how he is feeling and what he is thinking about so intently. Chin admits that he is very nervous about sailing tomorrow, as it is their first voyage and he has a lot to think about. Helen reassures him, reminding him that Jessica will be with him, and thanks to her navigation skills, it will be much easier for him to cope with any difficulties. There is a long, silent pause during which the young people look at each other intently. This silence is broken by Jessica, who suddenly asks them for permission to join their conversation. Young people react very emotionally to her appearance, since Jessica is dressed in a minimum amount of clothing, which greatly embarrassed them. Early the next morning, having timed the tide, the young people came to the beach. Helen stays in the camp with the panda. The guide tells the girl that there is enough food in the camp and asks her not to go anywhere unless necessary. Helen waves to her friends, who shout at her to take care and say they'll be back soon. Even though the young people left Helen in the camp for her safety, the girl still feels a slight sense of resentment. Chin says he doesn't get seasick, but he's still worried about high waves that could capsize their raft. Honey takes this journey in stride, because ever since her people arrived on the island, they have learned to sail and fish, and now sailing is a part of her life. The girl silently looks at the horizon and mentally talks to her fellow tribesmen. She says that she is leading saviors to them. Jessica reports that in this area you can get caught in a rip current, which is when a wave hits the rocks. It forms a rip current that rushes away from the shore towards another wave, and being in this area is quite dangerous. The girl asks not to worry. She takes control and is ready to tell everything she knows and answer any questions that concern her. At midday, the wind died down and the travelers found themselves in a calm, so Jessica ordered the sail to be furled. By midday, the wind had not returned, so the young men had to row. Honey had no oars, so she could only watch her friends straining themselves. Human strength cannot compare with the power of nature, so the raft moved very slowly. The young people were exhausted after just 1 hour, after which they decided to rest for at least 30 minutes. When the young people finally reached the other side of the island, the sun had already set, and they were about to drop anchor to spend the night on the water. Jessica's voice is heard, stating that she estimates the island to be about 350 kilometers long, and she calculates the remaining distance based on the speed of their raft in a steady wind. The girl believes that they have covered about half the distance to their goal, and she is trying to maintain a positive attitude to support her companions. After a short discussion, Jessica offered to take over the night watch, explaining that her experience in navigation would allow her to better control the situation. She declined the shift, and the young men did not insist, completely trusting her. Haya woke up quite early, as he was disturbed not only by the rocking, but also by a strange noise coming from somewhere outside the boat. Chin learns from the girl that he slept only 2 or 3 hours, although he felt like he slept much longer. To while away the rest of the night, the young people begin to talk, choosing topics related to ships and the history of navigation. Jessica enjoys sharing her wealth of travel experience, telling many fascinating stories full of adventures and funny incidents. Chin admits that he never suspected how fascinating the profession of paleontologist could be, and that the conversation opens up completely new horizons for him. Jessica decides to surprise the guy with her knowledge of prehistoric creatures and begins to talk about animals that disappeared many millions of years ago. The young men looked closely at the sleeping Honey. The girl was so tired that even their lively and loud conversation could not wake her up, which caused a slight smile on both of them. Continuing their lively dialogue, the young people discuss various topics and eventually come to the conclusion that the largest creatures that ever inhabited the earth were aquatic giants. The raft slowly rocks on the waves, creating the illusion of serenity. All around you can hear only the sounds of the water and the echoes of their conversations. Chaya notices how deeply Jessica is dedicated to her profession. He sees how her eyes light up when she talks about ancient creatures, and how she gestures energetically with her hands. The next morning was truly beautiful. The wind continued to blow from dawn, filling the sail and pushing the raft forward, which noticeably encouraged everyone. As the sun began to slowly set in the west, the young men, looking through the lens of a telescope, finally saw the shore. Honey, unable to contain her joy, shouts loudly and tells her friends that they have finally reached the other side of the island. Relief and pride can be felt in her voice. The young men anchor their raft and then climb onto land, after which they begin to slowly move towards the village of Honey. The girl admits that she has never been to these places before, so she cannot say exactly how far away her village is. She also warns her companions that Vikings often appear on the coast and that they can pose a danger, so they need to be extremely careful and attentive. After a good rest the next day, the young people continued on their way. Chin notices that the trees in this part of the island are noticeably taller and thicker than those they had encountered earlier, which causes him surprise and admiration. Honey is delighted to know they are heading in the right direction and shares the news with her friends, saying she recognizes the area they are passing through as she has seen it before. After some time, the gray eagle informs Chin that there are dwellings of two-legged creatures nearby. This information makes him wary. Jessica asks Honey why she stopped. The girl, frowning, explains that usually a guard is on duty at the borders of the village, but now there is no one there, which seems strange and alarming to her. Chin decides to clarify the situation with the gray eagle, but the bird reports that it sees many two-legged people, which only adds to the confusion. It is unclear whether these people are Honey's fellow tribesmen or Vikings. The guy asks the girls to stay put and decides to go into the village alone to scout out the situation. However, Honey doesn't listen to his words. Suddenly, she rushes forward and runs quickly towards her village. When Honey reaches the village center, she sees all the villagers gathered together and engaged in a tense conversation, discussing what to do next. The elder tries to calm everyone down, saying that they currently have neither the strength nor the resources to organize a rescue operation. Suddenly, Honey bursts into their circle, shouting loudly to get their attention. People immediately turn their gaze to her, many rushing towards her. Surrounding her, they begin asking questions about where she has been and how she is feeling, their faces expressing a mixture of joy and surprise at her sudden appearance. At this point, Honey learns that after her disappearance, Her uncle and the head of the tribe also disappeared, and no one has yet been able to find any traces of them, which only adds to the sadness. The elder tells how the head of the tribe went in search of the missing girl, but was captured by the Vikings, and only one of his squad managed to escape and deliver this sad news. Honey decides to calm down and collect her thoughts in order to tell her fellow tribesmen that they have the strength and support that can help save the chief and protect the village. She loudly calls on the villagers to be silent and listen carefully to her in order to clarify the current situation and propose a plan of action. Honey begins to talk about how after she disappeared, no one could find her. She walked through the Deadlands and ended up on the other side of the island. Her fellow tribesmen are amazed by her story and are surprised to learn that the other side of the island is similar to their location, and that the Deadlands simply cut the island into two equal parts. Honey continues and says that on the other side of the island she met a great sorcerer who was ready to help them, but many residents doubt her words, considering it just a myth or fiction. A girl comes up to Honey, strokes her head, and says that such fantasies are the result of the fatigue and stress she has experienced during this time. A nearby fearsome warrior loudly addresses Honey, declaring that she, as the daughter of the tribe's chief, is placing her hopes on non-existent legends, and admits that he now wants to take back every compliment he ever gave her. Honey, without losing confidence, replies that she is not making it up, and that her meeting with a powerful sorcerer was real. The sorcerer is really ready to help them get rid of the threat, and they must believe her. A warrior named Can mockingly asks the girl where this great and powerful sorcerer is, if he really exists. Suddenly, the conversation is interrupted. People look up at the sky in excitement and see a giant eagle approaching them at great speed, its majestic appearance causing fear and panic in everyone. Upon seeing this powerful bird, residents begin to raise the alarm, hoping to take cover as quickly as possible and avoid a collision. A few moments later, everyone sees how the eagle, which had landed on the young man's hand, humbly submits to him, and he, turning to the people with a slight smile, asks if they really wanted to see him. The people around him instantly fell silent and looked at Chin intently. They were perplexed, because no one expected that the powerful sorcerer they had heard about in ancient legends could look so ordinary. Chin decides to use his new status as a sorcerer to gain control of the situation, but he quickly notices that people are unconvinced of his mighty power and doubt his abilities. So Chin decides to show them the magical power, which is actually just science. He takes out a lighter and lights it. The villagers are amazed to see fire appearing from a small metal box. For them, it seems incredible and completely magical. Chin feels on top of his game, smart and cunning. He hears the whispers of the villagers saying that the gods heard their prayers and sent them a great sorcerer who can make fire out of thin air. The people nearby immediately fall to their knees and begin to bow to the young man, acknowledging his strength and power, which makes him chuckle slightly. However, Can, standing aside, doubts that if this sorcerer is truly a messenger of the gods, then he must be extremely strong, and the man feels a strong desire to test his strength in battle. Honey, in turn, tries to convince her fellow tribesmen that Chin is truly a great sorcerer and possesses incredible power, citing as an example how he caught a huge bird and managed to defeat a huge snake. She says that if Chin wants, he can destroy any inhabitant of the village. After this statement, Can's desire to fight the young man only grew stronger, and he prepared to challenge him. Chin realizes that further doubts could jeopardize his influence and decides to use his cheetah speed skill, which allows him to move at incredible speeds. In a matter of seconds, he runs up to Can, suddenly appearing right in front of him. Chin then points 2 fingers at the man's forehead. The villagers are extremely surprised by the incredible speed with which the young man approached Can, and whisper among themselves, they believe that a human is not capable of such speed. Can is in shock from what happened, because he didn't even have time to notice the young man's movements, and he was already next to him. Chin calmly states that he intends to use only 2 fingers to test his strength, if, of course, Can rise to the occasion and accept his challenge. Can gathers all his strength, but realizes with horror that he is unable to rise from the chair, only 2 fingers of the young man holding him up. He continues to try with all his might to get up, but his efforts remain futile. He does not understand at all why he cannot overcome such little resistance. Chin, looking calmly at Can, asks him if he understands the power of the magic he is trying to resist. The people around quietly whispered, sharing thoughts. Can had always been considered the strongest warrior of their tribe, but even he was now powerless against the great sorcerer, who used only 2 fingers. After some time, Kan is forced to admit defeat, giving up and saying out loud that he cannot accept the challenge. Suddenly, Kan jumps up from his chair, which makes Chin wary, as he cannot predict what the warrior is going to do next. But a moment later, the guy realizes with relief that there is no danger. Kan turns around and, depressed, walks away, clearly resigned to what happened. Chin knows that he managed to hold Kan with just 2 fingers thanks to a simple trick, and it has nothing to do with magical power. It's all about the biomechanics of the human body. At that moment, the village elder comes to Chin and with despair in his voice asks him to save their tribe. Jessica approaches the villagers and loudly declares that the great sorcerer has come here to help them. The elder approaches Jessica, raises his hands in greeting, and respectfully calls her the great sorceress, confirming her special status in front of the assembled people. The villagers standing around whisper, expressing their opinions. The young men really do seem like sorcerers to them. Their unusual clothing and the language they speak among themselves are perceived as divine signs. Jessica is clearly impressed by the performance Chin put on and tells him with a smile that he certainly put on a great show and could be considered a God-given actor. She suddenly asks him how he was able to master Arabic so quickly, to which Chin replies with a smug smile that it is thanks to his innate learning abilities. Continuing his manipulations, Chin raises his hands high into the air, addressing the villagers and loudly proclaiming that the gods have heard their prayers and sent him to save their tribe from all troubles. The elder informs the young people that it will soon be dark and invites them to follow him. He will be glad if they agree to stay with him for the night. As they walk through the village, Chin notices that the locals' houses are mostly round, tent-like, and look exactly as Honey described earlier. Soon the silence and calm of the evening sets in. Chin begins to feel how tired he is, because he has never been the center of such close attention. Honey emotionally shares with her tribemates her story of how she got into trouble, but was saved by the great sorcerer, who used his great power to deliver her from danger. She says that when the huge snake was defeated, fire burst from its mouth, and then it collapsed lifeless to the ground. The girl also shows off a telescope and proudly announces that the great sorcerer gave her a divine eye through which she can see very far. One of the men turns to Kan and asks him why he looks so irritated, suggesting that he cannot accept the defeat he suffered at the hands of a powerful rival, which only adds fuel to the fire of his inner resentment. The young men continue to observe the life of the tribe and gradually realize that there are only a few dozen people here, including the elderly and children, and that many warriors have fresh wounds that will clearly affect their fighting ability. Suddenly, the tent's canopy opens and a little girl appears on the threshold, announcing that she has brought food and adding that she is very glad to see powerful sorcerers, and then respectfully asks them to accept her humble gifts. Jessica immediately notices the anxiety in the child's eyes, and her heart fills with compassion. She asks the girl what is bothering her and asks her to tell her everything. Tears well up in the girl's eyes as she pitifully asks the young people to help her tribe, her voice trembling with emotion. Kine tries to calm the child down, leaning towards her and assuring her that she shouldn't worry, and he promises to do his best to help the villagers. Suddenly, he remembers that he has some supplies left in his bag. He decides to treat the girl to some dried boar meat, hoping to please her a little and support her strength. The girl accepts the gift with obvious joy, since she has not eaten meat for a long time, and the villagers' diet is extremely meager. During the conversation, Jessica realizes that the little girl has not eaten for 2 days, a realization that evokes deep sympathy and sadness in her, as the situation is much more complicated than she had imagined. The girl, feeling guilty, apologizes to the young men for not being able to stop and eating too much meat. Chin immediately calms her down, saying that he has more supplies in his bag. As the conversation continues, the young people learn that the tribe was forced to flee their homes in haste due to a Viking attack, and therefore they were unable to take enough food supplies with them. Jessica realizes that the tribe's situation is much worse than she previously assumed. There is not enough food to feed everyone, and the cold weather is only making things worse as the animals hide in their burrows. The village elder suddenly appears on the threshold of the house, holding some food in his hands. He looks at the girl with interest and asks her what she's doing here. Chin asks the elder not to scold the girl, explaining that she stayed here only because he himself asked her to stay. The elder nods and, wanting to show hospitality, offers the young people a taste of the fruit they have picked today, as well as the rabbit meat they have carefully stored until the solemn moment. However, Chin resolutely refuses the offer, saying that the tribe does not have enough food. He asks the elder to distribute it among his fellow tribesmen so that they can at least strengthen their strength a little. He adds that in reality he is no different from them. He was just lucky enough to become the chosen one of the gods. He asks to convey to people that they should not exalt him too highly, as this makes him feel uneasy. Chin then reports that he has some dried meat in his bag and asks the elder to take it and distribute it among all the villagers. Tears of gratitude appear on the elder's face, and he thanks the young people from the bottom of his heart for their kindness. The appearance of the great sorcerers from ancient myths simultaneously delighted and worried all the villagers. They were glad that their prayers had been answered, but at the same time they were wary, as they did not know how to properly treat the sorcerers and how not to anger the gods with their actions. The elder, who was forced to govern the tribe in the absence of the leader, was especially worried, since any decision he made affected the fate of every member of the tribe, and the responsibility fell like a heavy burden on his shoulders. Chin says he now physically feels the weight of his title, as if every member of the tribe was examining him under a microscope. Jessica smiles softly and asks him not to worry. She reminds him that he is not alone, and as the old Chinese proverb goes, together they can change the world. The next morning comes. The young people leave the elder's house. They are immediately surprised by the silence that reigns in the village, as if life has temporarily left this place. Chia wonders where most of the villagers could have gone, which makes him a little worried as he didn't expect this. Honey, looking at his worried face, reports that everyone who is capable of holding a weapon has gone to the nearby foothills in search of food. At this point, an elder approaches the young people and offers Chin a treat, respectfully saying that they value his magical food highly. And so, as a sign of gratitude, they collected fresh fruit for him this morning. The elder hopes to persuade the great sorcerer to join the tribe's warriors and fight with them so that they can see his power with their own eyes and be convinced of his strength. He believes that this will strengthen their morale. Jessica quickly realizes that Chin is in an awkward situation, and to help him avoid a fight, she explains to the elder that the great sorcerer spent a lot of his powers when he descended from the heavens, and now he cannot fight the Vikings in direct combat. At the moment, the only thing he can do is share his wisdom. Chin is extremely grateful to Jessica for helping him out of this awkward situation, but he believes that he should avoid fighting or anything that could expose him. After learning that the Viking camp is only a day's journey from the tribe's camp, Chin decides to go there with Honey, while Jessica remains with the tribe to help the locals with pressing issues. Jessica sees them off and asks them to be extremely careful during this dangerous reconnaissance mission, her words full of concern for her friends. After half a day, the young people moved quite a distance from the tribe's camp and found themselves in enemy territory. They were extremely careful, avoiding unnecessary noise and hiding in the shadows of the trees. Fortunately for them, the night passed peacefully, and the next morning they reached the place where the Vikings' camp was located. Using a spyglass, Chin carefully studies the enemy camp, noticing that the Vikings are in excellent physical shape and have a large number of iron items. He reflects on the fact that the Vikings are renowned for their cruelty and often kill or enslave anyone who gets in their way. And now he doubts that these mighty warriors will be a match for them. At this point, Honey begins to show signs of great agitation and points to one of the places in the camp. She notices her fellow tribesmen who are being held captive. Captured villagers are shackled in heavy metal chains and forced to perform hard physical labor. Chin also points out that the camp is guarded by a significant number of warriors, who stand not only at the entrance but also at the corners of the camp. He suggests that there may be some threats on this island, which is why the Vikings guard their camp so carefully. Suddenly, a huge golden eagle begins circling above them, and Chin instantly realizes that someone is approaching. His alarming suspicions are confirmed, and he immediately orders Honey to hide as quickly as possible. Soon, a large group of Vikings appears on their path, who are discussing something heatedly in Norwegian, arguing loudly and gesturing actively. Fortunately, thanks to his knowledge, Chin is able to understand their conversation and decides to listen to what they are discussing. Some of the Vikings want to make a stop because they are tired and need to rest, while others believe that it is necessary to carry out the commander's orders. After some time, the differences are resolved, and the group that insisted on resting wins, leading to the Vikings making camp in the shade of the trees. One of the Vikings, to while away the time, begins to tell a story about how the natives distracted the attention of a huge snake, which allowed them to escape literally at the last moment. Some of the Vikings are skeptical of the man's story, claiming that he made it all up and that he is simply a coward trying to make himself look good. The warriors decide to change the subject and switch to rumors of a fountain of youth, which, according to them, allows warriors to fight until old age, and add that their commander has a map of this place. One of the men reports that the main problem is not finding the source, but overcoming the threat posed by its guardian, the mythical Leviathan, who protects the sacred waters. The warriors believe that the source is located behind a wall of magical fog, which, in their opinion, divides the island into two parts and hides important secrets from view. One of the Vikings tells terrifying stories about his encounter with this fog, adding that he experienced this horror only once and never wants to repeat this experience again. The squad leader interrupts the conversation, ordering the warriors to stop chatting and reminding them that they must return to their duties. Chin continues to eavesdrop on the Vikings, hearing them continue to discuss this mysterious fountain of youth and its legends. The guy is frightened by the very thought that there really could be something magical on this island, and that all this might not be fiction at all, but reality. Suddenly he remembers the map that the Vikings talked about and comes to the conclusion that they did not come here by chance, but most likely knew about this place. At this point, Honey quietly asks what the guy is thinking about, to which Chin replies that he is thinking about the words he heard from the Vikings, trying to find something in them that will help them further. The girl is very surprised that the young man is able to understand Norwegian and looks at him with admiration. Chin replies that it is because of his divine gift that allows him to learn any language in a short period of time, which makes Honey respect his abilities even more. At this moment, the young men hear that the Vikings are finishing their rest stop and are preparing to continue their journey, following the orders of their commander. Meanwhile, a group of people, in an attempt to hide from their pursuers, runs away, one of the men carrying a wounded comrade on his shoulder. Enraged Vikings are racing after them, encouraging themselves with loud shouts. They are in no way going to let the fugitives escape alive. The man, carrying the wounded man, despairingly reports that his strength is running out and anxiously asks Can what they should do next, as escape is becoming increasingly difficult. Can turns sharply to the warrior and with cold determination says that they must leave their wounded comrade, for this is their only chance to save themselves and escape. He also adds that otherwise the Vikings will capture them all, and then no one will be able to leave alive. The wounded man pleads with Can not to abandon him, saying that he does not want to die. But Can, without hesitation, replies that if they are all killed, then there will be no one to protect the remaining tribe, and for this they must sacrifice him. Can asks his comrade to pull himself together and reminds him that he is a warrior and should not fear death. They leave the wounded man, Can pulling his comrade by the hand, ordering him not to waste time. He says that it is hard, but they are doing it for the survival of the tribe. Their actions must be aimed at saving everyone. Suddenly, Honey jumps out in front of them. The girl draws her battle blades and loudly shouts a battle cry. The next moment, arrows begin to fly at the Vikings, many of which hit them in the legs. Can instantly realizes that the situation has changed and they have a chance to counterattack. He immediately orders his comrade to do everything possible to prevent the Vikings from using the signal horn. Honey fearlessly rushes at one of the Vikings, delivering a series of swift blows, but her opponent turns out to be quite a skilled warrior. He parries her attacks and gives a worthy fight. Can realizes that their stone weapons are not powerful enough to penetrate the Vikings' strong shields, and he needs to quickly come up with something to turn the situation in their favor. He accelerates and rushes towards one of the warriors standing nearby. The Viking begins to laugh loudly, believing that a wooden stick is not capable of causing him serious harm. Can delivers a powerful and sharp blow. The force of this blow is so enormous that it throws the Viking several dozen meters into the air. Despite such an impressive blow, the Vikings are not afraid and continue their attack. Their fighting spirit remains unshaken, and they still believe their victory is inevitable. Can continues to repel the furious attacks of the Vikings and gives his comrade the order to try to surround them from the right side, hoping that this will allow him to find a weakness in their formation. However, this tactic does not bring success, and soon all the people of the tribe find themselves surrounded by a dense ring of Vikings. At this point, Can notices that in this confusion, the great sorcerer has taken advantage of the situation and has begun to rescue their wounded comrade, trying to lead him away from the battle. Can quickly makes a decision and orders all his men to feign weakness in order to draw the Vikings' attention to himself and give the sorcerer the opportunity to quietly leave with the wounded man. This tactic works, and Chin manages to get to a safe distance with the wounded man. Once safe, Chin asks the man to calm down and stop crying, saying that they were able to escape and are now safe. The guy realizes that the attitude towards death is different for all people of the tribe. This man is clearly very afraid of dying, and this is quite normal, unlike Honey, who shows herself to be very fearless and, judging by her actions, is not afraid of death. Kin then orders Grey Eagle to signal the other people to retreat. Honey, seeing a huge bird in the sky, realizes that now is the time to act with full force, and loudly announces to his fellow tribesmen that they can fight without holding back their power. A powerful Viking runs towards Honey at great speed, swinging his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, his face expressing anger and determination. The girl, using her agility, dodges his attack, and immediately, in response, strikes with her combat blade, aiming at the Viking's vulnerable spot. Meanwhile, Kan, armed with his wooden spear, intends to wear down his opponent and, when he makes a mistake, deliver a precise and fatal blow. A moment later, he notices that his opponent has hesitated and takes advantage of this opportunity. With great force, he brings the spear down on the Viking. His blow is so powerful that the Viking's helmet cracks. One of the Vikings, realizing that the outcome of the battle is not in their favor, tries to get a signal horn to call for help. The tribe's warriors immediately notice this and rush at the Viking, not giving him time to sound the alarm. Their actions are quick and coordinated. They launch a series of lightning strikes, destroying the Vikings standing in the way of the signalman. Kan realizes he has no time and, gathering all his strength, launches the spear with incredible precision and force. The throw is so powerful that the spear pierces the large man through and through. However, before dying, the Viking manages to blow his horn. Kan realizes that reinforcements will arrive very quickly, which means that they need to leave immediately, otherwise they will all die. The tribe's warriors begin to hear the noise of a large number of people moving, indicating that the Vikings have received an alarm signal and that a large detachment of them is already heading in their direction. The tribesmen turn to the young man, informing him that they have successfully dealt with the advance guard. But one of the Vikings managed to sound the alarm, and now they do not know what to do next. Chin realizes that their forces are clearly unequal, and suggests finding a secluded place where they can hide and wait for night to use the darkness to escape. One of the Viking squads finds the battle site. The commander cannot contain his joy that they arrived first. But his joy quickly turns to shock when he sees a large number of dead comrades lying in the clearing. He is amazed that they were killed so quickly and brutally, and this makes him think about the power of the enemy. A nearby Viking lets out a loud laugh, claiming that the dead warriors were weaklings that even the natives could handle, his words filled with contempt. The squad leader notices a bloody trail on the ground that leads somewhere deep into the forest, and he decides that they can use this trail to find the fugitives. Chin addresses the wounded man. The guy asks him not to make any sudden movements, as he's going to give him first aid. Kan demands that the man stop whining and show strength. The man sheepishly asks for forgiveness, regretting that because of his weakness they were ambushed and found themselves in such a difficult situation. A detachment of natives led by Chin slowly moves through the dense forest, trying to move silently and not attract attention, since their every step can be heard by enemies. Luckily, before it got completely dark, they found a hidden cave where they were able to rest and catch their breath after all the events that happened to them during the day. Considering that searching is difficult at night and wild animals roam the forest, the Vikings are unlikely to find their hiding place, and this gives them at least some temporary relief and a sense of security. In the cave, one of the men begins to share his story. He says that they could not find food near the tribe's camp and decided to go too far, at which point they were suddenly attacked by Vikings. Chin, realizing that everyone is pretty tired and hungry, announces that there is some dried meat left in his bag and, without hesitation, takes it out. The man, exhausted by hunger, begins to greedily eat the treat, and noticing that Kan does not touch his portion, he asks him why he does not eat. Kan gives him an angry look. The man does not understand what is going on, because in his opinion, if he does not eat all the offered treats, the great sorcerer might get offended and leave them. Kan tells the wounded man that he is behaving terribly, and it was because of his mistake that they were ambushed, his voice full of irritation and bitterness. Chin watches the natives closely, and especially Kan, realizing that despite his difficult character, he is not so bad at all. He is ready to sacrifice himself for his tribe, which inspires respect. The next morning, before dawn, the detachment left the cave and continued on their way home. Much to their surprise, the journey home turned out to be easier than they had expected. The Vikings did not pursue them, and thanks to the help of the Gray Eagle, they were able to return to the tribe without incident. One of the warriors tells Chin that the Elder and the Great Witch were very worried about him. Chin tells Jessica about the Viking camp, mentioning that they have considerable strength and their numbers reach several hundred people, which makes direct confrontation almost impossible. Jessica is both thrilled and terrified by the encounter with Vikings, and shares that she would rather encounter their skulls at an excavation site than face-to-face. Chin adds that he overheard a Viking conversation and found out that they encountered a titanoboa. But in addition to the huge snake, they also mentioned the mythical Leviathan, which worries him. Jessica responds by briefly telling the ancient legend of Leviathan and suggests that there may even be whales on the island. She tries to calm the guy down, saying that he shouldn't worry too much about it. Even if whales live in the ocean, they are unlikely to come close to the shore and there will be no threat from them. These words do not reassure Chin too much. He believes that until they find out more information, it is better not to go out to sea and not take risks. Jessica, watching his expression with surprise, cannot believe that the guy is starting to believe in powerful mythical creatures and some kind of magical source. The Fountain of Youth, she says, is an ancient pirate legend that claims one sip from the spring can grant a person eternal life, making it the subject of many myths. According to legend, someone tried to steal and hide this source. He found a magic cup that could hold anything and hid the sacred source in it, after which this person disappeared without a trace along with the cup. Jessica laughs loudly at Chin and ironically asks if he really believes in these children's fairy tales. Her laughter sounds ringing and carefree, which somewhat embarrasses the guy. Chinya decides to change the subject and asks her about the situation that is happening in the village, as he believes that the girl has spent enough time here and should have useful information. Jessica sighs and says that the situation in the village remains difficult, with most people, from the elderly to children, spending most of their time trying to find food, and even then, they are barely able to keep up with the demands of the day. Chin understands that the tribe's productivity is extremely low and believes that the most important thing at the moment is to solve the food crisis so that the tribe can survive. He tells Jessica that he has found a way out of this difficult situation and, smiling, adds that he intends to borrow enough food from the Vikings that he will not have to return later. The guy, crouching on the ground, begins to draw a map of the Viking camp in the sand and explains that in the western part of the camp, there are either canteens or warehouses, where, most likely, a lot of food is stored. Chin plans to lure the Vikings out of the camp, while a group of scouts can infiltrate the warehouse, free the prisoners, and seize supplies to provide the tribe with everything they need. Jessica agrees that this plan could work, but notes that it is extremely complex and has its own risks. She doubts that all the Vikings will leave the camp. Someone will obviously stay to guard it. The girl also asks what to do with the metal chains that the captives are bound with, as this is a serious problem, and without the right tool they cannot be freed. Chin looks at her silently and confidently says that the metal chains are his concern, and he has a good plan on how to deal with them. In the evening, the tribal elder treats the young people to fresh rabbit meat. Chin, eating the treat with great appetite, notes to himself that the only thing missing is salt and seasoning. Young people approach the elder with a question whether there is a craftsman in the village. This question greatly surprises him. The elder decides to lead them to a house on the outskirts of the village and introduces them to a craftswoman named Alux. He proudly announces that she is the best craftsman in the entire tribe, and her work has helped them in the most difficult situations more than once. It turned out that Alux is a girl with outstanding skill in making various items, and even the stone spears sharpened by her hands have razor sharpness. The girl is so absorbed in her work that she doesn't pay any attention to the people standing nearby. The elder is about to call out to her, but Chin stops him, wanting to observe her skill. Alux meticulously sharpens the stone tip of her spear and then deftly ties it to the wooden shaft, her movements precise and confident, demonstrating her vast experience and skill. After examining her product, Alux is clearly pleased with the result, but notes that next time she plans to make an even better spear. Suddenly, Alux feels a strong fright. She notices that people have been standing next to her for a long time and are carefully watching her work. Her eyes widen in surprise. Chin hurries to calm the girl down. He asks her not to be nervous and says that he admires her skill and that he has a request. Chin explains that he needs a container for a special liquid connected by tubes, and describes that he clearly needs something like a bottle with catheters for reagents, which piques Alex's interest. The girl, smiling, agrees to do this job and promises to make perfect vessels for him, using all her skills to achieve the best result. Chin then turns to the elder and asks if there are any large quantities of bone remains anywhere in the village, which makes the elder look clearly surprised and even a little wary. The elder, not quite understanding why this is necessary, suggests that the great sorcerer wants to use the skulls of enemies to cast a deadly curse on them or perform some kind of terrifying ritual. Chin, smiling, says that any bones will do, not necessarily human ones. This further puzzles the elder, who begins to think that the sorcerer may be planning to summon the spirits of heaven to earth with the help of these bones. Jessica, realizing that the situation is becoming awkward, decides to defuse the situation by confirming the elder's suspicions and, slightly disingenuously, reports that the bones are indeed needed for a powerful ritual. The elder reports that animals, according to their beliefs, are the spiritual embodiment of the earth, and therefore they have been collecting their bones for a long time and storing them in a burial mound located on the outskirts of the village. He leads the young men to the mound, hoping that these bones will be used in a magical ritual that will help the tribe defeat its enemies and protect its people. Chin thanks the elder for his help and tells him that he need not stay with them any longer and that he should return to his own affairs while he practices witchcraft. The young people were left alone. Jessica, with obvious surprise, asked Chin why he needed the bones. Chin explains that he intends to use a mixture of bone meal, coal, and quartz sand to produce phosphorus through a chemical reaction, a substance that will help them carry out his plan. There is no quartz sand in the area around the village, so Chin decides to ask Helen for help. He writes her a note and sends a message via Grey Eagle. After this, the young people decide to explore the area around the village, hoping to help the residents in their search for food and see what resources can still be used here. As they move forward, Chin realizes that he had previously underestimated the severity of the situation. They come across nothing edible, probably because the tribesmen had already collected everything that could be found near their camp. Suddenly, a man approaches them, waving his hand and loudly greeting the young people, calling them great sorcerers, his voice full of respect and admiration. Chin asks the man what he is doing here and is interested in his well-being. Since this is the same man who was injured in the last battle, he wants to make sure that he is recovering. The man begins to explain that he is looking for something edible to help the tribe, and Chin's attention immediately switches to a large leaf that the man is holding in his hands. When the boy asks, the man explains that he picked the leaf to make himself a sun hat and doesn't understand why the great sorcerers are so interested in this seemingly useless plant. Joy fills the young people when they simultaneously realize that the leaf belongs to a plant called taro, an edible plant that can help the tribe solve its food problem. Chin asks a local resident where exactly he picked this leaf. The man explains that there is a large clearing nearby where a huge number of these plants grow. Soon they reach this huge clearing where many taro plants actually grow. This discovery fills them with hope. The tribe has a real chance to overcome the difficulties with food. Taro is an edible perennial tropical plant with tubers that should not be eaten raw as it causes a burning sensation and vomiting. Jessica considers the clearing with so many plants a great find. Taro tubers are rich in protein and fine-grained starch, which can be absorbed by the body by 98%, which will help the tribe get the necessary nutrients. The man tries to dissuade the young people, claiming that the plant is inedible and causes terrible pain and vomiting, as he had a negative experience with the leaves. To his surprise, Chin describes in detail the sensations that occur when poisoned by the leaves of this plant. Chin knows that the plant is poisonous only in its raw form, and if its tubers are boiled, they become tasty and very healthy. The man is clearly surprised and admits that he didn't even know the plant was edible. He had previously tried the leaves, which resulted in poisoning and discomfort. The man, inspired, begins to vigorously pick the leaves, but Chin stops him and explains that only the tubers are edible and that the leaves have no nutritional value. The villager still doesn't quite understand and begins to separate the shoots from the leaves. Jessica takes the tubers out of the ground and explains to the man again that the edible part is what grows underground. Then they all set about collecting the tubers of the plant, and since they had no bags with them, they had to use their clothes to carry the tubers back to camp. The elder holds a huge root vegetable in his hands. He looks at it with surprise and cannot hide his excitement. Alex, watching this, asks the elder if these tubers can really be eaten. Her voice is full of curiosity and doubt. The young men make a fire and place a large vat of water on it to boil the tubers and show that they are edible. The tubers taste much better after boiling, but the villagers don't have baskets in which to steam the tubers, so Chin decides to simply throw them directly into boiling water, which turns out to be quite an effective method. The root vegetables could take over 10 minutes to cook, and while they were cooking, the villagers couldn't take their eyes off the steaming pot. When the tubers were ready, Chin opened the lid of the pot and informed the villagers that they could taste the fruits of the taro plant. One of the men noted that the cooked tubers began to look different, and added that they emitted a rather pleasant smell, which caused surprise and interest among those present. Chin also caught the pleasant smell, and his appetite grew, as he too had not eaten starchy food for a long time. The villagers sincerely thank the great sorcerers and begin to pass the hot root vegetables to each other. When the root vegetables had cooled a little, the villagers began to taste them cautiously, and after a moment they realized that this food was not only tasty but also safe, which made them happy. The elder addresses the young people, telling them that it all seems too simple to be true. Tears appear on his face. He admits that he cannot believe that the tribe suffered from hunger for a long time, having such huge reserves of food so close by. The young people are proud that they were able to save the tribe from starvation. This gives them strength and confidence. The tribal elder falls to the ground and begins to bow low to the young men, expressing his deep gratitude for their help. Chin asks him to stand up, explaining that there is no need for such ceremonies, and adds that after eating they will need to prepare root vegetables. At this time, other villagers approach the clearing. They immediately catch a pleasant aroma and ask with interest what is being cooked in such a huge pot. Chin informs them that food is currently being prepared for all the villagers. There is enough for everyone, and no one will go hungry anymore. Jessica, in turn, tells residents that the plant's tubers are edible and shares recipes for preparing them, explaining how best to use these useful resources. People can't believe that such affordable and nutritious food has been right under their noses all this time, and now they will never suffer from hunger again. Their eyes fill with joy. One of the men thanks the young people for obtaining such a huge amount of food for the tribe. The elder addresses his tribe. He says that the great sorcerer has rewarded them with food, and therefore they must thank him. The elder then asks everyone to remain silent as Chin is about to give a speech. Everyone stands still in anticipation of his words. Kyan explains that the villagers will never go hungry again and orders the lid of the huge pot to be opened. The villagers begin to chant loudly and joyfully, raise their hands in the air, expressing their joy and jubilation, their voices merging into a single chorus of gratitude and admiration. Then everyone starts trying the root vegetables and is delighted to find that this food is not only delicious, but also safe, which further strengthens their faith in the great sorcerers. Honey approaches Chin. There is a girl standing behind her. Honey says that she wants to talk to him. The girl thanks the young man for all the help he has given to the villagers and offers him a homemade amulet that she lovingly crafted as a gift. Chin accepts the gift and thanks the girl, gently stroking her head, which makes her smile happily. The locals watch this moment closely. Many of them previously thought that the sorcerer would achieve his selfish goals, but now they see that he cares for them and is friendly, just like they are. Meanwhile, Can nervously takes a bite of the root vegetable and tells his comrade that the young man does not at all resemble the great sorcerer of the prophecy. The villager, hearing this, replies to Can that he should not be so categorical and uncertain, because the actions of the young sorcerer speak for themselves. Although the tribe's taro fruits are sufficient for a long period, the threat to the village remains, as the Vikings continue to search for their location and restrict their living space. Chin suggests that residents begin building boats now so that they can quickly leave this place and find a safer haven, protected from attacks. He also reports that he has a plan to rescue the captive inhabitants from the hands of the Vikings. They need to agree in advance on the location where the boats will be on the day of the rescue, so that they can join forces and sail away immediately without wasting time. After the meeting, the tribe members, led by the elder, head to the beach where the young people had landed earlier. This beach is surrounded by forest and is located on the opposite side from the Viking camp, which makes it an ideal place for building boats. Alex informs Chin that she has made the items he asked for and hands them over to him. The quality of these instruments turns out to be excellent. The girl adds that since these items were needed by the great sorcerer, she decorated them with ornaments, hoping that he would like them. Jessica, after examining the items, cannot contain her admiration for the quality of the ceramics. and adds that these things are even better than those made by Helen, her voice full of sincere respect for the craftsmanship of Alex. After all the equipment was ready, Chin went to the beach to collect shells. After grinding the burnt shells, he obtained silicon oxide. By quenching the silicon oxide with water, Chin obtained calcium hydroxide. At this time, Jessica was evaporating a large amount of seawater to obtain magnesium chloride dexahydrate, or, in simple terms, a concentrated salt solution. Once both components were ready, all that remained was to mix them. The water contained many metal salts, which had to be partially removed through a chemical reaction. Chin carefully filters the potassium chloride solution through a cloth, separating it from the magnesium hydroxide precipitate. While Chin was busy filtering, Jessica took the battery out of her backpack and prepared for electrolysis. Chin filters the previously filtered hydroxide precipitate and neutralizes it in the resulting hydrochloric acid, resulting in the formation of a pure magnesium chloride solution. Finally, the resulting solution is evaporated to produce solid magnesium chloride and then heated until the solid magnesium chloride turns into liquid, at which point the chlorine dissipates, leaving only white magnesium powder. Chin wipes the sweat from his forehead and tells the girl that he is glad that they have finally completed the whole process. Jessica is eager to try the result as soon as possible. She takes a little of the resulting substance on a stick, while Chin brings a lighter to it. At the same moment, a bright flash of fire flares up, blinding the young people. For a moment, everything around seems to be enveloped in light, which causes them genuine surprise. One of the local residents manages to see this and experiences terrible fear, thinking that the great sorcerers really live up to their name, and their magic is truly powerful. Meanwhile, the feast continues in the village. The starving residents finally eat their fill of boiled root vegetables. Alex comes to the house where Chin is and asks the young man how she can help him, her eyes full of curiosity. Chin tells the master that he called her for an interesting task and asks her to look at the drawings that are lying on his desk. Keen explains that the drawings show a special fastening called a spike and asks the girl if she can make it, as it is important for their further plans. Alex carefully studies the diagram. Her face shows great surprise. She says that this is an excellent fastening system. She finds it amazing how you can securely fasten wooden parts together without rope. Alex is a little hesitant about her abilities, as her tribe has very few cutting tools, and it will require a high degree of precision, as well as ensuring that all fastenings are strong and secure. Jessica tries to reassure the girl, saying that such a fastening system will not be used in all places, but only where it is really necessary, and adds that they have as many as 5 days to manufacture it. Chin informs Alex that from now on, the raft-building process falls on her shoulders, and emphasizes that this is the key to the survival of the entire tribe, so she needs to try hard. A gray eagle appears high in the sky and quickly approaches the village, carrying a large basket in its huge claws. Chaya notices the approaching bird and, looking at the basket in its paws, realizes that Helen has successfully completed the task, which gives him a feeling of satisfaction. Chin looks carefully at the contents of the basket and sees a large amount of glass laboratory glassware made by Helen. He cannot believe that she managed to complete it in just a couple of days, doing such a high-quality job. The young man decides to immediately begin preparing white phosphorus. The first thing he needs to do is grind the burnt bones into a fine powder to obtain the necessary material. He then mixes bone meal with quartz sand and coal and begins heating the mixture at high temperature. At high temperatures, quartz and calcium phosphate from the bones react with calcium peroxide, and the carbon reduces them, resulting in the formation of a gaseous fraction. The gaseous fractions pass through the water and precipitate in it as white phosphorus flakes. White phosphorus is incredibly toxic, so you need to keep a safe distance, as there is a risk of death. Jessica understands that they are going to make matches with white phosphorus, but warns that such matches will be unsafe due to the properties of this substance. White phosphorus has a very low auto-ignition temperature. Fire can break out even at temperatures around 40 degrees, and any friction, even the rubbing of matches against each other in a box, can lead to sudden ignition. Chin is well aware of all the properties of white phosphorus and says that he will have to make safety matches to avoid the risks associated with their use. Safety matches were invented in Sweden in 1844 by Gustav Erik, who managed to change the composition of phosphorus. The main difference between old and new matches is the main component. Safety matches use red phosphorus as the combustible material. Unlike white phosphorus, Red phosphorus can only be ignited by contact with a special surface coated with a layer of the same red phosphorus, making it much safer to use. And combustion is not accompanied by the release of toxic gases. To produce red phosphorus, it is enough to heat white phosphorus to 300 degrees without access to air. The temperature of a fire will be sufficient for this. Next, to make safety matches, Chin begins preparing potassium chlorate, which requires him to dissolve the hydroxide in water and mix it with the solution left over from magnesium production. He takes chlorine obtained from the electrolysis of seawater and places it in a heated solution of potassium chloride, after which he obtains potassium chlorate and adds hydroxide to the mixture. Potassium chloride's solubility turns out to be poor, so potassium nitrate, which Helen sent via Eagle, came in handy. It can be used to cool the solution and make it suitable for further use. At the end of the work, all that remains for the young people to do is take the wood, dry it, and cut out suitable matchstick blanks. Jessica is genuinely happy when she announces that they made their own safety matches, her eyes shining with pleasure. To make the match heads, you need an adhesive base, and the glue Chin made from boar bones earlier works perfectly. He mixes sand, sulfur, and bone glue in the right proportions. Chin then adds the most important ingredients, potassium chlorate and red phosphorus. The young people have almost everything ready. All that remains is to create a surface on which they will light matches. Chin announces that the moment has come when they can test the effectiveness of their many hours of work, his voice full of excitement and anticipation of the result. He strikes a match on the prepared surface, and it instantly bursts into a bright flame, illuminating their faces with light. Jessica is in a great mood. She happily hugs Chin and screams loudly with happiness, because their efforts brought the result they hoped for. However, the chemical experiments do not end there. Chin reports that he needs to make aqua regia, which will take some more time. He starts by heating sulfur, which allows him to produce a large amount of sulfur dioxide gas, which he then dissolves in hot water to produce sulfuric acid, after which he adds potassium nitrate powder to the sulfuric acid. Jessica cools the reaction tubes with cold water, causing the gas to liquefy into nitric acid. After some time, the nitric and hydrochloric acids were ready, and now Chin would be able to make aqua regia whenever it was needed, so the work could be finished for today. Meanwhile, the villagers are also wasting no time. They are busy making rafts on which they plan to leave their current location, and the work is progressing at full speed. Honey looks around the nearby forest and notices young people approaching them. Her face lights up with a smile. She raises her hands high and greets them, calling them great sorcerers. Honey reports that she is feeling much better and that after the divine healing, only minor scars remained from her wounds, which was a real miracle for her. Alex reports that 6 rafts have already been built and asks the young people to inspect them to ensure their reliability and suitability. Chin climbs onto one of the rafts, examines it carefully, and concludes that the structure seems strong and stable. He thanks Alex for the work they've done, but adds that they also need to consider the captives they plan to free, and so the current number of rafts may not be enough for everyone. The next morning, Chin gathers all the villagers in the central clearing and asks each one to approach the girl and take one box. Chin reports that the item is called matches and that residents will now be able to use them to easily make fire. The villagers look at the strange objects in amazement, not understanding how they can create fire, their eyes full of bewilderment. A little girl strikes a match on a box and holds up the burning match, her face lighting up with surprise and joy. All the villagers instantly gather around her, stunned by how fire appeared out of thin air. Honey reports that this fire is a great miracle, and although it looks very similar to ordinary fire, she is inclined to think that it is magical. Chin, smiling, says that anyone can use matches and asks everyone to watch him carefully as he demonstrates exactly how to do it. Chin shows the villagers that the process is very simple. You just need to run the head of a match along the grate on the side of the box with a quick and confident motion. The villagers imitate his actions and discover to their surprise that each of them is able to light a fire in this way. They are genuinely happy and exchange impressions, telling each other that with these small wooden sticks, starting a fire will be much faster and more convenient than before. Can looks thoughtfully at the dying match, his face expressing mixed feelings. His comrade asks what he thinks about this subject. Can is visibly nervous, his irritation visible to the naked eye, but he admits that matches are a very useful and effective way to start a fire. Chin informs the villagers that they have been working hard all these days to build rafts, and now everything is ready to complete their rescue plan. People chant loudly and wave their hands. Their faces shine with joy. They believe that as long as the great sorcerers are with them, they are doomed to success, and no enemies will be able to stop them. The elder speaks to the assembled people, telling them that they had long wanted to save their fellow tribesmen, but they clearly understood that their forces were insufficient. The Vikings would simply kill everyone. But now the situation has changed, because the great sorcerers are with them, and this instills confidence in them. The elder decides to send a pair of captive twins, a brother and sister, to free them. They are two fearless and beautiful young people who understand each other perfectly, and whose main weapons are bows. Also sent on the liberation operation is the tribe's oldest warrior, who is about 40 years old and who fights with double axes, demonstrating incredible strength and agility. Chin thinks that Honey's participation in the squad will be very useful, as her skills and courage can play a decisive role in the success of their mission. Chin gathers all the members of the rescue team and tells them in detail his plan to free the hostages. After the meeting, Jessica approaches Chin and asks him if he is worried. Her eyes are full of concern, because the situation requires great courage. Chin replies that the word nervous is clearly not enough here, because his experiences are much deeper. Jessica, understanding what exactly the guy's worried about, decides to clarify whether he has enough determination to kill a person if circumstances require it. Her voice sounds serious. Chin understands that nothing can be hidden from Jessica, and he calmly replies that he hopes for his plan. If everything goes well, then when they penetrate the Viking camp, there will be no one there. Jessica says that even animals in the wild kill each other, and that in a situation where human lives are at stake, the slightest hesitation can be fatal. Jessica's words are tense and even frightening for Chin. They echo in his head. She adds that no matter what the Vikings look like, the human blood on their hands makes them real demons. Jessica hugs Chin tightly. She wants to believe in his strength and ability to overcome fear. The night turns out to be very cold. The Vikings light a fire to warm themselves. One of the Vikings complains about his bad luck, since he had to guard the camp outside. His partner orders him to stop whining, adding that if they were on a search party, things would be much worse for them. A Viking tells his mate a terrifying story about how their captain once threw a man into the sea who dared to argue with him. Suddenly, the Vikings on duty notice a bright light beaming straight into the sky, and they begin to speculate that this might be the Fountain of Youth. The guard group lights torches and intends to immediately report the strange light to their captain, not wanting to leave this event unnoticed. At this time, the Viking captain is near the shore. He is immersed in the process of fishing. His gaze is focused on the water. Silence reigns around. The silence is broken by a small bite. The fishing rod begins to twitch, and the captain realizes that a fish has taken the hook. Suddenly, a low fin appears from the water and begins to approach the place where the captain is fishing at great speed. The Viking captain smiles wickedly and quietly says that he is finally here, his eyes shining in the moonlight. The man jumps to his feet and hooks the fish that has caught his hook, his movements quick and confident. At that moment, a huge shark jumps out of the water, intending to devour his prey, its fin glistening in the moonlight, creating an impressive sight. But it's just a trap. The Viking captain grabs a sharp metal harpoon and aims at the shark. The next moment, the man throws the harpoon with great force towards the shark. The captain is distracted from hunting the shark by the screams of people approaching him. The Viking patrol runs up to the captain's bodyguard, a grim man with metal claws on his hands, who looks at them with displeasure and asks what they want. The Viking captain is clearly annoyed at the interruption. His fishing trip today has been ruined, and he is expressing his displeasure. One of the lookouts informs him that they have good news, his voice shaking as he realizes that the captain is in a bad mood. The captain wants to know what kind of news this is that dared to ruin his fishing trip, because he had warned more than once that he should not be distracted by trifles. A frightened lookout informs the Viking captain that they have noticed a strange light in the nearby forest, which they believe may be the Fountain of Youth. The captain casually pushes the Viking aside, casting him a disdainful glance, and agrees that such news is indeed worthy of attention. The captain looks towards the dark forest and notices with surprise that a bright beam of light is indeed shining from it into the sky, which attracts his attention and arouses his curiosity. A squad of Vikings lights torches to illuminate their path. They head towards the unknown source of light without hesitation, their eyes shining in anticipation of possible treasure. At this time, the other Vikings are discussing the actions of their comrades, surprised by their haste, because the captain has not yet given the order, and they have already resolutely rushed into the forest, hoping to pocket the treasure for themselves. The Viking captain looks forward, his eyes sparkling with confidence, his gaze full of concentration and thirst for success. He's ready for any challenge. The Vikings are amazed to see a bright beam of light coming from the depths of the forest begin to move, and the sight completely captivates their attention. They are fascinated by this phenomenon and believe that the source of light is of a magical nature, which further fuels their interest and desire to find out what it is. The warriors decide that they must not miss this phenomenon under any circumstances. They intend to follow the light. Chien watches the Viking camp closely and sees how the warriors are gathering into squads and starting to move into the forest, leaving part of the camp unprotected. The boy expected that after he tied the flashlight to the gray eagle's body, the Vikings would notice the anomaly and follow him, but he couldn't imagine that there would be about 20 warriors left in the camp. He orders the archers to remain in place and keep their torches ready so that if trouble arises, they can cover the main group with arrows. Chien suggests going around the Viking camp and approaching it from the rear. Chien is greatly surprised by the speed and agility with which Kan jumps over the powerful palisade of the enemy camp. Chien himself can also jump over 3-meter-high walls, but to do this, he has to activate the cheetah speed skill, while here an ordinary person can perform such a maneuver without much effort. He is even more surprised by Honey, who displays incredible agility and strength. She easily jumps over a high fence, her movements seeming completely natural. Chin realizes that he has no choice but to activate the cheetah speed skill and follow his comrades, trying to keep up and maintain the overall pace. The scouts move in short dashes around the camp, hiding behind cover. According to intelligence, the room with the prisoners is located in the southwest of the camp, and they are heading there. The villagers ask Chin why he stopped. The boy explains that he had doubts, since there used to be guards at this place, and their absence seemed suspicious to him. After some time, they reach the desired building and forcefully open the huge gates. Inside, they find a large number of cages containing captive villagers, their faces filled with exhaustion and surprise. The captives are surprised to see their kin and ask what they are doing here. Kan confidently answers that they came to save them. His voice is full of determination and confidence, and this instills hope in the hearts of the captives. Honey runs up to her surprised father and tells him that the great sorcerer will soon free everyone. Chin orders Kan to stand guard and watch for the enemy to approach, while he himself prepares to mix aqua regia to use to pick locks. Aqua regia is an acid based on a mixture of hydrochloric and nitric acids, and while mixing the two is fairly easy, it is very risky. Both acids are extremely caustic, and a single drop on the skin can eat away flesh to the bone. Chien approaches the cages, which are locked with huge locks and metal chains, and warns the villagers to stay away from the hissing water and not to touch it under any circumstances. He douses metal objects with acid, and the chains begin to melt instantly, which astonishes the leader, who cannot believe his eyes and considers the young man a true great sorcerer. After Chin manages to melt the locks on the cages, he frees the captives from the chains that bound their arms and legs. All the captives are finally freed from their chains. Chin orders them to get out as quietly as possible so as not to attract unnecessary attention. The villagers emerge from the premises and hear a loud sound of a signal horn. The tribal chief wonders how the Vikings could have learned of the escape. The twins, remaining on the outer perimeter of the camp, watch closely as a group of Vikings approaches the building where the prisoners are being held. They decide to coat the arrows with a magic powder made by the great sorcerer in order to distract the Vikings. The ploy works, and the Viking squad pauses for a moment, looking at the strange flaming arrows flying across the dark night sky. One of the arrows hits the warehouse, which immediately catches fire, and the Vikings begin to panic, because this building stores all their food supplies for the winter, and the loss of these supplies could be a real disaster for them. The Viking captain orders his subordinates to begin extinguishing the fire immediately. A moment later, he notices how the captives are trying to climb over the high fence. This makes him angry. The Viking captain is confident that the natives will not be able to outwit him, the great hunter. Koya notices the pursuit and realizes that the Vikings were much smarter and more organized than he thought, his face expressing growing concern. He asks his friends to hurry. The emaciated prisoners try to climb over the high fence as quickly as possible, their movements heavy and awkward. Chien understands that the escape speed will be extremely slow, because exhausted people cannot quickly jump over walls and move easily, which significantly complicates their task. The guy understands that it is necessary to detain the enemy in order to give the prisoners a chance to escape. He takes out an improvised explosive device from his bag. He lights the fuse, and when it burns halfway, he throws the explosives sharply towards the fleeing Vikings. The enemy warriors pause for a moment, surprised by the young man's strange manipulations, and look warily at the burning object flying towards them. A homemade explosive falls very close to a squad of Vikings. They watch in amazement as the fuse burns, and a few seconds later, a loud explosion occurs, shaking the entire area. The enemy soldiers are shocked by what is happening. The explosion blinds and deafens them, and they cannot understand what happened. The prisoners are also shocked by what happened, but Chin urges them not to waste time and continue to escape. Qin knows he can't defeat all the Vikings with one IED, but he hopes to at least delay them for a while to give his men a chance. Suddenly, the sound of a strong blow is heard, and a Viking flies out of a dense wall of smoke at great speed. Qin and Kan are completely confused. They don't understand at all what's going on. Kan senses the impending threat and runs forward to protect the young man with his body, his face expressing determination and willingness to sacrifice himself. At that very moment, a Viking captain runs out of the clouds of smoke towards them, rushing with 2 axes in his hands, his eyes full of anger. He confidently tells the fugitives that such cheap tricks will not stop him. The captain closes in on Kan and delivers a powerful blow with his battle axe, his strength and skill making the attack deadly. Kan struggles to hold off these blows, trying to keep the captain at bay and protect his comrades, his hands shaking with the effort. Meanwhile, the ordinary Vikings are gradually coming to their senses. They slowly rise from the ground, many of them complaining that they have become completely deaf and cannot hear anything. Qin decides to throw another homemade bomb at the opponents to increase their state of shock and prevent them from recovering and attacking again. The Viking captain orders his subordinates to destroy the fugitives, promising a reward of 10 coins for the head of each killed native. The Vikings are delighted with this news and rush screaming towards the wall over which the fugitives are trying to climb, their greed and desire for a reward driving them to act without hesitation. Qin looks at them with disdain and considers them idiots who are willing to risk their lives for precious metal. He decides to throw another homemade bomb at them. However, one of the enemy warriors deflects the flying explosives with his hand, which is equipped with long metal claws. The bomb flies to the side and explodes without causing harm to the enemy. The Vikings continue to approach the wall. Honey lunges at the man with her claws, and she fends off his attack, saving Qin's life. The girl asks Qin to help her father, adding that she can deal with this warrior on her own. Qin is desperately trying to find a way out of this situation, realizing that they have little time. His mind is working at the limit of its capabilities. At that moment, a swarm of fiery arrows appears in the sky. The Vikings notice them and quickly raise their shields in front of them. This attack came at the perfect time. The flaming arrows temporarily held back the Vikings' onslaught, allowing the fugitives to gain precious seconds. The arrows were wrapped in skins soaked in white phosphorus. When they hit their target, the flames quickly spread, setting fire to the enemy's clothing and causing serious damage. Qin realizes that this is his chance, despite being inferior to the Vikings in close combat. With the skill of Sagittarius's blessing, he can easily disable them. The boy hits his opponents with well-aimed shots, the arrows hitting the Vikings in the legs, incapacitating them and making it impossible for them to continue the fight. One of the warriors notices the shooter and shouts to his comrades that they must immediately seize the young man in strange clothing. Some of the enemies go around the building from the side to sneak up on Qin, who is standing by the fence. Kian notices some movement out of the corner of his eye and instantly turns to the side. A huge warrior approaches him and raises his giant axe to strike, his figure looking menacing against the dark sky. Suddenly, the axe's blow is blocked by a metal chain, sending many bright sparks into the air. The tribal leader comes to Qin's aid just in time. He asks the boy to take care of the fugitives, while he himself is going to detain the enemy. The man calls Qin the great sorcerer and offers him his hand to help him over the wall. Qin grabs the man's hand, and with his help, he climbs over the high palisade surrounding the camp. The tribal chief is fighting an unequal battle against superior enemy forces, and his movements are full of courage and determination. He deftly strikes the Vikings with scraps of his metal chains. Each time the slain enemies fly to the sides, unable to withstand his power. The fierce resistance enrages the Vikings standing nearby. They shout loudly, rushing at the tribal leader. However, the tribe's leader turns out to be a master of martial arts. He leaps high into the air and delivers a powerful kick, demonstrating his incredible agility and strength. Chin is very surprised by the fighting abilities of the tribe's leader. It seems to the guy that in this situation the man will not need his help. He is so confident in his powers. A huge crowd of Vikings presses the tribal leader ever harder against the fence. They shout loudly and intend to tear their opponent to pieces, their faces full of hatred. The chieftain continues to demonstrate his mastery of hand-to-hand combat, deftly dodging blows and counterattacking with his chains. Chin thinks that there is no need to worry about the tribe leader, so he is more interested in the situation that Kan found himself in, his eyes filling with worry. The Viking captain attacks Kan with fury, swinging 2 giant axes, his blows powerful and aggressive. Kan struggles to parry the captain's numerous blows and gradually retreats back, his strength waning, but he tries to hold on. The man blocks another blow from the captain and hears angry curses directed at him. The Viking captain tells Kan that his death will be slow and terrible, his voice full of rage. He relishes the thought of victory. Most of the Vikings will soon recover from the last explosion and join the battle, which poses a serious threat to the fugitives. Chin understands that time is running out. Chin lights another bomb and is very sorry that he has a limited amount of explosives. Before throwing the bomb, he warns his friends and asks them to close their eyes. The next second, a powerful explosion occurs, which blinds the entire surrounding night space with a bright light, its brightness momentarily turning night into day. The opponents were briefly blinded, which allowed the fugitives to rush to the fence. The remnants of the detachment deftly jump over the high palisade and join up with the main group of fugitives. Chin lights a smoke bomb, hoping it will buy them some time. The smoke should make it difficult for the Vikings to follow. The smoke generated by the explosion of the bomb helped the natives escape, and the Viking captain orders his men to immediately give chase. The Vikings run out of the camp, many of them whispering quietly among themselves, complaining that the forest is too dark, their steps becoming uncertain. The captain is extremely annoyed, his voice full of anger. He tells his subordinates that they have let the prey escape, and if they do not return the prisoners, he will personally kill each of them. The warriors do not dare to disobey their captain's orders. They light torches and rush into the dark forest. Kaina hears the sound of a signal horn and understands that the enemy has sent search parties into the forest. They must get out of here as quickly as possible. He realizes that after the tribe's escape, the Vikings are furious and will probably redouble their efforts to find them. They need to follow the plan and run to the beach where the rafts are waiting for them. During this time, they not only needed to avoid other search parties, but also somehow get rid of their pursuers, because if the Vikings saw them leaving on rafts, they would certainly give chase on their ships. Honey excitedly informs Chin that another search party is approaching them from the other side. Chin asks them not to panic. He believes that the Vikings have not noticed them yet, and they need to move on as quietly as possible. The Vikings line up and begin to thoroughly search the surrounding area, their torches brightly illuminating the forest. Chin believes that if all Vikings had torches, they would have to hide as best they could in the dark to avoid detection. Within half an hour, the fugitives encounter several more search parties, but the light of the torches allows them to spot the Vikings in advance, and the villagers manage to hide long before they appear. The third search party was already moving away from the natives. The Vikings thought that with torches it would be easier to find them, but they did not expect that the light would reveal their presence and work against them. The fugitives' spirits noticeably improve. They believe that if the situation continues to develop in this way, they have a real chance of escaping. Suddenly, one of the Viking squads returns. The warrior standing in front informs his comrades that he smells blood and fear. His words cause alarm among the fugitives. The fugitives realize that the Vikings have deceived them, pretending not to notice them and then surrounding them. Without wasting any time, the tribe leader, along with his daughter and Kan, rush at the enemy, their movements quick and decisive, ready to fight to the end. The Vikings are extremely surprised. They did not expect that the submissive and frightened captives could put up such resistance. Their faces express surprise and confusion. Kan approaches the nearest enemy. The man steps into the line of attack and delivers a powerful blow. Honey joins his attack, jumping high into the air and slashing with her combat blade. Despite fatigue and numerous wounds, the tribal leader demonstrates his deadly fighting technique, his blows proving devastating. The remaining Vikings from the search party are in a state of shock. They see how some of their comrades were quickly destroyed and come to the conclusion that they need to use the signal horn to call for reinforcements. One of the warriors tries to blow the horn, but instantly receives an arrow to the heart. His eyes open wide in surprise and he falls dead. A brother and sister, twins, emerge from the darkness of the forest, Approach the leader of the tribe and ask if everything is okay. Chin is under intense mental stress. Despite his preparation, he is still horrified when he watches 5 living people fall dead. The twins notice that Chin is lost in thought. They call him the Great Sorcerer and ask if everything is okay with him. Chin informs them that the sounds of fighting could reveal their location and they need to leave immediately. He understands that delay could cost them their lives. Chin realizes that the torchlight is making the forest too bright, and the old smokescreen trick won't work now. If they engage the Vikings, they'll attract even more enemies, and he realizes that in this situation, fighting would be pure suicide. Kine suggests the following plan: to detonate a smoke bomb to cover the retreat of the fugitives, while he himself intends to divert the Vikings' attention to himself. He asks them not to worry about him, assuring everyone of his strength and saying that he is best suited to the role of bait. The villagers are a little dubious about his plan, but Chin reminds them that he is the Great Sorcerer and everyone must obey his orders without question. After a while, a loud explosion is heard, and one of the Viking search parties is enveloped in dense clouds of smoke. Chin lights a torch to attract attention and begins to walk away from the fugitives. Honey is very worried about Chin. Her heart is full of anxiety. Her father orders her to focus on retreat. He tells his daughter that the Great Sorcerer gave them a chance and they need to take it. Nearby, search parties notice a lone torch moving in the darkness and immediately rush after it. The squad leader scolds his subordinates, ordering the Vikings to move as quickly as possible and not let the natives escape. Chin sees that most of the Vikings are distracted by him, and this pleases the guy since the chances of the fugitives being discovered are significantly reduced. Having led the Vikings away from the fugitive squad, Chin realizes that now is the time to break away from their pursuers and activates his cheetah speed skill. Suddenly, his entire body begins to be covered in a bright energy field. The guy increases his running speed many times over. His movements become lightning fast. One of the Vikings orders his comrade to immediately give a signal with the horn. They do not intend to let go of the prey. Chin stops by a tree, trying to catch his breath. He believes that it is much easier to escape pursuit alone than when he acted in a group. The guy intends to use his skill intermittently so as not to overload his body. After a while, he hears the sound of a horn. But this sound is different from the previous ones, and he has a bad feeling. His face expresses anxiety. Chin believes that there is no point in wasting much time on rest, and, gathering his last strength, starts running again. Suddenly he stops, as he sees the light of torches ahead. The Vikings are walking in dense ranks, combing the forest. Moving forward becomes impossible. Chin turns around and sees that the encirclement ring is also tightening on the other side. The sound of the horn has informed all the units in the forest of his location, and now they are moving here. Chin begins to think about how to break out of the encirclement. Previously, he ran chaotically, but now he understands that he needs to choose a clear direction. The ring of search parties is tightening around Chin, and the guy begins to notice enemy warriors very close to him, their figures flickering between the trees. He takes his last flash grenade out of his bag and says that he is really counting on it. One of the Vikings combing the forest stops abruptly, his attention drawn by a strange sound. He becomes wary, his eyes peering intently into the darkness. A second later, a loud explosion is heard, blinding the entire surrounding night space with bright light. For a moment, night turns into day. The Vikings find themselves temporarily blinded and disoriented, their loud cries expressing helplessness and anger. They cannot see anything. One of the Vikings shouts to his comrades that he has found a native and asks them to run to him as quickly as possible. Chin realizes he's been spotted and starts running at full speed, putting all his energy into running, his heart pounding and every muscle working to its limit. The young man runs out onto a flat plateau and realizes that there is no road ahead. There is a steep cliff ahead. Behind him, the loud laughter of the Vikings is heard. They are sure that the guy is cornered. The warriors say among themselves that the guy will not escape, since there is a cliff in front of him. Chin opens his duffel bag and takes out a tightly folded piece of cloth, hoping that the item will not fail him, his hands shaking with tension. The guy is already practically at the edge of the cliff. The Vikings are getting closer. He hears their stomping and loud voices. To the surprise of the warriors pursuing him, Chin pushes off the cliff with all his might and jumps down, the Vikings stopping for a moment in surprise. A moment later, the parachute canopy, crafted by the village craftsman Alex, opens behind him, its fabric fluttering in the wind, and the guy begins to descend smoothly. Chin can hardly contain his emotions, which overwhelm him. It is a strange mixture of fear and joy that he was saved and found himself safe. At this time, other Viking search parties begin to arrive at the edge of the cliff. Their first question is where the young man who was here recently went. The arriving Vikings learn that the fugitive was probably not himself and jumped off the cliff without hesitation, which surprises them. They begin to mock the leader of the first search party, saying that his men are of no use since they couldn't even deal with one native. The situation quickly escalates. Tensions mount between the two squad leaders, and they begin to insult each other, mutually blaming each other for the failure. At this moment, the captain appears on the plateau and immediately demands to know who is to blame for the loss of the native who could know something about the Fountain of Youth. An evil smile appears on his face. He once again asks to explain what exactly happened here. The warriors understand that any excuses will be meaningless. The leader of the first search party begins to explain haltingly that the guy summoned thick smoke, creating flashes that were brighter than sunlight, and his incredible speed prevented them from catching him. He adds that they chased him onto a plateau, but suddenly he jumped down. The Viking captain stands on the edge of the cliff and asks his commander in a cold voice why they didn't go down and continue searching for the fugitive. The commander begins to explain, but the captain mockingly asks if he is really afraid of heights. A second later, the captain grabs the commander tightly and without hesitation throws him down the cliff. In the stillness of the night, the quiet voice of the Viking captain is heard. He says that the commander of the first squad will be the first of them to reach the Fountain of Eternal Youth, after which he turns to the rest of the Vikings. His eyes burning with rage and malice, he orders his subordinates to find a way down and promises that he will not rest until he personally sees the corpse of the young man they were pursuing. Chin lands on a narrow cliff, his memory flashing back to the first time they sailed around the island. Noticing that most of the coastline was made up of cliffs, he understands that he is in a relatively safe place and that the easiest way to reach it is by boat. But as long as the Vikings fear the creature they call Leviathan, they will not dare approach from the sea. Chin begins to calculate the lunar cycles and multiply them by the tide time, realizing after a while that the current water level is at its peak, and therefore he does not have to worry about this area being flooded. His gaze falls on the body of the crashed commander of the first Viking squad. He thinks about how the level of difficulty of survival on this island has increased significantly. Before, it was just worries about food and finding resources. Now it's a real horror story. The next morning comes, and the villagers begin to gradually gather on the beach where the life rafts are located. Jessica notices Honey among the natives and happily greets her. She looks closely at the escaped captives, noting that everyone returned safe and sound, and realizes that the operation went successfully and according to plan, which fills her with joy. Jessica wonders where Chin is and why he is not seen on the beach among the others. Suddenly, her mood changes dramatically when Honey reports that the great sorcerer was left alone to fight the Vikings, and now his fate is unknown. Jessica tries not to give in to despair and maintains her composure, telling herself and others that she will find a way to save Chin, despite all the difficulties and dangers they will face. Meanwhile, it's getting cold on the cliff, and Chin, wrapped in his parachute, feels the damp sea mist creeping through his clothes, making them wet and heavy. Suddenly, his fitful sleep is interrupted by loud voices from above, the Vikings discussing how the young man managed to descend from the cliff and arguing about whether he crashed or drowned in the sea. Chin realizes that his enemies are not going to retreat and understands that he needs to figure out a way to get out of here as quickly as possible before they find him. He looks at the endless sea in front of him and realizes that it is impossible for him to reach the shore on the other side of the island by swimming. The provisions he brought with him will only last a few days, and all he has are broken sticks and logs washed up by the sea. Chin hopes that these materials will be enough to build a small raft and try to cross the waters. Chin spent a lot of time but found almost nothing that could help him in building a raft. He carefully examines the fragments of branches and planks washed up on the shore and understands that the waves will break the raft if it is built from such materials. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry is heard. The young man raises his head to the sky and sees a huge golden eagle approaching him. A huge bird lands on his hand. Chin, smiling, says that he has been waiting for him for a long time. Chin quickly writes a note saying that he is under a cliff south of the Viking camp. He doesn't know the exact location, but he is sure that Grey Eagle can help find him. In addition, he warns his friends that the Vikings are always looking for him, and therefore they need to be extremely careful. Carefully folding the note, Chin places it in a special container attached to the golden eagle's leg, hoping the message will reach him as quickly as possible. He watches the waves crash against the steep cliffs and wonders how long it will take to deliver the letter to camp, and how soon his friends will learn of his whereabouts. Realizing that there is nothing left to do but wait, Chin decides to gather his strength and simply hope for help, because nothing else depends on him. The boy watches the sunset and reflects that even if the gray eagle flies at high speed, help will still not arrive until tomorrow noon, so he should conserve his strength. However, suddenly he notices a boat moving towards him, which surprises him. He did not expect help to come so quickly. Chin's friends rush to the rescue, desperately rowing, sparing no effort to save their friend in time, knowing that every second counts. Chin admires the speed with which his friends were able to cross the sea. They were not afraid, and came to his aid from the side where the dangerous waters were. Honey wastes no time jumping onto the shore and immediately approaches Chin. She asks worriedly if he is okay and if he has sustained any injuries. The sun had already completely set. The rescuers had spent all their energy on the journey. It was impossible to sail away right now, and therefore they had no choice but to stay here for the night. Fortunately, the rescuers did not arrive empty-handed. They brought not only food and water, but also a tent. The next morning, after everyone had regained their strength, the young men set off on their way back to their comrades. Jessica is always on the shore, her heart filled with anxiety. She constantly looks at the horizon, hoping to see her friends alive and well. The little girl, watching Jessica, guesses that she is very worried about Chin and tries to calm her down, telling her that the guy is a great sorcerer and everything will definitely be fine with him. Suddenly, one of the villagers shouts loudly, attracting attention. He reports that he sees a huge bird on the horizon, followed by a boat. The young men quickly approach the shore, and despite their fatigue, they continue to row stubbornly. The natives greet their friends with loud shouts and raise their hands up in joy. Jessica approaches Chin. She notices that he looks exhausted and asks if he is injured. Chin reassures the girl, saying that there is no need to worry. He was just very exhausted by the rhythm that his friends were keeping. The boy learns that everything is ready for departure. All 9 rafts have been launched. The villagers are all in their places and ready to load. To avoid attracting enemy attention, such a large flotilla decided to sail under cover of night. Jessica gives the order to stop and drop anchors, after which all the rafts are tied together with ropes, creating a stable structure. After 2 nights spent on a cliff in the middle of the sea, Chin felt exhausted both physically and emotionally, and as soon as he stepped onto the raft, he headed to the cabin where he instantly fell asleep. However, despite his fatigue, he was awakened by the pleasant smell of cooked food, which spread throughout the cabin and awakened his appetite. Jessica enters the cabin and, smiling, informs him that she will not allow him to sleep on an empty stomach and offers him food. Chin gladly accepts the offered treat and greedily eats the food, feeling his strength gradually returning to him. After the meal, Chin briefly recounted the events of the previous day to Jessica. She did not interrupt him, but her heart sank as she listened to the difficulties he had to face. Jessica hugs the guy and calls him her hero, sincerely glad that everything ended well and that he returned safe and sound. Meanwhile, a group of Vikings led by a captain finds a village in which the natives lived. They see that it is empty, and the inhabitants have managed to leave it. The captain's eyes are bloodshot with rage. He thinks that the natives have deceived him this time, but he is sure that it will not last long, and that he will catch them all. The captain orders his subordinates to immediately search the entire camp, and the Vikings immediately begin to carry out their commander's order. One of the Vikings reports to the captain that no one was found in the village, and the tracks show that the inhabitants left the village in an organized manner. The captain concludes that the tribe could not have gone far during this time, and orders an immediate search of the entire area, hoping to catch up with them. Meanwhile, the villagers arrive on the other side of the island, where the Chin camp is located. The young man asks the villagers to follow him, saying that in an hour they will arrive at their camp and can finally rest and feel safe. As they approach the walls of the camp, the natives hear loud sounds, which apparently belong to some large animal, which causes them alarm. Chin asks people not to worry and says that these sounds are coming from his pet. People standing nearby are perplexed by what kind of pet can growl so menacingly. Suddenly, the camp gates swing open and Helen runs out to greet the group, accompanied by a trained panda, which surprises the natives and causes delight among the children and many adults. The villagers call Helen the Great Lady and immediately fall to their knees, bowing low to show their deep respect and reverence. Chin had been in contact with Helen through Grey Eagle, but he hadn't told the natives about her status and was therefore a little surprised by their reaction. Jessica calls out to Chin. She says that she has something very important to tell him. Jessica says that she will take care of the resettlement of the natives and advises Chin not to make Helen wait too long and to talk to her. After these words, the girl turns around and leaves, leaving the young people alone, creating a private opportunity for them to exchange words and emotions. Helen instantly runs up to Chin and hugs him tightly, her eyes filled with tears and her face expressing mixed feelings of relief and joy that she cannot hide. She says that the wait seemed like an eternity to her, and that she was very worried about him, her voice trembling with emotion. Chin understands how important this moment is for her. Helen, clinging to Chin, does not hold back her emotions. At this moment, she feels that he is near again and that she has nothing to fear. Helen is very happy that Chin has returned safe and sound, and believes that from today on their life will finally begin to improve, and all the difficulties will be left behind. Meanwhile, the natives begin to gather around a large pot, from which comes the fragrant smell of food, enveloping the entire space and whetting everyone's appetite. They begin to eat the offered food with pleasure, discussing among themselves how magnificent the dishes that the great sorcerers eat are. Their admiration knows no bounds. Geminis are very surprised by the exquisite taste of boar meat. They assume that before cooking it was processed in some special way, which gave it such a taste. Chin realizes that there are currently about 50 people in his camp, including themselves, and that there is clearly not enough room for everyone, especially since the cave is occupied by pets, which complicates the task of settling them. At this moment, Jessica unexpectedly approaches the young people. Her voice sounds loud and confident. She says that she thinks that they have already finished their conversation. Jessica spreads her arms wide and happily announces that it is her turn to hug. She hugs Chin tightly and happily tells him that she is happy that everything ended well and that he returned safe and sound. Chin sincerely thanks Jessica, saying that without her help he definitely would not have managed. This time the natives ate their fill. They couldn't remember ever eating so much delicious food before. Helen wonders where such a huge number of people will sleep tonight, because the cave and the kitchen will not be able to accommodate everyone. This makes her worried. As a result, it was decided to put the children, women, and old people to bed in the cave and in the kitchen, and all the other natives lit a circular fire around the camp and lay down to sleep on the ground inside it. When everything finally calmed down, it was already late evening. Chin was finally able to rest. But first he took a bath that Helen drew for him. The hot water washed away his fatigue and brought him relief. That night, everyone was able to sleep soundly, feeling safe for the first time in a long time, and Helen was able to breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that Jessica and Chin had returned safe and sound. For the villagers, things were starting to look up, and there was a sense of hope in the air that was bolstering their spirits. The next morning dawned, and the tribesmen slowly began to wake up and stretch their stiff bodies, enjoying the peace they had finally found. Chin wakes up and opens his eyes, but despite his long sleep, he feels completely unrested and does not want to get up. Suddenly, he realizes that both girls next to him are still sleeping and hugging him tightly. After a quick breakfast, the tribe, including the elderly and children, divided into 3 groups, each with its own tasks and goals. The first group, led by Chin, went to the bamboo grove to collect building material for future buildings that were needed to expand the camp. The second group, along with Jessica, went fishing, since, although there was still some dried meat left in the cave, it was clearly not enough for everyone, and it was necessary to get more food for the tribe. The rest of the villagers remained in the camp with Helen and took care of various household chores. The first group quickly collected enough bamboo and began building huts. Helen remembers what the camp was like when they first arrived on the island. They had a primitive hut and a meager supply of food, and now their camp is turning into a large fortified village. Jessica appears at the camp. She greets the young people and happily reports that they caught a large amount of fish, a smile beaming on her face. In the evening, the villagers lit a large bonfire and held a celebration with mass dancing to celebrate the successful day and create an atmosphere of joy and unity. Jessica pulls Helen by the hand and insistently asks her to come with her to dance around the fire to join in the joyful celebration and support the general fun. The tribe leader approaches Chin, who is left alone, and asks him to join him, his voice calm but slightly wary. Chin understands that the man approached him for a reason, and feels that a serious conversation is about to follow, which will have implications for their future plans. The tribal leader greatly surprises the young man when he begins to speak to him in good English, which arouses Chin's amazement and interest. At that moment, Hamel approached them and curiously asked the chief what exactly their lively conversation was about. Samba did not hide anything and explained to his comrade that they use a special language to convey secret divine teachings. Hamel respectfully withdrew, not wishing to disturb the important sacrament. It turned out that the chief had learned English during the tribe's contacts with the British military. In the midst of this calm conversation, the chief suddenly fell on his knees, expressing his deepest gratitude for the boundless kindness and mercy shown to his people. Samba sincerely thanked Chin on behalf of the entire tribe, which made the guy feel rather awkward. He tried to object, reminding him that he was not a powerful sorcerer at all, but Samba hastened to dispel his doubts. The leader admitted that over the past few days he had completely changed his mind. The next morning, Chin gathered all the people and divided them into 3 organized teams to carry out important construction work. The most pressing problem remained housing, since after pitching the tents, all available space in the camp was completely occupied. Territorial expansion became a priority, so each group was given specific and clearly defined responsibilities. The first team was responsible for the labor-intensive process of firing bricks, while the second squad was busy collecting seashells from the coast. The third group went to clear the forest around the settlement to prepare the site for the construction of new, durable buildings. As soon as the sun rose high in the sky, everyone went to their workplaces and began to work diligently for the common good. Despite having complete confidence in Chin's instructions, many were still confused about the use of ordinary shells. People curiously asked if it was really possible to build strong and durable houses from these fragile gifts of the sea. Chin patiently explained that firing the shells produces a powder that, when mixed with sand and water, turns into lime mortar. He added that it is this composition that will allow bricks to be securely bonded together, creating stone walls that can last for many decades. This was the tribe's first encounter with such technology, so they bombarded the boy with countless questions about the properties of sand. Chin didn't have time to answer everyone, so he told them to trust his experience and strictly follow the instructions, explaining that the shells needed to be ground into powder and fired in a kiln. To avoid mistakes, he personally demonstrated all stages of the process, clearly explaining how to mix sand with fired powder, add the right amount of water, and thoroughly mix the mixture. Soon, a solid wall appeared before the astonished crowd, protecting them from the sun and rain. But the naive young man, touching the masonry, doubted its stability. By morning, yesterday's wall had become incredibly hard, astonishing people by turning the soft shells into stone and only strengthening the crowd's faith in the sorcerer's wisdom. Chin then asked Kan's opinion on the reliability of the masonry, but instead of checking, he decided to use brute force and swung a sharp combat weapon at the wall. A scratch immediately appeared in the stone, but the warrior was pleased with the result, noting that even the claws of wild animals could not easily penetrate such protection. The elder simply looked at the bricks with admiration, realizing that life in such houses would be much warmer and safer than in tents swept by all the winds. He couldn't hold back tears of joy as he recalled those hard times when the tribe had just arrived on this harsh island in the midst of a cold autumn. Then, due to the sudden change in climate and the lack of normal clothing, many people died without having time to adapt to the new conditions. Hamel recalled with deep bitterness his fellow tribesmen who, over the years, became victims of predators, unable to defend themselves from fangs and claws. He also thought about those who died in terrible agony after unknowingly eating poisonous wild mushrooms. The boy reassures the elder, asks him not to worry, and confidently states that they will be warm this winter. A month later, people finally fully adapted to the harsh conditions of the uninhabited island and built their first reliable homes. Hamel recalled that at that time, the Lada tribe numbered more than 80 people, who hoped for a quiet life until winter came again. Meanwhile, the pirates had been trying unsuccessfully to find traces of the fugitives for over a week, combing the surrounding areas. The local swamp was considered the most dangerous place on the island due to ferocious crocodiles, poisonous snakes, and invisible gas. This insidious gas, colorless and odorless, was a terrible threat, silently taking the lives of those who dared to enter the foggy lowlands. The pirate leader Manson peered into the white haze, remembering Luobu's words about the natives hiding in this very cursed place. Luobu confirmed that the savages had only passed through the fog of death thanks to divine blessing. and Manson decided to retreat because of the winter and snowfalls. While the pirates were preparing for the cold weather, Chin turned the attention of his charges to mastering the technology of producing transparent glass. Alex was genuinely amazed by how the hard white stones, when exposed to heat, turned into a soft substance reminiscent of sugar. The girl really wanted to master this magical art as soon as possible and independently make the first products for the needs of the settlement. Chin was happy to let her try, but in practice the process turned out to be much more difficult than it seemed from the outside. Alex found it particularly difficult to ensure uniform rotation of the workpiece, as any error in rotation speed would result in deformation of the glass ball. The master asked everyone to make every effort to provide the entire tribe with a sufficient number of glass jars before the onset of frost. Chin calms the girl down and says that she can try as much as she wants, and if something turns out to be unclear, the guy will teach her. He hopes that soon everyone will learn how to blow glass and will have made enough useful products by winter. Chin later retreated to the cave where his plans were kept, intending to make the final adjustments to the massive plan for the new camp. There, in the silence and semi-darkness, he concentrated on the details on which the future of the entire settlement depended. Jessica suddenly appeared and playfully covered his eyes with her palms, reminding him that it was time to put things aside and go to lunch together. The girl claims that she stood at the entrance to the cave for 10 minutes and admired how hard he worked, trying not to distract him. The dinner was in full swing, and the villagers were enjoying the prepared food with pleasure. At the table, the 5 friends again saw the familiar fish dishes, which, due to their frequent appearance in the diet, had already become quite boring to everyone. Hamill noted with alarm that the guests were barely touching their food and seemed unusually listless and thoughtful. Concerned about this, he cautiously inquired whether they were feeling ill or had caught any illness. Chin knew it was time to diversify his diet, even though his existing pork reserves were strictly reserved for the worst part of winter. He asked Samba whether the tribe's warriors were capable of successfully hunting wild boars in the surrounding forests. The chief replied that a single animal did not pose a threat, but a confrontation with an entire herd could end tragically for any hunter. The man wonders if the Great One is planning to hunt these dangerous animals. After hearing this, Chin revealed his ambitious plan, proposing not just to kill the animals, but to begin breeding them en masse in pens. Samba and his companions were extremely surprised to hear about the proposal to engage in wild boar breeding. Chin briefly outlined his plan to the Lada tribesmen, who had never been involved in livestock farming before, and only after detailed explanations did they realize the full benefits of this undertaking. The chieftain jumped up from the table in a fit of delight, realizing that now his people would no longer have to risk their lives on a dangerous hunt for a piece of meat. The guy confirmed his suspicions, although he warned that the full implementation of this project could take 2 or 3 years of hard work. Chin once again proved himself to be a wise leader, capable of leading a struggling tribe to an era of prosperity and food abundance. The primary goal was to create a reliable supply of provisions for the winter, when deep snows make forest animals virtually disappear and it becomes impossible to find prey. The second task was the gradual domestication of pigs, so that over several generations the ferocious forest dwellers would be transformed into docile livestock. Without delay, the community began a large-scale hunt the next morning, and when the scouts found the target, Chin ordered them to act strictly according to the predetermined plan. The object of their attention was a herd of wild boars, who were sleeping peacefully in the dense shade of the trees and were completely unaware of the raid being prepared for them. Moving as carefully as possible, the boy gave Hampy the signal to begin the attack. The next second, the huge animal roared loudly and rushed forward. Wild animals freeze for a split second, trying to figure out where exactly the sudden threat is coming from. People work together to block escape routes, directing the frightened animals toward pre-prepared traps. However, one of the huge boars was not afraid and furiously rushed at one of the men. Can immediately rushed to the aid of his comrade and dealt a powerful blow to the huge animal. The giant boar flew to the side and instantly lost consciousness. Despite the impressive size and ferocity of the forest animals, the team's coordinated work allowed them to take complete control of the situation. Several large boars fell into a deep hole, where they were immediately pinned to the ground by heavy wooden planks, making it impossible for them to escape. The wild animals found themselves in a secure trap and are now desperately trying to escape from the trap, unsuccessfully hitting the strong shields. The success of the operation caused a real storm of joy among all those present, since now the question of survival in the coming frosts was practically resolved. The hunters were genuinely surprised that during their previous bamboo hunt, they had not noticed such a huge number of wild boars in this forest. Although one adult male managed to escape into the dense undergrowth, Chin quickly calmed the people and assured everyone that the animal would not leave this part of the island. The team, led by Alex, immediately began the most difficult stage of the work, which involved extracting the captive animals from the deep and dangerous pit. People knew in advance that they were faced with a long and grueling journey of transporting heavy loot back to the camp. To avoid chaos, the hunters tried to act as harmoniously as possible and strictly adhere to the general plan. Each boar was tightly tied with strong ropes, taming particularly aggressive individuals that fiercely resisted people. One of the hunters begged for help, complaining about the overly violent nature of the captured animal, and suggested simply knocking it out with one powerful blow. The man was breathing heavily from fatigue and insisted on a radical method, since it was practically impossible to tame the enraged animal alone. Chin just smiled and handed him an ordinary handkerchief, promising to subdue the boar without unnecessary violence and noise. The next second, the guy deftly covered the animal's muzzle with a cloth, and the forest dweller instantly fell silent, ceasing to resist people. Those around him were amazed at how simply closing his eyes calmed the enraged boar. The boy explained that he had learned this secret from an old pig farmer, although he himself did not understand the scientific nature of such behavior. Watching the boars being led one by one into new pens, Chin felt a deep sense of satisfaction at the work he had done. The builders who erected the structures immediately noticed the return of the Great One, and the capture of individuals of different sexes guaranteed growth and continuation of the species in the future. The guy asked if the pigsty was ready, and the girl, with a slight smile, replied that he should go and see for himself. She took Chin to the newly built pigsty, which turned out to be impeccably constructed and fully met all his requirements. Over the following days, the boy continued to lead the warriors to the bamboo grove, and they successfully replenished their supplies. The hunters tirelessly combed the forest until the total number of animals caught reached 21. On the fourth day, the gray eagle circled for a long time above the bamboo forest, but did not find another wild boar. The guy suggested that the boars might have gotten smarter and learned to hide, but in any case, 21 animals would be enough for them, so the lack of new ones was not a big deal. Soon, cozy brick houses arose on the site of the former camps, forming a full-fledged and well-fortified settlement for the entire tribe. For this massive achievement, Chin received a generous reward of 5,000 points, which allowed him to significantly increase his level. As he pondered the importance of physical strength, he began to choose between the speed of a cheetah and the skills of a divine marksman. Confused by the vast number of options available, he decided to postpone making a final choice until the need arose. The guy was suddenly distracted from his thoughts by the girl's loud voice, which cut through the silence and made him turn around sharply. Helen called him over to show off 50 sparkling glass bottles made in just one day of hard work. Chin was delighted with the girl's skill and announced that it was time to begin mass production of canned fruit for the winter. The canning process began with sterilizing the jars and preparing the juicy pineapples and grapes, which were then tightly sealed with lids. People continued to be amazed by the new knowledge, realizing that their winter diet would now be filled with the taste of fresh summer fruits. For a long time, the tribesmen could not believe that fruits could be preserved for several months. But the authority of the Great Wizard forced them to cast aside their doubts. Khan explained to his students that plant rot was caused by bacteria invisible to the eye, which needed to be destroyed with high temperatures. He explained in detail that after sterilization, the jars must be tightly sealed to prevent microorganisms from penetrating from the external environment into the container. The listeners showed a keen curiosity about these tiny creatures, trying to carefully examine them on the surface of the fruit. The guy urged people to simply strictly follow the technology, without getting distracted by details that they wouldn't be able to see with the naked eye anyway. The next day, the boy decided to go to the volcano to find something special and vital there to ensure the safety of the entire community in the future. Chin planned to find iron ore to craft high-quality blades and forever rid fighters of the fear of their homemade spears breaking in the heat of battle. The elder ordered Honey and her comrades to protect the Great Wizard at the cost of their own lives, although the boy himself tried to remain calm. He assured his friends that this was just a regular expedition for resources and not the beginning of a bloody war, and asked them not to look for unnecessary trouble along the way. Jessica and Helen, with tears in their eyes, saw the group off on their journey, promising to think about their leader's safety every minute and to wait for his speedy return. The girls, along with the people of the tribe, went outside the camp gates and saw the guy off for a long time. Chin once again asked everyone not to worry, and as he said goodbye, waved his hand, promising to see each other soon. After a full day of tiring travel, the squad set up camp in the forest, where Honey again expressed doubt that iron would really help them defeat the pirates. In response, Chin showed off a gleaming knife and explained that such tools were much lighter, harder, and sharper than any stone hatchet. The girl looked at the metal blade with delight, remembering how her fellow tribesmen suffered in battles because of the fragility of their wooden and bone weapons. Alex asked hopefully if they would be able to create weapons as good as those of their sworn enemies, but the boy confidently stated that their equipment would be much better. He promised to exceed all expectations and provide the allies with equipment of a quality that the enemy had never encountered in their battles. Alex thanked the young man and confidently declared that with the help of the great sorcerer and his mysterious iron ore, she would be able to create a weapon that would rival those used by the Vikings. Chin smiled at the girl and warmly replied that, of course, she would succeed. Soon, the group reached the foot of the volcano, where they were greeted by unusual heat and the sight of solidified lava fields, which at first glance seemed completely lifeless. Chin forbade his companions from approaching the water and urged everyone to immediately begin searching for valuable minerals in the surrounding rocks. The men spread out across the area and began diligently digging at various points. But after 2 hours of hard work, they still had not managed to find a single piece of ore. Unfortunately, the search for pyrite at the first point was unsuccessful, so Chin ordered everyone to take a break to try their luck elsewhere later. The rest of the day passed in exhausting labor. The people dug 2 more huge holes, and noticing the general despondency, the guy encouraged them, saying that 3 empty holes did not prove anything. That evening, after dinner, the group gathered around the fire to make new stone picks to replace those that had become unusable during the excavations. The process of creating the tool was extremely simple. A sharp stone was firmly tied to a wooden handle with ropes, turning it into a working tool. Early in the morning, all the participants of the hike went to collect dew from the leaves in order to at least slightly replenish their reserves of pure, life-giving moisture. Nature was kind to them, allowing them to collect 2 full bamboo tubes, which was enough for 2 adult men to last the entire day. After a quick snack and replenishment of strength, the squad returned to the difficult earthworks at the foot of the volcano with renewed hope. Suddenly, Honey ran up to the leader with delight and announced that she had stumbled upon something incredibly hard, hoping that it was the long-awaited pyrite. To the girl's disappointment, it turned out to be just a piece of porous volcanic rock, which Chin called pumice because of its unusual property of staying afloat. He explained to his companions that this material has excellent thermal insulation and fire resistance, so any samples found should be put in a separate pile. So far, they have not managed to find even the smallest piece of pyrite, but they have dug up a whole pile of pumice. The area around the crater was divided into equal sectors, in each of which people dug 3 holes so that in case of failure they could quickly move on to the next section. By the 4th day of excavation, the mountain was literally strewn with deep ruts, and the guy began to seriously fear that their method of elimination would not work. When one of the men threw aside another dark stone in frustration, Chin noticed a subtle yellowish tint in it and hurried to check the find. Unlike pumice, this sample was poreless and had an impressive weight, so the master ordered the people to immediately delve deeper into this sector. He was intrigued by the dense structure of the material found, and he demanded that the group concentrate all its efforts on excavating this particular area. The team's persistence was rewarded, and soon real pieces of pyrite began to be extracted from the ground. After digging for so long, the tribe finally stumbled upon an inexhaustible vein of pyrite. It seems that this amount of material is enough to equip all the villagers with iron weapons, which means that the trip to the volcano has borne fruit. That evening, Alex curiously compared an ordinary cobblestone with ore, trying to understand why this inconspicuous stone was considered so valuable and important. The guy explained to her that the iron itself was hidden inside the rock and could only be extracted from there through complex processing in the hot flame of a furnace. One of the warriors tried to simply smash the stone with his weapon, but Chin stopped him, explaining that without smelting, the metal would never attain its true form. Early in the morning on the 5th day, the expedition members built a smelting furnace in the camp and began the first extraction of pure metal in the tribe's history. Holding the heavy black ingots in their hands, people noted with genuine surprise the incredible hardness of the resulting material. Qin confirmed that this raw material could be used to forge truly strong weapons, but urged everyone to first completely process the mined pyrite. He understood that simple casting was not enough. Iron required repeated forging and hardening to remove all harmful impurities and give the metal the necessary flexibility. The boy decided to temporarily put the creation of combat blades on hold in order to make reliable iron picks and shovels from the cast iron he had. Qin showed remarkable foresight and used pre-prepared forms, as well as his deep knowledge of chemistry. He used lime water as a hardening medium, which helped convert iron ions into a stable state and created a protective film. On the 6th day, work proceeded much faster, as the use of iron equipment allowed labor productivity to more than double. However, the weather soon presented an unpleasant surprise. The air temperature began to drop rapidly, despite the proximity to an active volcano. By midday, an icy wind began to raise clouds of dust and small stones, which painfully stung people's faces, foreshadowing the imminent onset of a harsh winter. The likelihood of snow falling in the next few days was becoming increasingly clear, although for Qin, such an early winter in mid-October seemed completely inexplicable. Local residents explained that before every heavy snowfall, the weather always changes abruptly, and the coming blizzards usually cover everything around. They warned that due to huge snowdrifts, any movement in this area would soon become almost impossible. The boy assessed with some concern the volume of pyrite already mined, and came to the conclusion that the accumulated iron should be enough to forge weapons for each member of the tribe. He understood that if they continued excavating, the total weight of the cargo would exceed their transport capacity and create serious obstacles on the return journey. Qin initially wanted to smelt the metal at the volcano, but due to lack of time, he ordered that the ore be taken with him and that he head home the next morning. On the 7th day of the journey, the people distributed the heavy sacks of pyrite, realizing that such a burden would slow them down. Qin was afraid that he would not arrive until noon the day after tomorrow. So the detachment walked through the meadows into the dense forest and found a place to spend the night before dark. Despite extreme fatigue, the soldiers remained in high and enthusiastic spirits. They eagerly anticipated the moment when they would be able to hold in their hands a fully fledged combat outfit forged from real, durable metal. At this time, Kan was outside, listening to the icy gusts of wind, when suddenly his attention was drawn to a strange and suspicious noise in the thick, distant grass. Noticing a sudden movement in the thicket, he instinctively adjusted his grip on his iron shovel, preparing to repel a sudden attack from an unknown enemy at any moment. As soon as Kan let his guard down for a second, a giant tiger leaped out of the thicket with a swift leap and fell with all its crushing mass straight at the defenseless warrior. The predator attacked suddenly and with lightning speed, not giving the man a single chance to react in time. Using his colossal physical strength, Kan dealt the predator a crushing blow with an iron shovel right on the head. Noticing the attack of the intruder, Hampy immediately rushed to the aid of his comrade, engaging in a fierce fight. The enemy turned out to be a saber-toothed tiger, a rare prehistoric predator that reached 7 meters in length and weighed about 400 kilograms. It is capable of opening its mouth to more than 120 degrees to sink its fangs deep into the body of its prey. Qin, possessing deep knowledge of the animal world, immediately warned everyone that these animals hunt in packs and that they should expect the appearance of new individuals. The master's words were instantly confirmed when another predator silently approached the tent and tried to pounce on Ragnar. Luckily, the beast's path was blocked by a strong wooden board, and Honey arrived in time to intercept the heavy axe to protect her brothers in arms. The brave girl instantly stood between the predator and her wounded comrade, raising her weapon for a decisive, crushing attack. Despite the mortal danger, Honey resolutely struck back with her heavy weapon, trying to push the ferocious predator as far away from her fallen tribesmen as possible. It soon became clear that their camp was surrounded by at least 3 ferocious predators. Kan noticed one of the predators stealthily attacking the young man and immediately rushed to the boy's defense. He struck powerful blows, but the tiger eluded every one of his attacks with incredible precision. At this moment, Qin hits one of the tigers on the head with a burning torch. The predator immediately let out a loud roar and rushed into the nearby bushes. People looked at the Great One with admiration. By simply throwing a burning stick, he managed to scare off the dangerous predator. The warriors instantly raised their wooden shields and formed a tight formation around the young man, trying to protect him. Hampy showed rare courage and was the first to attack, but one of the animals managed to sink its 10-centimeter fangs deep into the bear's shoulder. Despite the serious wound, the mighty beast continued to fight, protecting his comrades from the furious attack of the forest enemy. The enraged bear threw the tiger back and slammed him into the ground with inhuman force. The fight continued, turning into a brutal duel between two primeval creatures. Chin found himself in a tight trap, unable to get any closer, and arrows were no solution either, as the animals were locked in a tight knot and constantly darted about, preventing him from getting a clear shot. Chin knew that even with the divine blessing of the shooter, it was impossible to guarantee an accurate hit in such chaos, and so he decided to take a desperate risk by activating his hidden powers. At this time, Can began to noticeably tire, and his movements momentarily lost their former confidence and precision. The predator tried to take advantage of this pause for a deadly leap, but the experienced warrior managed to throw the beast far to the side at the last moment. Can screamed curses furiously, calling upon the spirit of the sacred land for help and demonstrating his readiness to fight to the very end. He executed a magnificent spinning kick, sending the tiger's massive bulk flying. As soon as one of the opponents temporarily lost the ability to resist, the rest of the hunters rushed at him in unison to finish him off. Can ran up to the trapped beast and dealt it a powerful blow. The force was so great that the tiger flew high into the air, and the rest of the tribe immediately rushed to finish off the predator. However, a third saber-toothed tiger, which had been hiding behind the bushes the whole time, came to his aid. That was not the whole threat. The fourth tiger was calmly waiting for the moment to launch a surprise attack. With one loud roar, the huge animal rushed forward in a swift leap to attack. The warriors of the tribe, who were holding a circular defense, immediately turned their attention to him. The moment the beast made its leap, Chin completed the activation of the cat reaction skill. Time and space around him seemed to freeze, turning reality into a slow and ghostly dream. The guy clearly saw every drop of saliva flying out of the predator's mouth, feeling the frightening clarity of what was happening. All the other participants in the battle at that moment seemed to him like motionless stone statues. Using the cheetah's incredible speed, he instantly closed in on the fourth enemy and executed a swift lunge with stunning accuracy. The young man delivered one powerful blow which fatally wounded the predator. Can had no intention of leaving Chin alone in this fight and immediately rushed to help, planning to deal the predator a decisive blow. The saber-toothed tiger had not yet recovered from the previous vicious attacks when he was forced to face a new threat in the form of Honey. Seeing this, Honey froze for a moment in amazement, because her intervention turned out to be unnecessary. Chin, with one swift lunge, finally knocked the monster to the ground. Realizing that the danger had passed, the warriors burst into joyful cries, praising the power of their great shaman. Honey looked at Chin with undisguised awe, amazed by his supernatural speed and quick reactions. Meanwhile, Chin felt extremely exhausted, as using the cheetah skill took up a colossal amount of mental energy. Just a few seconds of being in this state caused him to feel very dizzy and weak throughout his body. Honey offered to help immediately, but the guy refused. Hampy was determined to defeat his opponent in a fair one-on-one fight, showing incredible determination and courage. His actions became an example of true valor and unbending will for all present. Having destroyed the enemy, the bear roared loudly, and in response, joyful cries of people were heard, thanking the huge beast and the great sorcerer. At dawn on the 9th day, the detachment again moved towards the camp, but due to Hampy's wounds, they had to convert the cart for hand traction. The group's speed had slowed considerably, and by the time darkness fell, they were still deep in the dense forest. Fortunately, Chin had sent his trusty condor to the settlement in advance to call for reinforcements to meet the ore-laden squad. Thanks to the timely arrival of the Samba group, the travelers were able to safely return to their home camp early in the morning of the 10th day. Their meeting with the other participants brought joy and a sense of relief after a long and grueling journey. After a deep and restful sleep that lasted more than 10 hours, Chin woke up in high spirits and with a clear head. He was overcome by a strong hunger, and he immediately began to think about how he would satisfy his morning appetite. The bright sun illuminated the valley with its warm rays. Walking around the area, he noted with satisfaction the many positive changes that had taken place in the camp during his absence from the volcano. Heading to the kitchen, he met Helen and told her in detail about the difficult encounter with 4 saber-toothed tigers. The girl shuddered with horror, realizing the danger that threatened their leader, and acknowledged their incredible luck in this fight. Chin praised the new kitchen, which despite its wood finish, already resembled a modern space in terms of functionality. The settlement construction process progressed smoothly. According to the master plan, the camp was to have 8 main functional zones. At this point, living quarters, a dining room, a bathroom, an area for raising livestock, and a special workshop were already functioning. Helen reported that the preparation of fruit preserves from grapes and pineapples was successfully completed on the 3rd day after their departure. The tribe continued to actively replenish its winter food supplies. Lucy took people out to sea to fish every day, and Samba's group began breeding pheasants. Chin was genuinely pleased with the success of his charges and instructed all available teams to change their activities starting in the afternoon. He hinted cryptically that the moment had come to carry out a much more important task, which he had been looking forward to for a long time. The next day, Chin ordered the entire tribe to immediately begin the most important step, the creation of combat equipment. He took the men out into the open area to check the readiness of the new blast furnace, which now had an additional small tank attached to it. It was a furnace for remelting iron, designed to transform the original metal into higher quality raw materials. Alex curiously asked about the differences between the different types of iron, and Chin readily gave a short lecture. He explained that cast iron, steel, and wrought iron are essentially the same metal, differing only in the percentage of carbon they contain. It is this element that determines whether the product will be soft and flexible or hard and brittle. According to his scientific calculations, iron with a carbon content of more than 2% is called cast iron, and if this figure is from 0.05 to 2%, then the result is steel. If there is very little carbon, the metal turns into soft wrought iron, which is easily deformed. Alex naively assumed that the harder the material, the better, and suggested using cast iron for swords. But the master patiently explained that excessive hardness makes the weapon brittle. The ideal option was steel, which combines strength and elasticity, becoming a formidable ally in the hands of a warrior. Since modern measurement methods were unavailable to them, Chin decided to use the ancient and proven method of his ancestors. He chose the famous Guan method. This process required extreme concentration, so the young man constantly urged the workers to be careful so that the hot metal did not come into contact with their skin. Over the years, this technology has evolved into 3 different smelting processes that consistently produce high-quality steel. The most effective of these is the method of casting cast iron into a wrought iron blank. After cooling, the metal was melted again and carefully forged, turning it into high-quality steel. The second method was the cast iron lining method, perfected during the Song dynasty, where cast iron plates were placed between 2 sheets of wrought iron for subsequent smelting. However, Chin decided to use the third, more complex but effective method of cast iron spraying, known since the Ming dynasty. The process involved placing a block of wrought iron in the center of a furnace and having molten iron poured evenly over it from above. Due to the imperfections of the building materials, the young man divided the task into 2 stages. First, he joined the metals outside the furnace and then sent the resulting workpiece for a long calcination. While the male part of the squad was busy by the fire, the female team, led by Helen, worked on the handles and sheaths in the kitchen area. The work was grueling and required cutting bamboo slats and then gluing them together with a special fish glue. Making glue was considered the hardest task, as boiled fish bladders had to be beaten for a long time into a thick, sticky paste, and the girls worked with complete concentration. As soon as the block was removed from the furnace, the blacksmith immediately began to strike it with powerful and measured blows with a heavy hammer, causing the metal to sparkle. Qin reminded the warriors of the ancient wisdom that true steel is born only after hundreds of temperings and thousands of persistent blows. He explained that despite the high purity of the resulting metal, it still needed to be forged another 150 times. This is the only way to completely remove all remaining microscopic impurities hidden in the depths of the red-hot workpiece. The tribesmen were shocked by the volume of hard and monotonous work, not expecting such a long process. However, Chin calmly added that there was no need to work non-stop and allowed breaks between sets. One of the young men asked doubtfully how many blows exactly the hammer should deliver in one working stage. Chin replied that it usually takes about 100 or 200 precise and confident blows on the hot metal. Hearing this, the guy was genuinely amazed, considering such a volume of work to be truly colossal and exhausting. Chin again reminded that there is no need to strike in one breath, because the metal can be heated and continued later. He emphasized that brute force was useless, since after a certain limit there were too few impurities left, and further attacks would be a waste of time. Chin watched with joy as an ordinary piece of ore gradually transformed into the crowning achievement of their collective labor. Alex was looking forward to putting into practice the special blade-making method that Chin had previously told her about. She took the tongs and began to very slowly remove the workpiece from the red-hot blast furnace. After the girl took out the blank, Can immediately began to help her, and they immediately got to work. This method involved creating a kind of sandwich in which a steel plate was securely clamped between two iron plates. This design allowed the flexibility of the base to be combined with exceptional hardness and durability of the cutting edge. The girl managed to forge a perfect blade on her first try, causing admiration among everyone present. Finally, the blade was treated with a special mixture of clay, carbon, and iron powders for final zone hardening, which was intended to make the weapon virtually indestructible. Chin always found answers to any doubts his men had, explaining in detail that when a blade was tempered, the part that remained exposed quickly cooled and became hard. At the same time, the butt, protected by a layer of special clay, cooled much more slowly, maintaining the necessary viscosity and elasticity. This method ensured an incredibly sharp cutting edge, while the flexible base of the sword provided a shock-absorbing effect in the heat of a fierce battle. The method of blade production, which involved encasing steel in an iron shell, was called package forging technology. Alex proudly presented the first finished sample to its leader for a thorough inspection. These techniques represented the pinnacle of Chinese swordsmithing, known as the legendary swords of the Tang dynasty. The tribe now possessed weapons that were centuries ahead of their time and gave them a huge advantage. The boy clearly understood that now it was the turn of the sea robbers. Chin organized a training duel so that each warrior could get used to the weight and balance of the new sword. For sparring, they chose trophy-long swords taken from pirates in previous clashes. The first duel unfolded between two of the community's most skilled fighters, the mighty Can and the swift Honey. The young man, true to his habit of acting decisively and without delay, rushed to attack his comrade with truly lightning speed. For both of them, this was their first fight with steel blades in their hands, but their movements showed no confusion or doubt. On the contrary, each of the fighters demonstrated amazing skill and confident, almost instinctive control of the weapon. Helen watched their training with alarm, fearing that the experienced warriors might accidentally injure each other seriously. Jessica treated the situation with enviable calm, reminding them that they always had a reliable hemostatic agent in their first aid kit. Those around him were eagerly discussing the progress of the fight, trying to predict whether Honey would be able to defeat his longtime rival this time. This was already the third clash between these two masters, and neither of them was going to give in to their opponent. Can cast an excited and challenging glance at his opponent, his whole appearance demonstrating confidence and an inner fighting spirit. He confidently stated that his close combat skills were in no way inferior to his mastery of handling a long spear. Honey accepted the challenge without the slightest hesitation, acting with coolness and precision. With a lightning-fast and precise maneuver, she knocked the sword out of the hands of the astonished Can, clearly demonstrating the seriousness of her skills. The crowd erupted in cheers as the fragment of the pirate's blade fell to the ground with a clang, clearly confirming the superiority of the great shaman's work. The winner honestly admitted that the outcome of the duel could have been different if her opponent had used his usual and more comfortable spear. Chin didn't stand aside and reminded Honey that she, too, had fought with weapons that weren't her most familiar with, and there was never room for excuses on the battlefield. The boy watched every second of this exciting duel attentively, after which he loudly applauded and sincerely praised both warriors for their magnificent skill. He asked the fighters to hand over their blades to him for a thorough inspection, as he intended to select the most suitable type of combat equipment for each of them. The test result confirmed that the pirates' fragile cast-iron swords were completely incapable of withstanding the majestic steel blades of the Tang Dao type. As heated debates erupted among his fellow tribesmen about who would be the community's strongest defender, Chin realized that the perfect moment had arrived to demonstrate his true power and raise morale. Despite the chief's obvious concern, the leader firmly confirmed his intention to enter the arena and fight the fastest warrior of the tribe. He admitted to himself that he would never have dared to challenge a master like Honey before, but now he had Cheetah's unique talent for reaction. Noticing Honey's confusion, Chin gently encouraged her and urged her to fight with all her might, as bravely and determinedly as she had fought against the mighty Can. The elder was about to give the order to prepare a special area for the duel, but the great shaman decided that any free place would be suitable for their friendly test of strength. Recalling his opponent's recent fight, Chin showed nobility and suggested that Honey take a short rest so that she could fully recover her expended energy. When the break time was over, the two opponents stood opposite each other, the atmosphere around them instantly filling with tension. Honey began to slowly approach, clutching a sharp dagger in her hand, whose steely glint foreshadowed the swift and merciless attack of an experienced hunter. Sheena momentarily doubted his choice, realizing how menacing and intimidating aura his current sparring partner emitted. Before he could finish this thought, Honey made a lightning-fast dash, and in a matter of seconds found herself right in front of her stunned leader's face. Chin didn't even have time to realize what had happened when Honey already put the dagger to his eye. Only at that moment did the boy realize that he should never underestimate the skill of this young warrior. Watching her fights from the sidelines, he thought she was simply fast. But the reality turned out to be much more frightening. The girl showed absolutely no mercy in the training battle, acting with extreme toughness and determination. The spectators were delighted, believing that this was the true greatness of their master, who was able to withstand such a storm of attacks. Despite her young age, Honey possessed phenomenal fighting skills that took Chin by surprise at the very first encounter. In terms of technique, the boy felt like an inexperienced child. To the boy's surprise, almost all of his fellow tribesmen cheered on Honey, while only Jessica and Helen remained loyal to their hero, admiring his beauty and incredible composure. Chin paused for a moment, analyzing his mistakes and realizing that his strikes were too chaotic, and the force was not concentrating in the blade in time. He realized that to achieve true mastery, it was not enough to simply have speed. Thousands of daily repetitions of basic movements were required. Realizing his limitations, the boy began to act more cautiously, using the cheetah's speed to suddenly seize the initiative. Honey waited fearlessly for his attack, demonstrating her readiness to meet any threat head-on. However, the next second the guy made a maneuver that shocked everyone. Instead of a direct attack, he instantly went behind her. The girl did not have time to react to such an incredible movement and in despair threw her sword towards her opponent. Thanks to the blessing of his ancestors and his lightning-fast reflexes, Chin managed to dodge the flying blade that almost cost him his life. Observers once again mistakenly assumed that the master had deliberately made a mistake in order not to end the fight too quickly and give Honey a chance. People around could not contain their admiration, admitting that their eyes could hardly keep up with the rapid movements of these two living legends. They understood that even the closest comrades on the battlefield instantly turn into dangerous enemies who know no pity or compassion. Honey looked at Chin with eyes full of determination and even hostility as he used all his cat reflexes and cheetah speed to the limit. The fight had reached its climax, and neither of the opponents was willing to give in to the other even in small ways. Their blades crossed with a ringing sound, striking sparks, and the spectators were afraid to blink, lest they miss the decisive blow. Time seemed to stand still as everyone waited in nervous tension for the outcome of this incredible duel. This time, victory did not go to Honey, and the girl, holding back her emotions, was forced to openly admit her defeat right in front of everyone gathered. Her words were drowned out by the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, which reacted violently to the outcome of the fight and did not hide its jubilation. People surrounded their leader, calling him the greatest warrior, although the guy himself modestly attributed his success to simple luck. While everyone was celebrating, the elder approached the hero and calmly asked when he planned to marry Honey. Hearing this, Helen and Jessica, who were standing nearby, were literally speechless from such an unexpected turn of events. For Chin himself, this news came as a bolt from the blue, as he had not planned to tie the knot at all. Samba, without waiting for an answer, joyfully called on his fellow tribesmen to immediately begin preparations for the most grandiose celebration in the history of the island. The boy, confused, tried to clarify the situation, wondering what victory in battle had to do with marrying a young warrior. The chief explained that according to the ancient traditions of the Lada tribe, a challenge from a man to a woman is considered an official proposal of marriage. If the man wins, the proposal is accepted, and now the entire tribe sees Chin as the rightful groom for Honey. The hero's face took on a painful hue when he realized what a difficult situation he had found himself in. Samba assured him that every girl in their people dreams of a husband who is stronger than her, and his status as a messenger of God makes him an ideal match. Chaya desperately tried to break the unspoken agreement by speaking in a foreign language, and those around him listened in awe, believing that the shaman was conversing with the gods. Samba frowned and asked him directly if he didn't think his daughter was attractive enough, but the hero tried to explain that it wasn't about beauty at all. Unfortunately, their conversation was overheard, and Honey interpreted Chin's words in her own way. Feeling deeply insulted, the girl bitterly declared that she would leave her native tribe forever. Chin felt completely helpless in the face of this family drama, trying to convince everyone that his previous words were just a bad joke. However, Honey, although she did not understand the foreign language, had already drawn final and very sad conclusions from the expression on her idol's face. The elder continued to add fuel to the fire, explaining that the girl's defeat made her the winner's legal companion, and that refusing to marry was tantamount to a divine curse. Chin found himself at a dead end, not knowing how to save the girl's reputation without offending Jessica, who was watching the proceedings with obvious concern. At this critical moment, Jessica showed remarkable ingenuity, confidently declaring that the great shaman had not rejected Honey at all, but that in order to maintain his magical connection with the gods, he was only allowed to take a new wife once every 3 years. Chin silently prayed to Jessica to continue this saving lie, hoping that she would be able to completely confuse the elders and defuse the situation. The girl, getting into character, hugged Helen by the shoulders and solemnly proclaimed that, according to the law of the gods, Helen would become the first wife, then she herself, and only after 6 years would it be Honey's turn. Naive Honey sincerely believed this story, deciding that her idol's sad face was explained only by the worry about such a long and painful wait for the wedding. Chin had to nod meekly and play along with this crazy scenario, realizing that this was the only way to avoid an immediate wedding. When the situation was finally resolved and the trio left the square, Jessica proudly demanded from her hero a well-deserved reward for the miraculous rescue. However, having caught Helen's withering and jealous gaze, the guy chose to tactfully remain silent and not provoke a new conflict. He suddenly remembered the unfinished plans for the camp and hurried to hide in his cave, away from the tricky questions and ambiguous hints of his companions. Jessica just laughed cheerfully after him, shouting something cheerful, which made poor Chin's face turn as red as a ripe tomato. In the following days, Alex was completely absorbed in her favorite work, tirelessly stoking the fire in the forge and forging new steel blades. While the builders and food gatherers finished their work, Helen formed a third group of women to mass-produce fur clothing and footwear. A few days later, real winter finally descended on the island, covering everything around with a thick layer of snow-white snow. Chin, being a southerner, watched the first snow with childish delight, wrapped in a warm fur coat. It turned out that it wasn't just the guy who woke up so early. Honey was already standing outside, admiring the falling snowflakes. The girl admitted that she had never liked snowfalls before, as they always foreshadowed famine and the disappearance of forest game. The young man hastened to reassure her and added that thanks to their joint efforts and clear plan, the village had received truly enormous food supplies. He added with confidence that these supplies would be more than enough to last them through the long winter, and therefore they had no reason to worry or doubt. They were soon joined by Jessica and Helen, who took the opportunity to tease the young couple about their early romantic date. Honey was very embarrassed and blushed, but Jessica just hugged her cheerfully, assuring her that it was just a harmless joke. The children at the camp, inspired by the change in the weather, immediately began making snowmen, filling the village with joyful laughter. Despite the bone-chilling cold, Chin returned to work on his complex engineering drawings. His main task now remained the completion of the design of the matchlock gun, which he considered a key step in the development of his plan and future production. Everything necessary for the full-scale production had already been prepared, since the saw and lathe were in working order and waiting for their turn. Chin knew that even with the new steel swords, their chances against 200 pirates in direct combat remained extremely low. He seriously considered creating the first thermos, as low temperatures made it difficult to concentrate on important calculations. The only salvation for the tribe in future battles could be the mass production of firearms. Chin understood that the matchlock gun, the ancestor of modern rifles, was sometimes inferior in killing power to a good bow, but had an undeniable advantage in the speed of the bullet. The guy again found himself in an extremely difficult situation, since the drawings of the lathe from the encyclopedia contained parts that could not be manufactured under the current conditions. He had to adjust the design on the fly, replacing complex components with simpler combinations of available materials. With only one step left to complete the drawing, Chin decided to take a break and go outside, where everything around was already covered with a thick layer of snow. The blizzard was raging in earnest, reminding him of those very demonic winds in the mountains near his university that could turn any traveler into a frozen fool in an instant. Chin did not dare to stay outdoors for long, as the icy wind and snow grew more violent with each passing minute. The journey to the kitchen took only 30 seconds, but even in that short time, the guy's clothes were completely covered in white flakes. However, inside the room, he was greeted not by the long-awaited warmth, but by a thick cloud of acrid black smoke that filled the entire space. Ragnar and the rest of his tribesmen wrapped themselves in blankets and huddled around the fire, trying to escape the piercing cold, but at the same time choking on the soot. Chin realized with bitterness that if the frost was already so severe in mid-November, then December would become a real test of survival for people. He realized that they desperately needed to start producing charcoal to heat their homes without the suffocating smoke. The young man confirmed to the curious warriors that coal would be their salvation, as it burns for a long time, produces a lot of heat, and produces no smoke at all. Charcoal is produced by burning wood in the complete absence of oxygen. Compared to regular firewood, charcoal produces much more heat when burned, and most importantly, it produces almost no acrid smoke. Suddenly, Chin remembered his furry charge and decided to check how Hampy was coping with such severe frosts. It turned out that Hampy was in the most serene state. He was simply fast asleep, curled up in a warm ball. Jessica suggested it might be similar to hibernation, although modern pandas are warm-blooded and don't usually hibernate. The next morning, to protect the people from frostbite, the boy ordered the production of the first batch of coal to begin immediately. The entire detachment was divided into two groups, with one part of the people engaged in the construction of a special furnace intended for the subsequent firing of materials. The remaining participants immediately began splitting dry logs in half, preparing a sufficient supply of fuel. Once the preparations were complete, Chin personally supervised the process of loading firewood into the oven and tightly closed the massive door. As soon as the smoke from the chimney acquired the desired color, he ordered that the air supply be immediately cut off and the chimney blocked to begin the carbonization process. Honey curiously wondered if ordinary wood would really turn into that wonderful black stone inside this oven. The guy confirmed her suspicions, explaining that by tomorrow morning all the moisture from the wood would evaporate, and they would have ideal fuel for heating and forging. Immediately after this, Chin called Alex to follow him to show her the drawings of a new device that they were to implement in metal in the near future. After successfully creating a steel sword, Chin decided not to stop there and expand his arsenal. At first, Alex didn't understand his plans, thinking that he was talking about an ordinary spear, which Honey masterfully wielded. However, the guy only smiled mysteriously and explained that his goal was to create a firearm whose power was 10 times greater than that of any bow. The girl bent over the drawings carefully, trying to discern in these strange lines a divine artifact of incredible destructive power. She noted that the design did not seem too complicated, but Chin added that two more important things were needed for the gun to work: ammunition and gunpowder. Jessica, observing such rapid progress, jokingly suggested that they had leaped forward 1,000 years, right into the age of steam. Helen expressed concern that manufacturing precision parts for the machine would require incredible skill and that Alex might not be able to handle the volume alone. She suggested finding the tribe's most skilled artisan, although everyone understood that no one could handle the task better than Alex. The next morning, the moment of truth arrived. The boy ordered the doors of the cooling ovens to be opened, warning people of the intense heat that remained inside. 10 minutes later, the first batch of finished charcoal was removed from the oven. It looked like ordinary wood, but had a perfectly smooth and hard surface. The tribesmen looked at the result in amazement while Chin explained to them the intricacies of using the new fuel. He clearly demonstrated that only a very small amount of kindling is required to ignite the coal, which is enough to start the entire process. After this, the coal begins to smolder for a long time and steadily, gradually releasing a truly colossal amount of heat. When the first fire was lit on coals in the room, the people's delight knew no bounds. The room became very warm, and the suffocating smoke completely disappeared. The guy strictly warned everyone that when using coal in closed spaces, they must always leave a gap for ventilation. Otherwise, the invisible poisonous gas would become fatal. The entire team worked together to transport the finished fuel to the warehouse so that production of the next batch could begin immediately. In the workshop, Alex and Helen were already hard at work creating precision mechanisms, demonstrating incredible attention to detail. Chin, watching them work, decided not to interfere and let them fully concentrate on the task. Every movement of the young masters was carefully measured, and the tools were used with the utmost care. The atmosphere in the workshop was filled with tension and concentration, as every detail was crucial to the success of the project. He himself was not going to sit idly by and called for help from 3 loyal warriors and another assistant. With a mysterious smile, the boy suggested that everyone get involved in making a lot of small iron balls, anticipating their importance in the upcoming project. He explained that these balls would be a key element of his new plan, and without them, further work would be meaningless. The action moved to the forge, where sweating artisans bent thin iron sheets into tubes using wooden blanks. Every movement required enormous concentration and precision, as the metal could easily crack or deform. After much hard work and dedication, they succeeded in creating 3 unusual long-handled objects. These products immediately attracted the attention of everyone present with their neat workmanship and robust construction. Aluba respectfully inquired about the strange weapons they had just forged, to which Chin promised to reveal the secret in just a few moments. The hot metal was poured into molds, waiting for it to completely harden. Chin then placed the blanks into wooden blocks, carefully monitoring each step to ensure the metal did not warp. His assistants continuously rotated the blanks, turning the metal into an even and desired shape. Aluba again began to question the gentleman about the meaning of their painstaking work. The guy just smiled, realizing that if he didn't reveal the secret now, the curious warrior would simply not give him peace. He explained that they were making bullets for the future guns of the Lada tribe. Kan's words about taking revenge on the pirates for his fallen brothers momentarily dampened the general joy, turning the atmosphere in the forge heavy and gloomy. To cheer people up, the guy hurried to check the contents of the container, from which finished metal products began to pour out with a clanging sound. He carefully examined the iron beads, noting that not all of them were suitable for shooting. For a perfect shot, the bullets had to be perfectly round and smooth, so he urged everyone to push themselves even harder. The elder ordered that all of the great shaman's instruments be immediately transferred to a new room, warning people against any carelessness. Chin watched with warmth as his first laboratory on the island was completed. Simple in appearance, but immaculately clean and fully equipped with racks and test tubes for experiments. Abilu approached the foreman and reported that the construction of the camp was completely completed, awaiting new instructions for the work. Chin thought for a moment, then announced with a broad smile that everyone could rest for the next few days. He allowed the people to sleep until noon, walk, and enjoy the winter scenery, realizing how exhausted they were after months of continuous labor. From the moment they arrived on the peninsula, every member of the tribe worked like a pack camel, never knowing a moment's rest in the search for food and the construction of shelter. The warriors and masters couldn't even believe their ears at first, asking again if they really didn't have to carry out any more assignments. When the realization of freedom finally dawned on them, the Lada people burst into deafening cries of joy, celebrating their first well-deserved vacation. Chin watched the crowd cheer with a warm smile, knowing he had a few more days until Helen and Alex finished making the lathe molds. However, the peace was short-lived. Late at night, the silence of the camp was pierced by a chilling howl. Chin explained to the alarmed Helen that these were wolves, and judging by the sounds, there were at least 20 of them. Kan and Honey immediately ran to the leader, reporting that all the warriors had already gathered around the fire and were awaiting orders. People whispered in fear about the coming of the winter beast, wondering how dangerous this encounter would be. Honey explained that in previous years, predators attacked only in small groups. But this time, the abnormally cold weather forced the entire flock to unite for survival. Jessica and Helen assumed that the animals, driven to the limit by hunger, would launch a desperate assault on the camp, not even fearing fire. Chin frowned, realizing that there were many children and old people in the settlement who would become easy prey if the wolves broke through the defenses. He realized that he could not sit back and wait for the enemy to attack, and he immediately decided to act. The best fighters were ordered to advance towards the enemy in order to intercept him as he approached. At this time, the elder instructed Chief Samba to securely guard the inner perimeter while the main group went into the snowy forest. Shin confidently led Honey, Keita, Rona, and Bakuma, counting on their agility and skill in combat. He hoped that the new steel blades, coupled with their wealth of experience, would help them defeat all the ferocious predators. They moved silently, trying not to scare the pack away prematurely, until Bakuma suddenly pointed his finger towards the dark thickets. The boy followed his gesture and saw something ahead that made all the warriors instantly grip their weapons more comfortably. It was not just the howl of an animal, but the furious roar of a saber-toothed tiger. An incredible scene appeared before the squad's eyes. A pack of saber-toothed tigers and a pack of wolves clashed in a deadly confrontation. Chin and the Lada tribe warriors hid in the thick snow-covered bushes, watching for predators. The grayish-white wolves bared their teeth and growled gutturally, while the tigers salivated in preparation for the pounce. Rona expressed hope that the wolves would be able to rip out the throats of their mighty opponents, and the boy responded with the ancient wisdom that when two enemies fight, the third one benefits. Aruba and Can didn't immediately understand the meaning of these words, but Honey interrupted them, pointing out the beginning of a bloody battle. The two saber-toothed tigers rushed forward with a roar, and the wolves met them with a ferocious onslaught. A pack of ferocious wolves rushes rapidly across a snowy plain. Two saber-toothed tigers roar as they charge towards the predators, engaging in a fierce battle with the superior forces of the wolf pack. One white wolf grabbed the tiger's paw, and another predator immediately jumped on top. The black wolf leader showed incredible valor by killing two tigers in quick succession and engaging the leader of the enemy pack. Bakuma admired the strength of the alpha wolf, who single-handedly confronted the tiger, not yielding to him in anything. However, Can noted that the difference in power between the packs was too great, and the wolves were doomed to defeat. Chin understood that even his own abilities did not give him 100% certainty of the outcome. He realized that any wrong move could cost them all chances of winning this deadly clash. Honey noticed the strange behavior of several wolves in the rear, who did not engage in combat, as if they were guarding something extremely important. Ragna shouted that the wolves were about to be defeated. The boy realized that such an outcome was not beneficial to them. It was important to the tribe that both sides suffer maximum losses, so he ordered Bakuma to support the weakening wolves with bow fire. Several arrows whistled as they pierced the saber-toothed tiger's paws, rendering them immobile. The wolves immediately took advantage of this opportunity and latched onto the wounded enemies, tearing their flesh. Bakuma was amazed by his leader's accuracy, as hitting the beast's limb at such a distance in the strong wind was almost impossible. The battlefield turned into a terrifying spectacle, with numerous animal corpses lying in the center, and the surviving opponents frozen in front of each other, preparing for the final round. Both sides froze in defensive positions, breathing heavily and bleeding in the cold snow. Chin carefully assessed the situation, realizing that the balance of power was finally equal. Ragna, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, quietly remarked how calculating and even frightening their leader could be in his desire to protect the tribe. The saber-toothed tigers, enraged by the arrow wounds they had received, once again filled the forest with a deafening roar. Despite their paws being pierced, the predators made another attempt at an assault, literally scattering the wolf defenders in all directions. Very quickly, they reached a group of wolves standing to the side. At that moment, Honey finally saw what the wolves had been fighting to the death for. Deep in the snowy ravine, huddled close to each other, several tiny wolf cubs were trembling with terror. Their wet eyes were full of silent pleading, and their tiny bodies shook from the piercing wind and fear of the huge cats. The girl does not hide her emotions and begins to worry greatly about the defenseless cubs. Upon seeing the cubs, Chin instantly changed his plan. He gripped the hilt of his new steel sword tighter, and without a second's hesitation, rushed forward, leaving his warriors in complete confusion. Two huge tigers had almost broken through to the den, preparing to sink their fangs into the defenseless flesh of the wolf cubs. There were only a few meters left to the wolf cubs when the huge cat let out a loud roar. The little ones continued to shake with fear and hopelessly tried to hide in the deep snow. The black leader, himself barely able to stand on his feet from numerous wounds, blocked their way, baring his bloody mouth. The tiger rushed at the wounded leader, intending to destroy the wolf with a powerful blow. Despite being seriously wounded, the pack leader continued to resist, taking the crushing blow of the predator's huge paw. Chin, without stopping running, fired his bow, the arrow piercing the thigh of the attacking tiger, but the inertia of his jump was too great. The boy realized that there was no more time for ranged combat. The fate of the wolf's offspring now depended only on the strength of his blade and the speed of his reaction. The tiger's sharp fangs had already closed on the black leader's paw when a spear pierced the air with a sharp whistle. It pierced the predator's head, and the beast fell dead, without even having time to scream. Chin and Honey instantly found themselves in the thick of the fight, swinging their steel swords to cut down the lives of the last surviving tigers. Can proudly pulled out his weapon, a heavy all-metal spear crafted especially for him. Kai noted with satisfaction that the warrior appreciated this gift, since it was impossible to find suitable wood on the island for making flexible, high-quality shafts. Honey also did not hide her delight, demonstrating her twin short swords, which easily cut through the thick skin and flesh of the saber-toothed giants. Chin saw that his men had gained unprecedented confidence, feeling the true power of high-quality metal in their hands. Bakuma pointed to the remaining wolves, who were still baring their teeth in defense of their cubs, and asked if they should finish off the rest of the pack. However, the leader ordered everyone to return to camp immediately so as not to make his fellow tribesmen worry about a long absence. Honey and the others considered this an act of incredible kindness, although the guy himself did not consider his act anything special. Bakuma could not resist and again turned to the master, wanting to understand the true motives of his mercy towards these wild and dangerous creatures. He asked directly whether the boy had rushed into the thick of the battle out of a desire to protect the defenseless wolf cubs. Chin awkwardly replied that his actions were dictated solely by concern for the ecological balance and the preservation of the food chain on the island. He called his warriors truly kind, trying to change the subject and hide his own compassion. Kan jokingly threatened Bakuma that the gods might become angry due to too many questions, causing Aruba and the others to burst into laughter. Chin was thinking in his heart that from a rational point of view, it would be worthwhile to exterminate the entire pack down to the last animal. But he couldn't raise his hand against the little puppies. Deciding to follow his heart, he let fate take its course as the black leader of the wolves watched them from the cliff. The camp gates swung open, and the sentries joyfully announced the return of the great shaman with rich booty. Helen and Jessica immediately ran up to him, asking about his well-being and not hiding their excitement. The guy assured them that everything was fine and showed them the carcasses of the huge predators that the warriors had dragged in on sledges. Jessica, seeing the saber-toothed tigers, jokingly complained that there was not a single living specimen among them. Chin, whose eyes were red from fatigue, asked ironically whether she would dare to approach a living beast if she had the opportunity. He urged everyone not to relax, as this clash was a serious warning for the entire tribe. Wolves and tigers left their usual plains and moved through the dense forest to their camp. Chin warned the tribe that the cold would only intensify, meaning visits from hungry predators would become a constant threat. The guy ordered that the entrances to the camp be completely blocked and that a 24-hour guard be established to protect against sudden attacks by animals. In the following days, life in the community turned into a series of endless sleeps and meals, which left Lana and Aruba feeling idle. Kan jokingly suggested that they engage in a friendly competition, but the warriors refused in horror, instantly losing all their boredom in the face of the stern veteran. The silence of the snowy camp was pierced by Alex's joyful cry, announcing the completion of work on the casting molds. Chan immediately arrived at the workshop, carefully inspected all the prepared parts, and made sure they were fully ready for work. He loudly called upon all his fellow tribesmen to gather together in order to begin carrying out an important and large-scale task. Everyone present felt the seriousness of the moment and a readiness for the upcoming joint work on a great project. Under Chin's watchful eye, the entire workshop came to life. Workers prepared the smelting furnaces and closely monitored his actions. The guy concentrated on assembling complex mechanisms, carefully connecting each part and checking the accuracy of the assembly. Iron boxes were fastened together under his experienced hands, and the units were assembled with impeccable precision and skill. The tribesmen watched the process, amazed by the master's virtuosity and speed of work. Even the most experienced in the workshop could not hide their admiration for the way Chin brought each mechanism to life with his masterful approach. Alex watched the process with delight, realizing the genius of engineering that had gone into this ingenious combination of levers and gears. Jessica explained to those present that the creation of a steam lathe would be a turning point in the story of their survival on this deserted island. Chanya gave the order to begin the launch, and Lana immediately threw dry wood into the firebox, fanning the hot flames. The metal body slowly began to warm up. Chin carefully flicked the control switch, and the internal mechanism began to move. The head of the pipe began to spin rapidly, causing everyone present to cry out in amazement. People had never seen heavy metal move on its own, without the participation of human hands. Qin breathed a sigh of relief. Although he noted that the machine was still working rather roughly, Helen reasonably noted that given their current resources, minor deviations in the operation of the parts were simply inevitable. Alux has urged everyone to stop complaining, saying the machine is perfectly capable of performing its intended purpose. She hauled in a massive log and placed it in the machine, which immediately began turning the rough wood into a perfectly straight and smooth pole. Aruba's eyes lit up with delight, and he compared what he saw to real magic, without understanding the principles of mechanics at all. Alux presented the results of the work to the guy, confirming that the machine was working without a single glitch. Chaya nodded and announced in a low voice that they would now begin the most important stage, the manufacture of gun barrels. The plan turned out to be brilliant. A thin stick was inserted into the center of a bamboo tube. The voids were filled with earth. It was tightly tamped and fired, creating a unique casting mold. Then this clay rod was placed inside another bamboo tube with a cylindrical gap, carefully adjusting it to size. After this, molten steel was poured inside, ensuring that the material evenly filled the entire volume of the mold. The result was a steel tube with a perfectly smooth inner surface, destined to become the barrel of the future gun. To finish polishing the exterior, Qin decided to replace the machine's cutting tool with a diamond one. Helen thought it was incredibly wasteful to use precious stones as simple tools, but the boy replied that one should use whatever was at hand. He recalled that during the rescue operations on the wreckage of the ship, they were lucky enough to find quite a lot of rough diamonds, which would now serve the tribe faithfully. Qin laid the finished barrel and the remaining parts of the trigger mechanism on the table. Two assistants, holding their breath, watched his every move. The guy picked up the finished weapon and confirmed that this particular firearm would become their main secret trump card in the upcoming war with the pirates. Qin explained in detail to everyone present the rather complex loading process. First, gunpowder is poured into the barrel and tightly tamped with a ramrod. Then, an iron bullet is rolled in. When the trigger was pulled, the burning fuse smoothly descended onto the shelf, transferred the flame into the barrel, and started the process of a powerful shot. The boy confidently aimed the gun at the chosen target, feeling the tension of the moment and the responsibility of the first combat test of a new weapon. He fired the first shot. The force of the blow was noticeably enhanced by the blessing of his heavenly patron, which was felt almost physically. The roar of the gunshot echoed throughout the area, clearly showing that the weapon they had created actually worked as intended. At that very moment, a system notification sounded in his mind about receiving 5,000 points for successfully creating his first firearm. The bullet left the barrel with a roar and pierced the target exactly in the center, causing everyone present to shudder from the deafening sound, similar to a clap of thunder. The people rejoiced and did not hide their delight as they watched the fired projectile pierce the thick combat shield with astonishing ease. This visual result clearly demonstrated the power of the weapon, which was tens of times greater than the destructive power of any bow known to them. Can froze in amazement, admitting that his eye didn't even have time to register the moment the bullet left. Samba said thoughtfully that similar weapons were carried by English soldiers who once visited their land. He considered it a great blessing that they had not had to come into open conflict with those foreigners in the past. Qin raised the gun above his head again and announced that now that everyone had seen the creation process and the power of this device, it was time to begin mass production. He ordered everyone to follow Alex's instructions without question in order to produce as many firearms as possible in the shortest possible time. While the young warrior served the food, the boy became immersed in studying the system interface, assessing his accumulated 5,000 points. These points were clearly not enough to purchase a new skill, so he decided to look for useful knowledge in the book section. Qin understood that in the face of a major war, every trick and every prepared measure could be decisive for their survival. He noted with annoyance that the only worthwhile find was the Encyclopedia of Wildlife Traps, which is what he decided to spend his points on. The system instantly confirmed the successful exchange and began downloading the data directly into the carrier's consciousness. Qin understood that guns alone would not be enough to defeat the superior enemy forces, so he immersed himself in designing sophisticated mechanisms that would become a real nightmare for any invader. The firearms production process was in full swing, but the single lathe became a bottleneck, severely limiting the speed at which new barrels could be produced. The people worked themselves to the bone, literally turning into living parts of a huge mechanism, and did not leave the camp territory for a minute. The days merged into an endless series of work, until one day Jessica interrupted the deep thoughts of her leader. She entered the room, noticing that the guy had been sitting motionless for a long time, staring at one point on the drawings. The girl playfully asked if he needed any help, accompanying the question with a sly smile and a clearly ambiguous tone. Her words easily conveyed a transparent hint of very personal and frankly immodest requests that she did not dare voice directly. Chin instantly blushed at her undisguised coquetry, hastening to assure his companion that he was exclusively busy developing defensive lines. Jessica laughed cheerfully, looking at her hero's embarrassment, but immediately became serious, examining the sketches of ingenious traps. The boy explained his strategy to her. As soon as the snow and ice began to melt, the pirates would inevitably try to cross the swamps to catch up with them. He decided not to wait for the enemy at the walls of the fortress, but to defeat them at the approaches. Having heard about such a daring plan, Jessica hugged him with delight. Such passionate displays of affection on the part of Jessica made Chin feel very embarrassed. To change the subject, he asked with concern how Helen and the other girls were getting on with their snowshoe making. Jessica happily announced that this was exactly what she had come for. Almost all the villagers had already gathered in the square to see the tests with their own eyes. Honey was absolutely delighted to discover that she could easily stand on the surface of a deep snowdrift without falling through. Kan explained in a serious tone to the crowd of warriors that this new device was the most important element of their winter equipment. Aruba looked at this with disbelief until Chin explained the science behind it. Snowshoes significantly increase the surface area of support, distributing the body's weight evenly. Thanks to this, a person stops sinking in loose snow, which gives a colossal advantage in maneuverability. He asked solicitously if everyone had had a chance to try out the new product. Aruba was the first to volunteer for a test drive, but as soon as he stepped onto the wooden rims, he immediately sank deep into the snow. The frustrated warrior thought he had accidentally broken a valuable device, but Chin only smiled reassuringly. He explained that the size of snowshoes should be selected individually for each person based on their body weight. Helen confirmed his words, adding that this is precisely why she invited 3 volunteers with different body types to calculate the required proportions. From mid-November onwards, a new task was added to the production of muskets, the mass production of winter equipment. By the scheduled date, all work was completed. The arsenal was replenished with 150 pairs of snowshoes, and in addition, 76 guns were prepared. Chin personally watched as warriors mastered new weapons. Due to shortages of gunpowder and bullets, each soldier was only allowed to fire a few test shots, so the main emphasis in training was on speed and correct reloading. At the end of November, the moment of farewell arrived. Helen and the other women saw off the detachment on a dangerous expedition. Helen thoughtfully asked what to prepare for his triumphant return. Jessica, as always, turned everything into a joke, promising to throw a truly grand feast in honor of the victory. The guy hugged both girls tightly, promising to return safe and sound, after which the men of the tribe set out on their journey, Chin walking ahead, intently calculating the time frame. According to his calculations, by the beginning of December, the ice in the swamps should have completely strengthened, which will untie the hands of the pirates. He was confident that the clash would take place no later than 10 days later, and that this battle would be decisive for their future. After long hours of grueling marching through deep snow, the squad finally reached the edge of a dense ancient forest that would become their first line of defense. Chin carefully analyzed the abnormal situation. While everything around the abandoned island was covered in ice, this swamp remained frighteningly hot and humid. Kan confirmed that the area had always been like this, regardless of the season, making it an ideal natural barrier. The guy ordered everyone to rest a little before starting to set up camp in half an hour. In sub-zero temperatures, simple fires were almost useless, so the first priority was to build windproof and warm shelters. The detachment began to fell trees, choosing dry areas to set up tents. The construction of the dwellings was extremely simple, a wooden frame covered with the skins of wild animals. In total, 11 tents had to be erected, each one comfortably accommodating 3 people. As soon as dusk fell, Chin gathered the warriors to assign tasks for the following day. He instructed Kan to take 10 fighters and prepare a series of deep pit traps. Ragnar was tasked with harvesting timber, but with one important caveat: The felling sites had to be far from the traps and scattered so as not to leave obvious traces. Chin himself decided to lead the remaining group to set up hidden crossbows and forest traps. Before dispersing to their tents, he sternly warned everyone to exercise extreme caution and to immediately signal with an arrow in case of danger. The next morning, Chin was already deep in the forest, assessing the dense foliage and thick undergrowth that were perfect for hiding his deadly mechanisms. The location was simply perfect for installing hidden crossbows, and having found a suitable position, Chin gathered the warriors around him to demonstrate the technology. He explained that the first step was to securely fasten the bow body to two buried piles using a strong crossbeam. The guy especially emphasized that the slightest shaking of the structure would absorb all the energy of the shot, making the trap practically useless. In the second stage, 3 wide wooden planks are installed in the center. The taut bowstring is secured with a special wooden block with a perfectly flat groove for a smooth descent. The third step required extreme concentration. It was necessary to pull a thin tripwire under the decking to the opposite side and secure it, preventing the mechanism from being accidentally triggered. At the very end, Chin placed the arrow on the guides, reminding everyone that this action is always performed last for the safety of the warriors themselves. One of the tribesmen asked doubtfully whether such a simple-looking design would be enough to defeat the enemy. Instead of answering, the guy decided to conduct a test and threw a heavy stone towards the taut string. As soon as the stone touched the tripwire, a sharp click was heard. The arrow instantly pierced the intended target with incredible force. Upon seeing the result, the people burst into cries of delight, amazed at the power and effectiveness of this hidden weapon. Chin strictly instructed each warrior to make sure they fully understood the operating principle, as they would have to set dozens of such traps themselves. The Lada tribesmen were already busy setting up traps in the places indicated by Chin, while the Kan group was busily digging deep holes. And the people, under Lana's leadership, sharpened stakes to strengthen the defensive lines. All work on preparing the area proceeded strictly according to plan. But on the other side of the swamp, the atmosphere was completely different. One of the pirates furiously waved away the insects, cursing everything in the world, and wondering where mosquitoes had come from in this damn place in the middle of winter. His comrades only grinned mockingly, making crude jokes. One of the robbers laughingly suggested that the poor fellow simply forgot to dry himself after visiting the latrine. The object of ridicule became enraged, and the noise and shouting woke up the leader, named Lar, who ran out of his tent cursing. He furiously attacked his subordinates, calling them watchdogs who bark without even smelling a bone. Lar felt extremely unwell, irritated by the humid climate, the stupid subordinates, and the uncertainty that awaited them in the depths of this mysterious island. Lar continued to grumble, cursing his lot. The damn swamp was teeming with insects, and because of the terrible humidity, all the blankets in the tents were soaked through. Suddenly it dawned on him, and he shouted at the top of his voice to his subordinates to run immediately to the captain with a report. The main news of the day was that the toxic fog had cleared, opening the way into the interior of the island. Soon, Lar's squad appeared before Manson, who at first could not believe his ears. Hearing that the fog had cleared that morning, the captain grinned contentedly, instantly realizing how fortunate the circumstances had been for him. Without hiding his satisfaction, he generously rewarded the messengers with several gold coins, encouraging them for their timely and important news. Manson immediately gave the entire crew clear orders to prepare to leave at dawn, without allowing the slightest delay or hesitation. There was only one obsessive goal in his thoughts: to get to the legendary fountain of eternal youth as quickly as possible. A small bird nestled comfortably in a snow hole, enjoying the rare peace on a cold winter morning. A piece of melted snow suddenly fell from the roof of the building, its fall instantly frightening the little guest. Kan was the first to emerge from their temporary shelter and signaled to the others that it was safe outside. The villagers began to carefully emerge from their homes, grateful for the fresh air, though Lan admitted it was surprisingly warm inside. Kan explained to his fellow tribesmen that it was all about the physical properties of snow, which is an extremely poor conductor of heat. In response to the warriors' curious questions, he patiently explained that snow has excellent insulating qualities. Chin continued to explain that due to the extremely low temperature outside, the snow blocks do not melt from the internal heat of the bodies, creating a reliable barrier. Bakuma and Bokama, meanwhile, began arguing about what the shaman meant when he spoke of heat inside the body, recalling his own experiences during a fever. Chin felt growing anxiety, because a direct confrontation with the superior forces of the Vikings would be tantamount to suicide. The only chance for salvation was to take advantage of the terrain and systematically destroy the enemy with traps. Only when the invaders' forces are exhausted and significantly reduced will it be possible to deliver a decisive blow. At the same time, the first group of pirates appeared in the vastness of the ominous swamp, slowly moving through the viscous quagmire. Lar, with obvious apprehension, asked his comrades whether the legendary monster about which so many frightening rumors were circulating would suddenly appear. His fears were rudely cut short, and he was sharply ordered to remain silent and not to bring trouble upon himself with careless words. As soon as the bandits noticed the edge of solid ground, their joy literally knew no bounds, and the tension eased. Some people fell to their knees, thanking the Holy Fathers for deliverance from the exhausting and deadly quagmire. They were sincerely convinced that after the fog disappeared, the monster had disappeared forever, and that only easy prey, as well as the long-awaited fountain of eternal youth, lay ahead of them. The condor circled high in the sky, vigilantly tracking every movement of the pirate vanguard. Meanwhile, in the tribe's hideout, Lada Ohama anxiously asked whether the invaders had really managed to cross the swamp unharmed and where the giant python had disappeared to. Chin only smiled bitterly. He had hoped until the very end that the relic monster would deal with the enemies instead of them. However, the harsh reality reminded us that snakes are cold-blooded creatures, and despite the humid warmth of the swamp, the general drop in temperature forced the monster into a deep hibernation. The guy firmly declared that this was even for the best. He unfolded the map and pointed to the point where the pirates had set up their camp, after which he began to discuss the details of the daring night raid. The plan was crystal clear. Under cover of darkness, stealthily approach the enemy positions and deliver a crushing blow with the new rifles. Kin emphasized that as soon as the ammunition runs out, the squad must immediately retreat to the pre-prepared traps. When Samba asked about the start time of the operation, the guy replied that the pirates were currently on maximum alert. He ordered everyone to gather their strength and get a good night's sleep, so that he could strike just when fatigue and a false sense of security had finally overcome the invaders. Meanwhile, despondency reigned in the pirate camp. The bandits complained about the terrible cold and jokingly suggested to each other to go to the captain and ask him to remove the guards. Larawabu offered a bet of 120 gold coins to anyone who dared to contradict Manson, but no one was willing to risk their lives. Langa carefully studied the enemy positions, counting about 30 sentries. He expressed concern that the dense trees might interfere with accurate shooting, which would cause them to give themselves away prematurely. Noticing a slight tremor in his leader's hands, the experienced warrior realized that this was the boy's first real battle of this scale. To defuse the situation, Langa said with a smile that he completely trusted his master's wisdom and was ready to attack wherever he indicated. Chin appreciated his comrade's loyalty and, suppressing his excitement, ordered everyone to take up positions and wait for his signal. The pirates continued to passionately argue over gold around the fire, shouting loudly over each other, when one of them suddenly noticed a strange light slowly approaching from the forest. He tried to warn the others, pointing towards the light and insisting that it was not a reflection of the flame or a figment of his imagination. However, his words were initially taken as a cheap trick and a ploy, with which he allegedly wanted to avoid the inevitable loss of the argument. A moment later, a bamboo tube with a burning wick flew straight into the center of the camp. There was a deafening explosion, scattering the fire and turning the quiet night into chaos. The pirates ran out of their tents in panic, disoriented and half-dressed, wondering in horror whether it was a lightning strike or the wrath of the Thunderer himself. The pirate camp turned into a blazing inferno in a matter of seconds. The robbers rushed between the burning tents, not understanding where death came from. In this chaos, Chin, clutching his new gun, made a strong-willed decision. He knew that either he would pull the trigger or his people would be wiped off the face of the earth. Taking aim at the loudest pirate, the boy pulled the trigger. A thunderous bang tore through the night silence, and lead pierced the enemy's chest. He didn't have time to comprehend what had happened, continuing to shout orders and give instructions as if the situation was still under his complete control. Only the next moment did his voice break off as his body collapsed into the cold snow, cutting off the chain of command mid-sentence. The remaining pirates stood frozen in stupor, shocked by the sudden and inexplicable death of their comrade. Bullets one after another mowed down the invaders, who screamed in horror about the curse of demons and the wrath of the gods. One of the bandits, choking on blood, tried to find salvation in a tent, shrilly calling for help, but Chin knew no mercy. He finished off the enemy in cold blood, declaring that it was not magic, but the steel of their tribe that carried out justice. While the enemies died in ignorance, Suming, maintaining an icy calm, analyzed the situation. The mortally wounded pirate reached out to him in horror and asked him to save him. The shots continued, and splashes of scarlet blood flew onto the captain's tent. Suming confidently stated that it was neither a punishment from God nor a curse from the devil. Their people were simply struck by an iron ball. Looking at the pellets, the pirate captain noticed that most of the injured members of the squad had fallen to the east. After this, he stated decisively that this meant that the enemy was in the west. The enemy determined the direction of the attack. Chin did not want to risk people and ordered to immediately change firearms to bows, so as not to waste precious seconds on reloading. While the pirates were in a state of shock, the tribe's warriors used them as living targets, methodically reducing the number of invaders. However, the element of surprise quickly wore off when the pirate leader discovered the squad's position and rallied his men to counterattack. The young man notices a group of pirates moving towards them and informs his men that their position has been exposed. Suming tries to cheer up his people by claiming that these are not ghosts or divine punishment, and then places a reward of 1,000 gold coins on the native's head. The thirst for profit turned frightened pirates into crazed fanatics, ready to run into arrows for the sake of riches. Chin realized that their captain was not only a fierce warrior, but also an extremely cunning strategist, and he gave the order to retreat according to the plan. It turned out that the leader was not in the main tent at the time of the explosion, and he had prepared in advance for a possible ambush. While Chin and the captain were exchanging the first swift blows, the battle raged around them, and the warriors showered the pirates with a dense and deadly hail of arrows without stopping. The shooters acted in a coordinated and calm manner, not giving the enemy a single chance to catch their breath. The bandits began to scatter in panic in different directions, suffering losses under the accurate fire of the defenders. A rapid flight into the depths of the forest began, which was in fact part of a cunning plan. The tribe's warriors, led by Bakuma, covered the retreat, trying to wound the pursuers in the legs in order to slow down their progress as much as possible. At this time, Chin and Kan joined forces to hold back the enemy captain's onslaught. The guy quickly realized that he had underestimated the enemy's power. Despite the fact that Kan was considered the strongest among his own, the enemy successfully resisted the two of them alone without losing his advantage. It was decided to act according to the situation. One had to provide cover while the other maneuvered. Chin attempted a tactical retreat, which only drew ridicule from the enemy, who took this maneuver for cowardice and an attempt to save himself at the cost of a comrade's life. The enemy continued to mockingly urge the fugitive on, demonstrating complete superiority in speed and strength. A sharp attempt to attack from above also brought no success. The experienced pirate easily figured out this maneuver, stating that he had seen similar tricks hundreds of times in his life. Chin commands Kan to distract the enemy while he prepares to launch another attack. The young man comes from the left flank and tries to strike from above. However, the captain immediately notices this trick, and a smug smile appears on his face. Kan tries to distract the enemy with sharp attacks, but the captain does not fall for these tricks. Even a coordinated attack could not penetrate his defense. Kan does not let up the pressure and tries to pierce the enemy with a spear. Manson wields his battle axes with skill, effectively parrying all blows. After a while, the captain intercepts Kan's spear and redirects the energy of the blow against Chin. The spear resonates and strikes the young man, sending him flying. Standing over his fallen opponent, the enemy smugly offered to use any remaining tricks, promising that another chance would not present itself. At that moment, it became completely clear why his fellow tribesmen were so afraid of this man. His strength seemed beyond measure and almost supernatural. However, the situation was changed by the bright flash of a signal flare that lit up the night sky. In the distance, a new clash began. Where ordinary pirates were already struggling to fight off the organized onslaught of warriors, the leader ordered his men to retreat immediately. Suming orders his men to continue the pursuit and not allow the natives to escape under any circumstances. Manson peers into the darkness and realizes that the main enemy force is in that direction. Chin and Kan look at each other silently for a moment, then begin to act in sync. Acting as a single mechanism, they use the captain's momentary hesitation to break the distance. Chin asks his comrade to run as fast as possible and not to fall behind under any circumstances. The enraged leader immediately rushes in pursuit, shouting loudly that it is very impolite to leave without saying goodbye. Even in this situation, Chin doesn't lose his sense of humor. He declares that he will apologize to the captain, and at that moment throws a homemade bomb at him. Following the first bomb, the guy threw another bomb right at the feet of his pursuer. There was a powerful explosion that threw the pirate captain aside. Although the experienced enemy contemptuously considered these techniques to be nothing more than pathetic tricks, he still had to stop abruptly. The captain had to fend off a sudden and dense hail of arrows that came down from the darkness. While the captain dealt with the threat, a small group of the island's defenders managed to retreat to a safe distance. Chin even allowed himself a cheeky taunt towards the enraged pursuer, calling it his second gift. Manson cast a stern glance at the retreating men and was about to take cruel revenge. The enraged captain, driven by bloodlust and anger, rushed forward, dragging the thugs along with him, who without hesitation rushed in pursuit. The pirates raced so fast and furiously that it seemed they were literally on the fugitives' heels. Bakuma reported anxiously about the enemy's approach, but the squad leader remained icy calm. Everything went according to his plan. He ordered the warriors to maintain a strictly defined distance, not to let the pirates capture them, but also not to disappear from sight, so that the excitement of the chase would not fade. Manson loudly curses at his subordinates and orders them not to lose sight of the natives under any circumstances. The positions of the main group of defenders were already visible on the horizon. Honey reports the enemy's approach and orders everyone to get ready. Chin gave his final orders as he ran, reminding them that the first trap that went off would make the rest of the pirates 10 times more careful, meaning they had no room for error. The Chin squad began to quickly disperse through the dense forest, acting in a coordinated and confident manner, as if every move had been rehearsed in advance. The plan worked. The captain of the invaders, blinded by rage, chose the leader of the tribe as his main target. Chin understood that only thanks to his incredible speed could he lead this monster after him, because for any other warrior, such a chase would have ended in instant death. Having reached the place where grueling work had been going on for several days, the guy braked sharply and turned around. The decisive moment of truth had arrived for all his engineering research. The pursuer, deciding that his prey was finally cornered, only laughed smugly, anticipating the end of the cat-and-mouse game. However, his self-confidence played a cruel joke on him. As soon as he took a step forward, a hidden mechanism was triggered, and a hail of arrows fell on him from all sides. The pirate captain did not have time to react in time and took the brunt of the blow. The remaining pirates following him were also hit by a huge number of arrows. Suddenly, the remaining bandits noticed a native standing in the middle of the clearing. Filled with rage, they instantly rushed at the warrior, threatening to tear off his head. The next moment, a group of robbers fell into a well-camouflaged pit. Can walked to the edge of the pit and noted with satisfaction that the wooden stakes had worked flawlessly. The bodies of the pirates who fell to the bottom of the pit were pierced through with sharpened wooden stakes. Those who were lucky enough to stay on the edge of the cliff begged for help. Bakuma didn't give them a chance. Methodically shooting the survivors, Can watched with pride as the fruits of their collective labor turned the formidable invaders into helpless victims. But the jubilation was premature. To Chin's horror, the enemy captain showed superhuman reflexes, and it turned out that even a dozen arrows fired could not cause him any serious harm. Watching this from his hiding place, the boy realized that he was facing an opponent whose senses bordered on divine foresight. It became clear that traps were not enough, and the only way out was to lure the enemy leader to the site of the tribe's main ambush in order to try to finish him off with a joint effort. At this time, Manson carefully studied the design of hidden mechanisms. He quickly realized the scale of the threat. The natives had prepared the area in advance, and in the first skirmish alone, he lost 50 men. Realizing that walking blindly through a jungle filled with traps was suicide, the captain made an unexpectedly cautious decision. A signal horn blared over the forest, calling the pirates to an immediate retreat. Chin was surprised by such a rapid change in tactics, because the unexpected change in the course of events made him think about the enemy's hidden capabilities. He hoped that greed would force the enemy to chase them to the very end, gradually losing people in the green hell of traps. However, Manson's discipline and caution forced the guy to change all his calculations on the fly. Plans to lure the remnants of the fleet to a final ambush point failed, as the pirates chose to withdraw and regroup. Night fell on the jungle, and shadows of warriors in a state of extreme readiness flickered in the dense undergrowth. Suddenly, Samba jumped out to the main squad, calling on his men not to open fire. He confirmed that the pursuit had stopped and no one was following him. The news that the pirates had retreated after a strange sound signal caused mixed feelings among the island's defenders. On the one hand, they got a respite. On the other, Chin understood that now the enemy would become many times more dangerous and would no longer fall for simple tricks. Samba confirmed that after the strange whistle the chase stopped and the pirates retreated in an organized manner. The remaining groups, led by Chin, soon returned to the gathering place. While the island's defenders were assessing the situation, a real drama was unfolding in the invaders' camp. Many wounded robbers begged for salvation, and the ship's doctor furiously ordered them to shut up in order to conserve their remaining strength. Manson approached the wounded with a gloomy face, inquiring about the condition of his dear subordinates. The doctor's report was not encouraging. Most were seriously injured, and even those who could be patched up were unlikely to survive the harsh winter. The captain, not tolerating any objections, ordered in an icy tone that everything possible be done to save every soldier. However, behind this feigned concern lurked a bloody intent, carefully disguised as ostentatious goodwill and soft words. Leaving Lar in charge of the doctor, Manson prepared to head back to the main camp. As he left, the pirate captain turned around once more and asked the ship's doctor if he understood everything. After which, Manson ordered all unwounded soldiers to follow him. One of the wounded newcomers, touched by the captain's kindness, began to shower him with gratitude, unaware of his fate. Lar, an experienced and cynical pirate, only became angry at such naivety. He understood the true meaning of the order. The captain didn't need a burden on a winter campaign, so that the unfortunate man wouldn't make a fuss. The doctor clamped his hand tightly over his mouth and cold-bloodedly plunged a knife straight into his heart. In a quiet voice, he told the dead man that he was awaited in Valhalla, where there would be neither fear nor pain, and where eternal peace and glory worthy of a true warrior would open up ahead. Under cover of night, the pirates' camp began a secret purge of their own ranks of those who could not continue on their way. The doctor cold-bloodedly completed the massacre of the wounded, promising them peace with the Holy Father on the riverbank. Lar sternly warned the other witnesses, ordering them to forget what they had seen forever. At the same time, in the deep basement, Chin was trying to stop the trembling in his hands by drinking some water. His strength was running out, but he had to take stock. Samba reported that in his area the traps had destroyed about 7 or 8 enemies. Then Khan took the floor, confirming that in his direction the result was the same. Chin was the first to break the silence. Calculating the total losses of the enemy, they managed to destroy almost half of the total number of invaders. Ver noted that the enemy is now aware of the presence of traps in the forest and will act more cautiously, meaning it will be extremely difficult to use the same tricks again. However, the tribe's leader had already come up with a different plan, not to destroy the enemy immediately, but to methodically wear down and gradually weaken his forces. The strategy remained the same, to wage guerrilla warfare and lure anyone who dared to pursue into pre-prepared kill zones. Chin's words caused a mixture of surprise and alarm among those present. Honey turned to him with concern, seeing his exhausted state. The guy whispered that he was fine, just a little tired, and ordered everyone to get a good rest before tomorrow's actions. When Honey tried to object, Samba gently placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head slightly, clearly indicating that now was not the time for arguing. At this time, in the pirate camp, the survivors were busy clearing the area of the corpses of their comrades, and rude orders were heard to carry the bodies as far away as possible and bury them. In the midst of this grim work, a loud voice was heard. Manson gave a new order. Everyone who survived this night would receive a reward of 100 gold coins. In response to this announcement, joyful cries broke out one after another in the camp. Suming entered the tent with a dissatisfied expression and stood in front of the captain. He questioned the need to hand out such huge sums to these worthless idlers. Manson responded with absolute calm. After the death of so many people, the seeds of fear had settled in the hearts of those who remained, and they needed a serious incentive. Suming expressed great surprise at the plans to cross the snow-covered fields, while Manson thoughtfully examined the bullet he was clutching in his hand. Suming suggested that this was some kind of previously unseen weapon, but emphasized one important detail. It clearly does not have a long firing range. Otherwise, the savages would not have had to get so close to the camp. Manson agreed that the open space of the snowfields would be a dangerous test for them. Chin was in the grip of a terrible nightmare in which he kept muttering unintelligible words. The voice in his head grew more and more furious, accusing him of committing murder. Unable to withstand the pressure, Chin screamed, justifying his actions by the need for survival. At that moment, a withered skeleton appeared before his eyes and called him to the underworld. A sudden loud sound made Chin jerk awake, his face deathly pale and his thoughts confused. Coming to his senses, he saw Eluba in front of him, who was confusedly pressing his hand to his cheek, which was red from a recent slap. Kan sternly scolded the boy for violating the prohibition to disturb the great shaman Iluba through tears, justified himself by saying that he saw the master talking to himself. At this time, crows appeared in the sky, receiving fresh intelligence. Chin immediately gathered his squad and ordered everyone to follow him. Soon they came to a clearing where thin wisps of black smoke still swirled in the air, indicating that a group of people had recently camped there. Based on his experience, Kan carefully examined the land and came to the conclusion that the strangers had left this place quite recently. Honey noted that the squad was heading towards the open plains, which greatly alarmed Samba, as they had no traps set up in that area. Chin was deep in thought, analyzing what he saw, and he was alarmed by the fact that the traces were left too clearly and neatly. He reasoned that fugitives trying to escape would certainly try to cover their tracks, and these prints looked as if they had been left intentionally as a distraction. Having made his decision, he ordered Bakuma and Ohama to accompany him while the others were to remain in ambush. From the shelter of the forest thicket, Chin, along with Bakuma and Ohama, carefully observed the situation. He ordered his companions to move forward for reconnaissance. Their main task was to lure out the enemy, after which, regardless of the success of the maneuver, they were to immediately retreat. Meanwhile, Chin raised his binoculars and directed his gaze at Manson, while Manson himself suddenly felt a strange presence and looked around. He warned his assistant that small mice were following them closely. In response to his companion's surprised question about the whereabouts of his pursuers, Manson, emitting a deadly and oppressive aura, explained that he felt someone's gaze on him. The formidable warrior added that an invisible enemy was watching their every move, and this did not bode well for them. His premonition did not deceive him. Soon one of the crew members screamed furiously, noticing the damned natives. At a considerable distance, Bakuma and Ohama had already drawn their bowstrings, preparing for battle. A hail of arrows flew towards the pirates, forcing them to immediately raise their shields for protection. Calling to each other, the sea robbers urged their comrades to be careful with the archers, while noting that there were only 2 attackers. A commanding voice came from the depths of the formation, calling on them not to give in to fear and to attack, but Manson immediately sharply reined in the fighters, ordering everyone to stop and return to their positions. He demanded that his subordinates strengthen their defenses and maintain their original formation, moving forward strictly on his command. Chin, who had been observing the pirates' movements from above, concluded that the enemy had figured out their tactics and that further attempts to lure them out were pointless. Meanwhile, the pirate squad moved further and further. Manson looked around in surprise, amazed that such a vast snowfield stretched out on the island. Chin's group reached their destination. Bakuma, watching the enemy from afar, noticed that the pirates arrived right on time, although their speed was significantly slower than their own. Chin, keeping a straight face and keeping his hands in his pockets, explained that the enemy could not move faster because of the heavy load. At this time, Willow, holding a bowl of food in his hands, dubiously asked the guy if it was safe to make a fire and cook food like that openly. Chin only laughed confidently in response, assuring his companion that the pirates were like frightened birds now and would not dare to take any rash actions. Samba expressed doubt, pointing out that there was absolutely nowhere to hide on the snowy field, and they would be noticed in an instant. Chin chuckled and began drawing a strategic map on the ground. He explained that the enemy's position in the center of the snowfield seemed safe only as long as they had provisions. Once food supplies are depleted, they will inevitably have to send small groups into the mountains to hunt, at which point the squad will only have to patiently wait for their prey, hiding in the dense forests at the heights. It got dark very quickly, and a bright moon rose over the endless snowy field. The order was given in the pirate camp to remain vigilant throughout the night. It was reported from the tent that after recounting the provisions, there was only enough food left for 1 month. Manson, sitting calmly in his chair, replied that this time was quite enough. He ordered that the team be told to get a good rest. Suming asked with bewilderment whether this meant complete inaction. Manson continued to wipe his horn and explained that the natives had probably prepared in advance and set up many traps in the thicket. Suming suddenly realized the seriousness of their situation and came to the conclusion that their only way out was to completely exterminate the natives. Manson confirmed with an ominous look that their opponents were extremely cunning and had probably foreseen such a development. He understood that the forest dwellers would not take any risks. At the same time, lively and joyful voices began to sound in the main camp, calling everyone to go outside as the sun had finally come out. Jessica, turning her face to the sun's rays, happily noted the beauty of this day. Helen softly agreed with her. Looking at the sky, Helen thought with hope that more than 15 days had passed since Chin and his squad had left, and she really wanted to know how they were doing. A sudden blow to the head made her cry out in surprise and pain. Turning around, she saw Jessica and the children enthusiastically playing snowballs. Her friend cheerfully invited her to join the fun. Her voice was filled with lightness, joy, and a sincere desire to share a moment of happiness. Helen tried to shyly refuse, but Jessica, without listening to objections, pulled her along, urging her to throw away unnecessary worries and just have fun. Clutching a snowball in her hand, Helen thoughtfully asked if Jessica wasn't at all worried about the fate of Chin and the other men. She only cheerfully replied that she saw no reason to worry, and asked if Helen really doubted the abilities of their leader. The girl's eyes sparkled, and she hastened to assure him that she completely believed in him. Helen finally put all her worries aside and agreed to join the game. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Aruba was completely absorbed in his own work, completely oblivious to Khan's growing irritation. He was making a snow figure with a silly but sweet smile, and pointing to the result of his work, asked Ratna if she saw any similarities between her and this snowman. Unable to bear such frivolity, Khan destroyed the snow figure with one blow, which seriously frightened and upset Aruba. He began to sternly scold the boy, reminding him that a warrior had no right to such relaxation and was obliged to always remain vigilant. Aruba, barely holding back tears, pointed resentfully at the headman, who at that moment was himself playing with the snow with childish delight. The leader joyfully called on everyone around him to drop what they were doing and play with him. The rest of the squad merely exchanged meaningful glances, feeling awkward at the behavior of their leader. Chin at one point admitted that the pirates had not made a single move in the past 7 days, causing his men to become completely uneasy. However, the silence was broken by the voice of Bakuma, who was observing from afar and reported the beginning of movement in the enemy camp. The pirates quickly began to gather into small groups when one of their leaders loudly announced that each member of the hunting party would receive 20 gold coins. He particularly emphasized that the reward would be paid regardless of whether the people returned with the loot or failed in this risky undertaking. At the mere mention of gold, the mercenaries' eyes instantly lit up with a greedy gleam, and a feeling of excitement and greedy impatience could be felt in the crowd. The red-haired man, his arms crossed over his chest, watched this with undisguised glee, noting how funny it was to see people rushing so desperately towards their own death. Suming doubted the plan's success, but Manson noted that if the natives remained passive, the pirates would simply quietly replenish their provisions. Observing through a telescope, Chin recorded the division of the pirate army into 4 small groups. Assessing the situation, he joyfully exclaimed that 15 men in each group was the ideal number to silently and completely destroy the enemy. He immediately ordered his fellow tribesmen to prepare for battle. The pirates, having gone deeper into the thicket, began to complain about the oppressive silence of the forest, in which not even the singing of birds could be heard. One of them rudely ordered the others to be quiet and look around more carefully, hoping to catch at least a few snow rabbits. The older crew members discussed the veterans' strange behavior in hushed tones, wondering why they weren't trying to snatch such a tasty morsel of loot. One of the pirates objected that those old foxes had probably accumulated a lot of treasure during their time on the ship, but as soon as he uttered the word money, an arrow pierced his neck. The Chin squad instantly surrounded the invaders. The pirates huddled together in panic, shouting warnings about the natives' attack. One of the sailors frantically grabbed the signal horn, intending to immediately notify the captain. However, before he could make a sound, Honey's sharp blade cut his throat with a clean blow, after which the girl resolutely rushed towards the crowd of surrounded opponents. Chin loudly commanded to finish off the enemies as quickly as possible, without giving them a chance to escape. Khan rushed into the attack, cutting down 2 opponents with his spear on the move. Following him, Samba and Willow demonstrated their power, quickly dealing with several more enemies. The archers, led by Bakuma and Ohama, were not willing to give in to their valor and demonstrated virtuoso shooting skills, hitting their targets without missing. When the battle died down, the fighters began to remove the bodies from the clearing. Aruba, who was watching Khan bury the dead, remarked that it would be better if more pirates came. Khan's face darkened, and he sternly explained that if the enemy had been outnumbered, they would not have been able to destroy them all at once. Ratna, who had come up from behind, reasonably noted that if their comrades did not return to camp for a long time, the pirates would suspect something was wrong. At this point, Chin joined the conversation, explaining that even if the enemy figured out what had happened, it would no longer matter, since by that time the squad would have managed to safely take cover. Chin reasoned that the enemy had only two options left: either abandon the plan and return by the same route, or try to break through the encirclement in a suicidal attack. Whatever option they chose, Chin planned to use guerrilla warfare tactics, wearing down the enemy with constant attacks and relying on preset traps. He emphasized that if they managed to destroy the remaining 3 squads, the number of pirates would be reduced by 50%, and then even in an open conflict they would have nothing to fear. Suddenly, a loud sound, the source of which was difficult to determine, cut through the silence, causing the group to immediately become alert. People looked around in panic, trying to figure out where the calling sound of the horn was coming from and whether they had been discovered. It soon became clear that the sound was coming from far away, and then a second horn echoed from a neighboring mountain. Chin immediately sensed something was wrong and decided to test his suspicions. Using his unique ability to communicate with animals, he telepathically contacted the eagle and ordered it to conduct an immediate reconnaissance mission. Having received information from his faithful companion, Chin was alarmed to think that the enemy troops were just a decoy designed to pinpoint their location. Meanwhile, in the pirate camp, Manson noted with visible pleasure that only 3 of the 4 groups responded to the signal. He ordered a change of course. Jubilant that the victim had been hooked, the captain ordered music to be played, preparing for the beginning of the bloody feast. The sailors, clutching copper trumpets in their hands, shouted out their confirmation in unison and, taking a deep breath, blew their horns with all their might. Chin quickly shouted to his men to leave immediately, realizing that their position had been exposed. When the echo of the trumpets reached the detachment, people began to cover their ears with their hands in horror, screaming from unbearable pain. They complained that the sound was literally splitting their heads from the inside. Chin himself also suffered from the unbearable noise and realized with bitterness that even pressing his palms tightly to his ears did not bring relief. Suddenly he noticed something truly frightening. His face turned pale. Realizing the true nature of the impending danger, he froze in place, realizing that further events could be fatal. In complete horror, he ordered everyone to run away without looking back, his voice filled with panic, despair, and a desire to save at least some of the people from the imminent danger. Chin's body was gripped by an inexplicable fear and a powerful pressure as the snow-covered mountain peak cracked with a roar and a colossal mass of ice and snow rushed down. People rushed towards Chin in panic, shouting warnings of an impending avalanche and calling for protection for the great shaman. Chin glanced at the approaching mass of snow and, quickly regaining his composure, began feverishly calculating his chances of salvation. He understood that the initial speed of an avalanche was between 20 and 30 meters per second. But as it fell, it could increase to 97 meters per second. Such power was far more terrifying than a Category 17 typhoon, and even the speed of a cheetah would not have allowed them to escape the elements. Realizing that simply running away was impossible, he frantically searched for another way out. A sudden thought struck his mind. Chin rushed toward the nearest tree, simultaneously signaling to Kan and Aruba. Gathering all his strength, he brought the axe down on the trunk, dealing one powerful blow after another. At this time, the rest of the group had already run up to him and started helping. Pointing upward, Chin ordered everyone to immediately climb the tree. By the time the last man had climbed onto the branches, the avalanche had reached their position. The snowflow swept away everything in its path, crushing centuries-old trees and leaving nothing alive. Chin grabbed the trunk with a death grip and warned the others that the hard part was about to begin. A huge mass of snow, like a ferocious beast, struck the tree. Under this incredible pressure, the trunk could not withstand it and collapsed. Chin kept shouting at his men not to let go of their hands under any circumstances. The fallen tree turned into something like a giant snowboard, which picked up the entire group and carried them down along with the flow of snow. Struggling to stay on the slippery surface, Chin thought with relief that their plan had worked. as the avalanche caused the tree to fall in the exact direction he had aimed his axe blows. Having luckily found themselves on the surface of the rushing snow stream, the squad did not have time to rejoice at their salvation, as Honey pointed forward in horror. Chin followed her gesture and was confused. Dangerous obstacles awaited them ahead. He thought angrily that now all they could do was hope for luck. The avalanche grew faster and more ferocious, turning into an uncontrollable force of nature. Chin again warned his men that there was a strong shaking ahead and ordered them to hold on with all their strength, protecting themselves from the blows. The snowmass, like a furious tornado, rushed forward with a deafening roar, sweeping away everything in its path. Realizing the inevitability of the blow, Chin loudly and clearly commanded everyone to immediately duck and cover their heads tightly with their hands. At this time, Manson watched the avalanche with undisguised admiration. Stroking his beard, he arrogantly noted that this spectacle never ceased to amaze him with its beauty. Meanwhile, the sailors who had managed to return to camp collapsed to the ground in exhaustion and reported their arrival to the captain. Manson didn't show much joy, but casually tossed them a bag of coins, calling it a well-deserved reward for their efforts. While his subordinates were thanking him, the captain's face took on a gloomy expression, and he announced that it was now time to start collecting provisions for the gala banquet. The avalanche went down, and the young people began to slowly climb out of the huge snowdrifts. One of the warriors instantly rushed to the guy, asking the Almighty if everything was okay with him. Chin immediately warned the boy in a loud voice and ordered him to stop and not move in the fresh snow. But it was too late. The warrior instantly fell into a huge void located inside the snowdrifts. Shan began to explain to the others that the snow after an avalanche was soft and unstable, so everyone needed to be careful. After which the guy gave the order to quickly check himself and his friends to find out if anyone had any injuries. One person from the squad was unconscious and one was injured. It is impossible to remain safe and sound in such a huge avalanche, and this situation is much better than expected. At that moment, one of the hunters loudly informed Chin that his comrade had disappeared. The boy realized he was caught in an avalanche and replied that they had to find him as quickly as possible. At this moment, the lookout informed Chin that the nearest detachment of Vikings was approaching them very quickly. Chin was surprised by this quick movement. The guy thinks that it seems like they wanted to use an avalanche from the very beginning. He immediately gives the order to the leader to take all the people and leave here first. Chin himself, along with his loyal warriors, decided to stay behind to find his missing tribesmen. Suddenly, Honey asked the young man to turn around, stating that there was serious danger. She instantly pulled out a knife and shielded the great shaman, urging him to be careful. A ferocious pack of wolves appeared before the squad. The black and white predators froze in fighting stances, ready to pounce on the people at any moment. Chin immediately recognized the same pack of black wolves they had encountered before, and bitterly noted to himself that misfortune never comes alone. Suddenly he noticed that the animals had surrounded a motionless body lying in the snow. It was the missing Willow, and Chin was confused by what he saw, trying to figure out the true intentions of the predators. Surprisingly, the wolves were not very aggressive and performed strange manipulations on the wounded man. Without wasting a second, Kan called for immediate follow-up in order to rescue his comrade. The warrior, full of determination, promised to take on the black wolves, but as soon as they were ready to pounce, Chin abruptly commanded them to stop. This left Honey extremely confused, but the great shaman ignored her confusion. He kept his gaze fixed on the grinning leader of the pack, ready to repel a sudden attack from the beast at any moment. The black wolf was also in no hurry to act, and silently watched the young man. Deep snow hid everything around, and the pirates began to grumble, doubting that they would be able to find the bodies of the natives buried under the avalanche. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries noticed something suspicious, and pointing his finger into the distance, excitedly shouted that he had discovered traces of blood. Manson, appreciating the find, generously threw the bandit a few coins, which caused him to burst into delight and a stream of gratitude. After examining the crimson spots on the snow, the captain came to the conclusion that these were the tracks of a wolf pack. Suming, who came up next, assumed that the predators had already managed to drag away the bodies of the dead. With grim determination, Manson led his men along the bloody trail. At the same time, a sleigh pulled by a pack of wolves was racing across the snowy plain. Kan anxiously inquired about his comrade's condition, to which Chin, who was sitting behind him, hastened to reassure him. He explained that although Willow had many wounds on his body, they were all superficial and did not pose a threat to life, meaning that the warrior would definitely come to his senses after rest. Honey, who was nearby, noted with admiration the power of the great shaman, who was able to summon wild animals to his service. Chin only smiled modestly in response, admitting that it was not his merit. The wolves simply came to repay with kindness for the service they had previously rendered. Ratna remarked that this rescue was a direct result of the great shaman's kindness, and Honey warmly supported this idea. Suddenly, Kan's joyful cry alerted everyone to their arrival at a safe place. There were two warriors lying on the floor, both looking extremely exhausted and having difficulty catching their breath. While the detachment was settling in, the chieftain drew a sad conclusion. Along with Willow, 5 of his fellow tribesmen had completely lost their fighting ability, and now only 27 people remained in the ranks. Kan lamented the incredibly unfortunate set of circumstances that led to his encounter with the avalanche, but Chin abruptly cut him off. He explained that it was not a matter of luck at all, as the disaster was deliberately caused by pirates. Kan, perplexed, suggested that the enemies were using earth spirit magic, but the great shaman shook his head, explaining that the cause was the deafening sound. Chinna began to explain the intricacies of the enemy's strategy with keen interest, explaining that the key to the solution was again sound, reminding everyone of the 3 huge pipes. Ratna was the first to realize the scale of the enemy's plan and added that the 4 pirate squads served only as live bait. Ohama exclaimed in amazement that she now understood the enemy's calculations. 15 people in a group was exactly the number that would require the forces of their entire tribe to destroy. Honey didn't hide her anger, clenching her fists painfully in outrage that the enemy would so cold-bloodedly use their own allies as bait. Samba expressed serious concern, but Chin calmly interrupted his doubts, noting that the situation had changed radically. He added mysteriously that now it was unlikely that anyone would expect a threat from those who were already considered dead. At the foot of the mountain there was a dense pine forest, where Manson and his subordinates suddenly stopped in front of a multitude of tracks heading in different directions. Manson announced that a reward of 200 gold coins would be offered for each body found, and for the capture of that special young man, the lucky person would receive a whole 1,000. Hearing about the fabulous sums, the pirates went into a frenzy and with a howl like wolves, rushed into the depths of the forest. One of the mercenaries was anticipating easy money, but his comrade sarcastically remarked that the true value lay not in gold, but in the secret of immortality, which the forest dwellers kept. Suddenly, one of the robbers noticed something ahead and signaled to the others. A gray-haired old man appeared before them, surrounded by a ferocious pack of hungry wolves. Blinded by greed, the pirates rushed towards it as if they had discovered a gold mine, dreaming of getting both the reward and the magical source. However, as soon as they ran closer, the ground opened up under their feet. Several people died instantly after falling into a pit studded with sharp stakes, and a desperate cry echoed through the forest that they were trapped. The same old man, whom the pirates had already considered dead, suddenly appeared before them alive, instilling in them a primal horror. The bandits panicked when they realized that the natives had survived and began to desperately shout out warnings of an ambush, trying to alert others. However, they were so absorbed in their own fear that they did not notice 2 warriors who appeared right behind them. Before the mercenaries could do anything, their pursuers suddenly pushed them into the pit onto sharp stakes. The chieftain walked to the edge of the huge pit trap and made sure that the scout squad was dead. Even during the first stop after the encounter with the wolves, the squad discussed this maneuver in detail. Ratna expressed doubt that dividing into multiple groups would work, fearing that the pirates would figure out the trick. Chine explained to his fellow tribesmen the essence of his plan. In the eyes of the enemy, they were already dead, and the wolf tracks left everywhere only convinced the pirates that the predators had carried off their bodies. In such conditions, the enemy loses vigilance and does not even think about the possibility of encountering new traps. The signal to begin action should have been the cry of an eagle. One cry from the bird meant that the pirates had split into small detachments, and a double signal would serve as an order for immediate retreat in case of failure. According to calculations, the enemy army was supposed to split into 12 small groups, each of which would number no more than 7 or 8 people. Chin explained that the enemy forces would move along 4 main routes, and the plan was to capture all the intersections of the trails and gradually destroy the enemy piecemeal. Chin emphasized that the decisive factor would be the time factor and the timely deprivation of the enemy's signal horns. Since even without a complete route, it was important to reduce the number of invaders as much as possible. On the second route, Ratna and his men moved into position, wondering how the others were doing. Meanwhile, on the third route, a bloody scene unfolded. The last surviving pirate desperately fought off 2 snow wolves, while his comrades had already fallen victim to traps. The pirate furiously screamed terrible curses and called the wolves surrounding him vile and damned creatures. The next moment, he suddenly experienced unbearable and piercing pain. Honey crept up on the pirate and stabbed him in the back with a precise blow. On the fourth route, a hail of sharp arrows mercilessly and swiftly mowed down the ranks of the advancing enemy. 2 pirates tried to escape, but arrows caught them, piercing their heads. As they died, they could not understand how the dead natives had managed to suddenly rise from their graves. The invaders, driven mad by terror, could not understand how these ghosts were giving them such a fierce and crushing rebuff. Having completed his mission, the condor flew to the great shaman and reported the situation to him. Kuyin noted with satisfaction that the first stage had gone flawlessly. All the pirates had been destroyed at short distances, and the tribesmen's detachments had already moved to new positions. The plan continued to develop strictly according to schedule, and now the guy placed all his hopes on his faithful brothers in arms. Looking at the huge wolf in front of him, he suddenly became extremely serious, realizing the full responsibility of the moment. Chin understood that their main and most dangerous opponents were already very close. On the second route, the pirates continued their rapid onslaught. Chin, who was sitting on the ground, confirmed that, according to the information from the eagle, this was the path along which the pirate captain was moving. He asked Kan, who had already encountered this enemy, whether their traps would work on him. The warrior honestly admitted that the captain was a truly frightening opponent. He can either instantly figure out any trick or emerge unscathed from even the most dangerous trap. Chin agreed with this assessment. Having risen to his feet, the guy commanded to prepare to meet the guests. He noted that the enemy was moving too quickly. Both warriors froze in their fighting stances. Kan, worried about the great shaman, quietly asked him to retreat when threatened, but Chin abruptly cut off these thoughts, confidently declaring that victory would be theirs. At that moment, a crowd of armed mercenaries, having discovered the natives, rushed out of the forest with shouts. Captain Manson looked at the 2 warriors with obvious suspicion, genuinely surprised that these people had managed to survive the devastating avalanche. He began to seriously doubt, admitting the idea that these fighters were not at all in the dangerous mountains at that fateful moment. At that moment, the young man grinned and pointed his finger at the pirates' feet. One by one, the pirates began to fall into a deep hole lined with sharpened stakes, which the natives had prepared in advance. To avoid dying himself, Manson calmly threw his falling comrade aside. He successfully escaped the trap, sacrificing the lives of his comrades to save himself. Having got out, he saw that 2 opponents were already rapidly approaching him. The captain frowned, realizing that the defenders had been deliberately waiting for him here and had set traps, and that the tracks scattered everywhere were just a ruse to divide his squad. Manson pulled a signal horn from behind his back, deciding that he had to immediately gather the rest of the men. However, Chin and Kan did not give him a second to breathe and rushed into the attack. Manson was forced to put away the forge and grab the axe with both hands, throwing the attackers back with a powerful swing to have any chance of escape. Clutching 2 axes in his hands, he furiously rushed at Chin and Kan, promising to send them to the next world first. Chin tried to stall for time by inviting the enemy to sit down and have a peaceful conversation, hoping to wait for the rest of his tribesmen to arrive. However, the captain did not fall for the trick and coldly replied that he was not used to negotiating with the dead. Meanwhile, on the third route, other members of the tribe were engaged in an equally fierce battle. Suming, overcome with anxiety, could not believe that the natives had survived such a devastating avalanche, and he realized that if the battle dragged on, his men would be completely surrounded. With a furious and deafening cry, he swung his heavy weapon, desperately trying to break through the strong barrier that Honey had put up. Immediately after this, the warrior began to run, sincerely hoping to join his main and loyal forces as soon as possible. Honey quickly recovered from her momentary surprise and immediately gave chase, urging her enemy not to even dream of an easy escape. The action shifted back to the duel with the captain. Manson unleashed a powerful blow on Chin, forcing him to fall to his knees. The great shaman's shoulder was hit, and he, pale with pain, struggled to hold back the enemy's onslaught. The captain's strength was incredibly great. Kan immediately rushed to the rescue with a spear in his hands. Manson looked at his opponents without a shadow of pity, noticing the strange peculiarity of the young man. Despite his excellent fighting skills and speed, his physical strength was extremely weak. Despite this, the captain had to constantly repel their joint-coordinated attacks. A sinister grin appeared on Manson's face as he raised both axes high, aiming straight at Chin. Chin was shocked that the enemy completely ignored Can's attack, determined to destroy him at all costs. Manson's face took on a frightening expression, as if he didn't care at all about his own survival. He put all his power into a blow that crashed onto Chin's sword, knocking him off balance. The young man attempted to block an attack that was beyond his physical capabilities, after which he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Can rushed at the captain in a rage with a spear, calling on the spirit of the earth to take the enemy's soul. Manson turned sharply at the last moment to avoid his opponent's sudden and fatal blow. The tip of the spear sank deep into his shoulder, causing the pirate to howl in pain. Can was amazed by his incredible agility. Even in such a critical situation, the captain managed to avoid instant death. Spitting out blood, Manson continued to smile madly. Raising his axe, he said that he had caught his opponent. Can, with the last of his strength, jerked his long spear towards himself, trying to tear the weapon from the enemy's tenacious hands. The captain let out a heart-rending cry with all his might and gripped the shaft of his spear tightly. Manson then lunged forward and raised the heavy axe above his head for a crushing blow. At that very moment, the brave warrior received a crushing blow from a heavy axe, which almost knocked him off his feet. Despite the excruciating and sharp pain, Can tried to maintain his balance, realizing that any hesitation in this furious battle would cost him his own life. He fell to his knees, seriously wounded, and the captain, triumphant, declared that victory was his. Clutching his wound, Manson picked up his weapon and moved towards Chin. Can screamed with the last of his strength, warning the great shaman of the danger. Chin realized with bitterness that of the two of them, the captain had unerringly chosen the physically weaker opponent as his target. Manson, despite his wounds, moved decisively towards the youth with an axe, intending to end this protracted standoff. The guy realized that if help didn't come now, he would be in very bad shape. Suddenly, a wolf jumped out of the dense thicket and furiously attacked the captain. Manson turned around in panic, crying out in pain as fangs and claws struck him. Taking advantage of this confusion, Chin instantly rushed forward and blocked the opponent's legs. Can, gathering the last of his strength, grabbed the pirate tightly, completely depriving him of the ability to move. Chin shouted a command to the wolf, urging him to deliver the finishing blow. Horror appeared on the captain's face, and he screamed in fear and began calling for help. Suming was nearby and immediately rushed to his commander's aid. Honey, who was nearby at that moment, very quickly caught up with the captain's assistant and plunged her blade into his back. Manson, watching this scene, loudly shouted a drawn-out word, "No." Seeing his close comrade wounded, Manson seemed to gain incredible strength. He violently pushed Chin and Can away from him, ordering them to get out immediately. In a panic, he rushed towards Suming, trying to pick him up. He managed to whisper only a few last words, after which he closed his eyes forever and stopped breathing. Manson's face instantly darkened with unbearable grief as he realized the irreparable bitterness of this loss. He slowly lowered the lifeless body onto the cold snow, feeling only a ringing and frightening emptiness inside. Despite his grievous wounds, Chin found the strength to step forward and ask Honey why she was there and if the rest of the pirates were finished. Manson, his face contorted with rage, growled that he would make a coffin out of their bones to bury his brother. Chin realized that the situation was becoming critical as his strength was running out. The three defenders, clutching their weapons, simultaneously rushed into the attack, but the pirate captain fell into a berserk state. Honey barely had time to swing her blade before she received a crushing kick to the stomach, causing her to vomit blood, followed by a heavy punch to the face, after which the captain delivered a powerful blow to the guy's face, which sent him flying. Can tried to intervene, but Manson threw him away with a powerful kick. The warrior was not even able to touch his opponent. The pirate picked up his weapon and slowly moved towards the people lying on the ground. Chin felt completely powerless before this primal power, born from grief and thirst for revenge. Can desperately screamed for Honey to cover the great shaman and help him escape. Honey, overcoming the pain, prayed for Chin to be saved immediately. But a strange calm appeared on the young man's face, covered with abrasions. He looked at Manson intently, as if he was carefully studying the man's every move. The captain only grinned triumphantly in response, declaring that he was still in the game and did not intend to stop until the last drop of their blood was spilled. Chin, after hearing the threats, suddenly suggested discussing one detail before they continued the fight. He pointed out that in the forest conditions, any wound could lead to a dangerous infection. At that moment, a shadow flashed in the sky and the bird quickly dived towards Manson. The captain, hearing the young man's proposal, only burst out laughing and replied that there was no point in wasting time on futile attempts to delay the inevitable. He promised that he would not let them die too quickly, and with a sharp, precise swing of the axe, he knocked the bird down in mid-air. She collapsed to the ground right in front of Chin, while Manson, as if nothing had happened, continued his tirade, declaring that only the slow and painful death of his enemies could ease the pain in his heart. Chin, maintaining his composure, noted that it would be very difficult for the captain to fulfill such a wish. Suddenly, a growing noise came from the forest, which made Manson wary. The main detachment of the tribe arrived, and seeing the wounded great shaman, the warriors rushed to help with shouts. Chin added calmly that now the captain would have to face more than 20 warriors and a pack of 30 wild wolves. He ironically suggested that Manson use his horn and call for backup so that the duel would be truly fair. Manson paused for a moment, then suddenly gripped the forge so hard that it shattered, the shards cutting deep into his palm and sending blood gushing out onto the snow. The captain admitted that Chin was as cunning as a fox. Chin responded with a triumphant smile. He noted that he always considered movie villains who lose because of their talkativeness to be stupid. But now he understands them, because feeling superior to such absolute evil as these pirates is incredibly pleasant. Manson angrily asked what these words about movie villains even meant, but then immediately brought the axe down on the young man. Luckily, Gianna managed to put up his massive shield in time and completely block the enemy's crushing blow. Manson laughed back with a wild expression, cursing at Chin and reminding him that this was a battlefield, not a social gathering. He took a step back, sarcastically remarking that it was not gentlemanly for 20 warriors to attack one. But Chin pointed his sword and replied that he had sawdust in his head. This was war. After some time, the entire ground around was strewn with corpses and covered in pools of blood. Manson's figure reappeared in the center of the carnage, his body covered with countless new scars. He was breathing heavily and admitted that he had noticed one strange thing. Chin was strikingly different from the forest dwellers, and was convinced that this was the secret bestowed by the fountain of eternal youth. Manson, completely out of his mind with rage, swung his axe one last time, shouting that victory would still be his. Chin looked at him calmly and noted with irony that even true connoisseurs recognize good music, so he was ready to admit his victory in this fight. At that very moment, dozens of arrows pierced the captain's body. It was an accurate and fatal volley. Manson's face was contorted with unbearable pain, and his last furious cry was a curse directed at the lying boy whom he had promised to meet in the underworld. As night fell, the survivors gathered around a brightly burning fire. Aruba's joyful cry informed everyone that the great shaman had finally come to his senses. The boy lay with his head on Honey's lap, his gaze still clouded by a long sleep. Chin, barely opening his eyes, immediately asked how long he had been unconscious, to which Honey replied that a full day had already passed since then. He sat up abruptly, amazed that he had slept for so long when it seemed to him that only a few hours had passed. His whole body ached, and he realized that this was the severe consequences of overusing his magical abilities. Ohama immediately approached him, urging him not to make any sudden movements as the wounds had just been treated and could easily reopen. Every movement was a great effort for Chin, and he had to lean on the trunk of a spreading tree just to stay on his feet. He thanked his fellow tribesmen for their concern and urged them to go and rest, since the wounds of everyone in this detachment were no worse than his own. Seeing his inflexibility, the warriors fell silent, and only Ohama urged everyone not to disturb the great shaman anymore, adding that if he needed anything, he would definitely call them. In another part of the forest, people silently carried down heavy logs, piling them onto funeral pyres to give a dignified send-off to those who had sacrificed themselves in the battle with the pirates. Chin, sitting under the old tree, replayed in his head again and again all the tragic events of the last few days. He was acutely aware of how brutal and incredibly bloody this protracted and grueling war had been. The image of the pirate captain, who had been brutally pierced by many sharp arrows, came back to his mind. One after another, clear images of past, extremely bloody battles appeared before my eyes. The pirate's loud voice was clearly audible, promising to definitely meet the young man in the underworld. At some point, he pressed his palm tightly to the fresh bandage and, breathing heavily and intermittently, felt a leaden heaviness throughout his body, depriving him of the ability to move. He was painfully wondering whether this terrible state was caused by the serious injury he had received or by the complete exhaustion of his vital forces. He heard snippets of conversation, warriors discussing whether to burn the bodies of the fallen wolves. Everyone unanimously decided that the predators had fought like true heroes and deserved the same honor. Suddenly, Chin felt a presence in the branches above him. The boy asked Bakuma the names of his 3 dead tribesmen. Bakuma jumped to the ground, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, and admitted that he was amazed at the shaman's insight. He tried to lighten the mood by noticing how beautiful and quiet it was around, to which Chin replied with a slight grin that in such deep darkness it couldn't be otherwise. Bakuma only smiled bitterly in response, at a loss for words, after which Chin changed the subject and sympathetically asked about his own wounds. Bakuma carefully raised his bandaged hand and replied that it would take a long time to heal, adding that the most important thing was that the great shaman remained alive. Then Bakuma told Chin the sad news he had learned from Dina, that a warrior named Bu had thrown himself into an icy lake in a desperate fight along with 2 pirates and died. He admitted that there were some extremely cautious people among the pirates, and when one group was about to uncover an ambush, the warrior sacrificed himself without hesitation by setting off the traps. After the massacre ended, the survivors were so exhausted and wounded that they were unable to immediately collect the bodies of the fallen. Within 24 hours, they were completely hidden by deep snow, and only thanks to the keen sense of smell of the wolf pack were the heroes found. Chin said sadly that they were all great warriors worthy of eternal memory. At that moment, one of the tribesmen ran up to them, calling the great shaman to the burial place. Bakuma wanted to help his friend up, but Chin politely refused, deciding to walk on his own. He slowly approached the high funeral pyre, where all the surviving defenders of the forest were already waiting for him in mournful silence. Samba stepped forward and handed Chin a flaming torch to perform the last rites. Chaya took the torch, slowly walked towards the funeral pyre and brought the fire to the dry branches. The flames roared up into the night sky, brightly illuminating everything around with their fierce and hot light. Far up on the mountaintop, a pack of wild wolves, seeing this distant light, began to howl long and mournfully. The wild predators seemed to be saying goodbye to their fallen brothers, filling the night air with the sounds of true sorrow. Chin stood silently by the fire, looking up as the sounds of the wolf pack gradually faded into the deep darkness of these forests. As soon as the ceremonial part ended, the sorrow gave way to boisterous joy. People began to sing and dance, celebrating the victory over the invaders. They rejoiced because such a small detachment managed to crush an entire army of pirates, and they gave thanks to the god of witches for patronage. Chin was puzzled by the sudden change in mood, not understanding how one could go from mourning to joy so quickly. Samba, noticing this, asked if this was the first time he had seen his comrades die. The chief smiled and explained that in their tribe there was no concept of death or sacrifice, as fallen warriors simply turned into bright stars. After which the man carefully took the young man's hand in his hand. He raised the boy's hand to the night sky, saying that if he held the starlight tightly in his palm, he could feel their presence. He then placed Chin's hand on his chest, adding that from now on, departed friends would always live in the deepest place of the human soul. Both warriors froze, pressing their hands to their hearts in a sign of eternal memory. The night flew by unnoticed, and the sunny morning of the next day arrived. At this time, at the camp, Jessica and Helen were having a rather lively breakfast, discussing their further plans for the day. Helen listened to stories about mysterious magic with undisguised surprise, unable to imagine what it was capable of. Suddenly, the girl fell silent and turned sharply to the window, feeling something inexplicable and alarming in the air. Jessica placed her hand on Helen's shoulder and confidently said that it was time for them to move out to meet Chin and the others. Helen flinched in surprise, but Jessica only smiled happily, realizing that her friend also sensed the return of the heroes. The entire camp gathered at the entrance in tense and agonizing anticipation, holding their breath and peering into the distance. Only when a detachment led by the great shaman appeared on the horizon did a wave of relief and restrained jubilation sweep through the camp. Chin walked slowly at the head of the group, maintaining complete silence. Ailu, along with the children and Helen, raced to meet them, shouting greetings. Chin, tired but happy, looked around at everyone and quietly said that they were finally home. The camp immediately began to bustle with activity. Healthy people helped the wounded, changed bandages, and treated wounds. In the silence of the cave, Jessica began to carefully remove the old bandages from Chin's body while Helen prepared hot water. The young man awkwardly apologized for his appearance and smell, noting that he had not washed for many days, and thanked the girls for their patience. Jessica, blushing slightly, replied that everything was fine, but warned that many of the bandages had dried to the skin and the procedure would be extremely painful. Chin only nodded briefly, allowing them to begin. When the fabric began to separate from the wounds, he clenched his teeth painfully, and sweat began to stream down his face. Jessica immediately called Helen to bring a hot towel and applied it to the young man's body. She explained that the moist heat should soften the dried blood and make the process easier. Chin, trying to hide his embarrassment, asked her to warn him when she reached the last layer of fabric so that he could gather his courage. Jessica gently replied that she would remove the blindfold on the count of 10, but as soon as she said one, she abruptly yanked the fabric. The sudden and sharp pain made Chin's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, and he screamed, unable to contain the torment. Jessica, with a radiant smile, explained that it was better to endure one sharp blow than to prolong the suffering for a long time. Helen, looking at his condition, was extremely worried and even shouted at her friend, but she only calmly began to collect the bandages. She began to gently wipe Chin's body with a hot towel, causing him to finally feel the relief he had been waiting for. In response to her sympathetic question about the pain, the guy kindly replied that everything was fine now. The girl remained silent, and the young man repeated that he was indeed fine, after which Chin instantly fell into a long and prolonged sleep. When the girls emerged from the cave, Jessica immediately noticed a strange, unusually tense expression that flashed across her friend's face. This fleeting change did not escape her notice and gave rise to a vague feeling of alarm. At that very moment, Helen hugged her tightly and burst into tears, unable to contain the overwhelming feelings that had washed over her after the fear and anxious anticipation she had experienced. Through her sobs, she repeated again and again how immensely happy she was that he had managed to return alive. 2 days later, the entire tribe gathered at the foot of the ancient tree, where the bones of their ancestors had rested for centuries. In deep silence, Chin raised the ritual bowl high and made the final offering. With a sharp movement, the young man threw the cup at the base of the altar. The vessel fell directly into the numerous bones of sacrificed ritual animals and shattered into small pieces with a loud ringing sound. All present closed their eyes and pressed their hands to their hearts, paying tribute to the heroes who fell in this brutal battle. The young man remained silent for a while, deep in thought. Chin said quietly that their souls had finally reunited with the spirit of the great land. After these words, he raised his gaze to the endless sky, and for the first time in a long time, a truly bright smile shone on his face. Chin felt like an eternity had passed since all these events began. Suddenly, Helen came up from behind, a barely noticeable smile playing on her lips. Chin turned around and admitted that it all felt like a long dream, adding with relief that now they could finally get to work on building the ship in complete peace. However, Jessica hastened to cool his ardor, reminding him of one strange incident. A few days ago, Eric, who was on patrol, noticed tracks of a wolf pack near the camp. Hearing this, Chin immediately became serious and was surprised to suggest that the animals could have followed them all the way home. The girls unanimously demanded an explanation, and the young man had to tell them in detail about the events that took place in the forest. As the story became clear, Jessica's eyes sparkled with delight, and she admitted that she really wanted to see this legendary black wolf with her own eyes. Helen, on the other hand, was cautious, wanting to make sure the predators did not pose a threat to the camp. Chin reassured his friends with a confident smile, confirming that now that the pirates were gone, there were no more external dangers. The camp had plenty of provisions and materials, but the harsh winter and numerous wounds among the soldiers prevented full-fledged work. In the following days, Chin focused entirely on recuperating, his daily routine consisting of eating and sleeping, and it was undoubtedly the most peaceful time. Jessica walked briskly through the camp, reassuring those around her that there was no reason to worry. She reminded them that the settlement was now securely protected by fortress walls. Helen, walking alongside, admitted that she was very worried about Chin's behavior. Now he only goes outside for meals and short walks. Jessica assumed that he had suffered a severe shock and offered to console him with her friend, but before she could finish speaking, the door in front of them creaked and opened. Chin came out to meet them, making the girls freeze in surprise. Helen called out his name happily, hoping that his mood had finally improved. However, the young man's face showed absolutely no emotion. Lowering his voice, he announced that he intended to leave the camp for a short time. Helen asked in confusion if he was really going to go out into the darkness because of a wolf pack. Chin calmly confirmed her guess, while Helen was about to call the other warriors for help. But Chin stopped her with a sharp gesture, declaring that he could handle it himself. Jessica, sensing her state, gently placed her hand on her shoulder, urging her to give Chin the opportunity to spend this time alone in silence. A piercing, icy wind howled under the night sky, swirling thick snowflakes in the air, as the young man rode Hampy, struggling through the deep snowdrifts. Gusts of cold continually hit his face, and Chin was forced to cover his eyes with his hand in order to see anything. Noticing the vague shadows flickering behind the trees, he chuckled to himself. Helen still sent people to follow him. Helen believed that in his current state, going outside the camp alone would be pure suicide, and therefore she was very worried about the boy. Sensing that his faithful companion Hampy was becoming nervous, Chin gently stroked his fur, urging him to calm down. Suddenly, a mysterious ghostly screen appeared in front of him, and the young man touched its surface. His slender fingers barely touched the system screen, on which a mysterious object appeared. The mark of enslavement of the beast was worth a lot. He understood that if he managed to subdue the black wolf, then he would effectively become the master of the entire pack. With such support, he would be able to rule this island undividedly. A picture of triumph was already being painted in his imagination. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the night darkness, where dozens of attentive eyes glowed in the gloom. The young man caught himself thinking that he was starting to feel uneasy. A black wolf emerged majestically from the shadows, followed by his snow-white brethren. Hampy, sensing the beasts, tensed up and began to growl threateningly, but Chin immediately made a hand signal, calling him to calm down. He quietly whispered that only his own people were here, and therefore there was absolutely no need to worry so much. The boy continued to reassure the bear, stating that the pack would not harm them. With a quick movement of his knife, the young man cut the bonds on the boar carcass he had brought with him and threw it to the predators. The wolves instantly pounced on their prey. Chin gave the black leader a barely noticeable smile and thanked him for his invaluable help in the past battle. He was already reaching for the beast enslavement seal when suddenly a system notification popped up before his eyes. The text stated that the seal could not be used on a wild black wolf until it was completely tamed, a news that almost made Chin choke. He put the useless artifact away with annoyance, feeling deeply disappointed, and in his heart he bitterly lamented the wasted 15,000 points. Deciding to leave this idea until better times, he crossed his legs and sat down on the cold snow directly opposite the leader, turning to the beast with a sincere request for help. Meanwhile, the warriors, who had been following him closely, hid behind the powerful root of an old tree and were engaged in a lively conversation. They watched with undisguised amazement as the great shaman conducted a mysterious conversation with the predator, and vainly wondered what exactly this strange dialogue was about. Gianna, having completely forgotten about the secret surveillance mission, couldn't resist making a caustic comment and jokingly suggested going and asking the shaman about everything directly. Suddenly and completely unexpectedly, Chin appeared right next to them and in an icy tone asked the warriors, caught off guard, what exactly they were doing there. The tribesmen clumsily made excuses and came up with ridiculous reasons for their appearance, although it was clear to everyone that they were secretly following the boy out of genuine concern for his safety. Immediately after this, the natives started a lively squabble among themselves, trying to find someone to blame for this awkward situation. Chin watched this chaos with a kind smile, after which he peacefully declared that past grievances were unimportant, and since they had met, they could all return to their home camp together. That same night, Chin explained to everyone in detail the details of his grand plan and organized the corresponding work for each tribesman. Over the next 2 days, the camp was once again filled with joyful excitement as people began to build durable sleds and reliable towing ropes en masse. The pack consisted of about 30 wolves, and taking into account all the calculations of draft force, exactly 4 wolves were required for one sled. 3 days later, a sharp and completely unfamiliar sound came from a small window of the hut, which was repeated again and again. The children looked in fascination at the strange object in Chin's hands. One of the kids curiously asked what this new magical instrument was, and Chin, with slight surprise, asked if their tribe really didn't know about bone whistles or flutes. As his three little helpers shook their heads in unison, the young man realized with helplessness that the Lada tribe was far more technologically backward than he had expected. As he spoke, a clear diagram of the device appeared in his mind, and he explained that the object was called a bamboo whistle and that it was incredibly easy to make. All you need to do is select a suitable bamboo tube and carefully cut a small, inclined hole in it to allow air to pass through. Chin not only demonstrated the entire simple assembly process, but also patiently explained to his listeners the physical principle of operation of this instrument. Chin continued to enthusiastically talk about the device and capabilities of the whistle, when Helen's ringing voice, coming from the doorway, suddenly interrupted his speech. She excitedly shouted that a huge pack of wolves was already rapidly approaching the camp, and this sight was truly impressive and frightening. Jessica exclaimed enthusiastically that wild wolves looked incredibly cool, and Helen, standing nearby, admitted that she had never seen a completely black animal in these parts before. Upon hearing this, Jessica explained the basics of genetics in detail, noting that such a deep black color occurs due to a rare mutation that occurs when gray wolves are crossed with domestic dogs. Helen's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked with obvious doubt whether other people and domestic dogs had ever really lived on this abandoned island. Meanwhile, Chin, clutching the leather harness tightly in his hands, humbly dropped to one knee before the majestic black leader. He persistently coaxed the beast, pointing out that the other wolves were already obediently harnessed. But before he could finish his sentence, the leader threw snow into his face with a powerful paw. After this daring act, the beast proudly turned around and headed away. But a sudden strange noise ahead made the wolf instantly become wary and freeze in place. At that very moment, a group of children ran out from behind the trees with cheerful laughter, holding in their hands a beautiful wreath, skillfully woven from fragrant forest herbs and rare winter flowers. They formed a tight ring around the majestic beast, and before it could even react, placed a flower wreath directly on its head. Helen approached Chin, who was completely absorbed in checking the sled's fastenings, and asked sympathetically how much precious time their dangerous journey would take. The young man confidently replied that thanks to the help of the wolf pack, they would save a lot of time and should return in 2 days at most. Jessica asked him to be very careful. With the azure sky stretching above and a cold wind howling, Chin gave the order to begin the expedition. The sleigh took off and rushed forward, Aruba shouting loudly that this was the most exciting adventure in his life. However, unlike her sincerely cheerful comrades, Honey felt an increasingly growing and oppressive anxiety with each passing minute. Chin sat in the sleigh, calmly crossing his legs, and peered intently into the endless snowy distance, trying to anticipate any possible threats. His gaze suddenly became wary as the squad passed the place where the frozen bodies of the fallen pirates still lay in the snow. The grim image forced him to focus, reminding him that mortal danger could lurk even in complete silence. Suddenly, the ghost of Manson with his unchanging grin appeared before the young man's mind's eye. The pirate seemed to be mocking him, reminding him that he would have to answer for every murder in the underworld. Chin just chuckled to himself, remembering the ancient wisdom that if one only puts down a bloody knife, one can instantly attain enlightenment and become a Buddha. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but make an obscene gesture at the pirates, to which Honey reacted with surprise. Her concern surprised Chin, who explained that he looked extremely exhausted. At that moment, the surface of the lake appeared ahead, and the young man joyfully exclaimed that they had finally reached their destination. Stopping at the very edge of the water, Chin became confused. He clearly remembered the stories about how the fog over the swamps only clears with the change of seasons. Can was quick to clarify the situation, noting that winter is usually no exception, and the fog never disappears for more than 3 days. However, this time they encountered an anomaly. Gianna confirmed that the clear sky had been holding for at least 10 days, and the veil should have returned long ago. Honey suggested that there was some hidden pattern they weren't aware of. Perhaps a long period of time when the fog cleared every few years. Chin silently considered what he had heard, realizing that Honey's arguments made sense, since the Lada tribe had been living on this island for just over 3 years and might not yet have learned all of its whims. However, Chin understood that there was no point in guessing about the reasons for this natural phenomenon now. The most important thing was to reach the pirate camp before the sun disappeared behind the horizon. He encouraged the squad, reminding them that if they did not want to spend the night in the open air in the piercing wind, they should pick up their pace. Under normal circumstances, the Chin group would never have been able to reach their goal in a single daylight hour. But thanks to the powerful wolves, any obstacle became surmountable. The squad arrived at the pirate lair during the day, even earlier than Chin himself had expected. But this did not mean that it was time for rest. Everyone immediately began setting up tents. The reason why people refused to occupy the pirates' already completed buildings was simple: the Lada tribe's hatred of the invaders. In the gathering darkness, Chin gave a clear order. All supplies found were to be immediately sorted into categories and not dumped in one pile. Chin looked into the distance. He was sure that such a cautious man as the pirate captain would have chosen for himself the most inconspicuous and nondescript tent in the entire camp. Chin chuckled, thinking about the pirate captain's logic. He understood that after the night attack, he had probably changed tactics and made his home the most noticeable, acting in reverse. The young man's gaze lingered on the huge and luxurious tent, whose majestic dimensions immediately attracted his attention. He stepped inside without the slightest hesitation, relying entirely on the call of his own intuition. Seeing a heavy wooden box there, Chin knew he had hit the nail on the head. When the lid of the box was thrown back, a dull golden glow burst out from inside. At the sight of the mountains of gold, silver, and precious stones, Chin could not help but exclaim in admiration, noting that the captain's fortune was quite impressive. He even compared the value of this find with his long-standing goal of 100 million. However, the next moment he carelessly threw the handful of jewelry back into the drawer, and suddenly, among the glitter of stones, his attention was drawn to a folded paper. Chan unfolded it, wondering if there was a treasure map hidden in front of him, but the contents turned out to be completely different. Lines from a personal diary appeared before his eyes. The author was indignant at why his father obediently followed Fred, a leader who was as cowardly as a mouse. The diary's author made no secret of his ambitions. He despised the barren lands Fred led them to and longed to seize power on the ship. Chin smiled. The young man was amused by the Viking who kept his diary. The captain's young brother declares that the baby makes him sick because it is like a stone in a black pit, just as hard, crumpled, and just as disgusting. At this moment, the child in the crib continued to scream loudly. The diary went on to describe how today was a memorable day, because after more than a month of sailing, although they had not reached rich lands, they had met people from there. Apparently, these people came from the west, where pirates had not been before. Their appearance was strikingly different: light, delicate skin, and especially plump figures of the women. The pirate was most worried about the ship. It was very huge, and compared to his boat, it was like a child and an adult. While reading the diary, Chin remembered that according to historical records, the first Viking invasion of the West occurred at the end of the 8th century. The pirate then described his joy, because he really did have a map on which this secret fountain of youth was marked. The road south was long, and fortunately he had made sufficient preparations before setting out. But even so, within 1 month he had lost over 100 men. The diary mentioned a Leviathan monster, and although the pirate had not seen it in its entirety, it did not match the description in the legends. The collision with it brought heavy losses to the fleet. Almost half of the crew died. The captain was excited about the test before receiving the Fountain of Youth. After traveling hundreds of miles, the pirates arrived on the island several months ahead of schedule, the land appearing out of nowhere, as if proving its magic. Having been on the island for more than a month, the pirates constantly searched for the Fountain of Youth and interrogated the natives. But due to the language barrier, the natives did not understand them. Chin's face reflected utter amazement. Judging by the records, Manson ended up on this island due to a sudden storm, just like Chin and Jessica. Moreover, the captain mistakenly took this piece of land for the legendary island marked on his secret map. But the most intriguing thing was the mention of a ring, which apparently held the key to the main secret. Chin stopped abruptly, realizing the importance of the find, and feverishly began to rummage through the contents of the wooden box. He knew he had to find this ring, because it could shed light on the greatest secret of the uninhabited island. And in the manuscript it was stated that the ring was the biggest secret of this uninhabited island. In the space of a night of hard work, Chin and his loyal troop turned the entire pirate camp upside down, taking with them absolutely everything that could be of any value. They did not even spare the tents. All the animal skins were stripped off. The booty this time exceeded all of Chin's expectations. There were so many supplies that there was no room left on the sleds. Fortunately, the wolves pulled the load confidently, and although the journey back took a little longer, the detachment moved quickly enough, and after 2 days they returned safely to camp. As soon as the mission was completed, the black wolf was about to lead his pack away. Chin sincerely offered them to stay and live together, but the predators refused. At this time, the camp was in a state of jubilation. Jessica was beaming with happiness and loudly rejoicing at the appearance of the lamb. Honey echoed her, expressing wild delight over the discovery of the kegs of ale. The warriors of the Lada tribe carried huge sacks on their shoulders into the settlement. Chin approached them curiously, wondering what was inside, and as soon as the burlap parted, everyone saw a scattering of golden grains. Helen cried out excitedly that it was wheat, and Chin fully shared her joy, calling the find the greatest treasure of all. Watching this scene, the 3 tribesmen standing opposite only looked at each other in bewilderment. Bakuma's eyes shone with genuine curiosity, and he asked the great shaman what these strange grains were for. Aruba, as usual, squeezed in ahead of everyone, only interested in whether it was edible. The taste was so bad that the warrior immediately spat it all out, which only caused Chin to laugh good-naturedly. The young man added that this grain must first be thoroughly cleaned and properly prepared. Otherwise, it will be completely impossible to eat. In his dreams, he already saw an endless field of wheat and enthusiastically told his friends that if these seeds were planted correctly, the problem of hunger on the island would disappear forever. Soon the situation changed, and on the table in the hut now lay that same mysterious ring with a deep, dark blue stone. Jessica looked at the find with obvious disbelief, wondering if this ring really was from the captain's personal chest. Chin confirmed her guess, and Helen admiringly noted the extraordinary beauty of the decoration, adding that it emanated some strange and inexplicable feeling of high technology. Carefully taking the ring in his hands, the young man warned the girls not to be afraid, as inside this object were hidden mechanisms that surpassed their imagination. As soon as he finished speaking, the ring suddenly came to life and projected a hologram into the air with incredibly complex symbols. This incredible sight made Jessica exclaim enthusiastically that everything that was happening was simply amazing. And Helen jumped up from her seat, unable to contain her excitement. The guy explained that this technology uses the principles of interference and diffraction to recreate authentic 3-dimensional images. No device known to mankind could compare to this ring. The technology hidden in the small piece of jewelry was clearly ahead of the era from which the girls came. Jessica noted this with surprise, while Helen tried to make out the strange symbols floating in the air. Chin stared at the image, adding that due to the damage to the ring, most of the data had been rendered into an unreadable mess, but some sections remained intact. One of these sections turned out to be a detailed map, which the next moment brightly unfolded right on the surface of the table. What she saw left Jessica in complete shock. She couldn't believe that she was looking at the detailed outlines of their uninhabited island. Helen also noticed something strange and, pointing to the map, asked if she thought the shape of this piece of land looked eerily familiar. Chin confirmed her guess, admitting that he himself was struck by this similarity upon first viewing. He said directly that the island's contours almost completely replicate the outlines of the island of Taiwan. Upon examination, he discovered that the map had zooming and navigation features that allowed him to discern the hidden route. Chin folded his arms and explained that he wasn't sure of the route's purpose, but it clearly led to some secret on the opposite side of the peninsula. With each of his movements, previously unclear objects on the map became clearer. Helen's eyes widened in amazement, and a colossal complex was discovered at the other end of the island. Jessica, not believing her eyes, screamed loudly. Chin continued to carefully study the ancient architecture that opened up before them. Jessica suggested calling the warriors and questioning them. Soon the group was assembled, and the people stood frozen in awe before the shining hologram, calling what they saw a true miracle. Chin asked hopefully if they recognized these buildings, but Samba immediately replied that he had no memory of such majestic houses. Aruba asked if Nick had seen them, but he just shook his head. Suddenly, someone from the crowd, squinting to get a better look at the map, noticed that the indicated location suspiciously coincided with the location of the mysterious sinkhole. Chin, eagerly catching every word, demanded to know what kind of place this was. His fellow tribesmen began to vie with each other in describing the huge hole that cuts right through the peninsula. Jessica suggested that if there used to be a complex of buildings there, and now there is a gaping void, then the hole is a trace left after their mysterious disappearance. Exactly 2 weeks have passed since the squad returned from the pirate camp. All this time, the team rested and recuperated, and their days flowed calmly and pleasantly. Chin carefully studied the soil, estimating that in 2 months he could begin producing nitrates again. In addition, he began to frequently visit the black wolf pack in the forest, trying to strengthen their friendship and not skimping on praise. Whether it was the young man's persistence that had an effect, or for some other reason, the wolves began to come into the camp more and more often. At first, they just circled nearby, but after 2 weeks, they grew bolder and came closer. Eventually, Alay and the other children discovered them, and the fear finally disappeared. 2 months passed, and now the leader himself obediently carried the children on his broad back, allowing them to squeal with joy and play endless tag. He circled the clearing patiently, sighing heavily, while the little ones laughed and urged him on. Alex looked at the object in her hands with bewilderment, wondering if this colossus, called a millstone, was really only needed to turn wheat into flour. Jessica, placing her hand on her hip, noted critically that the hand-milled flour was too coarse. Suddenly, a joyful cry was heard from afar about the return of the great shaman, and Helen's face instantly brightened. Chin, having barely entered the camp, went straight to the girls to find out if the flour was ready. Helen, not wanting to upset him, assured him that she would finish the work before noon. The young man beamed with happiness as he announced that homemade dumplings awaited everyone this evening. Alex, looking at him, noticed with a smile that after defeating the pirates, the Lord Shaman was rarely in such a good mood. As night fell on the island, the bright flames of the fire illuminated the entire settlement, and hundreds of people began to dance to cheerful songs. Noticing how Chin was struggling to drag a heavy box, one of the warriors came closer and curiously inquired about its contents. Helen, recognizing the familiar outline of the packaging, asked in bewilderment if these were really fireworks, and Jessica froze in anticipation of the holiday. Feeling a strange dryness in her eyes, Helen rubbed them with her palm and quietly noted that today, New Year's Eve, time had flown by frighteningly quickly. Chin confirmed her words, admitting that he had been deliberately counting down the days so as not to miss this important date. Suddenly, the first rays of light pierced the darkness of the night, and magnificent fireballs blossomed in the sky one after another. Alex, standing below, breathed out in amazement, trying to understand the secret of creating such beauty. And Bakuma watched in fascination as the sky literally blossomed. Samba, who was standing nearby, could not contain his emotions, whispering that their ancestors, who became stars, probably also see this light. Jessica, placing her hands on the young man's shoulders, praised his talent with deep respect, and Chin proudly asked if his surprise was a success. Jessica noted with a smile that she now understood the reason for his secrecy in recent days. Chin could not hide his pride and willingly shared the secrets of his craft. He explained that the basic principle of fireworks is simple: gunpowder tightly packed into paper. But the real challenge is creating the right colors and shapes when they explode. Listening to him, Helen inquired about the nature of these particles. Chin patiently explained that they were small black granules in the charge, created by mixing starch with the gunpowder mixture. He also revealed the secret of the shape. If the granules are laid out spherically, a fireball will burst into flames in the sky, and if they are laid out stellarly, the explosion will take the shape of a bright five-pointed star. Helen came closer and gently touched his hands, sympathetically noting that he must have tried hundreds of formulas and gotten badly hurt while preparing this surprise. Chaya took both girls by the hands and, looking at the shining sky, whispered that this moment was worth going through any difficulties. Soon the camp was alive with the melodic ringing of cups, as if the night itself were filled with music. People ate, drank, and enjoyed the festivities, enjoying the light and relaxed atmosphere. Alex, comically wearing a bucket on her head, weaved between the tables, and Alay followed her with a huge tray, loudly offering more hot dumplings. Aruba, gobbling up the treat, enthusiastically praised the taste of the dumplings, to which Gianna squeamishly asked him not to talk with his mouth full as crumbs were flying everywhere. The elder joyfully reported that their tribe had not been so happy for a long time, but the man replied that all this happened only thanks to the Almighty. Chin himself, already slightly tipsy, put his arm around the stern Khan's shoulder in a friendly manner and loudly asked the warrior why he always walked around with such a serious face. At this point, Samba joined their company with a full glass of wine, ready to maintain a cheerful conversation. Honey watched this scene from afar in silence, noting to herself that the great shaman was behaving completely differently today than usual. Helen also became worried, looking at the cheerful young man, and asked if everything would be okay with him, to which Jessica reassured her, saying that Chin was simply giving vent to his feelings. Soon, almost all the guests at the tables were fast asleep. Honey tried in vain to pull her father away from the jug, but Samba only waved him off, demanding that the banquet continue. Even from the nearby cave, Chin's slurred voice could be heard, goading Khan, asking why there was still wine left in his cup and whether he was planning to breed fish there. Looking at the young man who ended up in his bed, Helen sighed heavily, lamenting their shared carelessness. Jessica acknowledged their mistake and suggested going to the kitchen to make some ginger tea to sober them up, asking her friend to keep an eye on the guy. When the door closed behind Jessica, Helen carefully wrung out the towel soaked in warm water and began wiping Chin's face. She quietly whispered that, although she could not help much in business, she was always ready to listen and share the heavy burden of responsibility that pressed on his shoulders. At this moment, Chin slowly opened his eyes and the girl's face instantly lit up. She asked him hopefully if he was still dizzy, which made the young man feel a little uneasy. His face was flushed, either from the alcohol he had drunk or from embarrassment. Chin thought that if his dorm mates found out that the university's #1 beauty was courting him, they would simply burst with envy. He tried to sit up slowly, but suddenly cried out in sharp pain, which seriously scared Helen. The girl asked him anxiously if he had a headache, and the young man winced and pressed his palm to his temple, attributing it to the effects of the alcohol. Seeing his condition, Helen decided to rush Jessica with the ginger tea. She was about to leave, but Chin suddenly grabbed her wrist and pulled her back. Unable to keep her balance, Helen fell straight into his arms, and when their gazes met, a very heavy and oppressive silence immediately fell over the room. Chin's voice visibly trembled as he confessed to Helen that he had murdered a man. These words made the girl's heart clench painfully, but she quickly pulled herself together as she had long noticed strange things in his behavior. The strong and confident leader was now crying like a little child, insisting that he was a bad person. Looking at his tears, Helen felt unbearable pain, because they both came from a modern society where human life is the highest value. Before ending up on this godforsaken island, none of them could even think about murder. Only incredible inner strength kept them from breaking down completely. Helen, seeing his suffering, began to fervently convince him otherwise. She insisted that he was not a bad person at all. She called him a hero who destroyed the evil pirates to save everyone else. Chin looked at her hopefully, trying to understand if he could really be considered a hero. In a fit of tenderness and despair, she cupped the young man's face in her palms and, pressing herself against him, kissed him, putting all her hope into this impulsive gesture. She sincerely believed that this gesture, once seen in old films and deeply imprinted in her memory, could give him the long-awaited peace. Helen didn't know if this gesture could convey her unwavering determination to always stay by Chin's side, no matter what happened. She was the first to break the silence and, blushing deeply, quietly asked if he felt any better. Chin was completely confused. His face was flushed, and his eyes darted around in fear as he tried to force out an incoherent answer. At that very moment, Jessica entered the room with a steaming cup of ginger tea in her hands. Seeing the couple sitting face to face with crimson cheeks, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Jessica started to ask a question, but Helen didn't let her finish. The girl quickly pushed Jessica out the door, stating that Chin had asked to be left alone for a while. Jessica only had time to ask afterward what to do with the healing drink. When they left, Chin breathed a sigh of relief. He caught himself thinking about the pathetic legend where a dragon slayer hero, bound by the soul of a dragon, is freed from his cage after the kiss of a goddess. Suddenly, Manson's image appeared against the wall, and the pirate mockingly asked if the young man really believed he was right, and whether he considered this justification to be mere self-deception. Chin calmly replied that perhaps that was true, but Helen's sincere words helped him realize the most important thing. The fear of losing loved ones forever is much stronger than the fear of staining his hands with someone else's blood. Chin furiously demanded that this conversation be immediately stopped and left alone, sincerely believing that everything that was happening was a frightening product of his sick imagination. Jessica, seeing how Chin suddenly regained his former cheerfulness, only shook her head in bewilderment, wondering what had gotten him back on his feet so quickly. The young man finally left his despondency behind and plunged full-time into the complex design of a sailing vessel for the upcoming voyage. He carefully worked out each drawing, taking into account the smallest design details so that his future ship could withstand all tests. Over the next 2 months, he regularly visited the swamps, but the fog never appeared. As for the huge python, Chin no longer saw it as a serious threat, and with experienced archers at his disposal, he was absolutely confident that the monster could be defeated. Early spring had arrived unnoticed. Wolves are naturally proud and difficult to tame, so with the passing of winter, the leader led his pack back into the thicket. Chin was sad to part with them, but he believed that over these 2 months they had become true friends, and the wolves would always come to the rescue if need arose. Meanwhile, a torrential rain began to fall over the swamps. Kan took refuge in a small hut and listened to the drops drumming evenly on the roof. Kan calmly suggested that if the Lord Shaman was bored, he could very well go in search of Titanoboa's tracks. Jessica, lounging lazily at the table, admitted that she can't wait to see this legendary monster. Chin walked to the window, watching the heavy raindrops fall. Fortunately, they had managed to build this secure shelter and didn't have to worry about getting wet. The young man's gaze slid over the muddy surface of the swamp, where ordinary crocodiles were crawling peacefully. Suddenly, a swift, dark shadow darted out from the depths of the swamp, cutting through the muddy water with a sharp and frightening movement. In the blink of an eye, the giant python grabbed the body of one of the crocodiles with its powerful jaws. But the people nearby seemed to miss the moment. The enormous python raised its body high into the air, arching in a powerful arc and looming over the swamp surface in a menacing silhouette. Chin walked to the very edge of the swamp and suddenly spoke, addressing the giant snake as if he were an old friend. He asked the monster ironically if it had forgotten its old friend, because such forgetfulness would have broken its heart. The young man continued to fool around and told the Titanoboa that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The huge python suddenly surfaced and hissed menacingly, testing the air with its forked tongue. But Chin didn't even flinch. He confidently declared that the snake had recognized him and was showing a very keen interest, at which point the warriors surrounding him gripped the bottles of flammable mixture tighter. The huge python roared in rage as it was engulfed in a ring of flame, desperately writhing and trying to escape the fiery trap that was squeezing its body. The warriors stood frozen in anticipation with their bows at the ready, and as soon as the command to fire was given, a cloud of arrows simultaneously rushed towards the target, striking the snake. The huge snake continued to writhe furiously as the archers struck it with dozens of arrows that pierced its scales. The snake opened its terrible mouth and darted to the side, trying to break through the tribe's encirclement. The chief immediately noticed that the monster was trying to hide in the depths of the swamp and shouted that it had fled from the hunters. Chin then immediately called on Bokuma and Babama to help, relying on their accuracy and shooting skills. 2 experienced female hunters calmly pulled back the bowstring, aiming straight at the eyes of the giant snake. 2 arrows cut through the air at great speed and hit the huge python in the eyes, blinding the monster. From all sides came calls for a general attack so as not to give the monster a second to breathe. When the colossal carcass finally collapsed dead, Chin received a system notification that he had successfully killed Titanoboa and was awarded 3,000 points. The natives burst into jubilant cries, amazed that they had managed to crush such a monster under the leadership of a great shaman. Chin was a little disappointed with the small number of points, remembering that he had once received 5,000 for simply escaping from this snake. Helen and Jessica, emerging from their hiding place, froze in amazement, seeing the size of Titanoboa for the first time. Aruba, sniffing the smell of fried meat, drooled, wondering what the snake tasted like. Seeing this, Kan roughly grabbed Aruba by the hair, reminding him that this monster had devoured many of their brothers. After this, all those present gathered around the python's corpse to honor the memory of the dead and wish them eternal peace. The nightmarish beast that had terrorized the island for years was defeated by the Chin squad in just 30 minutes. Everything happened exactly as Chin predicted. With their current people and resources, defeating Titanoboa turned out to be too easy a task. Having dealt with the giant python, the squad did not waste time on rest and moved deeper into the swamps to finally transport the Jessica plane to the camp. If there was a real treasure on this abandoned island, it was definitely this plane, because there was only one of it. Even if it never took off, the equipment and materials it was made from were worth every bit of effort. Upon seeing the steel bird, the warriors began to prepare their tools, and Honey could not hide her amazement as she looked at the miracle of technology. Luckily, the engine survived, but it was impossible to fly. And then Chin, remembering the history of World War II, told about the wooden bomber, suggesting to use the same repair method. Aruba attempted to lift the fuselage on his own, but failed and immediately jokingly accused Can of not pulling well. Chin agreed that the weight of the plane was too much for ordinary people, but when the entire tribe united in taking hold of the wing, the situation changed. Shinya wondered for a moment if these warriors had been exposed to some kind of drugs or strange substances in the past to have such strength. However, by midday, when one of the plane's wings suddenly broke off, Honey turned curiously to the great shaman, pointing out the strange rope structure. Chin explained that it was a simple crane built using a pulley system that would allow the aircraft to be lifted with minimal effort. Those around were perplexed, not believing that wheels were capable of such a thing. The young man patiently explained that the pulley system uses the principle of a lever. The block saves half the effort, meaning 3 rollers will reduce the load several times. Noticing the confusion on their faces, Chin simplified his thought, stating that their strength will increase exactly 6-fold. As soon as the meaning of these words reached the warriors, Can gave the order to begin the tests immediately. Helen, watching this scene, only sighed quietly, realizing that the laws of physics remained an empty theory for the island's native inhabitants. Soon, a massive system of pulleys was erected and men began pulling the cables. Can shouted out a rhythmic count. 1, 2, 3. And on the count of 3, the plane's fuselage lifted smoothly off the ground. Aruba shouted in delight that it was incredibly light and he barely felt the weight of the machine. Convinced of the success of the process, Chin turned to the girls. The plane would be delivered later, and he and Can would now go to the mysterious hole for reconnaissance. According to the map, the journey from the swamps to the sinkhole should have taken at least a whole day's travel. If they had moved at their normal pace, they would have gotten stuck in the middle of the alligator-infested swamps, and spending the night there was extremely dangerous, so the Chin squad sped up as much as possible. Incredibly, before dark, the group not only made it out of the swamps, but also reached the tribe's former habitat. Despite the presence of empty huts, Chin chose to camp in tents. The next morning, after a little rest, the detachment continued its rapid march. The young man suddenly froze. It seemed to him that he heard the muffled sound of the surf and the splash of waves. At that very moment, Honey exclaimed with delight that the failure was already very close. The light reflecting off something ahead was so blinding that the warriors felt dizzy for a moment. The sight before them shocked Chin, the huge crater filled with water, turning into a gigantic lake. The walls of the chasm were smooth, like a polished mirror, and the still surface of the water reflected the sky with frightening clarity. Gianna, looking into the abyss, admitted that no matter how many times he comes here, each time he feels insignificant in front of the power of this natural miracle. Kine extended his left hand, on which the ring flashed brightly again, pointing an arrow straight ahead. Checking the hologram, he noted with confusion that, judging by the map, they should have been standing in front of an entire complex of buildings, but there was no trace of any buildings around. The ring activated again, and now the arrow was pointing straight at the water. Chin turned around and asked if anyone knew what was at the bottom of the trench. Can asked if the shaman was going to go down. Chin looked into the abyss and replied that he would like to, but the steep and slippery walls would be a big problem. Can advised against taking risks, as the calm surface of the water is deceptive, and powerful currents lurk in the depths. Chin was genuinely surprised and asked if he had ever descended to such a depth himself. Can nodded and explained that absolutely all warriors of the tribe went through this test. Honey added that this descent is a sacred challenge that the spirit of the land throws down to them. Intrigued, Chin decided to clarify the essence of the test. Can explained that every piece of land has a spirit, and for the tribe to survive, the warriors must receive its approval. Chin only frowned, realizing the futility of arguing with their faith, and asked about the depth of the depression and the strange structures. Can admitted that he was looking for a stone and did not look around. Chin sighed helplessly and admitted, now all that was left was to go back. He used the glow of the magic ring to lead the squad along an easy route. Thanks to the convenient map, the route became longer, but the speed increased, and it took less time when the four returned to camp. It was noon the next day. Upon returning, Chin did not waste time resting and immediately called everyone into the dining room, at which point Jessica stuck her head out from behind the door and asked if they had managed to find anything worthwhile. Chin answered evasively, promising to tell everything later when they got together. Hot tea was placed on the table, and everyone surrounded the leader, listening attentively to his questions. Baba, after thinking for a moment, admitted that he had not seen any strange buildings there, but he added that the situation at the very bottom of the depression seemed very unusual to him. Chin caught on to the word, asking again what was strange. Baba explained that the bottom of the depression was clean, almost without vegetation, which is not typical for such places. Vu agreed and remembered one detail. Under the bottom of the depression, there is a deeper, dark hole. This amazed Chin, and he tried to figure out what kind of failure it was. Vu described it as a massive, bottomless black abyss, where not even sunlight penetrated, which he discovered completely by accident. Chin was lost in thought, comparing the facts, first the giant depression, then the bottomless black hole that his ring now insistently pointed to. As expected, the mystery could only be solved in one way, by descending to the very bottom. In the following days, Chin threw himself headlong into creating oxygen cylinders. Making the containers themselves was not that difficult. It was enough to pour molten iron into a mold. It turned out to be much more difficult to make check valves. They had few parts, but they required pinpoint precision. Otherwise, serious problems would have arisen during assembly. Soon, many local residents gathered in the central square, among whom was Alex, who was curiously examining the pump. After a couple of experiments, she decided that she had completely mastered the technique and confidently declared that she could easily handle this work alone. Fortunately, 2 or 3 pumps were needed, which made the task easier. The system soon notified that the owner had successfully produced oxygen tanks and a pump, and 500 bonus points were received. Jessica excitedly noted that as the pressure increased, it became more difficult to pump, looking at Alaba, who was breathing heavily. Chin explained that he had therefore placed the cylinders in basins of cold water. This allowed the air to be cooled and as much gas as possible to be pumped into the reservoir. Unfortunately, even with such efforts, the oxygen supply was only enough for 10 minutes of breathing at most. Meanwhile, Alaba, completely exhausted, was perplexed as to why his muscles were weakening with each passing second. In the end, he had to call Lega for help, but even with 2 people working together, the work was difficult. Alaba urged his partner on, asking if he was even trying. In the end, the team had to increase the number of people pumping air even more to complete the job. Everyone was giving it their all and were full of enthusiasm, but it soon became clear that people were quickly becoming exhausted and literally falling off their feet from fatigue. It took Chin 5 days to make a complete set of diving equipment, and once everything was ready, he led the team to the depression. The endurance of ordinary tribesmen was no match for the strength of the group that included Can, so this time the journey to the place took 2 days. On the second day after their arrival, they collected 10 trees to build a large boat and prepare for the dive. Everyone worked together and diligently, shouting encouragement to each other and pushing on the heavy logs. 3 days later, Jessica asked if everything was ready, to which Chin confidently confirmed that the work was complete. Helen looked closely at the 3 daredevils. They were Chin, Latina, and Khan. She warned them to be extremely careful, and under the watchful eyes of those remaining on the shore, the 3 heroes dived into the water. Jessica, watching their figures gradually blur into the depths, sighed sadly and thought about how much she envied them, because she herself had not dived for a very long time. Meanwhile, Helen was examining the surroundings of the hollow. She exclaimed that standing here and admiring the view was also very pleasant. The hollow gives the feeling that the center of the world is in its depths. Chin and his companions continued their dive. The guy expected to see a huge abyss, but the bottom appeared surprisingly quickly. According to his estimates, the depth here did not exceed 30 meters. Suddenly, the ring on his hand flashed brightly, and he realized that it pointed the way straight to the black hole. As Pohama had said, the seabed was frighteningly clear, and not even small fish were visible around. Only dead corals littered the entire space, hinting that life had once teemed here. He wondered what could have happened since all living things had left these waters. Suddenly, Can grabbed Chin by the shoulder and pointed forward, where a massive and bottomless black hole had opened up. This turned out to be exactly the long-awaited discovery he had been looking for. Chin couldn't help but wonder if this hole was a direct path to hell itself, since its bottom was completely hidden from view. Can made a cautious gesture and asked his comrades whether they should continue their descent. Chimia decided that since they had come this far, they couldn't return empty-handed. The trio dove into the black abyss, but the deeper they went, the stronger the feeling of anxiety grew. Using only the dim glow of the ring, the boy tried to feel his way in the pitch darkness, while the water pressure became increasingly unbearable. Suddenly, his gaze caught something unusual ahead. A massive complex of buildings appeared before them, rising majestically right from the seabed. Can looked at this structure with apprehension, wondering if underwater deities lived here. What Rafna had spoken of as a miracle now appeared before them in the flesh. Chin was overjoyed, as this very complex was marked on his map. As they approached the strange buildings, the boy noticed something unusual. He felt the water pressure on his body suddenly and significantly decrease. The trio stopped in front of a huge gate that was tightly locked. Chin assumed that they would not be able to get inside. At that very moment, the ring on his hand emitted a blinding blue light that struck right at the center of the gate, taking the hero by surprise. Somewhere in the very depths of the building, drowning in an alarming and unnatural emerald glow, someone's vague, barely distinguishable figure began to slowly emerge. The silhouette seemed to waver in the dense light, gradually taking shape. At that very moment, the massive gate swung open with a long, dull creak, breaking the dead silence and intensifying the feeling of an impending, ominous secret. Chin froze warily, and Latina asked if they should enter. Chin gestured for everyone to stop, estimating that inspecting the huge structure would take at least 30 minutes. He quickly concluded that, in this scenario, the oxygen supply in the cylinders would simply not be sufficient, and further advancement inside would be unjustified. Besides, the situation inside was unpredictable, and he decided that it was better to go back and discuss everything. The mysterious occupant of the building, noticing that the uninvited guests were about to retreat and leave the place, became truly furious at such cowardice and lack of thirst for risk. He was outraged that modern people were deprived of the spirit of adventure, unwilling to challenge danger and look beyond the boundaries of the forbidden and unknown. He instantly activated the hidden mechanism, determined to drag them inside. Outside, Chin and his companions immediately sensed something was wrong. The next second, a powerful whirlwind pulled the entire group into the main entrance. The young people tried to resist, but the pressure was too strong. China gasped for breath as they finally tried to surface. Can worriedly asked All Might if he was okay, and All Might confirmed that he was okay. He looked around and asked in confusion if they had really come out into the fresh air. Chin countered, explaining that the white clouds and sky around him were just a clever imitation, reminiscent of an image on a computer screen. He confidently stated that they were now inside the mysterious building. It was obvious that they had completely lost their way, and it was no longer possible to return by the previous route. The only landmark in this abyss was the magic ring, the light of which the hero decided to trust. He slowly swam forward, reminding his companions to tighten the valves on their cylinders. 30 minutes into the swim, Latina was worried that his families would be worried about his long absence, when suddenly Latina cried out as he noticed a sudden movement in the water. A huge shark was approaching them, and Chin thought bitterly that now the roles of hunter and prey could change. At the same time, the mysterious occupant of the building watched them anxiously through the monitors, having discovered a breakdown in the security system. He couldn't believe that the experimental predators from the water laboratory had managed to survive after so many years. The fate of the uninvited guests now depended only on their luck, because they were being hunted by a megalodon. Chin realized that before them was a monster 14 meters long and weighing 40 tons, a perfect predator with a bite force of 20 tons, surpassing even the Tyrannosaurus rex of the Miocene era. The young man, in a rage, tried to use the pipe, directing a stream of air into the monster's face to blind it. He ordered his companions to hold tightly to him, trying to use their combined strength to maneuver and escape. However, the air supply in the cylinders was rapidly depleting with each passing minute, and the alarming realization of this reality began to weigh on the squad. In that tense moment, Can suddenly spotted a second shark, its dark shadow gliding silently through the depths, turning the situation into a truly deadly one. Now they were being chased by two prehistoric giants, making their situation absolutely hopeless. Chin instantly reacted to the mortal threat and ordered his companions to hold their oxygen tanks close to them. He ordered the valves to be immediately opened all the way to ensure maximum airflow. As soon as the taps were turned to the maximum, the powerful stream of outgoing air created a strong jet thrust. The young man gripped his tank tightly and told the others to hold on as tightly as they could to use that strength to pull. The trio literally flew through the water, trying to escape the prehistoric predators pursuing them. Suddenly, a massive glass wall appeared ahead, which Latina quickly pointed out to the leader. Chin was amazed to find a huge transparent barrier in front of him. There was no time left to think, as the megalodon's jaws were already very close. A backup plan formed in the guy's head. If there was no way out, they would have to use heavy iron cylinders as battering rams to break the glass. The three heroes exchanged determined glances and prepared to work together to break through and escape the monsters. The companions began to slip through the gap that had formed one by one. The opening was very small, barely large enough to let a person through. The sharks' massive bodies couldn't squeeze through such a narrow gap, but the monsters didn't retreat, continuing to ram the wall again and again. This roar and pressure seriously frightened Chin and his friends. Can immediately pulled out a knife, intending to enter the fight, but Chin stopped him in time. Trying to break through the sharp fragments, the shark severely injured its body, and the water around it became stained with blood. Chin began to think that there were so many devices here that he had never seen before, just like in a crazy laboratory in some sci-fi movie. At that moment, Latina swam closer and pointed to the place where the glass wall had cracked. Chin realized that this was their chance and gestured for them to leave immediately, as it was still dangerous here. He decided that there must be an exit from the laboratory premises. They headed towards the nearest iron door, Chin and Latina leaning against the heavy door. The heroes put all their strength into trying to move the metal from its place. Just then, the damaged glass couldn't withstand another blow and shattered with a roar, and the shark finally managed to break into the room. At this critical moment, Chin noticed a control panel next to the doorway. He instantly brought his magic ring to the sensor, and the sensor was triggered. The door opened slightly, creating a narrow gap, sufficient for salvation. The friends joyfully shouted, calling on each other to hurry. Can notices that the sharks are catching up and asks his friends to go inside first. Latina and Chin quickly slipped inside the shelter, but the young man turned around sharply, noticing that Can was still outside. Chin's heart sank painfully, and he cried out in despair, stretching out his hand and begging him to move immediately. As soon as the last member of the squad was in relative safety, Chin burst into a scream and demanded that the massive door be immediately locked. His voice echoed off the walls. Even a second's delay could have meant death for everyone. Watching the shark desperately try to squeeze through the opening, the young man was momentarily at a loss. This confrontation could not last forever, especially with the threat of a second beast appearing. Suddenly, a crushing blow hit the door from the outside, causing the first shark to become wedged in the passage, the sharp edge of the metal digging deep into its flesh under the pressure from the outside. It turned out that the second predator, who remained outside, began to continuously ram the barrier, and with his actions he only pressed his fellow predator even harder, creating a situation of friendly fire. Chin was amazed at the stupidity of the sea hunters as he watched one megalodon maul another. He couldn't help but think ironically about how unlucky the predator was to have such an unintelligent partner. The young man drew his knife, deciding to finish off the trapped monster. Latina asked in disbelief if their pursuer was really dead. Looking at the carcass crushed by the door, Chin confirmed that this enemy was finished forever. However, the second monster was still prowling nearby, glaring menacingly at the people. The young man did not waste time on explanations and carefully opened the door, widening the gap. His plan was to use the heavy shutter as a trap for the last enemy. As the remaining shark approached, Chin gave the signal to act. Latina immediately understood the young man's plan and prepared to help him in this matter. At this time, a mysterious observer watched through the monitor screen as the group easily dealt with the threat. He noted the success of the experiment, but admitted that the intelligence of the lab-grown sharks was too low. The man in the building expressed relief that the heroes were safe. When the mortal danger had passed, Latina expressed the hope of never encountering such monsters again, and Chin tried to calm his companion. He urged the squad to continue on their way, emphasizing that even in the absence of predators, it was vitally important for them to find a way out of this labyrinth. Hearing the leader's words, Can and Latina breathed a sigh of relief. Although they managed to defeat the giants, the fight had exhausted all their strength. To avoid hypothermia, they began to fish out the debris and rubble floating around, intending to build at least some semblance of a raft. Due to the low quality of the materials, the raft turned out to be extremely unreliable and fragile, ready to fall apart from any sudden movement. But it was still better than remaining in the water. Following the unfading glow of the magic ring, the trio moved further and further into the building, which seemed simply endless. An hour passed, but the surrounding environment remained almost unchanged. During this time, Chin was tempted several times to look behind the massive iron doors in search of useful information. But he suppressed this curiosity, realizing that another encounter with the megalodons would be fatal for them. Suddenly, the ring on his hand began to pulsate and glow. The young man exclaimed in amazement, not understanding what was happening. At the same second, the raft was lifted by an invisible, powerful force. Can screamed in horror, realizing that they were actually flying. Latina immediately turned to Chin, wondering if this flight was his new magical art. However, the guy had nothing to do with what was happening and barely had time to confirm this before the raft rushed along the corridors at great speed. Only his powerless echo resounded in the void. He grabbed the edges of the raft with a death grip and ordered the others to hold on as tightly as possible so as not to be thrown out. When a blank wall appeared ahead, Chin screamed in despair, expecting an inevitable collision and death. But at the very last moment, the barrier suddenly swung open, and the young man managed to notice someone's mysterious figure in the opening. He barely had time to shout out that someone was there before their raft hurtled through the open doorway at full speed. Immediately after this, the raft instantly shattered into pieces, and everyone fell to the ground with painful groans. Chin discovered that the magic ring had completely stopped emitting light. At that moment, the same mysterious man who had brought them here appeared before them. He calmly explained that the energy in the ring had been depleted, so it naturally collapsed, and Trinity immediately went into a state of combat readiness. The stranger seemed completely oblivious to their tension, ordering everyone to sit down and not waste time, as there was very little energy left in the room. This mysterious man turned out to be Jung Fon, one of the two professors at the lab. Continuing to manipulate the screen, he again ordered the guests to sit down. Chin, perplexed, inquired about the true nature of what was happening. Jung Fon suddenly remembered to turn on the language translation system. He noted that he had completely forgotten about the two natives, and asked if they understood him now. After this, an eerie silence fell over the room, and Chin and his companions exchanged awkward glances. Suddenly, the professor started shouting loudly, asking the guy what he was waiting for, and ordered him to get out the cameras, microphones, and all the other junk and get ready to record. Chin began to tell that he was caught in a storm and ended up on this island by accident. He had no contact with the outside world, and the ring brought him here. The professor instantly turned pale. The guy had no connection with the outside world, and all the data he had collected over the years would disappear without a trace. Seeing this, Chin hastened to inquire about his well-being. Then the young man politely asked where exactly they were now and how they could get out of here. Before he could finish, an angry Jung Fan pulled out the desk drawer. The man then pointed to the TV above his head and said that he was not in the mood to answer questions, and suggested that the guy watch. Chin looked in the indicated direction and was amazed to see an old black and white television. The recording began playing on the screen, revealing a scene of chaos, with voices on the recording calling for personnel to evacuate immediately and save data as the energy was out of control. In this crazy space, Jung Fan calmly pulled out a chair and sat down. Despite his partner's continuous recording, the old man understood that there was no such thing as too much information. He straightened his tie and began dictating for the record. It was the beginning of a new era, the year 336, the 26th solar day. The professor held a serving of quick lagman, inhaling the aroma with relish, and muttered that the smell was reminiscent of food he never hoped to taste again. The video continued to be broadcast on TV. The man didn't know who would find it, but he was sure that everyone would be very interested in what was happening in this laboratory. It all started from the moment when the Earth reached the first level of civilization. The reserves of resources were greatly depleted, and the problem of energy shortage had still not been solved. 150 years later, science and technology had reached the second level of civilization, but the inhabitants of the Earth were faced with an energy crisis. The professor stated on the recording that everyone should know that the lack of energy was the reason why this laboratory was created. Before he gets to the main research being carried out in this laboratory, he points out that the island itself is man-made. Chin thought deeply about the words, trying to comprehend the scale of the problem. The recording stated that due to the energy shortage on Earth, this experiment was launched. Jung Fan abruptly changed the subject and, cursing angrily, cut off his story about the laboratory for the sake of one important detail. He reported that the island itself was built by people back in the period when the first design group was just being formed. The professor, with an extremely serious face, announced that their main task was to develop a technology for controlling time. He called time an immutable law of space, which only civilizations of the highest order can harness. The old man hoped that the successors would reach at least the third level of development before they dared to touch the matter of time. Instead of a ban, he only gave advice, understanding that human curiosity and the spirit of rebellion force people to seek the truth despite any obstacles. Suddenly, someone's foot flew into the professor's face on the screen, because in the face of such a grandiose secret, no one could remain calm. The professor's colleague swore furiously, asking why the hell he was still eating slowly instead of running away. Rubbing his bruised cheek, the old man melancholically asked where exactly they should run. According to current calculations, the entire island has fallen into a state of temporary chaos, making normal escape or teleportation completely useless. The scientist's piercing cry confused the young man. The old man suddenly realized that the password was not correct. One of the scientists pointed to the side where two employees were calmly drinking tea, advising them not to pay attention to them. The scientist philosophically noted that these people never behaved normally, and added that even if something happened to the others, these two would certainly survive. He then decided to return to the interrupted topic and formally introduce the head of the institute to the audience. As soon as the camera focused on Professor Zhang, he struck a sweet pose. The management's absurd behavior frightened the boy. He couldn't understand how the laboratory could even function under the leadership of such eccentric individuals. Meanwhile, the manager approached the professor with a question about the causes of the accident. He asked his colleague to tell him what specific consequences the laboratory and the entire island number 2 would face in the near future. According to the calculations, by the time the process is completed, the abandoned island will instantly move forward 200 years. After this, the energy caused by the time flow will cause a space-time storm, causing Island 2 to become stuck somewhere between space and time. The leader continued to explain that the acceleration in the space-time continuum was an unimaginably unstable phenomenon, and the island would appear uncontrollably in different places and at different times. Despite this, the professor asked if it was really impossible for them to prevent the crisis or escape, for example, using the escape pod option. Such a capsule is capable of leaving the laboratory at a speed of 500 kilometers per hour, while the passengers will not be affected by inertia. Unfortunately, even this speed was not enough to escape the space-time storm. The scientists exchanged brief glances and stated that all they could do was sit still and wait for the finale. Death is not a necessary end, because the human body is not capable of withstanding 200 years of erosion, but the mind is quite capable of this. The professor confirmed his colleague's guess about the technology of mind transfer, and both scientists, with satisfied smiles, explained that it was enough to upload consciousness as data into the storage. As long as the device is intact, they are not afraid of not only 200, but even 2,000 years. Having completed the settings, Jung Fan seemed to have dropped a burden and sighed with relief. He confirmed the password. After this, a holographic image of the laboratory director appeared in the room, and the professor asked his colleague how he felt and whether he missed life. The natives, in turn, experienced a strong shock. Looking at the luminous image, they wondered if it was a god in front of them. Meanwhile, the enraged manager responded sharply to the professor with a stinging slap, loudly complaining that not all of the collected data had been transmitted. His anger only grew from the realization that withholding information could lead to serious consequences, and he was not going to tolerate such negligence. After all this commotion, everyone finally sat down together for a serious conversation. Scientists have clarified whether the boy actually arrived on island number 2 immediately after encountering a storm. Chin confirmed, adding that the entire tribe had disappeared in the downpour before arriving here. The professor explained that there was nothing strange about this. Island 2 was unstable inside the rift. Hearing this, The young man asked the professors if there was a way to return to their homeworld, but the scientists ruthlessly denied it. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chin's eyes, and the leader tossed him a ring, which the young man accepted with obvious confusion. The professor explained that this artifact contains digital data from the laboratory and is the key to returning home. Their project was originally part of a larger restoration program that included a section called Biosphere 3. Chin remembered his school biology lessons where Biosphere 2 was mentioned. The man explained that it was a miniature ecosystem in the Arizona desert, and to distinguish it from Biosphere 1, the project was given the number 2 designation, initiated by John Allen and Edward Bass. The purpose of that experiment was to understand how Earth works and to study the conditions for simulating its ecological environment. To put it simply, the project prepared the ground for resettlement to other planets. Unfortunately, after 2 years of operation, Biosphere 2's ecosystem began to collapse, oxygen levels plummeted, seawater became acidic, and vegetation turned into a desert. Chin suggested that Biosphere 3 was supposed to be based on the experience of its predecessor. The scientists sighed and replied that although this was not entirely true, the young man's understanding of the matter was correct. The Rodina project was created to meet the needs of humanity in the long term, and all its components were a single organic whole. Among them, the Bao 2 facility was designed specifically to serve Biosphere 3. Figuratively speaking, this place served as a raw material production point, and Biosphere 3 was a processing plant. The director got angry at the professor and ordered him not to listen to nonsense. As for the method itself, this ring will be a faithful guide. Chin looked at the ring in his hand with a smile, realizing that he finally saw hope. At that moment, he sensed something was wrong and asked if the scientists were planning to go with them. The scientists acknowledged the temptation of the offer, but explained that their bodies had long since turned into digital code, forever linking the researchers' consciousness to this laboratory. Then Chin asked, perplexed, if they weren't afraid to give valuable data to the first person they met, since he could very well have personal, selfish motives. The scientists merely smiled ironically, making it clear that if his talents were sufficient to implement such plans, then any progress would justify all their many years of work. He added that after the accident, the laboratory's energy reserves were completely depleted. This news greatly surprised the hero. The professor calmly poured out a portion of food and announced that in about an hour the energy would be completely exhausted. Upon hearing this, the boy panicked due to the lack of time, but the man assured him that the escape pod would allow them to leave the danger zone in less than 30 seconds. This strange device did not resemble a boat at all, so the young man was seriously afraid that the 2 old men were planning to secretly transfer their digitalized consciousnesses into it. At that moment, the cold barrel of a revolver suddenly pressed against the back of the young man's head, causing his heart to freeze with a premonition of imminent death. The professor's face instantly turned gloomy, and he told the young man in an icy tone that he had been too quick-witted. At that moment, the head of the laboratory hit his colleague and began loudly cursing for making inappropriate jokes at such a critical and extremely tense moment for everyone. The scientist emphasized that if they wanted to cause real harm, they would have done it a long time ago, without resorting to such petty and stupid tricks. Trying to make amends, the boy offered his help, but the man replied that the extraction of the data by future generations would be their greatest reward. Chin's face lit up with joy, and he immediately asked if the professors could supply his squad with some powerful and modern high-tech weapons. Jung Fan noted that dozens of signs of life had been discovered on the island, and added ironically that Area Number 2 was now literally teeming with wild monkeys. He added that such requests were out of the question, as all equipment in the laboratory had been destroyed after the incident. The professor explained that it was completely pointless to look for any things here and strongly advised leaving as soon as possible. The scientist also warned that Island Number 2, like the laboratory itself, requires a constant energy supply to survive. If nothing unforeseen happens, then after the disappearance of the scientific complex, the island will also begin to gradually collapse. According to calculations, the disintegration will take 2 years in 3 stages. In the first stage, the fog in the swamps will disappear. In the second, the volcano will awaken. And in the third, a powerful eruption will occur. Chin felt the weight of the information he received and began to analyze the situation, remembering that the fog had cleared 4 months ago and the tribe had just over a year. The boy said goodbye to his mentors, and the professor waved his arms unceremoniously, urging them to leave quickly and not disturb the old men who were enjoying their noodles. At that moment, a column of blue light burst from the roof of the laboratory, and the automation announced the activation of the escape route. Watching the escape pod slowly gain altitude, Jung-fon felt a slight sadness, expressing hope that they had not made a mistake in choosing a successor. The manager only sighed heavily, noting that they had no one to choose from anyway, although this guy seemed quite polite to him. He tried to console his comrade, saying that they both did the best they could under the circumstances. With one hand, Jung-fon tore open the packet of seasonings and complained about his friend's strange tastes, comparing the pungent smell of the food to the stench of a toilet. But his companion did not remain in debt. The scientist decided to use his usual scientific approach to personally test the taste of this unusual dish and form an objective opinion about it. He lamented that all their projects were strictly classified and not even employees of other departments knew about them, not to mention the residents of the rest of the outside world. In the end, they did not receive any deserved glory or honors, and these sad thoughts made the leader's face become extremely gloomy and serious. Throughout world history, there have been countless people who have spent their lives cultivating science, but only a lucky few have been able to reap its ripened fruits. At that moment, an announcement was made again that the base's energy was depleted and destruction was imminent, and that all personnel should begin evacuation immediately. However, the scientists seemed to have heard nothing, and Jung-fon, in deep thought, merely speculated as to whether his only nephew had ultimately married. Meanwhile, the escape pod was thrown out by an incredibly powerful force, and soon cracks began to appear on the casing, which caused Chin to become seriously concerned. The capsule began to collapse, and the compartments began to explode one after another, scattering debris everywhere. The trio made it safely to the surface, which brought the people on the ship into indescribable delight. They joyfully shouted the names of the supreme shaman, Khan and Latina. Jessica looked at Chin, who was holding tightly to the ship's handrail, and her voice betrayed extreme anxiety. At that moment, a deafening explosion thundered across the base, and powerful shock waves began to continuously spread in all directions, destroying everything in their path. Massive cracks appeared in the walls, causing the entire ancient structure to rapidly collapse under the pressure of the enormous thickness of water. Water began to rapidly flow into the room and then gushed out, forming a giant and extremely dangerous whirlpool in the very center of the lake. Fortunately, absolutely all members of the group managed to reach the safety of land in time, avoiding certain death in this frightening water trap. The sky remained a clear blue as the people stared blankly at the drained pit in front of them. Jessica spoke again, wondering what had happened at the bottom of the sea in the 20 minutes they had been gone. Chin couldn't believe his ears and asked again about 20 minutes. The girl confirmed this, asking what the problem was. It became clear that the flow of time in the laboratory was different from the outside world. The young man quickly turned around and called for everyone to leave, as there was very little time left. This dive to the seabed brought Chin many benefits, as he discovered the origin of the island and realized its true nature, hidden from the eyes of ordinary people. The amount of data received was truly enormous, so Chin spent half a day organizing his thoughts and choosing the words to retell this story to his fellow tribesmen. In the end, people realized only one thing: they needed to build a strong ship within 1 year and leave this dangerous place forever. Otherwise, they decided to simply follow the shaman's orders, although the 1-year deadline for building such a large vessel was extremely short and compressed. Before construction began, the logs had to undergo another important processing stage to ensure the structure was reliable and durable. Typically, quality ship timber is dried in the shade for 4 or 5 years to completely remove excess moisture from the fibers and prevent warping. But Chin and his group no longer had that kind of time. Alex was extremely puzzled as to why they were boiling the wood in water instead of drying it as usual. Chin patiently explained that before he could answer, he had to explain the 2 types of moisture in wood, the first being the bound water within the cell walls. The second type is free water, which is contained in the intercellular spaces and lumens of the cells themselves, which greatly affects the overall physical properties of the material. These 2 types of moisture are separated by a barrier, so under normal heating they evaporate extremely unevenly, creating critical internal pressure inside the fibers. Chin held the drawing in his hands and added that if the wood was first soaked and boiled in salt water, this problem would be solved. But even in this case, the material cannot be exposed to direct sunlight, so in the next stage, the heroes had to build a warehouse with a roof. At this time, nature delighted us with the blooming of roses, the queen of flowers, low-growing evergreen shrubs that bloom all year round. Oils were extracted from the buds and medicines were made. Chin carried a basket full of fresh flowers, feeling genuine joy. Although it was the blooming season, finding roses so easily turned out to be a great luck. A group of children with bright wreaths of red flowers on their heads came running from somewhere. They proudly showed off their decorations, to which the leader kindly replied that they were beautiful, but it was time for everyone to return. Seeing the leader's returning figure, everyone present burst into joyful cries. He enthusiastically called for everyone to take a break, and an exhausted Aruba, covered in sweat, sank limply to the ground. In the distance, Chin sat under a spreading tree, surrounded by children, and in front of him on the grass stood several jugs. Watching the scene, Eros couldn't help but be curious and asked what the leader was doing. The young man was pouring water into a glass, explaining to the children that everything in nature is divided into two types of properties, acidic and alkaline. Chin went on to explain that by heating he extracts the anthocyanins from the rose petals, and once they have completely discolored, the litmus test is ready. Having carefully filtered the water previously mixed with earth, he eventually obtained a clear and pure solution, completely free of suspended matter and foreign impurities. After this, the young man carefully added the prepared flower extract to the prepared liquid, carefully observing the changes that took place. Seeing the liquid in Chin's hands turn green, the people present exclaimed joyfully. Chin explained that different lands have different properties and are suitable for different crops. He noted that the wheat they plan to plant only thrives in slightly alkaline soil. If the environment is too acidic or too alkaline, plant growth will slow down or become impossible. Latina asked anxiously if this news meant that all their efforts had been in vain. However, Chin countered, confirming that the soil was indeed alkaline, but that it did not prevent them from growing crops, as the pH level could be adjusted. The leader explained that the simplest method is to sprinkle the soil with sulfur, which has acidic properties, making the environment ideal for wheat. The islanders immediately set to work, scattering sulfur throughout the cultivated area. Aruba shouted joyfully that the work was finally finished and now he could plant the grain. But Chin stopped him, explaining that chemical changes in the soil take time and that the wheat needed to be dried in the sun to awaken the seeds from dormancy. Aruba was shocked by the delay, and Can assumed he was simply missing dumplings because his flour supply was running low. Meanwhile, Helen excitedly asked how much grain this plot would produce, and Chin replied that using selected seeds, the yield would be 400 kilograms. Jessica was delighted, quickly calculating that in this case, in 1 year they would be able to obtain an impressive 20,000 kilograms of high-quality golden grain. The next day, after hard work in the fields, absolutely all the inhabitants of the camp were busy drying the grain in the sun, because the wheat needs to warm up under the rays for 3 days. To avoid wasting precious time, people headed to the coast to prepare for the construction of a special dock needed for mooring future ships. 3 days passed quickly, after which all the residents spent the entire day soaking dried wheat in vats and thoroughly rinsing it with clean running water. Once the grains had absorbed enough moisture, they were taken out and transferred to a cool place, and early the next morning the people went out to the fields to begin sowing. An area of 100 mu is equivalent to 10 football fields, so one can only imagine what a colossal amount of work this is. Normally it would be impossible to complete such a task in a day, but the tribe had no choice, and every single person worked until 9 o'clock in the evening, until they had planted every single seed they had. Chin spoke to the exhausted people with words of encouragement, acknowledging their extreme fatigue, but urging them to hold on a little longer for the sake of their common and speedy salvation. Standing before a huge crowd, he outlined a clear plan of action, according to which everyone now had their own important task, and Alex was first on the list. In the near future, she would be using the existing first-level lathe to precisely machine all the necessary parts for the future mechanism. Chin then turned to Jessica, who was officially given full responsibility for organizing the transportation of heavy timber to the construction site. The girl thought for a moment, and then guessed that the transportation would be carried out by sea. Chin confirmed that she was right with a smile. Although the overland route is shorter, it passes through rugged terrain. This creates enormous difficulties for trailers and requires the involvement of a large number of people. Chin continued to explain the advantages of his route, noting that at sea everything is different. You just need to load the wood onto the ship, and the wind will do the rest. Helen and Honey were then given instructions, with Helen being tasked with all logistics, including fetching water, irrigating fields, preparing food for the tribe, and caring for the livestock. As soon as the distribution was over, life in the camp began to boil, and people began to spin like tops. Alex worked diligently on her details, not being distracted by conversations or fatigue, completely focused on the accuracy and quality of every detail. Those assigned to blacksmithing did not move away from the forge. Lana and Aruba were dragging heavy pallets that looked like brick molds. Brothers Bakuma and Bokamu, along with the others, were loading huge logs onto carts, each doing his own thing, and the children, watching this bustle, looked very happy. Under Helen's direction, people in the camp's irrigation zone worked diligently to turn a water wheel to hydrate the farmland. Honey suddenly noticed 3 people coming out of the forest and hurried to find out from the elders the reason for their appearance. The girl wondered what the elder was doing here with his people. Hamel, leaning on his staff, slowly explained that they had already finished feeding the wild boars and tidying up the camp. Helen smiled and suggested that they take a rest, noting that the work was almost finished, and she decided to herself that the elders, due to their age, were clearly not fit for hard work. The elder standing on the left added that it was very difficult for them to watch everyone busy while standing on the sidelines and doing nothing all day long without any benefit. Helen felt uneasy hearing this and agreed, deciding that the children from the Irish squad were just about tired, so she asked the old people to help with the irrigation. The elders promised to perform the task to the best of their ability, after which they removed their outer clothing, revealing to everyone present their sculpted abs and powerful bodies. Helen's eyes widened in amazement as 3 burly men confidently took their positions and began turning the massive irrigation wheel with great vigor. The elders were talking among themselves, surprised that the work was going easier than expected and that they would be finished by noon. Helen's companions were speechless, and she, stammering, asked again whether it was true that they were over 50 years old. With the first crow of the rooster, Helen and the others were already on their feet and ready for work, while Aruba, covering his mouth with his hand, complained of unbearable morning drowsiness. At night, when the sky was filled with bright stars, Helen and the other women brought food to the men, urging them to quickly fortify themselves with this hot late supper. One sunny day, the Jessica men set out on a long voyage. The sea was completely calm, and they had to row by hand, hoping to reach the shore before sunset. Time passed quickly, and completely unnoticed by all the residents. A new spacious warehouse for storing materials grew up next to the port. By that time, Alex had already completed a complex modernization of the lathe, preparing the equipment for the production of higher quality parts. The Jessica team has already transported all the timber from the plains to the shore and has joined the construction of the vessel in full force. When people came to their senses, a hot summer had already quietly arrived on the island. Helen's voice echoed throughout the camp, inviting everyone to come have some ice cream, while Aruba lay on the floor, sighing heavily from the unbearable heat that had robbed him of any desire to move. Suddenly, he jumped up and began to pull down his pants, declaring the need for coolness, which greatly stunned Chin and Helen, who were standing nearby and became involuntary witnesses to this striptease. Can jumped up to him and gave Aruba a hefty kick, shouting curses at the insolent fellow, causing him to stumble and fly forward, not even having time to pull up his clothes in time. Helen quietly noted that it was indeed very hot outside, and even the fan did not save her from the sweltering heat. Sheen also expressed concern that despite avoiding work during the peak midday heat, the summer sun remained relentless. Even the layer of protective dirt couldn't save people from sunburn. Chin smiled mysteriously and activated the system. He said that it was time to achieve the goal set a year ago. Hearing this, Helen looked at him with curiosity, waiting for an explanation. Jessica asked if this was a map of the entire Bao Tu Island, and Chin, controlling the image, confirmed that it was an updated map that he had discovered just recently. Now it was possible to find the names of all the plants growing on the island. He pointed to the screen where an image of a small bush appeared and said that he had found something important. Jessica blurted out that it was thorny grass. Chin and the others went deeper into the forest, believing that the target was already close. Everyone was diligently searching the bushes until Poama raised his hand, signaling his discovery. The system immediately issued a notification. The blackthorn tree is a shrub that is one of the most important crops. Its leaves are rich in nutrients, and its roots are capable of healing ulcers. Chin looked at the botanical treasure before him with delight, and urged everyone to work hard to cut down all the plants before sunset. 3 days later, Aruba stood shirtless, posing contentedly in a long green skirt. As he admired how cool and refreshing the plant clothes felt, Can shouted at Aruba and told him not to shirk his work. Compared to cotton, nettle retains heat worse, but has excellent breathability, making this fabric the best choice for hot summers. However, turning the stems into fabric was no easy task. The fiber layer had to be cut off first, then dried and hand-spun into thin threads. After this, each skein was placed on a bamboo frame and evenly combed with rice paste to make the coarse fibers smooth. A comb-like tool would then be used to finish arranging the fibers so they could be threaded into the spinning wheel to form threads. Chin held the drawings in his hands and continued to praise the talented girl, noting that Alex had created the spinning wheel incredibly quickly. Helen realized that weaving was much easier than it seemed, and Chin was once again convinced that he had made the right choice to entrust this task to her. The children watched with delight as the piece of fabric slowly took shape. Honey touched the fabric, amazed at how light it was, and Alay happily added that clothes made from such material would be very comfortable. Looking at the happy children, Jessica noted with a smile that at the current pace it would take a long time to provide clothes for the entire tribe. Chin countered that this task was just for skilled female hands. Helen only regretted the lack of dyes for sewing bright and colorful outfits. Koyan took a deep breath, thinking about women's boundless passion for beautiful things, and pointed to the vats of ready-made paint standing nearby. Jessica asked in bewilderment about the contents of the containers, and the young man explained that these were malin leaves for creating medicine and obtaining natural indigo. Chin began to explain the intricacies of the process. The leaves must be soaked in water for 7 days, after which lime water must be added to the extract and mixed thoroughly. Hearing this, Alay raised her hand and reminded everyone present of the Almighty's words that active substances invariably turn blue when in direct contact with an alkaline environment. Her voice sounded calm and firm, as if she were repeating a well-learned lesson, without doubting for a moment the correctness of the words spoken and her own conclusions. Chin patted the girl on the head with obvious pleasure, warmly praising her for her diligence, attentiveness, and desire for knowledge, which was rare for her age. Helen pointed to the colorful containers arranged on the shelves and asked if they were also intended for making paints. Chin confirmed this. He spoke in detail about a plant with small red berries. If you boil madder, you can get a rich red color. He then moved on to the second plant with purple flowers, the sagebrush, which needed to be soaked in alcohol for 24 hours to produce the purple pigment. Chin continued his acquaintance with the third plant, which has an orange fruit. The fruits of the gardenia must be crushed and soaked in water, after which a yellow dye will be obtained. Helen's eyes sparkled with delight, and she joyfully squeezed Jessica's hand. The girl was jubilant, because now they had 4 types of dyes at their disposal. In hot summers, linen clothing protected against sunburn and absorbed sweat perfectly, significantly reducing people's discomfort during hard work. Everyone around was enthusiastically taking each other's measurements for the new clothes. Jessica, looking at Chin, didn't even try to hide her admiration. In recent days, everyone had been busy with high-intensity work, and the transition to lighter work like sewing clothes became a complete and timely rest for them. It's worth noting that creating outfits brought Helen genuine pleasure. She drew sketch after sketch, admiring each new style and unable to choose the best one. A week later, Chin tried on his new clothes and smiled with satisfaction. The custom-made clothes fit him perfectly. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside, calling for Chin to immediately come out to the others and show off his new outfit. The young man quickly pulled back the curtain and went outside, unable to contain his exclamation of delight. Helen stood in front of him, her hair pulled back into a ponytail today and a bright yellow crop top paired with deep blue shorts. Chin's eyes widened, and he sincerely exclaimed that Helen looked absolutely stunning. The girl blushed deeply and began babbling in embarrassment, asking what the sudden compliments were all about. She began fussily adjusting her outfit, muttering that some extra threads still needed to be trimmed. At that moment, a figure in a bright red robe suddenly appeared in front of them. Helen heard a complaint that the outfit was a little tight in her chest. It was Jessica, who had styled her hair and put on a gorgeous red chipao, wondering if she looked pretty enough in it. Helen showered her with praise, noting that Jessica's chiseled figure was simply perfect for this style of dress. Jessica asked her friend if Chin would like her even more in fishnet stockings, and upon hearing this, the young man decided to leave immediately. Aruba, dressed in blue clothes, happily asked Bakuma what he looked like. Bakuma answered very casually, just to get rid of his friend. Honey called out loudly to the shaman when she saw Chin approaching. The young man froze in surprise. Honey was wearing a blue and white school uniform and looked very fresh. Alay ran next to her, her arms spread wide in a cute orange princess dress, the little girl simply beaming with joy. Chin asked Honey if the new clothes suited her, and Alay chimed in, confirming that linen clothes were very cool and comfortable against the body. Chin tried to say something, but Latina pushed the girl aside and began to happily explain something to the leader. Soon, Helen and Jessica came over and invited everyone to try on the new clothes so they could make any adjustments they needed. Chin watched with a smile as the sisters excitedly discussed their outfits. Helen admired how cute Alay looked, and Bakuma compared the girl to a beautiful goddess. Chin muttered to himself that the issues of food, clothing, and shelter were resolved, and now only a means of transportation remained. The clothing issue was finally resolved, and in the following days, the ship's construction proceeded strictly according to plan. Helen led the team in gathering provisions for the long journey ahead, carrying a huge basket and urging caution to Honey, who had climbed high up in a tree. Everyone contributed, and the work moved forward steadily, with Alex starting to pour the finished mixture from the basin into special molds. 6 months passed unnoticed, night fell, and strange sounds were heard from the depths of the forest. In the distance, a huge cloud of dust rose up, inside of which someone was clearly moving. Animals ran out of the forest. These were wild deer and rabbits, among which gray and white wolves were mixed. They ran together in a huge herd. 2 wild wolves quickly ran up to the closed gates of the camp and began to howl loudly. Lucy realized that this group of animals belonged to the Black Wolf Pack. He assumed that they were looking for a shaman. He ordered Aruna to open the gates and call Chin. Aruna immediately responded in agreement. Chin was resting, but suddenly opened his eyes after hearing strange sounds. Helen pulled back the curtain and asked Chin if he heard anything. Jessica also came out from the next room and said that she thought she heard Bayan scream. Bakuma and Latina also ran outside, wondering if it was an animal attack. Aruna hurried to report to the shaman that the Black Wolf's wolf pack had arrived. Chin and his group quickly ran into the forest, following the 2 wolves and the bear. His heart was filled with anxiety and worry. He ran with all his might. Chin squatted down. A herd of beasts surrounded him. Chin felt a strong vibration and heat. He suddenly realized the true nature of this strange warmth. So Chin quickly turned to his men to urgently inform everyone of the impending danger. He ordered the chief to immediately gather all the elders and children of the tribe, take lighted torches, and head to a safe beach as quickly as possible. Tata and the Bakuma brothers were strictly instructed to gather a group of people, go into the communal kitchen, and quickly take out absolutely all the food and freshwater supplies. He told the remaining residents to collect as many clean towels and warm blankets as possible to prepare for the harsh conditions outside the camp. On the coast, boats were already waiting in full readiness, and soon all the people remaining in the camp gathered in one place for further evacuation. Chin, along with the other men, pushed the rafts into the water, not expecting that these temporary means of crossing would come in handy right now. He looked back. The scientists said that the volcano would wake up after a period of dormancy, but did not specify the details. However, now, being on boats, they did not need to fear lava flows. At that moment, the crater emitted a blinding light, accompanied by a powerful explosion. Chin realized that it had started. He quickly grabbed a wet towel and shouted for everyone to immediately cover their mouths and noses. The surface of the sea suddenly trembled and a wave hit the sides of the boats. Helen and Jessica lost their balance, but continued to press the wet towels tightly to their faces, letting out frightened sighs. The animals on the boats trembled continuously from the deafening roar outside. Latina screamed, clinging to Can, that the spirit of the earth was angry and they were all doomed to die. But Can angrily ordered him to shut up immediately. The volcano erupted non-stop, and thick white smoke filled the entire area as the tribesmen successfully sailed far out to sea. Chin, still covering his face with a towel, hurried to ask his comrades if everything was okay with the rest of his large team. Helen, coughing from the acrid smoke, replied that they were fine. Chin watched the island from the ship. Even from a distance, a huge amount of ash could be felt. Chin's expression remained gloomy. He reminded them that in any case, they only had 6 months left and they needed to speed up as much as possible. The sky gradually brightened, and 3 boats slowly drifted across the calm sea surface. Sheen woke up and yawned. Helen on his shoulder opened her eyes and asked about the volcano. Jessica, who was hugging Alay, replied that the eruption seemed to have finally stopped. Sheen thought deeply about the fact that the temperature of the lava fluctuated between 700 and 1,200 degrees Celsius. Even at the lowest temperature, it was enough to burn an entire forest to the ground. He turned around and ordered everyone to return. Everyone followed Chin back to the island, coughing constantly from the smoke left behind by the eruption, until they reached the entrance to the settlement. Chin let out a breath, confirming their return. Honey and Alay rushed forward with joyful cries that the camp was intact. After a night on the boats, everyone was exhausted. But instead of going to their rooms, people gathered in the kitchen. The reason was the fear that the volcano might start erupting again, so being together gave them at least some sense of security. To allay the tribe's worries and calm their own minds, Chin and Khan decided to head out into the plains to scout things out. Before leaving, Chin was afraid that the path might be blocked by lava, but in fact, the power of the eruption turned out to be much less than expected. Although volcanic ash was scattered across the deserted island, lava flows affected less than 1/3 of its area. When the timing of the next disaster was confirmed, everyone finally felt calmer and continued building the ship. It is worth mentioning that due to the erosion of the plains, the wolf pack lost its hunting grounds and moved into the forest near the camp. After 6 months, the weather on the island became cold, and everyone gradually changed their clothes to animal skins. Stretching, Chin realized that 2 years had flown by since his arrival on this deserted island. Jessica appeared behind her with an enthusiastic look, noticing that everyone had woken up unusually early today. Helen also smiled happily, adding that people were simply dying of impatience. With only a few days left until the new year and with snow falling, Chin noted that he did not expect the ship's construction to be completed 2 months ahead of schedule. But it is precisely because of this that they can now calmly prepare for the holiday. While people were setting the tables, animals from the black wolf pack were milling around. Chin saw a group of 4 girls, consisting of Jessica, Helen, Honey, and Alay, animatedly discussing something. He became curious, but when he noticed a black wolf with a huge red bow around its neck and flowers on its head, he simply couldn't resist. He asked the girls if they thought it was abnormal because the predator was literally shaking with rage. Soon, Chin climbed into a sleigh pulled by a pack of wolves, where each wolf in the lead pair also had a red bow around its neck. He gave the order to set off, and when it began to get dark, Chin commanded everyone to immediately prepare for the feast. Night fell, and the entire tribe set out tables, chairs, food, and lit fires on the beach. Chin, Kan, and 2 other tribesmen held a long pole lighting a pile of pyrotechnics in front of them. Keen explained that fireworks only gain true meaning when launched simultaneously. The fire touched the fuse, and with the roar of explosions, the night sky blossomed into a magnificent radiance, illuminating everything around with bright flashes and shimmering lights. The crowd below erupted in cheers, their joyful roar instantly filling the space, adding to the festive atmosphere. In the face of this majestic spectacle, everyone raised their glasses and had a merry time. When the banquet was over, Kan remained sitting on the beach, while Abu lay sprawled on the ground, dead drunk. At this moment, Chin was deep in thought while the 3 girls, Helen, Jessica, and Honey, hugged him tightly. He sighed, thinking that if this continued, both his hands would go completely numb. Chin carefully raised himself up and sat up. Jessica immediately rolled over onto her other side, letting out a quiet moan in her sleep. Chin left the place where the 3 girls were sleeping and walked slowly along the shore. He looked with a smile at the ship, which was the fruit of their shared many months of labor. Jessica, Honey, and Helen approached him and noticed that the ship still didn't have a name, asking if he had any ideas. Chin asked how long they had been awake and suggested options like Fierce Dragon or Lonely Dragon, but Helen immediately objected that it sounded too banal. Chin was deep in thought, and suddenly a suitable name popped into his head. He blurted out that the ship should be called Dawn, and this decision immediately satisfied everyone. At that moment, the first ray of sun appeared on the horizon, illuminating the ship standing in front of the people. In the distance, the snow-capped peaks of a dormant volcano rose majestically, with smoke from the cooling lava still lazily rising from its summit. According to New Year's tradition, no one was supposed to work for several days, and all the camp residents happily observed this custom. They lived here for 2 years, but they never had the opportunity to truly appreciate the beauty of this place. Helen smiled happily, making sketches. Outside, an atmosphere of absolute tranquility reigned. 3 young men were leisurely fishing, while young girls were happily splashing in the water right at the shore. If there was any task left, it was only one: to inform the Black Wolf through Hampy about the impending destruction of the island. People had already become accustomed to constant employment, and after a few days of idleness, everyone felt an inner emptiness and began to look for something to do. Jessica, discussing plans with Chin, expressed disappointment that the wheat harvest was low. They managed to collect 15,000 kilograms, which is almost 3 times less than expected. But Chin didn't look worried and replied with a smile that, given the fruits, vegetables, and various types of meat, they had enough food to last them a whole year. Chin sat motionless in front of the large screen, studying something intently. Jessica quietly approached and gently touched his shoulder, asking what he was looking at. The young man turned around and explained that he was idly studying data concerning Bao 2. When she asked about the findings, he pointed to an envelope-shaped icon, as if thinking out loud about the importance of this information. Jessica asked if it was an experiment journal. He stopped looking at her and, with a barely noticeable grin, focused on the monitor, studying the professor's data on the rifts before transferring them. The text of the first hypothesis stated that opposites repel each other due to the powerful influence of their magnetic fields. Island number 2 perfectly matches the characteristics of the rift field, creating a conflict that depends on time cycles. When this confrontation reaches its peak, the island will literally be thrown away, creating a phenomenon of monstrous power. Any living creature nearby at this moment will inevitably be pulled into the space-time rift along with the island. At that moment, Helen appeared in the doorway and told Chin that she had already informed everyone about her departure the next morning. But people do not seem as inspired as she expected. On the contrary, many of them have sunk into deep melancholy. Alex pointed at Honey, who was deep in thought. Alex's unexpected voice made Honey flinch. She turned to the bright, star-studded sky and regretfully admitted that she suddenly felt very sad to leave. Although she had previously longed to leave this place as soon as possible, now her sensitive heart was filled to the brim with an inexplicable and very heavy anxiety. Nearby, 4 young men lay on the ground, contemplating the stars. One of them asked with sadness in his voice if they were really floating away. Another asked Can why his eyes were so red and whether there was sand in them, but he only grunted irritably in response. The next morning, aboard a massive vessel divided into 3 sections, people lined up on either side, with Chin standing in the very center. He walked to the bow of the ship and raised his fist in determination, his thunderous command to sail echoing across the water. The snow-white sails were raised and filled with the power of the wind. The huge ship set in motion, beginning its great journey. Almost all the tribesmen gathered at the stern of the ship to take one last look at the receding shore. Helen sadly noted that in 2 years they had gone from waiting for rescuers to being completely independent. But now that it was time to say goodbye to the island, her heart was heavy. Chin assumed a fighting stance and called on everyone to be prepared for any eventuality, and the tribe unanimously agreed. The wind filled the sails more and more, and the huge ship continued to move away from the island. After some time, the island on which they had lived for 2 years began to disappear over the horizon. When the ship was already drifting out to sea, Chin ordered Can and Latina to slaughter the pig. He handed them a firecracker and ordered them to place it inside. The pig carcass was secured to a small raft and towed behind the ship. Latina asked anxiously if the bait would explode before the monster appeared. Chin reassured him. He added a long fuse to the bomb so there would be no premature explosion. He announced that the monster's treat was completely ready. Latina was still very worried, but Chin assured the man that in case of failure, he already had other plans. He then shouted to Bakuma and Bokama to remain vigilant on patrol. Both warriors promised the boy that they would not miss any sign of danger. They watched the bait intently in the sea, but on the surface everything seemed calm. However, underwater, a massive creature was already silently approaching the ship. The ship continued on its way, and the crew was unaware of the hidden threat. In the cabin, Helen expressed admiration for Jessica's seamanship skills, and Jessica explained that she owed this to her father, with whom she had been sailing since she was 9 years old. Hearing this, Chin only sighed, thinking about the simple life of rich people, Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a message that they had reached the desired coordinates. The ship found itself facing a furious storm with deafening thunder and lightning. Chin remarked that this picture reminded him of that day on the beach. Helen immediately thought of the space-time storm. Chin ordered everyone to take their positions, and the team unanimously agreed. Jessica returned to the cockpit, took her place at the helm, and concentrated on taking full control of the ship's further course. Meanwhile, the men set to work together and began to tighten the ropes of the sails, working in a coordinated and swift manner to prepare the ship for maneuvers as quickly as possible. At the same time, Helen gathered the women and children and took them to a safe place inside the hold. Alex continually fed coal into the firebox, maintaining a steady flame and monitoring the draft to ensure the mechanism ran smoothly even under increased load. Latina and Aruba focused on adjusting the steering gear, calibrating every movement to ensure a precise course. Suddenly, Bakuma reported the appearance of a leviathan, a giant monster chasing their bait. Seeing the monster, Chin understood the reason for the defeat of Captain Manson's fleet. Judging by the monster's size, their ship could fit entirely in its mouth. Latina added that the creature was incredibly intelligent, as it appeared at the moment of their greatest vulnerability. Chin resolutely drew his bow, declaring that he could not let the enemy get close. He fired a flaming arrow, which caught the bait and ignited the fuse inside the pig carcass. Immediately after this, he ordered everyone to concentrate and wait for the right moment. The colossal beast came fully to the surface. It was truly a huge monster, with a massive head, powerful jaws, and sharp teeth. The Leviathan instantly swallowed the bait they had thrown out earlier. The moment he surfaced, a rain of countless arrows fell upon him. There were too many arrows for him to dodge. They covered his entire body and penetrated deep into his flesh. Everyone continued to shout, urging each other on as the monster sank back into the water, the underwater space being its territory. Seeing that the situation was not going in their favor, Kan became worried. At sea, they could not attack him effectively. He panicked, calling out to the great shaman as the creature stalked them again. Chin urgently ordered Jessica to start the paddle wheel, and the mechanism immediately began to move. Jessica relayed the command to Alex, who threw more coal into the engine's firebox. The furnace blazed furiously and the engine started to run at full power. Outside, the monster resurfaced, its gaping mouth wide open to devour everything in its path. Aluba panicked and screamed that they were doomed. Chin signaled for Bakuma to fire, using the arrows as bait to distract. The paddle wheel instantly spun up to maximum speed. The engine continuously spewed thick smoke, and the ship abruptly changed course, catching the Leviathan by surprise. Seeing its prey slip away, the huge lizard gave chase in a furious chase, its powerful body instantly cutting through the water, quickly closing the distance to the departing ship. Someone shouted out in alarm that the monster's speed had not decreased at all. Chin was about to give Helen an order over the communication device, but he was interrupted by a deafening explosion. Everyone was shocked. Latina asked what happened. Bakuma guessed that a bomb had gone off. That's exactly what happened. Leviathan had already taken the bait, and when the fuse burned out, the charge inside exploded. Latina exclaimed that this seemed unreal. Chin was much calmer. After the explosion of so many bombs from the inside, the death of the monster was natural. He lay down exhausted on the deck. The Leviathan's speed was higher than he had expected, and it was good that the danger had passed. Otherwise, he would have had to waste his trump card. Jessica called him over the comm, worried about the noise. China happily reported that the Leviathan was defeated, but suddenly Jessica noticed something terrifying. She looked at the giant tsunami that had grown in front of them and screamed into the communication device. There was no time left at all. Everyone was ordered to quickly return to the cabin. Chin tried his best to calm the people down. Everyone was ordered to go down. The wooden vessel rocked wildly in the fierce storm, huge waves crashing onto the deck with force, causing the ship's hull to groan and shudder under the onslaught of the elements. Seeing the tsunami approaching, Chin ordered the paddle wheel power to be maintained. Small hatches opened in the sides of the ship, and oars immediately emerged from there. Inside the cabin, Helen blew her whistle, signaling everyone to row together. Clear commands were heard. 1-2, 1-2, and the boat quickly rushed straight towards the crest of the tsunami. Watching this scene, Chin admired what was happening. It was called a majestic spectacle. A huge tsunami was rapidly approaching. Chin shouted for everyone to hold on as tightly as possible, because they were about to ride this giant wave. A comparison was made when the Sun Sun encountered the Buddha's palm. He probably felt something similar. The ship cut through the waves, and everyone present was extremely tense. The paddle wheel was rotating at full speed and the engine was running continuously. The tsunami was already hanging right over their heads. Chin shouted nervously that they were almost at the very peak. Jessica gripped the steering wheel tightly and remained completely calm. Everyone made every effort to maintain order. No one dared to relax for a moment. Immediately after the ship successfully cut through the wave, the mortal danger was finally over. Chin breathed a sigh of relief as it was announced that everyone was safe. Jessica supported the general atmosphere, but warned her friends not to get carried away by the beauty of the landscape and not to catch a cold in the sea breeze. Having left the storm behind, their ship confidently cut through the surface, heading towards new horizons. The next morning, the sky was azure and the ocean lulled the ship with its serenity. Chin was in his room when Kan looked into the room and found Aruba, soaking wet, sprawled out on the bed. Kan did not hide his indignation and sharply ordered the young man to change his clothes, but Aruba did not even move, only muttering dully that he was incredibly tired. While Kan was dressing nearby, Chin stood in the doorway and loudly called everyone to dinner. Turning around, he came across a strange picture. Hampy, the black leader, and the other wolves were lying on the floor in complete stupor. It seemed to him that the poor animals had fallen victim to seasickness, for the land predators had never before encountered the fury of the open sea. But as soon as Chin opened the door, the animals instantly transformed, and before he could even comprehend the reason for the change, a flock of animals rushed past him like a whirlwind. It became clear that the animals were not sick at all, but were simply exhausted in the cramped conditions and longed for freedom. Meanwhile, the intoxicating aromas of freshly prepared dishes hung in the dining room. Helen, carrying a heavy tray, inquired about Chin's whereabouts. Honey replied with a smile that the captain had gone on an inspection and should be back any minute. At that very second, Chin crossed the threshold, immediately declaring that the wonderful smell of food had been following him since the stairs and did not let go for a moment. The first dinner on board the ship took place in an atmosphere of unprecedented enthusiasm. Perhaps the people's hearts were filled with joy at having left behind the dangers of BAO number 2 forever. Despite the pleasant meal, the burden of the day was taking its toll. Fatigue quickly took its toll, and the tribe members, one by one, began to disperse to their cabins. Having settled into bed, the girls joyfully whispered that the long-awaited rest had finally arrived, and that a long sleep lay ahead of them. For various reasons, many could not sleep that night. And as for the watchmen on night duty, they had no time for sleep at all, especially in the company of a pack that had just gained freedom. The wolves stayed awake until dawn, filling the surrounding area with their long howls throughout the night. The next morning, just as the sun was beginning to rise, Bakuma approached the communication system. The girl announced in a loud voice that a new, beautiful day had arrived. Dawn took the team by surprise. Honey stretched out with pleasure to meet the first rays, while sleepy Jessica barely opened her eyelids. Chin looked completely exhausted, he thought with annoyance about the fact that the draft of the ship Dawn was too shallow. Soon the anchor was raised and the ship set off again. The next day was unusually serene. People relaxed, enjoying the scenery as if they were on a pleasure liner, and completely forgot about yesterday's worries. The chief proudly showed off the large fish to everyone, while Kan looked extremely dejected because of his tiny catch. An elder nearby was peacefully watering flowers, and he recited the old folk wisdom that after a storm there is always a calm. For the next 15 days, the weather remained magnificent, and the dawn glided smoothly over the waves until it encountered a veil of thick fog. Chin activated the map on his ring. 3 vast areas appeared in front of him. The first area, D1, was the tropical monsoon mountains. Zone C2 was designated as tropical monsoon jungle. The last zone, A1, was a temperate monsoon plain. Helen, looking at the image, wondered if this was really a complete map of a 3-star biome. Jessica noted that this area seemed much more harsh and wild. Chin explained that according to the ring's archival data, this scroll describes not just an island, but an entire continent. This land combines the most diverse landscapes and climates from all over the world. Jessica exclaimed in amazement that the creation of an artificial continent seemed like something beyond reality. At that moment, Honey came running with a report that everything outside was covered in an impenetrable white shroud. Chin hurried to the deck and listened anxiously to the crew's conversations. The people were afraid of losing their course, as the thick fog made the sea surface completely invisible. Jessica and Helen also went out to check the situation. Helen was puzzled by how the bright sun could change to such a dense haze in just one instant. Jessica explained that the vagaries of the sea weather are quite common, but fog like this is extremely rare away from the coast, and Chin expressed concern that it could hinder their progress. Jessica reassured him, explaining that the risk of a collision in the fog was excluded due to the complete absence of other ships on this empty world. Bohemia was ordered to turn on her yellow lights and take shelter below, as a watch on deck in zero visibility conditions was pointless. The glow of special filters, capable of penetrating wet suspension over vast distances, pierced the thick fog. Chin ordered that the cabins not be left until the weather cleared, realizing that the fog was an ideal breeding ground for dangerous bacteria. Grabbing the huge bear by the ear, the young man noted that this weather was clearly not going to change in the coming hours. As Chin descended into the living quarters, he was curious to find a group of people enthusiastically discussing some mysterious topic. Helen whispered that Sister Jessica had decided to entertain everyone with stories about ghosts, which seemed especially creepy in such a setting. He just chuckled to himself, amazed at his friend's ability to maintain composure and a thirst for stories at such a troubling moment. Jessica, meanwhile, spoke in a quiet voice about the restless souls of pirates whose ships had once been wrecked in these treacherous waters. She described them as embodiments of ancient sins, doomed to wander forever in the fog, haunting anyone who dared to disturb their peace. The restless souls of these pirates could find no peace in either heaven or hell, so they were doomed to drag their rotting bodies along the sea waves for eternity. Jessica, whose face looked like a frightening mask in the dim lamplight, whispered an imitation of the terrifying sound, causing the frightened chief to press closer to his fellow tribesmen. Honey tried to remain calm and asked the girl if a yellow light in fog always meant the presence of another vessel. Having received an affirmative answer, the girl pointed out the window where, contrary to all expectations, a single yellow light was indeed flickering. The chief instantly panicked, thinking that the legend of the ghost pirates had come true right before their eyes. Chin assumed that it was just a strange coincidence. Chin ordered Can to take up arms and follow him on reconnaissance, strictly forbidding the others to leave their positions. At Jessica's request, the lookout beeped twice as a greeting, but there was no response from the mysterious fire. Even after 5 warning bell strikes, the unfamiliar vessel remained deathly silent, continuing to slowly approach their ship. Latina screamed, assuring everyone that he could already hear that same ghostly ringing that Jessica had just talked about. The lookout reported that the object was not responding to communication attempts and was possibly not an ordinary ship at all. Chin ordered a change of course, nervously thinking that at such a distance the crew of the other ship was bound to hear their loud cries. Soon, a colossal dark silhouette began to slowly emerge from the thick darkness, resembling a huge floating fortress enveloped in dead silence. The unknown ship emitted a chilling creak that inspired superstitious horror in everyone on deck at that moment. Helen watched in amazement as the mythical ghost ship took on a very tangible and frighteningly material form. It became quite obvious that the mysterious strangers were not in the mood for dialogue. Therefore, Chin ordered to follow his course and open fire at the slightest threat. The captain took a firm position on the deck, tightly gripping the handle of his stationary crossbow and trying to determine the true intentions of the oncoming ship's crew. Suddenly, massive gun barrels began to slowly extend from the sides of the alien ship. This caused the young man to give the order to immediately launch a preemptive strike. A volley of heavy harpoons followed immediately, but the shells strangely passed through the enemy hull without causing any visible damage. In response to this, all the enemy's guns simultaneously burst into flames, showering the deck with a hail of deadly lead and cast-iron cannonballs. Chin sharply ordered everyone to duck, realizing with alarm that the wooden hull of their ship would not withstand a direct hit from such a powerful weapon. He planned to use the advantage of the paddle wheels to quickly get away from the sailing ship, which, all things being equal, would have been much slower. The lookout reported through the speaking tube in an excited voice that she had seen enemy cannonballs flying through their ship as if through empty space. Realizing the strange nature of what was happening, Chin boldly straightened up and headed to the very edge of the side, completely ignoring the frightened warnings of his faithful comrades. He peered closely into the impenetrable veil of fog, trying to discern the slightest movement in its depths. As soon as the guy approached the side, another deafening shot rang out. The metal core was approaching Chin at a tremendous speed. At gigantic speed, the cannonball rushed through the fog and pierced through Chin's body. Can and the other tribesmen stood frozen in amazement as they watched this. A triumphant smile appeared on the captain's face when his guess about the ghostly nature of the attacking ship and the complete invulnerability of the crew was confirmed. He confidently ordered everyone to rise to their feet, explaining that the frightening cannonade was only a clever illusion, incapable of causing them any real harm. Chin confidently stated that they were not facing a real enemy, but merely a clever illusion or a rare natural phenomenon. Jessica watched the ghostly ship with delight, amazed at the incredible luck of seeing such a miracle with her own eyes. Helen, in her usual manner, explained to the puzzled Honey that the phantom was caused by the refraction of reflected light in the layers of the atmosphere. The captain decided to simplify this complex scientific definition and compared what he saw to an ordinary shadow that is projected onto the ground in an unusual way. The girl immediately understood the analogy. At that moment, Jessica pointed out that the ghost ship began to slowly approach them through a thick veil of white fog. Chan doubted the object's natural origin, as the ghostly frigate was actively maneuvering and even simulating a counterattack to their actions. Alok suggested that this phenomenon could be a unique feature of this world, that humanity simply has not yet had time to study and describe. Soon the fog began to rapidly dissipate, and a clear sky began to shine again over the endless sea expanses, announcing the end of danger. As the darkness disappeared, the mysterious ship also vanished, leaving behind only a multitude of questions and heated discussions among the crew members. Rasvet continued its journey to the third zone, confidently overcoming the waves thanks to Jessica's skill and the reliability of her mechanisms. Exactly 1 month had passed since their departure, and during this time all of their fellow tribesmen had fully adapted to the measured rhythm of life on the water. The chief at the dinner table began to openly express dissatisfaction with the fact that their diet now consisted exclusively of fish in a variety of preparations. The monotony of life at sea gradually deprived people of inspiration, causing many of them to miss the familiar and more stable life on their native island. Samba asked the captain about his plans for forming a new squad. Chin explained the need to divide the people into 2 groups for shift training. The leader expressed doubt about the success of this undertaking, believing that true warriors are born, and the process of raising them from ordinary people takes too much time. Chin emphasized the importance of self-defense skills for everyone, as the strength of one can group may not be enough in the event of a real clash. The chieftain humbly acknowledged the authority of the great shaman, but was immediately severely reprimanded for attempting to shift the responsibility entirely onto the shoulders of his leader. The captain called on the chieftain to actively cooperate and inquired about the methods used to select warriors in their native Lada tribe. To complete the ritual, a person had to defeat a wolf or other ferocious predator, which was considered sufficient proof of his masculine strength. Shin thoughtfully repeated the elder's words, realizing that hunting a wolf alone was the most difficult test of wisdom and combat experience. After lengthy discussions with the chieftain, the young man decided to retain the traditional selection process, but significantly adjusted the criteria for evaluating potential warriors. Now, to receive the honorary title, a fellow tribesman had to either defeat one of the 3 wolves or hold out against the entire pack for more than 30 minutes. When the chieftain officially announced the new rules, the deck resounded with enthusiastic cries. For the status of a warrior was considered the highest degree of valor in the Lada tribe. For a week, all able-bodied men, excluding only children and the very old, trained diligently under the strict supervision of their instructors. During these tests, each participant strove to prove his right to be called a defender and to be a full member of the combat squad. Ultimately, 13 people passed the exam successfully. They did not hide their wild joy as they celebrated joining the ranks of the ship's elite warriors. Some of the participants barely made it through the test, literally coming close to failure. Those tribesmen who did not make it into the main detachment, Chin sent to Bakuma for serious training in the art of archery. After the battle with the Vikings, the leader realized that the low accuracy of the archers was greatly limiting the overall combat power of the entire group at range. Helen approached the captain from behind and quietly expressed a strong desire to also learn how to shoot, so as not to be a burden and to be able to protect her comrades. Chin, with an approving smile, agreed to personally train the girl, helping her hold the weapon correctly and correcting her every movement. He gently guided his companion's hands, advising her not to strain too much and to try to find the most comfortable position for making an accurate shot. At the same time, The rest of the men, under the strict guidance of Bakuma, performed grueling exercises involving repeated pulling of the bowstring to strengthen the muscles. At the stern of the ship, newly minted warriors took turns attacking their experienced mentors, trying to prove their strength and acquired skills in a real duel. However, Honey, even with only one leg, repelled the onslaught with astonishing ease and effortlessly knocked over any opponent who dared to move forward. Latina demonstrated virtuoso shield handling and punished students for the slightest mistake. Can closely monitored the sparring sessions, urging the newcomers to defend themselves more reliably with both legs and not leave vulnerable areas for a sudden counterattack. While Helen was resting after classes, Chin decided to use his free time to make up for his lack of combat experience. Days turned into weeks of continuous training, and in such an intense rhythm, another month flew by unnoticed. Jessica was steering the boat as usual when her attention was suddenly drawn to unusual and alarming changes, and she peered closely at the horizon. The sky darkened rapidly, and the previously calm sea surface began to become covered with alarming ripples. The people on deck immediately noticed the change in the weather. A loud voice announced to all passengers that dawn had approached the boundaries of the third biosphere. A heavy downpour hit the ship, and the waves grew increasingly violent, testing the strength of the wooden hull. Despite the terrifying sight of the storm clouds, the team felt not so much fear as an unprecedented excitement before conquering a new peak. Everyone took their places according to the battle schedule and froze in anticipation when there were only 100 meters left until the space-time rift. Alux squeezed everything possible out of the sailboat's power plant. Jessica let out a cry of delight as she pushed the control lever all the way down, pushing the ship's mechanisms to their limits. The ship made a swift dash forward, breaking through the chaos of lightning and the raging streams of water beneath the keel. Half an hour later, the furious elements suddenly retreated, giving way to a serene sky and gentle calm. The lookout raised her telescope and joyfully shouted that the long-awaited land had finally appeared right ahead. Honey was the first to rush to the bow of the ship, eagerly peering into the distant horizon, where the contours of an unknown shore were clearly visible. The rest of the tribesmen took up this jubilant cry, unable to hold back tears of joy at the successful arrival in the new world. The sea voyage finally came to an end. Jessica carefully studied the coastline through a telescope and noted that they reached the third biosphere much faster. Chin just smiled with satisfaction, because instead of the expected 6 months of dangerous travel, it took them only 3 to reach their goal. Under Kan's direction, the warriors began to work the ropes in a coordinated manner, carefully lowering a small reconnaissance boat into the water. Jessica explained to her curious companions that the shallow coastal waters were rife with dangerous reefs that could instantly destroy their large ship. The small vessel moved slowly forward, carefully clearing a safe path for the frigate following behind. Among the dense thickets, the tribesmen were surprised to notice unusual trees whose powerful roots went deep into the salty seawater. The girl explained that these were mangrove forests, a sure sign of a rich and fertile coastal ecosystem in the New World. Jessica asked the captain about their exact location, but the magic ring on his hand suddenly refused to determine the coordinates in the usual way. The young man suggested that the artifact was directly connected to the treasures of the second island and could malfunction in fundamentally different climate zones. Using the mangroves and the unique curve of the coast as landmarks, he attempted to match the visual data with the general maps. Soon, a small schematic representation of the terrain began to slowly appear on the surface of the ring, indicating their approximate position relative to the center of the continent. The area seemed like an ideal place to stop, so Chin decided to steer the ship towards the intended destination. The heroes took their time and spent one night in a safe bay. According to the data received, their current position was in the very center of the coastal strip of impenetrable tropical jungle. To reach the desired zone of temperate hills, the ship had to travel more than 400 kilometers across the open sea. Dawn confidently set out on a new course, leaving behind the wall of green thickets and heading towards the more hospitable shores of this biosphere. However, the journey took 7 whole days, which greatly puzzled Chin. Studying the map, the guy realized that they should have arrived at their destination the day before yesterday, but the ship was still off the coast of the endless tropical jungle. Someone suggested that they were already there, but Jessica countered, pointing out the unique vegetation of these areas, as the surrounding area was surrounded by exceptionally dense mangrove forest. The captain felt a growing sense of unease, realizing that some unknown force was holding them in this dangerous zone. At that moment, an alarmed voice was heard behind them, calling for the shaman to immediately come out onto the deck. Chin turned to the lookout with hope in his eyes and asked if he had noticed the hills, to which Bakuma, in a worried tone, asked the boy to look at it himself. Chin and his companions quickly left the wheelhouse, faced with the growing hum of anxious voices on deck. The tribesmen argued animatedly, pointing to the shore, which seemed frighteningly familiar and native to them. The captain quickly approached Han and demanded to know the reason for such massive and obvious confusion of the entire crew. Following his intense gaze, the young man shuddered, realizing the scale of the inexplicable threat hanging over them. Helen, her voice shaky with excitement, suggested that this beach might just be very similar to their previous stop. The guy just shook his head sternly, recognizing every detail of the very place where they first dropped anchor. Despite the blazing sun and the heat emanating from the deck, the three leaders were overcome with a chilling shiver as they hunched over the map in the cockpit, searching for a clue in the spatial dead end. Jessica looked at the guy with deep concern, realizing that the probability of such a random coincidence was absolutely zero. The girl timidly asked if they could make a complete circumnavigation around the entire continent in 1 week. After much debate, the heroes came up with a hypothesis about a powerful sea current that was insidiously forcing their ship to endlessly circle around this cursed place. The second hypothesis questioned the accuracy of the magic ring, which could have given false navigational directions due to a malfunction in the artifact. The third version was the most frightening. The third biosphere could have partially collapsed in the past, leaving behind only endless tropical jungles. While the leaders were discussing plans, the people at the side of the boat began to shout excitedly, pointing to a strange creature swimming just below the surface of the water. The captain was surprised to recognize the skilled swimmer as a sloth, which moved much faster in the sea than along the branches of its native trees. Jessica explained that these usually slow-moving creatures are willing to travel across entire bays in search of a mate during breeding season. She added that for the sake of procreation, males forget their legendary laziness and are capable of truly grueling journeys. The tribesmen listened to this story with their mouths open, but their next words left Chin and the girl literally speechless. The hunters had a heated argument about the taste of the swimming animal, ultimately deciding not to touch its meat, despite its appetizing appearance. The guy just sighed, amazed at the practicality of his people, who saw even the most amazing wonders of nature first and foremost as only a potential dinner. Jessica suggested waiting for low tide to safely disembark and explore the exposed mangrove forest floor. The tribesmen greeted this idea with undisguised delight, since a long stay in the closed space of the ship became a real test for them. Chin was the first to step onto solid ground, feeling the incredible relief and peace that only a person can get from having reliable support under his feet. Aruba and Samba ran along the shore with loud laughter, like little children who had finally broken free from captivity. Their boisterous revelry was interrupted by the warriors falling into the viscous silt, after which Helen hastened to warn the rest of the landing party about the treachery of this damp local soil. Meanwhile, young Ale discovered a surprising creature in the mud and, with joyful cries, dragged her find to her older friends. Helen studied the creature with interest, noting its striking resemblance to a famous fairy tale character from old stories. At this time, the Bakuma discovered strange objects in the roots of the trees and began arguing about the possibility of eating these fruits. Jessica quickly intervened, explaining that what they were looking at was not edible fruit at all, but the unique seeds of an amazing sea plant. She told her astonished fellow tribesmen about viviparity in mangroves, when shoots begin to develop while still on the branches of the parent tree. Mature taproots fall directly into the sticky mud and are capable of rooting within just a few hours of being separated. The captain added that although these seeds are not eaten, true sea olives the size of a thumb can be found among the mangroves. He vividly described the delicacy's taste, and the hunters immediately became enthusiastic about finding the necessary ingredients, vying with each other to shout out the names of the dishes and quickly assigning responsibilities. Chin merely shook his head, secretly glad that his people were not losing their spirit and such a sincere interest in the new life. The tribesmen showed unprecedented zeal and in the shortest possible time discovered thickets with those very green fruits of sea olives. Some of the tribesmen were busily collecting sea olives, while others were digging juicy shellfish from the sand or excitedly catching timid fiddler crabs. In the dining area, pots of boiling water were boiling on every table, exuding the unprecedented aroma of rich soup prepared from the freshest bounty of the mangrove forest. Everyone enjoyed the treat, noting that they had never eaten such a rich, tender, and at the same time sweet delicacy before. Helen's eyes sparkled with delight, and Jessica compared the crab meat to a juicy jelly that literally melted in her mouth, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. Chin watched the girls with a touch of irony, genuinely amazed at their ability to instantly forget about past dangers as soon as fragrant and filling food appeared on the table. He was amazed at how just one serving of a delicious treat could erase fatigue, worries, and fears, returning them to a carefree state and a lively sparkle in their eyes. After the meal, everyone felt a pleasant heaviness and relaxation, rejoicing at the opportunity to finally rest from the endless sea swell. Jessica and Helen approached the leader, insisting that he take all the warriors with him into the Amazon jungle to ensure maximum safety. The captain firmly rejected this proposal, as Dawn required leaving a reliable guard to protect the women, children, and elders. He emphasized that for a quick march through dense thickets, they needed a mobile and compact unit capable of moving at high speed. Helen helped her fellow tribesmen sew durable suits and high boots. Meanwhile, Jessica was preparing a special oil from mint leaves to repel insects. On the day of the departure, the detachment under the command of Chin boarded boats and headed deep into the flooded forest along the winding riverbed. Chin insisted on using boats, believing that the river route would be much faster and easier than walking through the thicket. According to the data he received from the map, he believed that they could easily go around the forest. Despite the abundance of routes underfoot, the boy cheerfully encouraged his comrades and confidently commanded them to follow him into the very depths of this dark and tangled forest. Honey anxiously reported the dead end, which greatly surprised the leader, since according to the map, this waterway should have led directly to the goal. The boy realized that the riverbed had changed significantly over time and decided to continue walking straight along the massive tree trunks. He did not want to waste time returning and ordered the boats to be tied to powerful roots. People began to carefully move onto the slippery surface of the fallen trees. Chin walked ahead, constantly reminding his comrades of the treacherous moss and wet mud that made every step on the tree extremely dangerous. Suddenly, Honey noticed a strange creature and with a loud cry pointed to a small fish that was sitting calmly on a high branch. The leader explained that it was a mud skipper, capable of breathing air and dexterously climbing trees thanks to its unusually powerful pectoral fins. Aruba, out of habit, immediately inquired about the taste of this curiosity. But the black wolf suddenly attacked the fish, causing the young man to jump back in fear. The predatory pet snorted in disappointment after the attack, and the captain urged his warriors not to be distracted by trifles and to continue the important campaign. Chin strongly reminded everyone of the need to get to land as quickly as possible before dark, while the surrounding forest was filled only with the loud cries of wild birds. He understood perfectly well that as night approached, this noise would be replaced by much more dangerous sounds, and therefore he did not want to risk lingering in these places. Bakuma was the first to point out a gap between the trees, and joyfully reported that the edge of the shore and solid ground were finally visible ahead. The warriors stepped onto new ground with relief, glad to have completed the tiring trek along the slippery and wet trunks of the mangrove trees. The leader looked at the setting sun and ordered an immediate search for a place to spend the night in order to prepare for tomorrow's deep foray into the jungle. Aruba looked around the surrounding vegetation with delight, amazed at the density and brightness of the greenery, which was much richer than on their old island. The wolf suddenly crouched low and let out a low, menacing growl, sensing the scent of a dangerous and powerful stranger in the thick air. Can confirmed the animal's fears, noting the presence of a sharp and fresh smell of urine, which large predators usually leave to mark their boundaries. From the thick shadows, a massive jaguar slowly emerged, its eyes blazing with fury, causing the men to instinctively grab the handles of their trusty weapons. Honey, in amazement, called the beast a spotted lion, but Chin quickly corrected her, explaining the cunning and secretive nature of this forest hunter. The jaguar was not at all afraid of people and brazenly marked a tree right in front of the detachment, demonstrating his complete superiority in this territory. Chin warned once again that these animals were more dangerous than lions, always attacking from behind, and therefore everyone in the squad needed to be extremely careful. The guy was amused by the fact that the predator was in no hurry to attack, but merely moved importantly next to them and continued to persistently mark its territory at every step. Jaguar had no intention of leaving. He assumed a fighting stance, bared his teeth and growled loudly, expressing his rage and readiness to defend this area of the forest to the last. In response, the boy ordered the wolf to inform the beast in its language that people were temporarily taking this territory for themselves and would not allow any interference from outside. The two mighty creatures exchanged fierce glances, and with his actions, the wolf made it clear to the predator who was the true master of this area of the forest. The warriors quickly distributed the responsibilities for setting up the first temporary camp. They skillfully lit fires and set up tents. Aruba sat by the fire, anticipating the taste of roasted jaguar thigh, whose rich aroma was already tickling his nostrils. Kia noted that the meat of the predator is quite dry and tough, so without special spices it is unlikely to seem sophisticated or a truly tasty delicacy to anyone. Bakuma and Honey found the taste quite palatable, while Kan simply ate in silence to restore his wasted strength before another very long journey. After a hearty dinner, everyone went to their tents, leaving two warriors to keep watch over the night among the frightening and mysterious sounds of this wild and impenetrable jungle. The morning began with preparations, and as soon as the canteens were filled with fresh water, the detachment set off, cutting a path through the dense thickets of bushes. The heat and humidity quickly wore the men down, causing their clothes to stick uncomfortably to their bodies and sweat to literally cloud the eyes of the exhausted soldiers. Suddenly, the captain noticed a huge Amazonian centipede slowly crawling up the leg of Kan, who was walking ahead, and ordered everyone to freeze immediately. The leader quietly warned his comrade about the danger of the poison of this 30-centimeter monster, which could cause severe convulsions or even death. The guy loudly ordered the entire squad to stop immediately and freeze in place. Kan looked at his friend in complete bewilderment, not understanding how an ordinary insect could pose a mortal danger to them. As he watched the centipede slide off his boot, he declared that it was not going to attack, but was simply crawling past. Chin instantly plunged the knife into the body of the pest, just as it was about to leave the leg of his faithful comrade. Aruba and Latina looked at the powerful jaws with apprehension, realizing that such fangs could easily bite through thick shoes, and Honey thanked the shaman, to which he merely called on everyone to be extremely careful in this realm of deadly and extremely dangerous creatures. Soon, the dense thicket gave way to more open terrain, allowing the heroes to at least briefly catch their breath before the next stage of the campaign. However, the captain immediately warned that such a respite could be deceptive and that one should not let one's guard down under any circumstances. He reminded that the deeper the detachment goes into the jungle, the more cunning and numerous the enemies hiding there become. Despite this, the detachment continued deeper into the forest, where they were soon attacked by hordes of mosquitoes and other bloodthirsty creatures of the damp thickets. A huge mosquito landed on Chin's neck, but the leader casually swatted the insect away, wincing in irritation at the annoying buzzing in the hot air. Bakuma and Honey also looked extremely exhausted, complaining about the endless attacks of the forest bloodsuckers. Aruba waved his arms incessantly, trying to drive away a whole cloud of insects, and lamented why he had become their main and most delicious target. Bakuma tossed his friend a small bottle in time, clearly labeled as containing pure peppermint oil. The warriors began to actively apply the fragrant substance to their faces and necks, realizing that in this humid heat the number of mosquitoes would only increase. Much to Aruba's delight, the pesky insects began to fly away in all directions as soon as they smelled the sharp, cool scent of mint. The captain mentally praised Jessica for her foresight, because her idea with the essential oil turned out to be the only salvation for the entire squad. Suddenly, Kan froze and turned around sharply, causing Chin and Latina to stop in confusion and ask the reason for such a sudden pause. The experienced tracker seriously reported that he could clearly hear the sound of running water. After a brief silence, Latina confirmed the presence of a river nearby. Honey confidently pointed in the direction, and the leader felt a little awkward, because he was the only one who hadn't caught this quiet sound over the noise of the forest. The detachment quickly overcame the last meters of the thicket and came to the bank of a full-flowing river with amazingly clear and invitingly cool water. Aruba was the first to rush to the stream and enthusiastically announced to everyone that the water was fresh, sweet, and very cold, inviting the others to quench their thirst. Chin understood that the wolf was used to living in the wild and was going to ask his faithful beast to taste the water first. At this time, the tribesmen insisted that no tests were necessary because the water looked very clean and transparent. Before Chin could warn the boy against drinking carelessly in the wilderness, The stern Khan had already given him a heavy educational slap on the back of the head. The leader did not waste time on quarreling and immediately unfolded his map, hoping to use the riverbed to determine the exact coordinates. Unfortunately, reality once again diverged from his plan, and the marks on the magic ring were slow to form a clear picture of the route. Chin realized that the riverbed alone was not enough to pinpoint their coordinates, so he looked up at the rapidly darkening sky and ordered his squad to set up camp, after which they became preoccupied with searching for food, deciding to use all available resources, and therefore the companions logically decided to catch more fish. Honey and Bakuma looked doubtfully at the small fish in the clear water, lamenting the lack of nets and the enormous difficulty of catching such nimble prey. The stern Khan suggested that they immediately go deep into the forest to hunt, hoping to meet a large tiger or lion in order to provide the entire squad with dinner at once. The captain only mentally asked his friend to leave the unfortunate predators alone and not treat the wild animals like ordinary backyard chickens. The leader's attention was drawn to a coastal herb, which he recognized as water pepper, known for its paralyzing properties and pungent, characteristic odor. Chin ordered Latina to crush the plant thoroughly with stones while the rest of the warriors prepared to collect fish by wading into the cool river water. Bakuma asked incredulously if a simple herb would really make the prey float to the surface on its own, but the shaman only smiled mysteriously in response. The young man walked into the river and slowly released the water pepper juice paste into the stream, ordering his crew to remain completely calm and just wait. Literally a moment later, the schools of small fish froze, as if struck by an electric shock. Their movements slowed, and they began to drift helplessly with the current. Honey was the first to scream in delight, pointing to the hundreds of silver backs that densely covered the mirror-like surface of the river right in front of the astonished people. Now the warriors did not have to waste their energy on hunting, and soon the appetizing aroma of freshly caught fish roasting over a bright fire floated over the camp. Everyone sat around the flames, enjoying a well-deserved rest and watching the sparks from the dry wood fly into the bottomless night sky of this mysterious biosphere. Latina exclaimed enthusiastically that this amazing fish has almost no bones, which usually interfere with the enjoyment of fresh and juicy catch. The leader glanced at the hole dug in the sand, where there were still many small carcasses that they had not had time to eat during this abundant and filling dinner. He was amazed by the richness of the local water resources. But suddenly the captain's attention was drawn to a strange object that was gently rocking on the quiet waves of the river. The young man froze in horror when he saw a human body in the water, and a thin stream of scarlet blood began to ominously color this crystal clear and transparent stream. The remaining warriors continued to joke carefree and argue loudly about trivial matters, completely oblivious to the frightening object that was slowly drifting towards them. Chin jumped to his feet abruptly, interrupting the general conversation, and with a trembling hand pointed to a dark silhouette rapidly approaching the very shallow bank of the river. His sudden movement and intense gaze instantly transmitted to the others, causing everyone to freeze and peer into the gathering darkness. Honey fearfully inquired about the cause of such a commotion, but the leader only ordered everyone to immediately rush to the water to pull the unfortunate man onto dry land. The unknown man, showing no signs of life, continued to slowly float along the river. Without wasting a second, the young man ran to the river to pull the victim to the shore. When the man was finally pulled onto the sand, the squad saw a man with multiple deep and jagged wounds covering his entire body. The captain looked at the stranger in silence, realizing that his long-held suspicions about the existence of other survivors in this biosphere had just been confirmed. Chin stood with his chin in his hand, reflecting on how his bold theories had been confirmed in such a sudden and truly grim way. The stranger's strong build made it clear that he belonged to one of the local warlike tribes of this vast and mysterious biosphere. Chin was seriously worried about whether these people would be friendly neighbors, while Kan, without further ado, pushed the body back into the river. The warrior calmly explained that the spirit of water would certainly calm the soul of the deceased, and this was a traditional water burial rite in their culture. Returning to the fire, the squad continued their dinner. But now all conversations revolved only around the frightening discovery and its possible consequences. The leader established a strict rule to avoid meeting with representatives of other tribes at all costs, so as not to expose his mission to unnecessary danger. Fortunately for everyone, the rest of the night passed completely calmly. The next morning, Chin and his companions ate the remains of the previous day's fish and continued their journey along the winding riverbed. The soldiers noticed that the banks were gradually becoming higher and steeper, blocking their easy access to the water and changing the surrounding landscape. The leader explained to the squad that they were moving upstream toward the sources, which usually originate in high and inaccessible mountains. Aruba asked if the water would become more turbid, and this innocent question immediately made the captain wary and reminded him of the hidden threat. The boy had a vision in which two people were discussing how cloudy water upstream often foreshadows a sudden flood due to rain. This obsession caused the boy to become very anxious, causing his heart to beat faster with a premonition of imminent and very great trouble. He sharply ordered everyone to immediately leave the riverbed and climb out onto the high rocky ledges so as not to fall into the power of this destructive element. The people quickly secured ropes with heavy stones to the tree trunks and began to climb up to a safe height one after another. Before Bakuma could finish his question about the reasons for the rush, the ground beneath their feet shook from a powerful and frightening roar coming from afar. The tremors of the earth continued, and the tribesmen wondered in fear whether a powerful earthquake had begun, capable of destroying everything around. Suddenly, Bakuma let out a loud cry and informed his comrades that a powerful and unstoppable stream of dirty water was heading towards them at great speed. Chin ordered no one to hesitate and to rise to a safe distance as quickly as possible before the elements overtook them in the open space of the shore. A huge wall of water, carrying debris and mud, roared across the very spot where they had stood just a minute ago. Aruba looked in horror at the raging stream, realizing that only the great shaman's instinct had saved them all from an inevitable and very terrible death. The warriors retreated deeper into the forest, realizing that the wide, empty banks of the river were formed precisely by such regular and powerful breakthroughs of water. Suddenly, Bakuma pointed to a giant object that the current was carrying right through the turbid waves and uprooted tropical trees. It was a colossal anaconda, whose powerful body wriggled in the water, trying to cling to at least some solid support in this chaos. Aruba was amazed to mistake the snake for a prehistoric titanoboa, but Chin corrected him, pointing out its distinctive smooth skin, reminiscent of the scales of a loach. The guy said that although they look very similar, this snake is an Amazonian anaconda. The leader emphasized the extreme danger of this creature, but his dire warnings were shattered by the greedy and anticipatory looks of Khan, Latina, and Aruba. The warriors were already in full swing, discussing how much juicy meat was hidden in this powerful body, as thick as an adult man, and how best to cook it over a fire. An unsuspecting snake climbed onto a passing log, trying to escape the raging current, but ended up right in the hands of 4 hungry hunters. Honey even found the predator cute, while Aruba was tormented by doubts about whether this exotic delicacy would taste better than their usual diet. For a moment, it seemed that the snake, hearing these arguments, experienced great surprise. Bakuma was seriously considering whether to roast the catch whole or make a rich soup, while Latina was already preparing the firewood for the roast. The captain mentally acknowledged that only a whole pack of monsters could frighten these guys, for whom any fierce beast was just a timely dinner. He noted that all the animals encountered were of normal size, meaning that past disasters had not caused horrific mutations here. The boy ordered Aruba to cut off only a small part of the anaconda's carcass, as the whole snake weighed over 100 kilograms and was too heavy for the long journey. Due to the devastating flood, the detachment was unable to continue moving along the riverbank. The path through the thicket proved incredibly difficult, and the warriors had to constantly use machetes. By 5 o'clock in the evening, dusk was beginning to thicken, and people cleared the area of weeds and branches, preparing for the night and anticipating a dinner of fresh meat. Aruba watched with anticipation as the pieces of meat sizzled over the coals, barely containing his appetite as he waited for the great shaman's command that the dish was ready. Chin strictly ordered that order be maintained and that he wait while he seasoned the meat with salt to perfect the taste of this exotic delicacy. Bakuma and his brother enthusiastically confirmed that the anaconda meat was much more tender and flavorful than the tough jaguar they had eaten last time. The wolf suddenly let out a menacing roar, warning his master of the approach of strangers from the dense and impenetrable forest thicket. The guy became wary in surprise and seriously thought about who exactly it could be at such a late hour. An eagle soaring high in the sky warned the young man that unknown people were rapidly approaching their temporary camp. Chin immediately ordered the squad to extinguish the fire with wet leaves to hide their location from the eyes of uninvited and potentially dangerous guests. He didn't know exactly who it was, But in the darkness, he reflected on the fact that the tattoos of these natives were very reminiscent of the appearance of bloodthirsty cannibals, encounters with whom should be avoided. In the distance, among the dense darkness, flickering torchlights appeared. Two savages were arguing furiously about an escaped captive. From the fragments of screams, it became clear that they were going to sacrifice the girl to a mysterious deity, and her disappearance drove them into open rage. The captain watched the proceedings closely from a secure ambush position, tensely monitoring every move of the enemy and keeping Bakuma from making any rash moves. He had a hard time restraining the urge to jump out of hiding as soon as the voices finally died down and disappeared into the depths of the dense thicket. 2 hours later, the warriors lit the fire again, and the flames quickly flared up, illuminating their faces with a warm light. Aruba began to reheat the cold snake meat, grumbling about the taste of his dinner, which had been spoiled by the cold. Chin became seriously concerned about the strange decorations on the bodies of the natives, wondering whether the cruel customs of cannibalism really flourished in this biosphere. Honey suddenly noticed a surprising detail. The strangers were speaking their tribe's language, which was confirmed by the puzzled warriors Latina and Khan. The leader was truly stunned when he realized that his faithful companions were hearing Latina's native speech, while he himself was clearly hearing Chinese. For a long time, he could not come to terms with this discovery, realizing that he had encountered an incredible linguistic phenomenon, the nature of which was completely unclear to him. Bakuma and the other warriors began to animatedly discuss this strange discrepancy, making fun of the shaman and his mysterious ability to hear foreign dialects. Latina laughingly suggested that the great spirits of the forest had simply decided to play a cruel joke on their wise leader today. He thought that they had cunningly replaced all his ordinary words with strange sounds of some completely unknown and distant dialect. Aruba was on the verge of a nervous breakdown and could not find words, feeling completely powerless in the face of this inexplicable linguistic riddle of alien space. Chin decided not to bother his head with this strange phenomenon anymore. At this time in the forest, a stranger was catching insects on the trees for a special purpose. She intended to use their sharp jaws as living staples for her wounds. This was supposed to help heal the deep and jagged wounds on her body. The fugitive looked exhausted and looked towards her native village with undisguised anxiety. She feared the imminent return of her cruel tormentors, who might find her. The squad used machetes to cut a path through the dense vines, slowly moving through the undergrowth. Suddenly, the leader ordered everyone to immediately freeze in place and not move. He pointed his hand at the roofs of a small forest settlement visible among the greenery. Can instantly tensed, suspecting that they had stumbled upon the lair of those very 3 savages. But all around, there was only an eerie silence, and not a soul was in sight. Bakuma took out his binoculars and was horrified to discover a terrible scene. The entire ground in the village was literally strewn with the bodies of fallen men in pools of dried scarlet blood. Latina panicked at the sight of the massacre, while Aruba assumed they were witnessing the aftermath of yet another bloody and merciless tribal conflict. The captain did not want to drag his men into someone else's war and was about to give the order to immediately bypass this damn place in a wide and safe arc. Suddenly, from the center of the ruined village came the piercing cry of a small child. The sound instantly made Honey scream with joy, realizing that there was someone alive in the village. The girl looked hopefully at the great shaman, begging him to check the huts, but the stern Khan continued to insist on an immediate escape for the common good. The village greeted them with deathly silence, broken only by the pitiful cries of children, reminding Chin of ominous scenes from old legends about ghosts. The leader ordered everyone to remain extremely vigilant as they carefully made their way past the bodies of fallen warriors who had heroically defended their homes. Judging by the deep marks on the ground, a fierce and bloody battle took place here, leaving the defenders of the settlement no chance of salvation. The heroes quickly determined that the sound was coming from a nearby hut. There they found a tiny baby wrapped in a rough but warm homemade blanket. Honey immediately realized that the baby needed a diaper change, but she was faced with the problem of the inexperienced men, who were completely ignorant of the basics of care. The fugitive secretly returned to the ruined village and froze in the shadows, fearfully watching the strange people in unusual clothes. The girl felt intense fear and hesitated for a long time to move forward, fearing to reveal her presence to strangers. Aruba took charge of the baby's cleanliness, disgustedly carrying the soiled cloth away from the cradle. He tried to rid the room as quickly as possible of the pungent and unpleasant smell that was bothering everyone present. After the diapers were finally changed, the The baby instantly became quiet and soon fell into a restless but deep sleep. Aruba carefully searched all the huts, but did not find a single gram of food, coming to the conclusion that the invaders had completely plundered the food supplies and driven away all the cattle. Bakuma bitterly noted that leaving a child to die of starvation alone was a far more cruel act than simply taking his life. The captain thought hard about what to feed a 1-year-old baby in the wild forest, realizing that he now bore full responsibility for this soul. He was determined not to abandon the foundling, although he understood that the presence of a small child would greatly slow down their progress towards the goal indicated by the mysterious magic ring. The most pressing issue was nutrition, as the 3-month-old was completely unable to consume coarse food. Aruba, in his simplicity, suggested feeding the baby fried anaconda meat. Meanwhile, the baby woke up and started crying loudly. Bakuma stated that feeding such a small child meat would not be a suitable option. Aruba immediately rushed to the baby and tried to calm him down, promising the child that they would definitely come up with something now. The guy suggested first cutting the meat into small pieces and then giving them to the child, for which he received an immediate slap in the face from the stern and experienced Can. After the slap, Aruba had a new idea and suggested chewing the meat thoroughly first before feeding it to this hungry baby. The captain attempted to give the crying baby water from a bamboo pipe, but his clumsy efforts only resulted in the baby's cries becoming even louder. Honey watched the leader's torment with alarm, wondering how they could calm the little creature, and then the young man suggested making a very thin meat broth. The fugitive was outside the hut, trying to make fire with stones, while inside the deafening and pitiful cry of a hungry child continued. Can, losing patience with the noise, angrily suggested putting the baby to sleep with a blow, believing that in his sleep he would not feel hungry and would not attract dangerous enemies. Chin couldn't help but think about Can's harsh proposal, but his thoughts were interrupted by a sharp cry as the huts in the village were suddenly engulfed in a fierce and bright flame. The leader ordered the fire to be extinguished immediately and directed the Aruba to use axes to create a wide protective strip of fallen trees around their current shelter. Meanwhile, the fire was spreading rapidly, moving towards the scout's hut, threatening to destroy everything in its path in a matter of minutes. The subordinates immediately began to carry out the clear instructions of their leader and began to prepare a defensive line. With powerful movements of sharp axes, they began to quickly cut down all the nearby trees around the camp. The young man quickly realized that the simultaneous fire of several houses in different parts of the village could not have been an accident or a simple coincidence. He came to the conclusion that the fire had been deliberately set in order to flush them out of their hiding place. The fugitive took advantage of the confusion and immediately ran to the hut where the child was, hoping to take him to a safe place. She reached out her arms to the baby lying on the wooden platform, trying to protect the small and defenseless creature as quickly as possible. The girl tried to hug the crying baby to her chest and escape unnoticed under the cover of thick and very acrid smoke that enveloped everything around. However, Chin suddenly appeared next to her, extremely indignant that someone dared to sneak past him in such confusion. The stranger hugged the child tightly and instantly pulled out a sharp knife, trying to protect herself and the baby from the unknown invader. The guy deftly dodged the slashing blow, noticing that due to extreme fatigue and fear, the girl was moving too slowly and very clumsily. The stranger continued her furious attacks and dealt another sharp blow with the knife, hoping to somehow scare off this formidable adversary. Chin dodged and with a precise movement dealt the woman a powerful blow to the neck, from which she staggered and only with great difficulty stayed on her feet. The girl lost consciousness, and the guy carefully laid the stranger on the ground. He was extremely embarrassed when he saw how the child instinctively reached out to her in search of milk, immediately recognizing in this woman the closest person. Gradually, the flame began to die down, leaving behind only smoldering coals that flickered in the darkness and filled the air with a pungent and very thick smell. Bakuma confirmed the leader's guess about arson, since, apart from the mysterious guest, there was no one else in the dead village who could have started such a strong fire. Honey, looking closely at the woman, became increasingly convinced that she really was the biological mother of this small and crying child. When the woman came to, she screamed in terror and called the Chin warriors cruel demons who came from the depths of this dark and dangerous forest. She demanded that the strangers immediately leave the territory of her home and go away, leaving her family and the remains of the settlement alone. Honey sincerely tried to calm the unfortunate woman, but she was too frightened by all the recent events. She absolutely did not want to listen to the justifications of those people whom she considered involved in the bloody massacre in her home. The captain urged the woman to remain calm, understanding her grief and trying to convey that they were only random travelers who had saved an orphan from starvation. He suddenly realized that he was speaking in his native language, Mandarin, but the stranger understood every word he said, as if there had never been any barriers between them. Saurum introduced herself and explained that her ancestors had lived in this forest for centuries, and that the baby crying in the cradle was her own son, whom she desperately tried to save. The young man felt a great sense of relief and introduced himself in response, and the woman translated his name as Child of Heaven, which sounded very majestic and mysterious. He came to the conclusion that in this anomalous zone, any person understood another, regardless of dialect, although the term Corn Man still raised questions for him. Like a true gentleman, Chin invited Saurum to sit down and calmly discuss the situation, and she gratefully accepted this invitation to peaceful dialogue. Suddenly the woman staggered and almost fell to the ground, but Honey and the captain managed to catch her in time, preventing the wounded fugitive from receiving further serious injuries when falling to hard ground. Chin immediately ordered the guest to be fed the remains of the anaconda meat, realizing that his mission had now been supplemented with another important and responsible task. Honey carefully handed her a cup of water, urging her guest to take her time while she tearfully thanked her unexpected and very kind saviors. The captain asked her to tell him what had happened, and the woman, trembling with horror and anger, began to reconstruct the events of that fateful night. According to her, the peaceful village was suddenly attacked by another tribe with a huge numerical superiority and without a drop of mercy to the defenders of their home. During a brutal short battle, most of the men were killed on the spot, and the surviving women and old people were tied up and driven to the distant lair of the invaders. The attackers believed that killing babies would bring down a terrible curse from the gods, so they simply abandoned the baby Saurum alone in an empty, ruined hut. Her husband managed to whisper to her before his death that she should run away after the enemies left, and her fellow tribesmen helped the woman escape during the crossing. She struggled back through the dangerous forest to save her little son from certain death alone and hungry. Saurum burst into tears as she finished her sad story, and the warriors of the squad fell silent, shocked by the cruelty of the local customs and the defenselessness of the peaceful inhabitants of the forest. Later, Chin sat at the entrance to the tent, keeping watch overnight and looking at the twinkling stars, while Honey whispered that the exhausted mother had finally fallen asleep. The entire squad was in a depressed state, realizing that an enemy was lurking over the horizon who would stop at nothing to satisfy his bloody ambitions. The young man understood that his path to his magical goal would now inevitably cross the path of these ruthless hunters of living goods. Chin began to seriously consider finding a safe haven for Saurum and her child, as the young mother was too weak to survive on her own in the wild jungle. He asked the warriors Latina and Khan whether their native tribe would accept refugees from other lands, but they only shrugged their shoulders in unison, a sign of complete uncertainty. That night, Aruba slept soundly in the tent until he was rudely sent outside to stand guard, as the safety of the squad in these parts remained their main and priority concern. The next morning, Saurum was still unconscious from extreme exhaustion, and Chin was forced to leave her under the watchful eye of Honey and Latina. The leader himself took the rest of the men with him and went on reconnaissance in the vicinity of the ruined village, hoping to get some fresh provisions. Bakuma led the party along a well-trodden path that he believed was used by local hunters to forage for food and gather rare medicinal herbs in the thicket. A fork in the road between three appeared before them, and the captain wisely chose the one that seemed the easiest to navigate and free of the obvious traps of his recent enemies. Suddenly, one of the warriors noticed an unusual spider on the tree trunk in front of him. He decided to play a joke on his friend by showing him a bright, frightening insect with long legs. The enraged warrior pinned the joker to a tree and threatened him with the point of an arrow, promising severe punishment for such dangerous and completely inappropriate jokes on a campaign. Chin didn't even have time to understand the reason for the sudden skirmish between his people, while Kan just calmly watched the brawl that was typical for their harsh life. Bakuma had always been terrified of multi-legged furry creatures, so his reaction to the colorful spider was so violent and full of genuine, uncontrollable horror. Soon, the detachment came to a picturesque grove, which at first glance seemed to all the warriors to be a cluster of ordinary coconut palms. Aruba cried out joyfully, anticipating a delicious meal, but the attentive Kan quickly cooled his ardor, noticing the complete absence of fruit on the tall and slender trunks. Bakuma also suspected something was wrong, feeling that these trees were very different from the coconuts he was used to seeing on the coasts of his native and distant island. Chin acted as a teacher and explained in detail to his companions that in front of them was a sago palm, which was not at all obliged to produce the nuts that everyone was accustomed to. He explained that before flowering, a huge amount of valuable starch accumulates inside the trunk of this unique plant, suitable for long-term storage. The captain concluded that the heartwood of this tree was completely edible, which aroused unprecedented interest in the three warriors and a desire to immediately conduct a tasting. Aruba was the first to sink his teeth into the wood, but immediately grimaced at the unpleasant taste, complaining about the excessive hardness and the inability to properly chew this strange meal. The trunk of a fallen palm tree lay across the path, and Can was surprised to discover that beneath the rough bark lay a soft, dazzlingly white, starchy core. The leader smiled, realizing that his people still had to learn how to properly extract and prepare food to turn this tree into a true and satisfying delicacy. The young man explained that to obtain food, the core must be soaked in clean water, and then the resulting paste must be carefully filtered to remove the coarse wood fibers. Bakuma rightly noted that they currently had very little fresh water at their disposal, and in the devastated village all the wells and supplies had long been destroyed by the enemy. Chin pointed out the numerous old tree stumps around, proving that the Sorum people had been continually mining starch here and had a reliable source nearby. Can immediately realized that one of the paths would definitely lead them to water, and began to carefully examine the ground for traces of dragging heavy logs. He confidently chose the right direction, noticing barely visible furrows in the soil. Soon, the detachment reached the bank of a stormy and very wide forest river. Aruba was absolutely delighted with what he saw, hoping to catch fish much larger than the ones they had eaten before at their previous stop by the shallow stream. The leader approved of the fishing idea, but reminded them that the sun had already passed its zenith, and they needed to hurry with the starch preparation before complete darkness set in. The men split into two groups, and Can and Aruba began enthusiastically whittling the palm pith into small pieces using their sharp and reliable machetes. At this time, the captain and Bakuma constructed a special trench from dense tree bark, securing it with strong branches for further washing of the resulting mass. They began vigorously rubbing the wood chips in water, washing out the precious white starch, which slowly settled to the bottom of their homemade and ingenious device. The work progressed well, and soon the heroes saw the first portion of thick paste, which was supposed to be salvation for the starving mother and her small child. The river water gradually turned milky white, filling with liquid starch, which Chin and Bakuma carefully filtered through a piece of coarse burlap. After 10 minutes, the thick suspension settled to the bottom, and the soldiers looked in surprise at the resulting mass, which was very similar to ordinary wheat flour. The captain explained that any flour is essentially pure starch. He ordered to immediately prepare for the return journey in order to reach the village before sunset. Sorum sincerely thanked her saviors for their help, but Honey insisted that all the glory should belong exclusively to the great messenger of God. The woman was extremely shocked by this title and asked the girl again. She couldn't believe that the leader of this group was a real divine prophet. When the detachment returned to camp, Latina loudly announced the arrival of the master with rich and valuable booty. Aruba boastfully showed off the white paste he had extracted from the tree trunk to everyone, while Sorum hastily fell to her knees before Chin, begging for forgiveness for her previous rudeness. She explained her actions by the fact that in their region, priests are the chosen ones of the gods, who bring people secret knowledge and can freely communicate with higher powers. The boy felt a slight sadness, realizing that he was not a real priest, and began to dry starch over the fire. Chin knew that leaving a woman with a small child in a devastated settlement would be the height of recklessness, and inquired about Sorum's plans. He offered to take her to the nearest friendly settlement. The woman replied that she dreamed of getting to the great city-state, about which she had heard a lot from the elders, although she herself never crossed the threshold of its high stone walls. She described the place as a huge tribal confederation with majestic stone houses. And in the bustling markets, there is always an abundance of juicy cocoa beans and aromatic fruits. In her imagination, the city was a stronghold of nobility who revered corn as a sacred gift from heaven and built magnificent halls to offer sacrifices to the great gods. While Sorum was enthusiastically talking about priests and prayers, about protecting her people, a light pop was heard. A flatbread being baked burst with a crackling sound over the fire, filling the air with the delicious, rich aroma of freshly baked goods. Chin treated his guest to the result of his labors and was surprised by how delicious and crispy on the outside the sago palm starch soaked in the fat of the dried meat turned out to be. Chin sank into thought, realizing that if the woman's words were true, then the scale of this inhabited continent in the biosphere was much larger than he had originally assumed. He understood that the presence of city-states meant an advanced civilization with a rigid hierarchy, which could be either a great help or a mortal threat to his mission. Sitting by the bright flames of a night fire, the boy asked Sorum about how exactly her fellow tribesmen usually prepared this valuable starch during the peaceful and calm times of their lives. The woman began to describe the traditional dishes of her people with a smile, momentarily forgetting the grief she had experienced and the terrible massacre that had destroyed her native and beloved home. Sorum explained that her fellow tribesmen usually cooked a thick porridge from starch, and this simple description of the diet once again made Chin seriously doubt the reality of what was happening. He was amazed that the savages used modern terms for the name of the palm tree, which they supposedly received from their great and extraordinarily wise priest. The young man wondered if this mysterious priest was his colleague from the ship, who had managed to occupy such a high position in the hierarchy of the local tribes, similar to his own role. The woman recounted an overheard conversation between slave traders who were planning to profitably sell the captive residents of her village in the city before the start of a sacred ceremony. Sorum was determined to follow her enemies to ransom her loved ones from slavery at any cost, and this courage earned Chin a deep and sincere respect. Chin spent a restless night, tossing and turning and trying to digest the vast amount of new information about the political and social structure of this mysterious biosphere. During his night shift, he drew diagrams on the ground with a twig, trying to systematize the disparate facts about the distant stone city and the tribes surrounding it. The first important conclusion was that the city was a powerful center of power, around which vassal settlements of varying sizes were distributed, paying tribute or supplying slaves. The second point he noted was the strange linguistic and technological similarity between local customs and modern knowledge, which clearly indicated some external influence. Chin understood that the upcoming sacrifice ceremony would be a crucial moment, and they needed to reach the city walls before innocent blood was spilled. He realized that his mission to find magical artifacts was now inextricably intertwined with the fate of an entire people, standing on the threshold of great and, possibly, terrible changes. While spending the night in one of the huts, the detachment encountered an incredible fact. The savages had a concept of money and hid their simple savings underground. Chin grumbled that he had to do the hard digging instead of just bartering for the starch he needed. Aruba noticed something hard and light in the loosened soil, deciding at first that they had finally stumbled upon hidden treasure or rare precious stones. However, instead of gold or coins, an empty human skull appeared from the ground, which made all the warriors shudder in surprise and an unpleasant chill in their chests. No one expected that such dark discoveries could be hidden under the floor of an ordinary home. Aruba was so frightened that he instantly dropped the hoe from his weakened hands. Saurum hastened to reassure the warriors, explaining that these were the bones of the chieftain's family, which, according to ancient custom, remained near the house to protect the hearth. She added that only great priests and noble lords build separate tombs for their own repose. Ordinary people prefer to keep the ashes of their ancestors under the floors of their homes, next to living relatives and descendants. Chin felt very uncomfortable at the thought that his squad had actually been sleeping in a cemetery for the last few nights, surrounded by the bones of the forest's former masters. The woman took a small clay pot from its hiding place and handed it to the boy for inspection. He opened it carefully, afraid to find dust inside, but found only a multitude of bright, rare seashells. These shells served as money for the local tribes. Saurum said with hope in her voice that this wealth should be enough to buy her unfortunate fellow tribesmen out of slavery. The guy confirmed his promise to help her get to the city, which caused the poor widow genuine amazement and endless gratitude for the nobility shown. Saurum looked tenderly at her sleeping son and asked the great shaman for one very important and sacred favor before they left the ruins of her once prosperous home. She begged him to perform the ancient rite and give the baby a name, believing that the blessing of the heavenly messenger would grant the boy a great destiny and protect him from all evil spells. The young man was accustomed to carefully weighing every decision, but the sight of a defenseless child and his mother's trust made his heart soften before this important and kind request. Saurum patiently explained that Hermes was a sacred birthright among her people, meant to grant the infant good health and the favor of the great forest gods. The ceremony for boys usually takes place in the 4th month of life, and the presence of a priest at it is considered the highest honor, promising the child the protection of heaven. She sincerely believed that Qin, being the chosen one of the higher powers, would bring good luck to her little son, and this trust touched the captain's heart with its purity and depth. The young man immediately noticed the striking similarity of this custom with the Chinese tradition of the first birthday, which only strengthened his suspicions about the connection of the local residents with his distant homeland. He happily agreed to lead the ritual, calling it a great honor for himself, but was very surprised when his mother suggested waiting until next month. The guy clarified the current date, wondering why they were postponing such an important event for such a long time, given that they were in a dangerous place among the ruins and ashes of a burned village. Sarum explained that the timing of the Hermes ceremony is strictly dependent on the phases of the moon and the position of the stars, which should indicate the most favorable moment for the child's entry into the world. Qin knew they would have to wait, but the safety of the mother and child was now his top priority, even if it meant changing their original plan. It turned out that the Sorum tribe's calendar had only 20 days per month, which was fundamentally different from the Gregorian solar calendar the captain was accustomed to. Having resolved this doubt, the young man, together with Aruba, carefully reburied the remains of the chiefs, and in the afternoon he went to the palm forest. Aruba excitedly suggested going to the river for fish, but Qin abruptly stopped his carelessness, recalling the frightening data about the fauna of this dangerous tropical region. According to the magic ring, the third biosphere was a miniature version of the Amazon, where ferocious crocodiles and schools of bloodthirsty piranhas could lurk in the murky waters. Qin explained to his companion that the clear stream was nothing compared to this deep river, which hid deadly predators beneath its surface. He forbade the Aruba from going deep into the water, fearing for the warrior's life, and ordered them to use only long spears or nets to safely obtain food from the shore. Aruba proudly displayed a whole box of dug-up earthworms for fishing on the riverbank. Meanwhile, the leader was constructing an ingenious device on the shore for automatically hooking large fish prey. The young man explained the operating principle of the mechanism, where when the line was pulled, a special shutter on the structure was triggered. The bolt pulled the hook sharply and securely fixed the caught fish on the strong tackle of the fishing rod. A soft click was heard, meaning another fish had been caught by the clever device. Aruba felt a childish delight, because this thing worked on its own, and it didn't require any attention at all. Soon the line became taut with such incredible force that Aruba almost flew into the dark water. He desperately called to his comrades for immediate help in the fight against the unknown river giant on the hook. Qin rushed to his friend's aid, and two strong guys grabbed the fishing rod with all their might. They dug their heels deep into the soft coastal soil to maintain some stability. The tension was so great that it seemed as if there was a real water monster at the other end. Qin's feet almost touched the water under the giant's monstrous pressure, and Kan instantly threw a spear, which bounced off the scales with a ringing sound. The boy immediately recognized his opponent as an arapaima, an ancient fish whose ancestors plied these waters 100 million years ago. Adults of this species reach 6 meters in length and weigh over 100 kilograms, with the ability to knock down adult men with a leap and cause them serious injuries. Qin knew that the momentum of the falling carcass would drag them to the bottom, so he ordered Bakuma to immediately strike the fish's vulnerable head while it was in the air. The warrior instantly pulled back the strong string of his longbow and began to carefully aim at the head of the dangerous river monster. Meanwhile, the huge monster did not calm down and continued to fight furiously, trying to break free from the hook. A well-aimed bow shot pierced the monster's mouth, piercing its flesh with a sharp arrow. The warriors were able to breathe a sigh of relief as they watched the fallen river titan slowly sink into the water. Latina froze in silent delight, not believing that such huge creatures could live in the river. The guy explained to his comrades that the fish's scales have a plywood structure, which perfectly disperses the force of the impact. This makes the fish virtually invulnerable to simple arrows and spears from the tribe's hunters. He admitted that he forced Bakuma to take a huge risk, because the fish's skull is even stronger than its scales, but it was the only chance to hold on to the prey and prevent it from going into the depths. The young man was genuinely surprised that the warrior was able to hit the fish's vulnerable spot from such a distance. Bakuma was very upset and asked the Almighty if he had stopped believing in him at some point. Sarum carefully cut the giant fish's meat into small pieces, trying to prepare everything to feed the hungry and tired warriors from the long march. Aruba salivated with anticipation, remembering the delicate taste of his usual tilapia compared to this unusual fish caught in the murky, deep waters of the great river. Bakuma was glad that he had a metal arrow at hand. Otherwise, he would have definitely not been able to kill this huge fish with an ordinary wooden weapon. The resourceful Sorum began collecting the tough scales, planning to make strong armor from them that could protect a person from the blows of a sharp knife or the arrows of the forest tribes. The moonlight bathed the jungle in silver, and Chin was glad that the protein supply would allow his people to stop thinking about hunting for 3 days, concentrating on collecting the highly valuable starch. Despite the abundance of fish, he understood that perishable meat was not suitable for a long march, so the warriors continued to diligently prepare nutritious starch. Meanwhile, Honey and Sorum were busily preparing for the important ceremony, discussing all the necessary details of this ancient ritual. 2 days flew by completely unnoticed, and by the time the bright sun reached its zenith, everything was finally ready for the start of the solemn ceremony. Jin began quietly counting off the numbers in English, pretending to whisper ancient spells, hoping that his companions standing nearby would not notice his little trick. The guy understood that the natives, fortunately, did not know English at all and were standing very far away, so he could now calmly spout any kind of utter nonsense. The young man understood that these words had a sacred meaning for Sorum, so he tried to maintain a serious appearance, playing the role of a messenger granting heavenly protection. The girl began to hand over the baby to Chin, and at that moment the boy began to seriously think about what exactly he should do next. Sorum began to explain that when the ceremony began, the child would need to be picked up so that it sat facing him at eye level. Chin stood on a pile of dry leaves and carefully lifted the baby high above his head, their gazes meeting in this solemn and sacred place. The scene involuntarily reminded him of a legendary moment from a cartoon about a lion from his distant childhood, and he accidentally shouted out the name Simba, causing a stormy response. The companions began to repeat this word after him in unison. The captain realized that he no longer needed to look for any excuses for his strange actions. Sorum explained that the priest must now show the child 9 objects in turn and perform a circle of honor, symbolizing the completion of an important stage in life. The young man showed off a small blade, promising the boy strength to fight beasts, after which he pointed to the bow, which promises accuracy and luck in hunting, as well as to the fishing rod. The hoe symbolized the peaceful and hard work of a true breadwinner on fertile land. After this, he carefully lowered the baby to the ground so that he could choose his own future destiny from among the beautiful and very important things laid out before him. Chin had prepared speeches in advance for any choice, be it the path of a brave warrior with a spear or a skilled master of the bow, but reality turned out to be much more complicated. To the boy's great horror, the greedy baby grabbed hold of all the objects at once, disrupting the ritual and putting the great shaman in a dead end. The leader looked at the little invader in confusion, not understanding how to interpret such a sign from the gods and what blessing to pronounce for such an ambitious child. He realized that this child of heaven did not want to limit himself to one role, claiming all talents at once, which required a new and very wise improvisation from Chin. The boy quickly found a way out of the situation and solemnly declared that since the child had accepted all the gifts, his soul was like the great earth, nourishing and accepting absolutely everything. He named the boy Daddy, which in the local language meant child of the earth, emphasizing his future wisdom and ability to become a support for his long-suffering people. Sorum was overjoyed as she whispered her son's new name, while Aruba and the other warriors vied with each other in praising the priest for such a profound and majestic blessing. The woman confirmed that her wounds had almost healed, and she was ready to lead the squad through the forest wilderness, full of dangers and secrets. Chin showed his guest a projection of the map on his magic ring. Honey proudly explained that this mysterious and great power of the heavens is called science. Sorum pinpointed the approximate area on a shimmering map, and while the accuracy wasn't great, it gave the team a clear direction to move instead of wandering blindly through the endless jungle. The leader spent the entire evening carefully planning the route, taking into account the terrain and possible enemy camps. He sought to minimize the risk of an accidental and dangerous encounter with a hostile tribe. At dawn the next day, the detachment left the ashes of the village, carrying little Daddy in their arms and moving under the reliable leadership of their mother, who knew the path. Chin offered the woman a change of clothes from his ship, but she politely declined, preferring her usual attire made of natural fibers, more suitable for the humid climate. On the 3rd day of the journey, the convenient road suddenly ended, and the captain ordered the detachment to prepare for the night, realizing that tomorrow they would have to cut a path through the wild thicket. In the morning, the young man discovered that a lot of pure dew had accumulated in the bamboo bowls. This discovery allowed us to save precious time searching for sources of fresh drinking water. Now all members of the squad had enough water to continue their difficult journey. Can suggested that if they left the bottles out in the dew every night, they would provide themselves with this resource. Little Daddy slept peacefully on the warm back of his faithful wolf, while Honey and the other warriors gathered their belongings to continue the difficult journey through the impassable wilds. The damp and sticky air of the jungle became unbearably heavy. This caused the travelers' faces to instantly become covered in beads of sweat, and their clothes to stick unpleasantly to their hot bodies. Chin suddenly called out to Sorum, noticing the strange changes in the atmosphere. The woman froze, eagerly catching the first gusts of a suddenly cool and strong wind with her face. She closed her eyes, listening to the anxious whistle of the wind in the treetops. Then she confidently announced to the great shaman that a powerful tropical downpour was about to hit the forest. The boy looked at the sky and realized that they urgently needed to find a safe shelter so as not to get soaked to the skin and not endanger the health of the small child. Bakuma looked at the blazing sun in bewilderment and began to openly doubt his companion's words about the imminent bad weather, because the sky remained absolutely clear. The other warriors also expressed doubt due to the lack of clouds, but Sorum confidently repeated that a powerful and very heavy downpour would soon arrive. The captain realized that the local woman had an instinctive sense of nature and wisely ordered the detachment to immediately set up tents to protect themselves from the water. As soon as the last pegs were driven into the ground, streams of water fell from the sky with such force that visibility instantly dropped to a few meters. The companions crowded inside the shelter, discussing the incredible accuracy of the forecast and vying with each other to praise Sorum, without whose timely warning they would have been soaked in seconds. The woman merely smiled shyly in response to the men's enthusiastic cries and suggested that they simply listen more attentively to the voice of the wind. Chan sat in the corner of the tent and wondered how many useful survival skills were still hidden within this humble mother, whose people had spent centuries studying the capricious nature of the wild jungle. He understood that her knowledge of the forest was not magic, but the result of long-term observation of nature, which once again proved the importance of the experience of the indigenous people in this expedition. The downpour continued for several long hours, and the captain remembered with gratitude Jessica, whose sturdy tents with thick mats saved them from sleeping in the cold and muddy mud. The humid air of the jungle after the rain became very cold. Bakuma, looking out from his shelter into the night darkness, dreamed only of a cup of hot broth. The next morning the sky finally cleared, and the party was happy to emerge into the fresh forest air and continue their long and arduous journey. However, the joy was short-lived. As Sorum's prediction came true, a huge hole seemed to have been punched in the sky, and powerful downpours began to recur with alarming and sudden frequency. Every time the clouds thickened, Chin ordered an immediate camp setting, turning their journey into an endless struggle with the capricious and very treacherous water element. The heavens seemed to mock the captain's plans, forcing the warriors to constantly hide under tents and lose precious time needed to rescue their captive tribesmen. The layer of fallen leaves in the forest turned into a huge sponge, which greedily absorbed all the moisture of these last days. With every step on such a surface, a multitude of dirty splashes flew out from under one's feet. Latina noticed how easily and quickly Sorum walked through the mud barefoot and suggested that everyone immediately take off their heavy and cold shoes, but the leader thought this was a bad idea. Sorum suddenly turned around and gave him an eloquent look that Chin understood instantly without further ado. He ordered everyone to prepare to defend themselves from the elements, and the warriors managed to erect a high tent just before the next downpour began. Sitting in the warmth and under reliable protection, people cheerfully discussed how this time they had managed to work very smoothly and quickly. As the warriors warmed themselves by the fire inside the tent, Aruba suddenly shouted and asked why Can had grown a sixth toe. The warrior was very surprised and immediately looked at his feet. A huge and very painful-looking lump appeared on the hunter's foot near his little toe, which greatly frightened everyone present. It turned out that almost all the fighters had developed the same strange growths, which they had preferred to keep silent about until then. Chin was furious at such carelessness and strictly ordered that any changes in their physical condition be reported immediately. He understood that in the wild jungle, any minor illness could quickly turn into a mortal threat to the life of his entire squad. The young man opened the system and spent 2,000 accumulated points on purchasing a reference book. He bought a medical book to find a way to save his faithful people from illness. According to the reference book, these were common plantar warts on the feet. They are caused by small cracks in the leather and constant dampness inside their shoes. The soldiers fell into a real panic and began to say goodbye to their loved ones in tears, believing that these growths would cause their quick and painful death. Kan began to say goodbye to the girl, lamenting that they would never see each other again. Bakuma cried bitterly and asked to tell his sister about his tragic death. Aruba even began to give instructions to the wolf. Chin could hardly contain his laughter, looking at this ridiculous and very dramatic spectacle. The young man reassured his friends, explaining that the treatment consisted of simply steaming the skin and carefully cutting away the tissue with an ordinary sharp knife. Aruba asked the guy if it was true that his friends would not die. Chin replied that perhaps this would happen in 50 years. The procedure turned out to be completely painless. First, the guy poured alcohol on his comrade's foot to disinfect it. In structure, these formations resembled ordinary nails, which do not have nerve endings in the upper layers. Chin warned them frankly that the disease could return if they did not stop walking in wet shoes on muddy and flooded paths. He jokingly suggested cauterizing the wounds with a hot iron to be sure, which caused all the warriors' faces to instantly turn pale. Sarum sadly noted that the downpour would continue for another day, and Aruba suggested everyone use this time for a full and well-deserved rest. The commander understood that without solving the problem of moisture in the boots, he would only be able to temporarily alleviate the suffering of his exhausted and tired soldiers. He hoped to find a reliable solution to the problem in the medical book, to prevent the infection of the rest of his small and faithful squad. When he opened the system interface, his attention was drawn to the bright covers of new comics, which beckoned him to take a break from important matters. The young man quickly suppressed this temptation and began to search for truly useful literature for the matter. He grumbled about the lack of practical updates to this magical electronic store of the system. He soon discovered a survival guide and, gritting his teeth in frustration, spent the 10,000 points he had honestly accumulated earlier. Chin realized that he had lost a huge fortune in half a day and firmly promised himself to be much more frugal in his future purchases in this system. After studying the new book, he joyfully announced to his comrades the method he had found to combat dampness and immediately began creating an amazing chemical composition. The guy put a glass beaker on the fire and began to prepare a mixture for the experiment. He mixed lard with sodium hydroxide to make glycerin and added several other important ingredients. Sarum looked at the beautiful transparent tubes with childish curiosity. Honey proudly explained to her that these instruments were created by the great and powerful force of science. The captain thoroughly mixed the solutions until they were completely homogeneous, monitoring the reaction process of the substances. He soon announced to Aruba that he had developed a special water-repellent material to protect shoes. After half an hour, he had completely covered a pair of high boots of one of the warriors with a protective layer. This caused genuine amazement and delight on the faces of all the people present in the tent. Aruba was the first to volunteer to test the miraculous new product and put on the treated boots. He began jumping excitedly in deep puddles, enjoying the fact that his feet remained completely dry. During his games, he accidentally splashed mud on Kan, for which he immediately received a painful slap on the back of the head and was forced to apologize. Chin looked with satisfaction at the fruits of his labor, realizing that the soles of his shoes were now reliably protected from the insidious moisture and bacteria of this gloomy tropical forest. He believed that thanks to these waterproof boots, his men would recover quickly and that no one else in the group would fall ill due to the endless torrential rains. It took Chin almost a whole day to create protective boots, and only on the second day was the brave squad finally able to continue their difficult journey through the wet forest wilderness. Chin remembered the danger of sharks, which could wander deep into freshwater rivers, and ordered the soldiers to be extremely careful when crossing deep pools. One of these blunt-nosed sharks served the travelers a hearty dinner. The time was well spent, as after days of heavy rain, the ground had turned into a solid mess, and countless deep, muddy puddles had formed on the surface. The water did not have time to soak into the soil, and travelers had to constantly jump over obstacles or look for detours, which greatly exhausted them along the way. Along the way, they encountered avocado trees with grayish-green bark, whose nutritious fruits were rich in fats and vitamins necessary to maintain energy on this long journey. Bakuma curiously tried the unfamiliar fruit and found its taste very strange, while Aruba was eating the delicacy with gusto, sitting at the very top of a tall tree. The joy of finding food suddenly turned to alarm when Aruba noticed a strange red glow. It moved quickly towards them, straight through the dense coastal bushes. The subordinates immediately reported to the commander that a wall of fire was approaching them. In a forest soaked with moisture, fire could not arise by itself, and this mysterious flickering made all the warriors immediately grab their weapons in anticipation of an unknown threat. Sorum fell into a real panic, recognizing in the flying light not a magical flame, but a cluster of red fire ants, whose species bears the menacing and sonorous name of Invicta. These insects attack in huge colonies, sinking their powerful jaws into flesh. Chin loudly ordered everyone to flee immediately, realizing the seriousness of the danger. These are real killers, capable of biting a grown man to death. Aruba's face instantly turned pale with horror, and he rushed forward faster than anyone else when he realized the real threat posed by this endless, bright red, living, swaying mass. The colony represented a huge mass of insects. The total number of individuals could exceed 700,000. The young man grabbed a lighter as he ran and ordered Sorum to take little daddy away from danger. While the woman was carrying the child away, the men were preparing to launch a decisive counterattack against the enemy. The boy ordered the soldiers to take a sip of alcohol and stand motionless, waiting for the right moment and not giving in to fear. They were supposed to freeze and breathe out a single fiery stream only when the poisonous swarm approached to the distance of one precise and decisive spit. Bakuma watched the swarm of insects and began to slowly bring the torch to his face. As soon as the first wave was close, the fighters released a flammable liquid, creating a huge fiery whirlwind that began to devour thousands of red bodies. Thousands of ants were scorched by the flames and fell to the ground dead. But there were too many of them for such a small fire to be able to completely destroy this entire poisonous, endless horde. The four men found themselves in a tight ring of living red carpet. Chin desperately shouted to his comrades to protect their heads and try to break through. The insects were already crawling over his body, biting into his exposed skin, when a giant bird suddenly appeared in the sky. The captain praised his faithful pet and ordered Bakuma to shoot and destroy the flying bottle of alcohol to create a new fire barrier and buy time for a quick retreat. He understood that the flames would only slightly slow down these mad creatures, who were furiously attacking all living things. Chin loudly commanded everyone to run away immediately, wondering where such a huge anomalous colony came from in this forest. The guy ordered the huge eagle to retreat immediately. He had already done everything possible and distracted the huge swarm. Chin reminded the man of their original plan and threw the bottle of alcohol high into the air. With a precise shot, Bakuma hit the flying target, which instantly shattered into small fragments. The next moment, a blinding and hot fireball flashed brightly in the cloudy sky. Chin continued to loudly curse at the ants that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, filling everything around. The guy gave the order to his comrades to run quickly, hoping that this would delay the aggressive swarm a little. As he ran, Chin frantically recalled from the database the natural enemies of these insects, among which were flies and swift dragonflies. A parasitic fly living in South America may lay eggs in red ants, whose larvae kill them. After rainy days, tropical dragonflies begin to hunt red ants, and they do this so successfully that their attacks significantly curb the growth of the population of these insects. The young man quickly activated the map on the magic ring and began to look for salvation. The map showed a marker indicating a large gathering of dragonflies somewhere nearby. He immediately directed his exhausted detachment in that direction. Bakuma reported that the swarm was catching up with them. Chin ordered to get alcohol since these creatures cannot be allowed to get close. With a deft movement, Chin tossed several bottles into the air, because there was very little left to the river, and they needed to hold out. Bakuma accurately shot at the alcohol reserves with incendiary arrows as he ran, causing a series of loud explosions and a wall of flame behind his comrades. When they reached the riverbank, hundreds of life-saving dragonflies circled above the water. Latina joyfully shouted to the shaman that their cherished goal had been achieved. Chin's face remained stern, and he gave the order without hesitation to jump into the muddy water to wash off the biting creatures and save himself from certain death. One by one, the four men plunged into the deep river, choosing to risk an encounter with the aquatic predators rather than be eaten alive by the poisonous and red swarm of Invicta. Chin slowly sank to the very bottom and couldn't resist giving the ants the middle finger, urging them to come down into the water. At this time, a real feast began above the surface of the river, as hundreds of saving dragonflies destroyed most of this poisonous swarm in the blink of an eye. Bakuma surfaced and, in complete amazement, asked the captain if these giant, fast insects were some kind of legendary king of all forest dragonflies. The young man explained to his comrade that these were ordinary representatives of the order Odonata, whose natural instincts made the fire ants run away in terror and hide at their first appearance. Latina cried out joyfully that such a large-scale and dangerous battle had ended so quickly thanks to the wise and precise calculation of their great leader. Chin carefully checked everyone for signs of nausea or severe headache, fearing a severe allergic reaction from poisonous insect bites. Fortunately, the warriors complained only of a burning pain, and the captain felt a great relief, realizing that the lives of his faithful friends were now out of any danger. Soon, an excited Sorum and Honey, who had been hiding in the forest all this time and desperately praying for a successful outcome of this crazy fight, ran up to them. When the squad set up their tents and settled down for a well-deserved rest, Latina began to complain of unbearable itching in the places where the ants had managed to bite deeply into his skin. The leader strictly forbade him to scratch the wounds and began to pour a special solution on them, which he had prepared in advance for first aid. Latina recognized the distinctive smell and asked if the shaman was using ordinary soapy water, to which Chin nodded affirmatively, confirming his knowledge of the basics of simple chemistry. He explained that the soap has an alkaline environment, which can quickly neutralize formic acid and prevent the appearance of terrible purulent blisters. In the evening, the entire squad gathered again around a hot fire, feeling completely exhausted after the hardest day since they entered this wild and very dangerous jungle. The sudden silence of the camp was broken by a loud and pitiful cry from Aruba, who was literally filled with bitter tears. He handed Chin his torn boots, lamenting that his wonderful footwear had become useless after the mad race through dense thorny bushes and deep river waters. The commander hastened to reassure the boy, explaining that only a thin layer of plastic was damaged, which he could easily repair with his knowledge and chemical reagents. While searching for shelter from the ants, the squad accidentally wandered into a surprisingly fertile area, where a multitude of edible and useful plants grew among the dense thickets. The young man was delighted to discover a rare shade tree and explained to Honey that the plant was capable of producing a nutritious juice that tasted very much like milk. The warriors were very surprised that the tree could produce drinking milk. Chin made a deep cut in the bark and collected the white viscous liquid in a bamboo tube to show everyone this small and incredible miracle of wildlife. At first, the juice didn't smell very pleasant, causing only crooked grimaces in the tribe's warriors. But after adding the reagents and heating it over the fire, a delicate, enticing, creamy aroma spread throughout the camp. The companions tasted the unusual drink with great pleasure, admiring its soft taste and the strength of their great leader, who was revealing new secrets of the forest to them. Chin never ceased to be amazed by the nature of these places, because first they came across garden palms, and then triangular euphorbia. It was getting noticeably dark, and the young people immediately set up camp. That night, Chin left the tent to replace Sorum as the camp guard. He found her in silent prayer, under the bright light of the moon hanging high in the dark night sky. The woman looked very upset and admitted that there was just over a month left before the start of the great sacrifice in the distant stone city. She heard from the elders that on the first day of the 6th month, the rulers held a bloody ritual, and this news made Chin think seriously and for a long time. Chin realized that they had critically little time left to rescue their captive tribesmen, and now they needed to move forward even faster and more decisively. Sorum had mentioned earlier the cruel priests who sacrificed living people to the gods, and she was deeply afraid for the lives of her fellow tribesmen. Chin assured her that the group would definitely manage to rescue all the captives before the start of this bloody ritual, and ordered them to increase their speed as much as possible. Over the next few days, the travelers began to encounter small forest settlements more and more often along their path. These villages were home to between 20 and 100 local residents of different ages and genders. The young man consulted the map in his magic ring and assumed that the high density of villages directly indicated their proximity to the borders of a powerful city. Not wanting to get into unnecessary conflicts and attract attention, the brave Chin still preferred to bypass all inhabited places along a very long route. A few days later, the team stood on a high cliff and watched through a telescope a group of nomads who were slowly moving in one direction across a wide plain. Sarum was extremely puzzled by this strange movement of people, as the elders had never mentioned such mass marches through these dangerous wild lands. Latina suggested that this well-trodden path led straight to the capital, a conclusion that left everyone present holding their breath in anticipation of a quick and important meeting. Suddenly, furious cries came from the impenetrable depths of the forest, causing the entire detachment of warriors to instantly become wary. Qin saw a tall young man named Hua, who was carefully carrying the tiny Ya on his back and tightly clutching the shaft of his spear in his hand. The stranger froze and began feverishly examining the fighter's equipment, trying to assess the danger emanating from them. Qin realized that this guy and the defenseless child did not pose any threat to them. Ya screamed joyfully as she smelled the enticing aroma of roasted meat, which was currently cooking on a camp stove. Her brother gently lowered her to the ground and asked her to behave modestly, while the indignant girl declared to everyone that she was no longer a child. Hawa didn't argue with his sister and slowly pulled out a massive animal leg from his bag, intending to offer it to these strangers in exchange for food. Hawa picked up a massive deer leg and loudly offered to trade it to Qin for some hot food for himself and his little sister Ya. The captain and his faithful companions exchanged knowing glances, seeing the young man's sincere desire to feed the girl, who had grown hungry after a long journey. The leader agreed to the deal, but set one important condition. Hua must honestly answer all questions about the road and the rules of the Great Stone City. I began to devour the juicy meatloaf with incredible appetite, greedily biting off large pieces. Through tears of joy, she called this divine treat a true gift from the good gods themselves. Hua cautiously asked if these strange and well-armed people were heading for a great sacrifice, thus confirming all the guy's guesses and fears. Qin finally realized the correctness of the chosen route when this wide path across the plain opened up before his eyes. According to calculations, this winding path should have led the detachment straight to the majestic gates of the ancient capital. The entire transition was supposed to take exactly 2 days, after which the soldiers would finally be able to find themselves inside the city. The new acquaintance smiled amiably and advised them not to rush, as the travelers still had plenty of time before the start of the sacred rite. As dusk fell on the jungle, Hua suddenly asked the travelers if they had prepared the obligatory entrance fee to this huge and rich city. Hua explained that beautiful seashells, valuable cocoa beans, or dried tobacco were acceptable forms of payment, without which the guards simply would not let them inside the walls. Each person was required to pay 20 shells for entry, and this amount seemed unreasonably high to Qin for an ordinary forest dweller or a poor and simple nomad. The young man shook his bag and slyly offered to exchange goods with his guests, admitting that he had with him select and very expensive cocoa beans. Qin stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked his new acquaintances whether daring robberies and bloody assaults often occurred on this busy road. Little Ya smiled innocently and suggested simply killing all the attackers, taking their valuable property as legal and very pleasant battle spoils. Hua explained that open clashes are rare here, as any fighting parties instantly become easy and tempting targets for everyone around them. The girl declared with great pride that her older brother possessed incredible strength and was worth 10 such ordinary and weak opponents as these travelers. Qingyan decided to end the dispute and proposed a fair exchange of shells for nutritious food to ensure passage for each member of his team. Soon, 2 heavy bags of money appeared on the grass. Hua shouted in delight, looking at the abundance of delicious and aromatic products stored by Qin. Qin was concerned about his fellow Sarum tribesmen and wanted to have as many valuable cocoa beans in stock as possible to solve any problems at the gates of this stone city. After the deal was completed, the brother and sister said a warm farewell to the squad, and the captain's group quickly began packing their things to find a new place to spend the night. The young man understood that in this forest one could not trust just anyone one met, and he ordered the soldiers to be on guard, despite the apparent friendliness of these young people. At this time, the silvery light of the moon flooded the silent forest. Hua walked in silence, carrying on his broad-shouldered little Ya, who was eating the remains of the food with appetite. The girl whispered that Qin was a truly kind person, and her brother expressed hope for the blessing of the gods and the end of their dangerous and grueling journey. After some time, the girl began to freeze and told her brother about it. When the night cold became too strong, the young man thrust his spear into the ground and covered his sister with his huge cloak. The thick darkness of the night continued to deepen rapidly, and the tired young people began to slowly fall into a deep sleep. The next morning, The blinding rays of the sun cut through the dense foliage, and the Chin squad slowly moved along a barely visible and very narrow forest path. Bakuma expressed doubts about the correctness of their choice, but the leader reasonably explained that there are currently too many bandits and treacherous robbers on the main roads. The young man did not want to attract unnecessary attention to his small group, realizing that the safety of people in these parts could not be guaranteed even with weapons. Suddenly, something brightly flashed in the air, and a sharp spear flew towards the captain with a terrible whistle, forcing him to instantly activate his powers. Time around seemed to have finally slowed down, gradually turning the entire surrounding space into a dense and viscous gray fog. The boy clearly realized that the local population may seem simple-minded, but at the same time they are far from stupid. They were well aware of the large number of people on the main road, so they set up a hidden ambush in advance on one of its branches. This tactic allows them not to worry about outside interference. But unfortunately for them, the spear thrown in front of Chin shattered into pieces. Chin had somehow already pinned one of the enemies to the ground. He put his sharp sword to the enemy's neck and said that they had chosen the wrong people to attack. Kan also did not want to give in to his comrade, and with one precise movement he cut through the weapon of another enemy. Latina easily cut the shaft of the enemy's spear with his heavy knife, the bandits' wooden weapons turning into useless splinters under the blows of their steel blades. In just one instant, the three attackers were defeated and were already lying on the grass, drained of strength and unable to offer the slightest resistance. The remaining bandits began to scream in panic, looking at the strange weapons in the hands of the heroes. They did not understand what kind of swords these were that glowed with a cold and frightening gleam. The forest dwellers decided that these blades were a gift from God himself and were afraid of their power. Aruba cried out joyfully and raised his sword with great enthusiasm. Chin knew that they would have a very hard time against 20 bandits without good swords, so he ordered everyone to be on guard to ensure the safety of Sorum and the rest of the squad. Suddenly, a long spear flew out of the thicket and with a dull thud plunged into the ground in front of the travelers. Everyone thought it was a new attack from the enemy, but their friends Hua and Little Ya ran out of the forest. The appearance of these two filled the robbers with indescribable horror and made them instantly turn pale. The bandits realized that they couldn't resist the man in the grass cloak and ran away. Chin watched in amazement as the aggressors ran away like beaten dogs. The robbery attempt failed when two acquaintances appeared. Hua, who was running towards his friends, did not notice a stone in the road and stumbled badly. Little Ya sat on her brother's shoulder. The girl deftly turned over in the air and gracefully landed on the ground in an athlete's pose. She spread her arms wide in a welcoming gesture, completely unembarrassed by the situation. Chin felt uneasy at the scene. He stepped forward and helped the young man to his feet, firmly shaking his outstretched broad palm. The group's leader politely pointed out that their repeated meeting in such a remote place was a great coincidence, and Hua suddenly became nervous and began to gesticulate actively. He swore that they were not connected with the robbers and were simply out in search of food, pursuing the leopard in the hope of meeting their kind benefactors again. The brother and sister vied with each other to insist that the gods themselves had guided them on the right path. Ya joyfully suggested that the squad continue the dangerous journey to the Stone City together. The girl directly said that traveling together would give them the opportunity to enjoy delicious food more often, and Chin immediately grasped the true reason for her zeal, only quietly chuckling in response. After much persuasion, Chin finally allowed them to join his group, hoping that with experienced guides their further journey would become easier and safer. As they emerged into the open, Aruba and the other warriors were amazed at the huge number of people walking past. Bakuma noticed with obvious displeasure that everyone around him was trying to keep a decent distance from their squad. Little Ya explained that the unusual and overly expensive clothing of the travelers was to blame. She stated that only the rich inhabitants of the Stone City could afford to spend so much fabric. Chan understood that warriors with iron swords could easily deal with enemies armed only with stones, and that with an advantage of less than 3-1, his unit would emerge victorious. The sun began to set, and numerous travelers decided to stop for the night in an open field. As soon as Hua saw the white salt, he cried out in amazement and began to question Chin about the source of this pure mineral. The young man asked with a smile what the salt of the local tribes looked like, and in response he received a bag of dirty gray crystals. Bakuma noticed a strange movement nearby and drew the attention of the entire squad to a group of stern people with rough faces and weapons. Warriors from an unknown tribe escorted bound men who obediently knelt in anticipation of their next bitter fate. The leader of this group loudly commanded everyone to stop for a rest, and his men began to roughly push the captives towards the fire. Qin whispered to Hua who these cruel people were, and why everyone around them looked at them with such visible fear. The guy replied that they were soldiers from the Stone City, and Ya angrily added that they were just a bunch of very annoying and harmful guys. Hanwha explained that before each major sacrifice, these troops raid settlements to seize living gifts to the gods. Qin was extremely surprised by this tactic and asked if the authorities knew the location of the villages. Ya indifferently stated that the soldiers found their huts but were killed. Qin opened his mouth in shock and asked if they were afraid of revenge from the city's rulers. Suddenly, Sarum stood up abruptly from her seat, drawing everyone's attention. A deathly horror filled her eyes as she stared at the bound and tortured captives in the alien camp. Qin quickly guessed the reason for her concern and handed her his telescope for a closer inspection. Sarum was surprised by the unfamiliar object, but was still able to make out the faces of the unfortunate people under the guard of the soldiers. As she approached the city, her anxiety only grew, as she hoped to see her missing tribesmen among the slaves. Unlike the sad woman, Hua and little Ya were completely delighted at the sight of the amazing optical device. They took turns looking into the distance and smiling joyfully. Ya loved the new toy so much that she offered to trade her older brother for this device. Hua was seriously scared by such a treacherous offer from his sister. The next day, the detachment resumed its movement. Along the way, they often encountered bloody conflicts between random travelers due to the desire of some impudent people to take other people's things. After 3 long days of travel, the travelers finally saw a vast plain on which stood a city. Honey exclaimed in utter delight that this stone structure, with its grandeur, reminded her of a huge and inaccessible mountain. Qin suddenly sensed something very strange and secretly ordered Condor to conduct an immediate aerial reconnaissance of the area. When the legendary image of the city appeared before his eyes, Qin could not contain his strong and sincere shock. This majestic structure was built in the shape of the famous Mayan pyramid, which seemed completely out of place here. Through the sight of his faithful companion, Qin confirmed his suspicions and spoke out loud the name of this ancient and mysterious culture. He turned around abruptly and asked if they were descendants of that same great people. Hua, confused, only asked in response what exactly this strange word meant. The media always referred to this building as Mayan architecture, but the Hua and Ya stubbornly called themselves the Corn People. His friend asked him if there were any problems, and that voice quickly brought Qin back to the harsh reality. So he simply shook his head and ordered the squad to continue on their way. Qin decided to test one theory and carefully asked Hua if he knew anything about the prophecy of the end of the world. These words made the young man very nervous and began to scream loudly. After a long conversation, the group finally reached the main gates of the city, where numerous guards were actively collecting entrance fees from those arriving. The soldiers accepted cocoa as currency and roughly urged the crowd on so that it would not delay those walking behind. Latina noticed strange yellow piles at the entrance and wondered if this dry grass was also local money, but Hua explained that they were just tobacco leaves. Qin was surprised by the presence of a city moat, but found it too narrow and more decorative than truly defensive. He noticed the lack of guards at the wooden fences and assumed that any trained person could easily jump over this barrier. The young people stopped him in horror, explaining that the gods would be angry at such thoughts and would certainly send mortal punishment upon him. At this time, one of the travelers simply showed the guards a wooden token and went inside without paying the established tax at all. Hoa explained that the man was a permanent resident of the city and therefore entitled to free and quick passage. Qin appreciated this innovation and noted to himself the existence of an identity card system in such an ancient place. Soon it was their turn, and the entire group successfully passed through the gates without encountering any serious obstacles along the way. Meanwhile, riots broke out at the main gate due to several poor people who did not have the necessary amount to pay the fee. After crossing the bridge, the travelers saw huge tracts of cultivated land. What was particularly surprising was that many of the fields were engulfed in flames at that moment. Qin came closer and saw slaves burning dry corn stalks, soldiers strictly monitoring the process so that none of the slaves dared to shirk. The journey through agricultural land took the squad more than 10 long minutes, only after which they reached the first residential buildings and began to enter the city center. The city was divided into 3 functional layers for different strata of the population and needs. The outer layer was occupied by farms, and behind them were the residential quarters of the townspeople. Each of these sectors housed its own large and bustling trading market, while the residential area greeted the heroes with unprecedented bustle and the cries of numerous merchants. Aruba and Bakuma shouted with delight, amazed by the abundance of interesting things on the shelves. Chin was extremely surprised by the high level of development of this distant civilization. Hawa asked the guy about his future plans in this huge metropolis. The leader answered without hesitation that he wanted to immediately find a place to sell new slaves. Hearing this question, Ya thought about buying people. Her face instantly changed to disgust because she found Chin terrible for his desire to buy slaves for himself. Hawa quickly patted his sister on the head and began to justify his friend with simple human curiosity, after which he pointed out the direction, and the squad soon found the right place. One of the merchants shook a bell, trying to attract as much attention as possible. He shouted out that his captive was incredibly strong and it took 3 men to capture him. The merchant assured the crowd that this slave would replace 3 workers, but would only eat 1 portion of food. Amid his cries, a man sat on his knees, obediently awaiting his fate. Immediately after his words, one of the wealthy buyers offered 200 large cocoa beans for the strong man. Another man immediately outbid him and shouted out a price of 250 aromatic beans. Sarum slowly walked towards the screaming people with a look of deep sadness on her pale face. Chin anxiously asked the woman about her condition, but she only sighed heavily. Suddenly, little Ya screamed in horror, pointing her finger at the unfortunate people in the cages, because the girl realized that their new friend's fellow tribesmen had already been caught and were being sold. Only at that moment did Ya realize the true purpose of the entire squad's arrival in this huge city. She hugged her brother tightly by the leg, quietly asking for forgiveness for her evil words. Hiwa reported that there were other slave trading centers in the market that they would definitely need to visit to find the remaining captives. Sarum was deeply touched by the sincerity and kindness of her new companions to the very depths of her soul. Chin stood completely silent and listened attentively to the speech of this strong woman, full of pain and hope. He opened the map on his magic ring and admitted that he was grateful to her for this path. While studying the Mayan pyramids was a priority, searching for fellow Mayans has now become much more important. The whole group went out together to search shopping centers in search of captives from her family. Ya also volunteered to help, stating that her friends' problems were their personal business. Chin still didn't know how to react to such quick and sincere affection from the locals. The detachment entered the gates around 10 o'clock in the morning and immediately began searching. They wandered tirelessly through the streets for more than 12 hours, but only examined the western district. By the time the detachment reached the southern sector of the city, the bright sun had already completely disappeared behind the horizon. All the travelers gradually stopped, feeling great fatigue in their legs. At this moment, little Ya cried out pitifully that she was hungry. Hua kindly asked what kind of food she wanted to have now. The girl smiled and pointed to one of the street stalls they had mentioned earlier. The owner was already waiting for new customers. Chin's attention was drawn to a huge clay jug of steaming hot chocolate, and Ya quickly ran up to the counter and placed an order. After some time, the table was fully laden with food, and all the friends gathered together for dinner. The shop owner extended his hand and named the price for the hot chocolate, which was exactly 30 cocoa beans. Chin winced greatly upon hearing such a high price. He approached Ya and reminded her that all their cocoa reserves had been spent on trading with him, and the girl calmly replied that now her older brother was helping other people for food. The boy looked to the side and saw Hua happily carrying heavy logs for the local owner. He noticed his friend's gaze and cheerfully waved his hand, urging everyone to eat their fill at his expense. The shop owner suddenly interrupted their conversation and asked if the majestic eagle belonged to the guests. A moment later, Chin placed the empty cup noisily on the wooden table, having finished tasting the drink. After tasting it, Latina remarked that the taste seemed extremely strange to him, reminiscent of rotten fruit in honey. Honey felt no better, trying to get used to the pungent taste. The shop owner looked greedily at the feathers on the eagle's body. Chin asked doubtfully whether it was really possible to use the bird's feathers to pay for food. The proud eagle was still deeply saddened by the loss of part of his beautiful and bright plumage. Chin asked the locals where they would spend the night, and the guy replied that outsiders were forbidden to stay in residential areas, so they would return to the agricultural zone. Chin sat by the flame and gazed thoughtfully at the moon, thinking about the Mayan civilization and the legends about aliens who could have helped build the Great Pyramids. The silence was suddenly broken by Hua's loud voice, who noticed that his little sister Ya was experiencing a high fever. Qin asked anxiously if the fire was too hot and suggested removing some of the excess wood. The young man didn't answer, picked up the girl in his arms and quickly rushed away from their common camp. He just shouted as he ran that he and his sister needed to leave immediately and asked his friends not to worry at all. Hua ran to the bank of the wide moat in front of the city gates and made a powerful leap to the other side.